Chapter 170, Allies. After all, they were the low-key familia, Orario's strongest fighting force. If any threat to the city appeared, it was only natural that they would be the first to face it. The time for the expedition was getting closer and closer. Inside the mansion and courtyard of the Twilight Manor, everywhere you could see busy members hurrying past. Greeting everyone briefly as he passed by, the young man leaned against the corridor railing with a sigh. "I've gotten a little slack, huh? Everyone's working so hard to improve themselves. Whenever I'm idle like this, it feels a bit awkward. Perfect timing. I should also take these few days to get used to my new attributes. Let's go find Finn." To hone body and mind, while also learning spear techniques and combat skills against people, wasn't there a top-class master in the familia, Finn Damney? Fran felt it would be a waste not to make use of such resources and connections. Besides, Finn's spear technique also seemed impressive. As he walked, he pondered to himself, thinking at the same time about which areas he should upgrade himself in. "You want me to teach you close combat skills and spear technique?" Sitting behind his desk, Finn looked slightly surprised at Fran's request for sparring. "Yes, in a dungeon exploration, during group actions I'll fulfill my duties as a mage and healer, but fighting people is different." "I see. Is this because of the Olivas and the red-haired beast-tamer woman you encountered during the 24th floor incident?" "Yes, and also the Evelis. I can't help but feel this matter isn't over yet. Perhaps our enemies in the future may not necessarily be monsters. We'll need to be prepared for human opponents as well." Finn smiled, understanding what Fran meant. "I get it. Just in time, too, our preparations for the expedition are finished. We're only waiting on the Hephaestus familia. As payment for me training you, how about coming with me to visit them today?" "To the Hephaestus familia? No problem. I also have questions I want to ask that goddess." Orario, Northeast Street. As the city's industrial zone producing magic stone items, it was the very heart of Orario, always bustling with people. Here, you could find finely crafted magic stone goods that were popular even among the nobility outside the city, as well as odd little inventions a craftsman might have created on a whim, not yet widespread. Gathering the world's greatest craftsmen, countless ideas burst forth here, being shaped into magic stone products and displayed on shelves. Like the one Fran was holding right now. This is, seeing its familiar shape and exactly the same function as in his memory, Fran was dumbfounded. "Haha, adventurer, want to buy one and try it out? This is my latest masterpiece. Once a big merchant group notices it, it'll surely spread worldwide." Looking at the dwarf shopkeeper, Fran couldn't help but sigh. This man was going to be rich. "All right, I'll take 100 of them." "Oh, 100, huh? 100, did I hear you right?" "Yeah, it's not that expensive, right? 550 volleys each, so a little over 50,000 for 100. Seeing something so familiar, Fran didn't mind buying enough for everyone in the familia to try. "Didn't expect such a big customer. Please wait, I'll go get them right away." Watching Fran's odd behavior, Finn curiously asked. "Every day there are all kinds of magic stone items here, but most are just toys with no practical use. What exactly did you buy?" This, a magic stone toothbrush." Fran had endured those old-fashioned toothbrushes long enough. Suddenly, finding a magic stone toothbrush, practically like an electric one, how could he not buy it? The two strolled about, Fran shopping in the industrial district's commercial street for the first time, eyes practically sparkling. With all sorts of magic stone inventions constantly popping up, many good ideas were overlooked, perhaps due to the world's slower overall development. But he believed that in this world where gods walked the earth, sooner or later, they would all shine with the brilliance they deserved. Soon, they arrived at the Hephaestus Familia, headquarters, a grand castle blazing like fire itself. "Yo, Finn, Fran over here." Low-key, Fran looked at his own deity in surprise, his tone puzzled. Stuff like alliances between familias isn't something we can decide. Of course Loki has to come in person." Finn explained with a smile. At the same time, he noticed the red-haired, one-eyed goddess standing beside Loki. Knee-high leather boots paired with sharp attire, completely opposite in style from Loki, who only knew how to drink all day. I still don't get how Loki manages to stay on such good terms with the goddess Hephaestus. That's beyond my knowledge. At Fran's question, Finn gave an awkward smile. They knew all too well their own god's personality. Hello, goddess Hephaestus, it's been a long time. Braver Finn, yes, it has been quite a while. My child Tsubaki keeps talking about you, you know. Tsubaki, huh, that's. Thinking of that bold half-dwarf girl, Finn's face twisted. After greeting Finn, the red-haired goddess turned her gaze toward Fran. Blonde hair and golden eyes, just like your familia's sword princess. I've even heard some rumors about the two of them. Hephaestus, stop right there. Hephaestus chuckled, shaking her head. Hello, goddess Hephaestus. You're quite an excellent child. Lately your name's been everywhere, and I hear you've already reached LV 5. Yes, I just underwent an update with the Familia not long ago. LV 5 already. I'm so jealous of you, Loki. You're useless most of the time, yet always this lucky. Heh, luck isn't something you can envy. Come on, let's go find Tsubaki and get down to business. Following the two deities to the smithy in the back, the moment they entered, the heat and scent of iron wrapped around them. It was a spacious, fully equipped workshop. Compared to this, Fran's own forge was nothing but a shabby hut. Since he had a magic workshop, most of his work was done at their base, leaving the forge largely unused. Inside, the blazing furnace lit up the face of a half-dwarf girl. Hammer in hand, she struck the iron before her with full concentration. Chapter 171, just an amateur at best, Tilda. Inside, the blazing furnace lit up the face of a half-dwarf girl. Hammer in hand, she struck the iron before her with full concentration. Clang, the hammer once again struck heavily against the refined ore, then the tongs placed it into clear water. Fran fixed his gaze on the other's movements, carefully observing every technique and motion, comparing them with his own to find shortcomings. Then, using his powerful mind, he simulated everything in his mind, quickly improving and adapting it to his own situation. Unconsciously, 2 circles of azure halos flickered in his pupils, flowing with brilliance, looking radiant and rather strange. This scene happened to be witnessed by the goddess Hephaestus. She looked at Loki with questioning eyes, but her friend only narrowed her eyes and smiled silently. So this is that child's skill, the rumored high-speed learning ability. The goddess saw through Fran's general ability at a glance, then chuckled and shook her head. Such an excellent child, she was a bit envious of Loki. She wondered why this girl was always so lucky. Could it be that she was so unlucky in the heavens that her fate reversed after descending to the lower world? After thinking for a long time and finding no answer, the goddess simply gave up. Clang, clang, clang. Including the goddess Hephaestus, everyone just quietly waited for Tsubaki to finish her work, and no one stepped forward to disturb her. During this time, Fran also did not waste the opportunity. He pushed his mind to its limit, absorbing at high speed the techniques and experience of Orario's strongest blacksmith. Only after she finished did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Tsubaki's forging lasted more than half an hour before the weapon was finally completed. She held the weapon before her, carefully examining every detail and quality. Gradually, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she let out a breath of relief. Just by her expression, it was clear she was very pleased with her creation. This magic sword, its completion level is decent enough. It can be sold as merchandise. What she had forged was a longsword-type magic sword. Finn and Loki might not see it, but Fran did. Yo Finn, goddess Loki, you came. As if just noticing she had guests in her workshop, the girl turned, saw familiar faces, and immediately rushed over with a grin. Hey Tsubaki, you. Finn was pulled into her arms and rubbed around. Seeing his helpless and unlucky expression, Fran couldn't help but laugh aloud. Oh my, there's a blonde handsome guy here too. Don't introduce yourself yet, let me guess. Still holding Finn, Tsubaki tilted her head, her single eye narrowing as if in thought. That's right, you're Fran Argon, nicknamed the Flame Demon, aren't you? I've heard quite a lot about you recently. At her words, an image of a red-haired young man flashed in Fran's mind, recalling their past adventures together in the middle floors. Remembering the thrills and fun, His lips curved into a small smile. "So it's Welf, huh? I wonder how that kid is doing now. Haven't been in touch for a while." Still ruffling Finn's golden hair, Tsubaki pouted dismissively. "Well, same as always in the familia. With that kind of talent but stubbornly refusing to use it, of course others look down on him." Fran chuckled softly at recalling the young man's surname. "So he's still refusing to forge magic swords, huh?" "Yeah, and recently he's been stressing over party formation. How about it, want to take him along?" She leaned in close as she spoke. I'd say he'll find a party soon enough, do you believe me?" "Why does he sound like some fortune teller?" Tsubaki looked at Fran suspiciously. "Don't worry, I've already recommended someone to him. Things are going well, and I believe that kid Welf will find his own path." "All right, Fran, let's get back to business." Finally freed from Tsubaki's arms, Finn quickly cut in. "Sure. Tsubaki, how's the preparation for our commissioned, unbreakable weapons?" At Finn's question, Tsubaki raised her brow and smiled confidently. "Who do you think I am, Finn? They've long been ready, the whole series." "Really? That's great. I was worried we wouldn't make it before the expedition. Otherwise, we'd have had to postpone it again." "You underestimate me. By the way, Finn, aren't you considering our familia's magic swords? Even across the city, our magic swords are top quality, you know." Finn blinked, then gave a wry smile, spreading his hands regretfully. "True, any sword bearing the name of Hephaestus is extraordinary, but—" Franz suddenly cut in. "But they're too expensive. With our familia's current finances, we simply can't afford them." Both Hephaestus and Tsubaki froze, then simultaneously looked toward Loki. Loki hemmed and hawed, and seeing she couldn't hide it from her friend, she sighed. "Well, our familia's in a tight spot. Thanks to selling off some junk just in time, the kids can still eat, but honestly we're drowning in debt. Several expeditions went awry, and the losses were huge. That's why we invited your smiths along this time. Even if we encounter new species, our weapons won't melt away, and we'll save a fortune on buying magic swords." Tsubaki and Hephaestus were surprised, but recalling the agreed terms, they accepted it. "Even if you give us all the deep floor drop items." "Yeah, as long as we can explore the unknown floors, it's worth everything." It was Finn who answered, with a serious expression, clearly not joking. Unlike the commercial-type Hephaestus familia, the exploration-focused Loki familia sought glory that could shake the city and spread across the world. Remember, in all of Orario, those worthy of the title hero were few. Yet among these few, the Loki familia alone held 3 spots. The braver Finn Damni, the Nine-Hell Reveria Eljas Alf, and the Sword Princess, Eyes Wallenstein. These 3 were acknowledged by all gods as heroes. And in the future, perhaps a 4th would emerge, even if he himself didn't admit it. For the Loki familia, compared to fame and glory, money naturally ranked lower in importance. Besides, with their combat power, after a few more dungeon dives and some recovery time, it wouldn't take long to pay off the debts. "I see, so that's also why you want our children to join your expedition." "Hee, sorry to show you our struggles, Heffy." But the red-haired goddess didn't mind. "Not at all. On the contrary, I should be thanking you. Our children will be lucky to join your expedition into the deep unknown. Not only will they see new sights, they'll also harvest rare deep floor drops. A great gain indeed." "Perhaps that's what smiths desire most, huh?" Fran shrugged jokingly. "By the way, Fran, you're a smith too, right? Can I see your work? I'm super curious." Remembering the golden-haired youth's other identity, Tsubaki's eye gleamed with a smith's fire as she pestered him with words. Fran's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect her to bring that up. "Miss Tsubaki, please don't flatter me. I know full well my own skill. I'm just an amateur at best, barely scratching the surface of forging." "But I heard your staff and short sword are top-tier adventure gear, aren't they?" Finn complained inwardly, but seeing Fran play dumb, he kept quiet. He knew too well, once Tsubaki latched on, it would be endless trouble. Chapter 172, Human Combat Tilde. Finn complained inwardly, but seeing Fran play dumb, he kept quiet. He knew too well, once Tsubaki latched on, it would be endless trouble. Ever since that day returning from the Hephaestus familiar residence, Fran devoted all his energy into studying spear techniques and combat skills against people. Almost every day, whenever members woke up early, they would see Fran and Finn holding wooden spears, sparring in the courtyard. Of course, Fran was never without the golden-haired girl's figure always shining by his side. When Fran and Finn fought, Eyes would just sit there on the bench, her golden eyes containing no one else, her whole mind seemingly focused on him. No one knew whether she was pondering their combat skills and experience, or certain matters of emotion. Smack, Fran's spear was once again knocked away by Finn's counterattack. When fighting people, don't let yourself be controlled by your usual way of thinking. Always think several steps ahead. In strategy and contest, this is only the most basic. Thud, a kick interwoven into the spear play landed hard. You must learn to think. Is the opening I show really a flaw? Or maybe I revealed it on purpose? These are tricks monsters will never use. Remember, the reason humans are humans is precisely because we possess reason and wisdom that monsters cannot. The two figures crossed rapidly and freely, so fast that even the unsharpened wooden spears left afterimages and whistling sounds in the air. Your vision is broad, that's good. In battle you also know how to manage distance, but you must keep rhythm. Only by keeping rhythm can you chain continuous attacks, even pulling the enemy into your own tempo. That's how you'll become undefeatable. 3 days. In just 3 days, Fran could clearly feel his combat skills against people soaring madly. Perhaps if left to himself, he could only grasp some of these techniques through repeated battles and sudden insight. But with Finn, a master of the spear, guiding him, the time was infinitely shortened. With his own reader ability added on, what would normally take months of accumulation condensed into just 3 days. At level 5, with an enormous leap in human combat skills, he had the confidence now. Facing Revis, he could definitely win, and without too much effort. All right, that's it for today's training. The sun is already up. I've gained a lot. Fran grabbed his shirt collar and wiped the sweat from his face, catching his breath. Seeing Fran sigh like that, Finn's eyes grew stranger. No wonder Reveria said that back then. You really are a monster. Reveria said that about me. Finn tossed the wooden spear back on the rack with some annoyance. Yeah, back when you studied magic under her, you already left her not knowing what more to teach you. And now with your spear and combat experience, even that last shortcoming is gone. Purely in terms of battle power, you may not be far from us. Finn wasn't joking. Before each level up, Fran's stats always reach their peak first. In terms of raw ability values, he was already worthy of a Loki Familia executive. What he still lacked were techniques and strategies, that foundation of experience. Even though Fran himself felt he was far from the others, in others' eyes, he was already a monster. The outside world did not yet know that the Loki Familia had gone through a clear transformation. The 3 leaders supported the team at the top. The executives served as the trunk, filling in the core combat strength. And finally, the 2 aces. The Sword Princess Eyes Wallenstein and the Flame Demon Fran Argon. This was the new Loki Familia. After these tight training days, we're really worn out. How about we take a break today before heading on the new expedition? Finn, a towel, gifted by some admirer hanging on his neck, smiled as he spoke to Fran and Eyes. That's a good idea. What do you think, Eyes? Shall we go walk around the city today? Hey, Fran, you two trying to sneak off again? I'm coming too. Tiona came running from who knows where, with the sulking Leffia trailing behind. So that Tsundir finally decided to come along. HMPH, I'm not talking to you, scumbag. What's going on here? How did I become a scumbag? Fran was utterly confused, full of question marks, then looked innocently at Tiona. There's nothing wrong with being a scumbag. Among our Amazonas women, which one doesn't have a huge harem? Totally normal. Especially for someone as excellent as you, Fran, it's natural lots of girls like you. If you just raise your hand, the whole Orario will get lively. Speak properly and stop clinging to my arm. The noisy daily life returned once more to the mansion. At breakfast in the dining room, Fran finally enjoyed a long-awaited sense of relaxation. Since the incident 10 days ago, he had been either improving equipment or training with Finn and spending nights in the library. His taut mind finally began to ease. All right then, it's decided, we're going shopping later. I just wanted a date with eyes. Why are you all doing this to me? Since it was just a casual outing, no one wore armor. Fran wore a black shirt and trousers with brown boots, along with frameless glasses to disguise himself. He had slightly styled his golden hair to lay flat, completely suppressing the adventurer's aura. He looked more like a bard. Thyone and Tiona were in their usual Amazon outfits, wild yet uniquely charming. Lefia, with her long chestnut hair neatly tied behind her, added a touch of exotic beauty that drew many amazed gazes. And finally Eyes, normally, even when not in light armor, she would never part with her beloved sword Desperate. But today, maybe because Fran was by her side, she actually left her sword behind, wearing only a cute dress and white stockings. It was summertime, but thanks to Orario being by the sea, the temperature was comfortable, not sweltering. The sea breeze blowing from Melon's harbor brought smiles to everyone's faces. Hey Fran, let's go check out the food street. Since the expedition starts tomorrow, we should really treat ourselves today. What does everyone think? Hee, today I'm eating my fill, and I'll buy some for the captain to try too. I want grilled vegetables. Fried Jagamaru-kun. Tiona, the meat lover, was instantly outvoted. The Jagamaru-kun won unanimously. Even Eyes remembered their taste fondly. Chapter 173, Surprising News Tilda. Tiona, the meat lover, was instantly outvoted. The Jagamaru-kun won unanimously. Even Eyes remembered their taste fondly. In the northern district of the city, there is a snack street that is no less lively than the bustling southern district. Turning from North Main Street into the semicircular square and continuing southwest, one can enter a rather noisy alley. Just standing at the alley's entrance, you can see the densely packed mobile stalls neatly lined on both sides of the street, the cries of the shop owners and clerks, the bargaining voices of adventurers and common people, and even the quarrels and curses from both sides. A place like this doesn't feel like a labyrinth city where adventurers gather at all, but more like a small rural town full of the breath of everyday life. It's barbecue, hurry up. Tiona's throat gulped audibly, her body unconsciously moving closer to the barbecue stall purely by instinct. Yo, Tiona's here, long time no see. What will you have today? Slurp, I'll take it all. Fran, who had just approached, was dumbfounded at the sight of the 6 whole slabs of meat being slowly roasted. Did she really need to eat this much, even if they had an expedition tomorrow? Wasn't this going too far? At that moment, Fran felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Eyes making a small gesture. The girl's eyes held a yearning look as she pointed her small finger toward a simple stall not far away. That stall was selling none other than Jagamaru-kun, and the owner happened to be an old acquaintance. Tiona, Lefia will be over there. Go ahead, Slurp. I can't wait any longer, boss. The girls, completely captivated by the smell and sizzling of the barbecue, couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge Fran, all their attention stolen away by the delicacies in front of them. Lefia, however, followed along pouting. Lefia, you can eat as much as you want, my treat. HMPH, Fran treating us, the sun must be rising from the west today. Didn't I sell a few pieces of equipment before? After deducting the cost of repairing the staff and gear, I still had enough volleys left to treat you all to a feast. HMPH, even if you blatantly try to curry favor with me, it won't work. I will never give up on Miss Eyes. Just wait, one day, I'll rescue Miss Eyes from your clutches. Oi, what on earth is this Yuri elf imagining now? Don't go doing anything crazy, or if you drag me into your nonsense, it'll just become a laughingstock. Fran's eyes swept strangely over the elf girl, from feet to legs to body and finally her face, scrutinizing her carefully, even smacking his lips. Not bad. What? Don't look at me with those weird eyes, you scumbag. Women, especially female elves, are truly impossible to deal with. Such a stubborn and prejudiced race must be his natural nemesis. Yo, long time no see, Lord Tgthegood. Oh ho, isn't this Fran-kun? It really has been a while. Even if I haven't seen you, I've certainly heard of your name. Indeed, the one working at the Jagamaru-kun stall was none other than the war god Tgthegood. Faced with the god's praise, Fran bowed deeply. "Please don't overpraise me, I know my own situation best. Recently, I've been losing nonstop, no matter who I face. I've almost lost all my confidence." Tgthegood looked at Fran suspiciously, feeling like there was more hidden in his words. But the god probably would never know, in Fran's eyes, he had already become a walking super experience pack. As a god of war, even though he descended to the lower world and was left with only a mortal body, unable to use divine power, his understanding of martial arts was still genuinely god tier. Yes, Tgthegood had mastered the divine techniques, and among them, the one that gave the greatest boost in battle, martial arts. How could Fran not crave such knowledge? As far as he knew, with these techniques alone, Tgthegood, even in mortal form, could fight both Yamato Mikoto and Hitachi Chigusa at the same time. Wasn't that exaggerated enough? Don't forget, every level up for adventurers was a massive leap forward, let alone spanning 2 levels. Fran, even with his magic and skill boosts, could barely achieve such a feat. This proved that any technique that reached the divine domain was truly extraordinary, the pinnacle of mastery. Let's not talk about that. Lord, please give us 2 servings of jagamaru-kun, 1 honey mustard, and 1 red bean cream. Extra red beans and double cream on the latter. Got it. Finally having a customer, Tgthegood's face lit up with a happy smile, even throwing a provocative glance at the stall across the street that also sold jagamaru-kun. The goddess Hestia rolled her eyes, completely ignoring Tgthegood's competitiveness, and turned away ignoring it. Fran and Eyes also noticed the little goddess. As fellow townsfolk of Cranel, both emotionally and logically, they couldn't just ignore their acquaintance's deity without greeting her. "Good afternoon, goddess Hestia." Fran and Eyes bowed slightly, showing respect to the deity. "HMPH, Mr. Smithing and Mr. Wallen something." Judging from your unhappy look, could it be that something's happened with Cranel? And then, as soon as Fran mentioned it, Hestia jumped up angrily. "It's all because of some elf who popped out of nowhere, insisting on training my bell. Watching him come home battered and bruised every day breaks my heart. That hateful elf." "Elf training, what?" Fran looked at Hestia in surprise. What was going on? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fran's mind. No way, no way, no way. Goddess Freya, what are you doing? Being the screenwriter, director, and actor wasn't enough, you even let your own people play extras and villains just to stage a scenario that benefits you. This. You're way too good at this. Thinking about himself, he felt relieved. Luckily, his head was too full of messy thoughts, his soul probably just that of an ordinary person, so Freya hadn't set her eyes on him. What a blessing. Just imagining being targeted by her made his hair stand on end. Goddess Hestia, this should also be Belle's own wish, right? To grow stronger quickly. Otherwise, there'd be no one to teach him. That hit the point. Indeed, if not for Cranel's cheat skill, with Hestia Familia's resources, there was absolutely no way he could have grown so fast. Even Goddess Freya couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Chapter 174, Growth and Confidence Tilda. Even Goddess Freya couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. After a whole day of strolling through the streets, everyone's mood became cheerful, and at the same time, they looked forward to the upcoming expedition. The sky was still veiled by a black curtain, and only at the far edge of the eastern horizon could a faint trace of daylight be seen. In contrast, the other 3 directions were still shrouded in total darkness. The hands of the wall-mounted clock, crafted with top-tier workmanship by elven master artisans, had already passed midnight, marking that the new day had long begun. But it was still quite some time before dawn. Even for people like Fran and Eyes, who usually rose very early, it was still much earlier than their usual training hour. Yet today, the young man awoke full of energy. He pulled open the curtains, gazed at the silent and majestic city, and took a deep breath. Lowering his eyes slightly, he looked out toward the mansion's vast courtyard. There, many other early risers like him were already busily at work under the glow of magic stone lamps. Piles of supplies were being carried to designated spots, then sorted, tallied, packed into wooden crates and properly secured by those in charge. Though the loads were heavy, Fran could immediately tell that this time's supplies were much fewer than the last expeditions, mostly consisting of spare weapons and equipment. Because Hephaestus Familia's smiths are accompanying us, there's no need to prepare extra weapons, and most of the funds must have gone into purchasing magic swords, thought the young man as he looked. It seems this expedition really is important to everyone, even to Fran himself. A long-dormant fire of passion stirred within his body. The refined and easygoing exterior could not fully conceal the restless yearning for the unknown deep within him. Let's get ready. Casting a final deep look outside the window, Fran picked up his toiletries and went to the men's communal washroom to wash up seriously. Yo, morning, Fran. It was Raoul and Cruz. You guys are up this early too? I thought I was the only one. Fran mumbled through a mouthful of foam. Huh, what's that you're using? A new kind of toothbrush? It's a new tool I found in the industrial district a few days ago, a magic stone toothbrush, very convenient. I bought a bunch to give to everyone, but I've been so busy I forgot about them. A magic stone toothbrush. Magic stone products have developed this far already. Guess we're behind the times. Well, this is Orario, the center of the world. Isn't it natural that new inventions pop up every day? True, this thing really is handy. Don't forget to give me one later. Then you'll have to wait until we're back from the expedition. Fran washed up quickly. The whole process took less than 15 minutes. After greeting the others, he hummed a little tune and returned to his room. Once he tidied up his room, he walked to the desk, pressed a hidden mechanism, and descended the spiral staircase behind the bookshelf into his magic workshop. On the workbench, neatly arranged, was all of Fran's gear. Each piece had been carefully maintained. Aside from some fading, they were practically as good as new. And he actually liked that worn look. It gave a sense of weight and depth. His staff Scholar's Argoon, the short sword number 6, Black Knight Fai, and Fire Spirit's cloth. Along with magic tools such as explosive oil and magic tide pen, plus the prepared magic swords Lightning Cutter and Flame Lion, 2 each. This was his full set of weapons for the expedition. As for his waist pouch, leg pouch, and backpack, they were filled with maps, ropes, water flasks, various tools, and medicines. For this expedition, Fran had poured all the money he earned from selling crafted equipment into his preparations. Before him now was such a luxurious loadout that, if not for being self-forged, the 4 magic swords alone would have cost over 100 million volleys, far beyond what he could afford. Let's go. Donning his gear, strapping on his pack, and slinging his wrapped weapons and magic swords across his back, Fran adjusted his glasses and left his little workshop with a resolute spirit. Before departing, he cast a reluctant glance at his room, then closed the door behind him. It would be a long time before he saw it again. As time passed, the faint streaks of dawn in the east gradually spread, pushing away the darkness and illuminating the sky. At that moment, within Loki Familia's home base, nearly all of the main force had gathered in the dining hall. Everyone ate their meal in silence and seriousness. Even the lively Tiona refrained from chatter. Fran thought, this feels like a ritual. Every expedition was a true adventure. No one knew what might happen, or whether some comrades might remain in the dungeon forever. That was why today's breakfast felt so solemn. Until everyone assembled in the courtyard. Everyone, the expedition begins again. This time, we shall venture into uncharted floors and claim the glory that belongs to Loki Familia. As planned, we'll divide into 2 teams. I'll lead the main force in the first team. Gareth, you'll lead the second team and oversee Hephaestus's smiths. Got it, Finn. Then, gather your belongings and assemble at the Babel Tower's main gate in the central plaza. Yes. With Finn's command, the Familia moved out in order, marching straight down North Street toward their destination, Babel Tower. Hey, Fran, you seem different this time compared to the last expedition, huh? Fran and Eyes walked side by side in quiet understanding, neither saying much. But of course, the first to speak up was Tiona. Different? I don't feel any different. Even my gear is mostly the same, just swapped out a weapon. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the little things. For example, last time you wore a hood to hide yourself, but this time you're walking openly. Isn't that a change? Yes, indeed. From the smallest details, the difference was clear. Walking beside Eyes with a bright, sunny smile was a display of confidence. Revealing himself proudly to Orario's adventurers and townsfolk was proof that he had earned a reputation worthy of admiration. The man named Fron Argon had grown, and that growth had made him into a renowned and respected adventurer. Chapter 175, Confident Eyes Tilda. The man named Fron Argon had grown, and that growth had made him into a renowned and respected adventurer. The Loki Familius expedition team once again, unsurprisingly, attracted a huge amount of attention, curiosity, envy, jealousy, and admiration alike. For most familias in Orario, the labyrinth city above the dungeon, the Loki Familia was the target they had to chase. Not only had they already stood at the very peak of the city and even the world, but they also sought to go further. The goal of the expedition, the unknown floors after the deep floors, was also a secret known to all. Most people hoped they could create a miracle and break that record. At the same time, the companions within the Familia were also full of morale, giving their all for this shared goal. Not only others, even Fron himself was the same. After joining the Familia, he had deeply experienced the benefits that fame and reputation brought. Walking along Main Street, he could more or less receive admiring gazes. When buying things, familiar shop owners would greet him with a smile and even give him little trinkets as extras. It was the same when going to the great library of the gnomes. As though he had some kind of privilege, even the restricted section on the third floor was open to him. After all, this was the great library established by the spirit, its collection even greater than that of the Loki Familia. For example, travelogues outside the city described in detail the conditions and ecosystems of other nations. Thinking about the knowledge he had gained these past days, Fron carried a satisfied mood toward Babel's Plaza. In front of the facilities at the dungeon's entrance, his Familia companions had already packed the necessary supplies into wooden crates, neatly stacked together, with the banners of Loki Familia fluttering proudly overhead. Yo, you finally came. When Fron and Eyes arrived, several familiar faces were clearly waiting for them. Lulon and Svi. Ah, I wish you all success on this expedition. This is just a little gift from me, make sure to eat it on the road. Saying this, Lulun handed Eyes a carefully prepared lunchbox, but what puzzled the girl slightly was the pendant tied on top. What's this? SHH, just wear it when exploring below. Someone asked me to give it to you. Seeing the girl's mysterious look, Eyes instantly thought of that magician named Fells. All right. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fron stared strangely at the princess before him, who blushed, turned her head away, and didn't dare look at him. Svi. Ah, all right, here, take this. You'd better do your best. If you fail, I won't forgive you. For some reason, the girl raised her voice in shy anger, glaring at Fron with fake ferocity before shoving a small leather pouch into his arms. Then she turned and left, but her somewhat panicked escape looked rather clumsy. Wow, Svi, you snuck that in, huh? So bold. Shut up, you stupid dog. Eyes stared blankly at the two leaving figures, tilted her head in confusion, and wandered over to Fron. This is... I know, it's a charm of some sort. Don't you think anything about it. Eyes instead looked at Fron with puzzled eyes. Fron is excellent. It's normal that other girls like you, and also that. Whatever she thought of made her face flush red. Her eyes wandered, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, she said shyly, If we were two, I wouldn't mind if Fron had other girls. Fron stared at the blonde girl in front of him, who looked so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole, and listened to her stammered words in shock. What a bold declaration, and she didn't even mind if he had other girls. But clearly, Fron didn't interpret Eyes' attitude as tolerance, but as confidence. The confidence of the rightful queen. Hey Eyes, Fron, gather up. Tiona stood on tiptoe, waving at them from the crowd. Coming. Fron grinned, ignoring Eyes' struggle, and grabbed her small hand as they walked over. So embarrassing, Fran. What's embarrassing? Doesn't everyone already know about our relationship? Ah, Wells. Unlike a typical team leader, Finn stood atop the supply crates, raising his head high, short stature plus commanding presence. Everyone, for the glory and reputation of our low-key familia, this expedition must succeed. Failure is not an option. I hope in the upcoming exploration you bring forth your courage and wisdom and give it everything you have. You. With Finn's rousing speech, the expedition team immediately grew fervent, each member raising their weapon and shouting excitedly. Looking down at them, Finn scanned the group, then raised his own fist. Then now depart. UOHHH. This time, Lefia is assigned to the first squad too. In the upper floors, led by the trio of Finn and Riveria, with Eyes, Fran, the Amazon sisters, Bite, and other executives, plus Raoul, Anya, Alicia, and Elfie, Lefia was also among them. HMPH, Lady Riveria acknowledged my strength. Don't think you're the only one getting stronger. It seemed Lefia still held a grudge against Fran, but if stories were any guide, the beautiful girls who opposed the protagonist the most often ended up falling for him. Fran shrugged, not bothering to reply. You two better not act like this in the upcoming battles. The enemy won't hold back, you know. Riveria shook her head with a wry smile, lightly chiding them. Hey, don't you all think something's off here? Bite shoved his hands into his pockets, wagging his furry tail as he narrowed his eyes. What did you notice, Bite? We've been walking for about half an hour, and we haven't run into a single monster. Don't you think that's weird? Even on the upper floors, we'd normally bump into some weaklings, right? Everyone looked at each other in shock. That's right. Even for first-class adventurers like them, they'd normally encounter a few newly spawned monsters on the upper floors. But now, not a single one had appeared. That was obviously a problem. Finn rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 176, The King. That was obviously a problem. Finn rubbed his chin thoughtfully. At this moment, Fran suddenly spoke up. Could it be that before we arrived, some powerful adventurers cleared out all the monsters in this area, which caused the dungeon to stop spawning monsters for a short time? At the same time, Eyes took up Fran's words and continued analyzing. Along the way, the dungeon environment hasn't shown obvious damage. It's clearly not the dungeon self-repairing. Then, the only possibility is the one mentioned before. Artificially clearing out upper-floor monsters, or powerful adventurers, for what purpose? Confusion flashed in everyone's eyes, doubt surfacing one after another. The monsters here were too weak, they couldn't gain any experience, and the dropped magic stones were not only small but also of poor quality. Sniff, sniff, Captain, there's a scent of blood ahead. Anna Kitty calmly voiced her discovery. As a level 4 cat girl, her senses were so sharp that even Fran, a hexagonal magus, couldn't compare. After all, it was racial talent, innate from birth. Blood, did some adventurer get killed? Which direction? This way. Let's go. The moment the words fell, the party instantly reacted. Their figures blurred, rushing ahead at high speed. Help, help, a weak groan echoed from the dead end of the passage ahead. Beyond the stairway terrace, what entered their sight was an unfamiliar adventurer leaning against the wall, blood still pouring from his abdomen, his face deathly pale and extremely weak. Lefia, give him emergency treatment. Why yes, Lady Riveria. Quick, quick, save. Don't worry, what exactly happened? Why did you end up like this? Ah, there was a minotaur that appeared here. It killed all the monsters, and the adventurers who saw it were all injured and fled. A minotaur? Impossible. That monster only appears on the middle floors, the 17th floor. Could it be the last time? Impossible. Bite, Eyes, and I already confirmed and finished off those escaped minotaurs. Besides, these past few days I've come to the dungeon and haven't heard any rumors of minotaurs appearing in the upper floors. Finn, I'll go ahead and take a look. Fran already knew what had happened. He wanted to see how different the current Cranel was compared to the one in his memory. After enduring the brutal training of that elf, just how much had he grown? Hedin, nicknamed Hildeslafe, belonged to the Freya Familia, a level 6 magic swordsman. Together with Daneslave Hogni, they were called the Black and White Twin Knights, loyal guardians of the goddess Freya. Huh, Fran? Before Tiona could ask her question, his figure had already vanished into the depths of the passage. And then, a flash of dazzling gold streaked across everyone's vision as another figure chased after. Hey, eyes, wait for me. Tiona stomped her foot, muttered something under her breath, and also gave chase. I'll go take a look as well. I'll leave things here to you, Raoul. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to me. Clang, clang, clang. The clear clash of weapons echoed throughout the empty underground cavern. The dim phosphorescence faintly illuminated the vast chamber, where a boy and a monster were locked in fierce battle across the spacious arena. Is that Mr. Fran? Please, I beg you, save Mr. Bell, please. As Fran's figure appeared at the end of the chamber passage, a tiny figure drenched in blood came stumbling out. Lilaruka, so that's it. But even though Fran wanted to witness Cranel's adventure, unfortunately, this path is one way, and also I hope your low-key familia won't meddle too much, Flame Demon. Fran. Eyes, who had been right behind, also appeared. At first her eyes saw only him, but then her entire attention was drawn to that man standing opposite. Sheeing, a silver rapier was drawn, and Eyes instantly assumed a battle stance. But Fran raised his arm, blocking the girl's movement, and without taking his eyes off that man, spoke. Eyes, could you leave this one to me? I've been an adventurer for quite some time now, and I really want to fight him. That highest peak, how far away am I still from it? The girl was silent for a moment, but eventually sheathed her beloved sword. Then, be careful. The relationship between the youth and the girl had gradually grown closer. Through the daily morning training, she could sense his rapidly improving strength. She dared to say, no one knew his true strength better than herself. She was reassured. Besides, Finn, Reveria, and the others were still behind her. The ones who should truly be worried were the Hestia Familia. With that thought, Eyes bypassed Finn and Lilaruka, and with a sharp sound, her delicate frame accelerated and dashed ahead into the passage. Hey, aren't you going after her? Thank you, my lord. Thank you so much. Lilaruka hurriedly bowed to Finn, then quickly ran off. Until only the two figures remained in the passage. Watching the golden-haired swordswoman's figure rush forward, an invincible voice came from that man's mouth. I told you, your low-key familia had better not meddle too much. With that, his great sword slashed horizontally toward Eyes, aiming to force her back. Hey, strongest man in the city, striking at a girl isn't what a hero should do. How about taking me as your opponent instead? Besides, I've wanted to cross blades with you for a long time. Clang, a deafening clash of steel resounded through the passage, startling Lilaruka so much mid-run that she nearly stumbled. When she looked back, the situation had already shifted into deadly peril. The king and the flame demon. But at this moment, no one paid attention to the little Palom supporter of low presence, because the two men had already locked eyes, sparks flying between their gazes, staring tightly at one another. An exquisitely crafted staff clashed against a broad greatsword. Muscles swelled under Fran's cloak as he braced against the force surging toward him. Creaked. The weapons screeched from the grinding clash of metal. Feeling the immense power pressing against him, Fran secretly clicked his tongue. So this was the strength of the city's strongest. Without magic, without skills, relying only on technique and raw stats, yet this strong. Chapter 177, Orario's strongest adventurer Tilda. Without magic, without skills, relying only on technique and raw stats, yet this strong. But facing a powerful enemy, Fran's blood once again burned hot. This look. The burly man named Otter locked eyes with Fran. From the other's gaze, he felt a blazing, passionate fighting spirit, an unyielding will from the weak shouting at the strong. He had the qualifications to become a hero. Loki Familia, Flame Demon, Fran Argon LV5. Freya Familia, King, Otter LV7. Come fight. In a tone full of burning passion, Fran shouted out loud. Not bad, you're a worthy opponent. Clang, 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 clang. In just an instant, Fran pushed his ability values to the limit. The staff in his hand blurred into afterimages as he swung it with all his might. But the crisp ringing sounds and the hard resistance transmitted from the staff foretold that his swift attacks were completely defended by the enemy. Not only that, no matter what techniques Fran tried to unleash, his staff was flipped aside easily by Otter's great sword. At the same time, Otter's counterattacks broke through Fran's defensive circle more than once, leaving thin scratches on Fran's special cloak. So strong. That relentless countering, refined technique, and overwhelming presence from within. So this was the city's strongest. Again. Sliding his left foot back, Fran bent his body like a drawn bow and charged forward with a low shout. This time, he unleashed all his skills and strategies without reservation. Yet Otter still did not retreat a single step. Against Fran, a LV5, Otter completely defended against the furious assault in close-quarters combat, even countering with ease. As the battle went on, this situation became more and more frequent. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed Fran's golden eyes, as if he realized something. I thought I was the only one learning from this guy's techniques and experience, but this guy is learning from me as well. Truly a monster. Clang! After retreating again by borrowing force, Fran let out a deep breath, his gaze turning serious. Not enough, still not enough, only this much. Flame demon. For some reason, perhaps thinking of the goddess he admired and adored, or because of the words used to evaluate him, Otter's whole being also ignited. Boom, a deafening impact resounded, sending Fran's entire body flying back. He suddenly raised his head, golden eyes swirling with azure rings, all his focus locked on this unprecedentedly powerful enemy. So strong, no, too strong. Whether in ability values or technique, he's at the absolute peak without any weakness. Just standing there, he gives me the oppressive feeling of facing a towering mountain. So this is the strength of the city's strongest adventurer. Even in his normal state, he's not someone I can handle right now. But fighting him lets me learn so much. Fran, what happened? His companions, arriving a step too late, rushed to Fran's side. They had heard the sounds of battle from afar and thought something had happened to him, which was why they were so anxious. Hey Tiona Bita. Tiona calmly observed the surroundings, and then, the man with overwhelming presence naturally entered her sight. That's Freya Familia's king. Bita also bared his fangs, even pulling his hands out of his pockets, something he rarely did. Because in this city, no one dared underestimate him, the strongest adventurer of Orario. Why are you here? Tioni Bita fall back. What, he's LV7, wait, don't tell me you. Oh, Otter, huh, so the abnormal situation here is you're doing. Finn, HMPH, I advise you Loki Familia, not to meddle in matters concerning that lady. You mean, Freya Familia wants to clash with Loki Familia? Of course, Otter couldn't declare war on behalf of his Familia. That was not his goddess's intent. All right, Finn, leave this to me. What you're curious about is just ahead. This man is mine now, no problem with that, right? Fran spun his spear, narrowed his eyes, and smiled as he stared straight at Otter, suddenly interrupting their exchange. Fran, you. Finn, leave it to him, don't forget. Finn instantly understood what Reveria's words implied. To battle Otter, such a rare opportunity for learning wasn't something that came often. Especially for Fran, who possessed the reader's skill, Otter was practically a walking experience chest. All right, then let's check things out ahead. Seeing the Loki Familia members all rush forward, Otter felt that staying here no longer had much meaning. Don't rush off. It's not easy finding a worthy opponent, right? Especially with your current state. So, how about it continue? Provoking me with words, I didn't expect the famed flame demon to use petty tricks. But I can see the real answer in your eyes. HMPH, their clash began again. The staff thrust upward at a tricky angle, but Otter easily sidestepped it and swung down the great sword resting on his shoulder in a sweeping strike. Clang! Fran twisted his wrist, blocking head-on with his spear, and drove his knee toward Otter's lower body. Finn's move, huh? You learned it decently. No, just a part of it. Otter's unused right hand suddenly caught Fran's knee strike. Blue veins bulged across the back of his hand as a massive force surged from him. Fran's expression shifted, quickly retreating to gain distance. Not bad, interesting. This is just the beginning. Ha, with a stomp of his left foot, Fran blurred and once again charged forward. Chapter 178, This Farce. This is just the beginning. Ha, with a stomp of his left foot, Fran blurred and once again charged forward. The staff tip, wrapped in purple light, danced in chaotic motions, its afterimages even tearing through the forceful winds, making the very air wail in sorrow. But faced with such high-speed and continuous attacks, Otter wielded his great sword before himself with flawless precision born of superhuman skill, leaving no openings. His entire figure stood like an immovable iron tower, without even the slightest change in expression against the oncoming wave-like assault. Realizing that his attacks had absolutely no effect on Otter, Fran's eyes gleamed even brighter. That's it. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as staff and great sword collided, their blurred silhouettes crossing again and again. Around the unmoving, towering warrior, Fran's nimble footwork wove and darted, trying relentlessly to force his opponent back. Only when he unleashed the entirety of his strength did Otter's expression change ever so slightly, showing the faintest sign of pressure. With a sharp crack, the staff swung down from above, buzzing as it swept toward Otter, finally forcing him to step away from his original spot. To think you could grow stronger even mid-battle, I underestimated you a little. That man's deep, resonant voice calmly conveyed his view of Fran. Then I suppose I should get a little more serious. Fran grinned widely. I look forward to it. Boom, the third round, both of them moved at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. Explosive sounds of the air shattering erupted around them, rattling eardrums and hammering the spirit. As their fight grew more intense, their figures blurred further, trading blows while darting with blinding speed. They left stunned onlookers behind as they fought all the way from the 6th floor corridor to the 7th floor. Even monsters that happened to appear and land with a croak were instantly destroyed by the aftershocks of their clashing winds before they could even be aware. They battled purely with their own status and skills, using neither magic nor techniques, simply meeting each other head-on. Hey, 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 there's fighting over there. Damn, isn't that? Flame Demon and King, holy shit, why the hell are those two tearing it up here? Run. Run, aren't you curious about this huge scoop? Curious, my ass, you trying to get yourself killed. Boom. Once again, the staff was struck aside by the great sword, the sheer force shattering stalactites in the cavern, sending rubble flying and terrifying nearby adventurers into scattering for their lives. At the same time, Fran was sent flying yet again. Cough, cough. Feeling his trembling arms and slightly cramping body, Fran's face twitched with pain as he drew in a sharp breath. Is that all? No, you can be stronger. Give me more joy, Flame Demon. As the battle dragged on, Otter's blood as an adventurer boiled all the more fiercely. As you wish, biting his lip, the battle intent in Fran's eyes burned wildly. This human boy, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he that guy from before? Aside from Fran, Finn, Eyes, and the others entered the vast cavern and saw the boy fighting a minotaur. He's only level 1, right? At this rate, he'll die. The kind-hearted Tiona, watching the youth fight desperately against the minotaur, grew slightly worried. But when the same thought came from Bte's mouth, it sounded entirely different. How boring. If he's that weak, he should have stayed safe on the surface. Why bother dragging trouble down here? Hearing everyone's comments, Reveria closed one eye thoughtfully. That boy, just a month and a half ago, he was still a rookie, but look at his fighting style now. Are you sure he's really a rookie? I still remember Fran once said, "Don't underestimate that boy, he has something special." Is that so? Then let's just watch for now. Besides, in the dungeon, it's an unspoken rule not to interfere with someone else's prey, isn't it? Finally, Finn gave the order to simply observe with concern. Even if they didn't directly step in to kill the Minotaur, just their presence here already showed respect for him. Aside from the Minotaur battle, Fran and Otter's clash only grew fiercer. Their figures continuously crossed beneath the dungeon's phosphorescent glow, moving so fast that afterimages trailed behind them. The surrounding floor and walls shattered under the impact, fragments scattering like falling petals. The spear-like staff and great sword collided again and again, at such speeds that even the eye couldn't follow, the exchange of dozens of blows occurring in just the blink of an eye. Under their extraordinary strength, the weapons rang with deafening resonance. The furious exchange left Fran's Goliath cloak scarred with cuts, while Otter's gauntlets and shirt also bore several tears. Though only a little more than 10 minutes had passed since the fight began, the intensity left even Fran breathing slightly harder. Meanwhile, Otter's breathing remained calm and steady. By this alone, Fran was clearly suppressed. Yet even in such a fierce clash, both held back somewhat, neither had unleashed their true power. But for Fran, this was already enough. Boom! Otter, using his superior strength, knocked aside Fran's attack and deliberately stepped back a few paces. With practiced calm, Otter sheathed his great sword across his back and spoke slowly. "My mission is complete. The game ends here." Narrowing his golden eyes, Fran listened faintly to the sounds of battle deeper in the floor, thoughtful. This farce, your goddess really went through with it. Walking forward, brushing past Otter, Fran spoke with a half-smile, words that sounded strange to others but made Otter's face tighten. "Flame demon, you'd best not meddle in matters of that lady. I merely follow her orders." Being part of the low-key familia, Fran naturally understood the situation of the Freya familia well, and thus grasped Otter's meaning. He slung his staff across his back once more, waved casually without looking back, and let his figure fade into the darkness, leaving behind a faint drifting remark. "You think I have time to waste? I can barely handle my own affairs, no time to play children's games." Otter too departed without turning back. I thought as much. Chapter 179, Loki in Action tilde. Otter too departed without turning back. I thought as much. After Fran's figure appeared from deep within the passage, the battle between Cranel and the Minotaur warrior had already ended. A casual glance showed that Raoul had given him some potion to drink and was performing some simple bandaging. Done talking with Otter, Finn greeted Fran with a smile. Now that Fran had reached LV5, his combat power ranked among the top within the entire familia. Everyone no longer carried the same worry they once had when he was still inexperienced. Instead, what they felt was confidence in him. It was a little embarrassing, honestly. Clicking his tongue, Fran recalled his opponent's flawless human combat techniques and excellent strategy, which made his face twitch involuntarily. Finn chuckled. He had already expected this outcome. After all, as an old-timer, he knew the opponent's strength all too well. Perhaps Fran would need more sparring sessions with him before he could catch up with the older generation. For now, he still needed more tempering. "This boy is your acquaintance. What do you think we should do with him?" Finn shifted the topic to the unconscious Cranel. Just have someone escort him back to the guild headquarters. The treatment area there should be fine. It's no problem, not troublesome at all. Soon, Finn assigned a member without any immediate tasks to carry Cranel back to the surface. Afterwards, the group re-equipped themselves and once again set out on their journey. A few days later, while the low-key familia continued their expedition, advancing toward unknown territory in the surface city, yet another gathering of the gods meeting Denatus was being held. What made this one different was that Loki was unusually enthusiastic about attending, because another of her children had reached LV5. By convention, whenever an adventurer advanced to the next rank, they could be granted a new title. LV2, LV3 were considered third-rank adventurers, LV4 second-rank adventurers, and LV5 and above first-rank adventurers. As for why Fran had no new title at LV4, it was simply because he leveled up too fast. Barely days after the last Denatus, he had already advanced to LV4, and before the next one could even be held, he was already LV5. It was said that when the adventurer nicknamed Flame Demon advanced to LV5, people even opened bets on the matter. Some lost their fortunes, and some who boasted they would do ridiculous things if he leveled up within a year and a half, actually had to fulfill their humiliating promises. Babel Tower, 30th floor, the Pantheon. Loki, you came early today. Looks like you're in a good mood. The goddess Hephaestus greeted her close friend, having arrived early. Well, my Fran has advanced to LV5. I need to secure him a good title, so of course I came early. The red-haired goddess blinked her single eye and teased. You're the famous Loki. Who would dare mess around with your child's title? They'd have to have a death wish. HMPH, don't be so sure. I've got archenemies too. If that love-struck goddess rallies support, she'll be a pain to deal with. Haha, you two. Oh, and there's a new face at this meeting. Can you guess who? Loki sat beside Hephaestus, suspiciously glancing around. Who? These are all the same old faces, aren't they? Look, here they come. Following Hephaestus's gaze, Loki also saw the god entering through the door, and her expression froze. What, that little runt? Oi oi, look at this. The clash between the goddess of flatness and the magnificent lowly begins again. Ha ha ha, turns out it's Hestia and Loki. This meeting is worth attending just for this. I love watching those two fight, though last time I bet on Hestia and lost horribly. What about this time? Obviously, I'll bet on Loki. I heard one of her kids already reached LV5. No way, wasn't he just LV4 at the last meeting? Idiot, that was the one before last, he was LV3 then. Phew, too strong, and haven't you noticed? Hestia attending this meeting means her child leveled up too. Don't forget, she only has one familia member who joined less than 2 months ago. That speed rivals even the Flame Demon's promotion to LV2. Meh, the Flame Demon is special, you know that. His fame isn't just from his level, he's got strength, technique, experience, plus blacksmith and mystery. A fully developed genius with deep foundations, not to mention that bug-like skill of his. Ah, I really envy Loki's luck. When will I ever meet such an outstanding child? HMPH, silence all of you. The confrontation between Loki and Hestia ended. Then, Loki, Fran's patron goddess, strode arrogantly to the central table, slammed one foot on it, swept her sharp gaze around, and sneered. If you've got business, spit it out fast so we can get this over with and go eat. Wow, Loki's presiding this time. I thought it'd be Ganesha again. Look, Ganesha's over there on guard duty. I am Ganesha. Shut up, you idiot. With a sharp shout, Loki made Ganesha become silent, scratching his head. I doubt you boring lot have anything worthwhile, so let's skip all the trivial matters and move straight to the last agenda item. Bestowing titles on the newly advanced adventurers. Here we go, my favorite part. Ha ha ha, time for some unlucky kid to get stuck with a cursed title. Can't wait. The convening of the gods' meeting signified that Fran would soon receive a new title. But at that very moment, in the deep floors, on the 49th floor, the young magic swordsman was fiercely battling, completely unconcerned with such things. Fire bolt. Boom. In the canyon, a mass of large monsters was reduced to dust by the ultra-high-speed magic that Fran had amplified several times. Hey, Fran, take it easy, will you? Try to control yourself a bit. Even the magic stones are being blasted into ashes. Chapter 180, Dragons Earn Tilde. Hey, Fran, take it easy, will you? Try to control yourself a bit. Even the magic stones are being blasted into ashes. Tiona, carrying Urga, walked to his side and looked at the embarrassed young man with a speechless expression. This is just because I've recently leveled up. The power of my magic was a little exaggerated, totally beyond my expectations, and I still haven't figured it all out. The companions who had finished cleaning up the monsters looked at someone with awkward faces, their eyes seemingly saying, "Can't you speak properly? You call that a little exaggerated. That was way over the top." As Fran reached LV5, his magic power also became stronger. With an extraordinary magic attribute, the all-around amplification of the skill scholar, plus the boost from Scholar Argon, the magic output in terms of range, distance, and power had all turned into something bug-like. For example, Flame Bolt, when he cast it compared to when Bell cast it, the difference between the two was worlds apart. What was clearly a fast attack spell had, in Fran's hands, completely become a small area light cannon that could sweep the ground continuously. At this point, he had even abandoned short chant magic, because with his current combat power, if fast attack magic couldn't deal with the enemy, then short chant wouldn't work either. All right, everyone, we're lucky this time. The floor boss hasn't appeared yet. Let's quickly pass through the floor passage, camp on the 50th floor, and then have a full rest. Yes, Finn stood under the Familia banner and gave the order to advance. Dungeon, 50th floor, safe zone. The Loki Familia expedition chose a camping spot at the elevated center of the main passage, same as always. Under the command of the executives, the members busied themselves once more. Standing at the entrance to the passage of the 51st floor, Fran could hear behind him the sounds of boots hitting the ground as people ran, or hammers striking stakes. Before he could daydream for long, tents had already been erected. Compared to the previous expedition, this journey had gone quite smoothly, not only because Fran, the mage and healer, had reached LV5, but also because Eyes had advanced to LV6, and the executives had maxed out their status. According to Fran's estimate, barring any accidents, after returning from this expedition, several of the executives would likely break into LV6. What are you looking at? Eyes walked over expressionlessly to stand beside the young man, with Tiona and Lefia following behind her. I'm just feeling a bit nostalgic. Just looking at this passage reminds me of the last expedition. That was my first time spending such a long time and going so deep into the dungeon. It was quite a deeply engraved adventure. Last time there were some accidents, but this time, you'll definitely see the real hell after this. Dragon's Urn, huh? Yeah, that's the real hell. The monsters on the 58th floor will unleash powerful cross-floor attacks. So starting from the 52nd floor, we can't afford even the slightest pause. We have to run non-stop until the 58th floor. So scary. Lefia started trembling again. Lefia, you need to do your best too. This time you might have to become a supporter following the main force, after all you're a precious mage. And no way, with Lady Reveria and this guy, that's already enough. And this guy awkwardly rubbed his nose, laughing sheepishly. When it comes to fighting dragons and flying dragons, the more mages the better, right Eyes? Even Miss Eyes thinks so. Lefia, don't belittle yourself. During the last expedition, you already proved yourself. Everyone has seen your strength. So, hey, you guys, it's time to eat. And the captain is going to announce tomorrow's exploration plan. Hurry up and get over here. From afar, Tioni waved and shouted at them. Coming. On the open ground surrounded by tents, the logistics members lit the campfire, and the Familia members sat around it. Unlike last time, this time there were many new faces, namely the smiths from the Hephaestus Familia. Every time they reached the 50th floor, the banquet food was not only supplemented with special surface ingredients, but also fruits and dried meat from the dungeon, along with fragrant soup simmering over the bonfire, filling the entire camp with aroma. This was naturally to reward the members who had fought hard along the way and to boost morale. At this moment, Tsubaki and the other smiths were devouring food heartily, eating with such relish that the nearby girls looked on with envy. They're eating so deliciously. Drool dripped from the corner of Tiona's mouth, her throat moving restlessly. But Miss Tiona, I think you usually eat like that too. I do. HMPH, as your elder sister, I'm disappointed in you. As an executive of the Loki Familia, you must uphold proper etiquette like me. Tioni straightened her back and sipped her soup delicately with a spoon, pretending to be composed. Tioni, you weren't like this before, too fake. What did you say? Please don't start fighting. Fran and Eyes sat side by side, smiling without saying a word. It's worth mentioning that, under Fran's insistence, Eyes no longer ate dry rations, but the same food as everyone else. At some point, the girl had gradually begun to change herself. She kept asking deep down what kind of thing was driving her to change like this. Is it because of Fran? You've worked hard along the way, thanks. Finn expressed gratitude to Tsubaki and the others, since they hadn't brought spare weapons this time. Without the smiths accompanying them, it would have been a disaster for the whole team. Why so polite? Maintaining weapons for you is our duty anyway. Besides, we've already made a deal, just give us all the drop items from the deep floors, and that'll be fine. You're still the same as ever. And you still have the nerve to call me out, you big kid in a little body. Faced with the city's strongest smith, Finn was left speechless. Chapter 181, Weapons with Durandal Attribute tilde. Faced with the city's strongest smith, Finn was left speechless. By the way, Tsubaki, the Durandal equipment you prepared, it's about time you showed us too. I've been waiting for those words. I've carried them all this way, so I'll hand them over now. Even equipment with the Durandal or indestructible property would lose sharpness after frequent use. So when they first entered the dungeon, Tsubaki didn't give it to them right away, but only took it out now. Tsubaki stood up, called Finn, Gareth, Reveria, and the others into the tent, and laid a huge bundle on the ground. One by one, finely crafted weapons were revealed before everyone's eyes. The Roland series, 5 in total, all of them third-tier weapons with the Durandal attribute. Fran, Eyes, Reveria, and Lefia stood nearby, carefully examining these special weapons known as the Roland series. A full series, as expected of the city's strongest blacksmith. Tsubaki tilted her head, smiling at Fran. Fran, I heard you can forge first-tier special weapons too, and not only that, you combined smithing and mystery to create a never-before-seen staff lance with the Durandal property. Is that true? Just luck, pure luck. Since my combat style is a bit unusual, I made something tailored for myself. Being too humble is just annoying, man. Faced with Tsubaki's overwhelming aura, Fran quickly raised his hand and laughed awkwardly. Well, if you insist on saying I'm an excellent smith, then I'll gladly accept the compliment. That's better. For us blacksmiths, the most important thing is confidence. Only with confidence can the weapons we forge reach even greater heights. Remember that, kid. Why, yes, I'll keep that in mind. Tsubaki, thank you. Honestly, these weapons are perfect. Finn tested a silver spear before resting it on his shoulder. Beside him, Gareth picked up the double-bladed axe with the Durandal property and weighed it in his hands. Didn't expect a Durandal weapon to be this light. Better than I thought. But, there's no giant double blade I ordered. At that, Tsubaki shrugged. That one was impossible. If I spent all my time making something that extravagant, I wouldn't have had time to forge the rest. So make do with this great sword for now. Hearing this, Fran nearly burst out laughing. Tiona, the weapon destroyer, had already bled Goibniu Familia's smiths dry. And now, she was giving Hephaestus Familia's blacksmiths trouble too. Not only did Miss Tiona change her weapon, even Tione switched to a different one. That's a halberd. Trying out her new weapon, Tione looked very satisfied. Yeah, the monsters in the coming floors are all large types, so using larger weapons will be more convenient. I see. By the way, just so you know, because of material limitations and the added Durandal property, their power isn't top tier. But they still have at least second-tier offensive strength. In that regard, Fran's craftsmanship is actually better. Fran's scholar Argon not only had the Durandal property, but also powerful magic conduction and magic amplification abilities. Even with reduced raw power, its performance was at the level of first-tier weapons. From this weapon alone, one could see the unique combination of smithing and mystery. Even Tsubaki, the city's strongest smith, could never forge something like that. Well, I only got that far thanks to the convenience of having the mystery development ability. I told you already, stop being so humble. Having mystery itself is proof of your strength. After everyone finished inspecting the weapons, they returned to their seats. Finn clapped his hands to draw attention and quiet the group. As planned, let me confirm again. Starting from the 51st floor, a special assault squad composed of selected members will carry out the deep expedition. The rest of the members, along with Hephaestus Familia's smiths, will guard the camp. You must stay vigilant, absolutely no repeats of the last incident. Having suffered once already, you won't let it happen again, right? As the commander of the defense team, the Beast Human crews responded with full confidence. Leave it to us, Captain. This time we've prepared plenty of arrows, throwing weapons, and magic swords. They won't escape alive. Haha, then I'm reassured. Now then, let's decide on the assault squad members. This time, the lineup will be led by me, Gareth, and Reveria. Then Eyes, Tyone, Tiona, Bitet, and Fran. These were the main forces, Loki Familia's top-tier adventurers. The supporters will be Raoul, Anakitty, Elfie, Alicia, and Lefia. And lastly, Tsubaki, you'll join us as equipment manager. Of course, Fran can help you lighten the load. Haha, the deep floors, huh? Never thought I'd get the chance to see the sights down there. I'm super excited. For a member of Hephaestus Familia, exploring below the 50th floor was normally impossible, so Tsubaki couldn't hide her excitement. Though, perhaps what thrilled her wasn't the scenery, but the potential drop items from the deep floor monsters. What blacksmith could resist that? Thinking back to Fran's performance in the last expedition, the expectations on him were even higher this time. All right, everyone, rest well tonight and conserve your strength. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Fran downed the last of his soup, then stood and went to fetch his pack. Eyes, hand me your desperate. After cutting down so many monsters, it needs maintenance. Understood. Tiona, Tyone, what about you two? Well, we'll be using the Roland series' great swords against new species, but for regular monsters, Urga works better. So I'll leave it to you. Tyone and Tiona also handed their weapons to Fran, then followed him to the side of the camp. From the 50th floor's rock wall, a small stream flowed across a flat stone plate. It was one of the main reasons the team had chosen this spot to camp. Chapter 182, Poor Loki Tilda. From the 50th floor's rock wall, a small stream flowed across a flat stone plate. It was one of the main reasons the team had chosen this spot to camp. Taking out the whetstone and other tools he had bought earlier, Fran sat there, fully focused on sharpening his companion's weapons. Zai zai zai. The rhythmic sound of whetstone against steel echoed unnaturally under the backdrop of the water. Eyes and Tiona didn't speak, their eyes fixed on Fran's movements, though their thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. Nobody knew what they were thinking. Hey, Fran, your staff is a staff spear, right? Even though it has the Durandal attribute, doesn't it still need regular maintenance to keep its sharpness? Continuing his work, Fran replied, My staff spear isn't a purely physical weapon, so maintaining it is troublesome. It's not just a whetstone, there's also a different technique involved. For example, when maintaining the staff head, I need to remove the magic stone, and if it's too worn out, even replace it. Anyway, it's a real hassle. That's why, in general, I fulfill the duties of a rear-line mage. Even if I'm forced into close combat, I use a spare short sword. Oh, Tilda, I see. That sounds so complicated, but I didn't understand a word of it. HMPH, you stupid little sister, like you could understand. Who says that? I read books all the time. Tyone snapped back to herself, pouted, and glanced at her sister out of the corner of her eye. Sure. And all you read are things like Dungeon Holy Tales and Argonaut Heroic Saga, those fairy tales. HMPH, what's wrong with fairy tales? Aren't heroes cool? Heroes, my foot. I'm not interested in that kind of nonsense. As long as the captain is around, that's all I need. Heroes, huh? Eyes lowered her gaze from the distance, her eyes resting on Fran's serious side profile as he worked, her cheeks faintly flushed. The night passed peacefully. The surroundings shimmered with the phosphorescence unique to the dungeon, illuminating their surroundings. Taking out a pocket watch engraved with elven patterns, Fran checked the time, then stood up and stretched his waist. Splash! From the women's tents nearby, one after another energetic young girls stepped out. When they saw Fran already inspecting equipment and tools, they all smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Fran. Good morning, my beautiful ladies. My, Fran, you really know how to talk. You've made my heart flutter. Miss Alicia, you actually. Lefia's mind exploded when she saw Alicia hug Fran and tilt her chin up, gazing at that hateful man with her naturally gentle, watery eyes. You pervert, I'll let go of Miss Alicia at once. Savoring the fragrance wafting from the elven girl, Fran raised an eyebrow. Watching Lefia flail beside them stirred up the mischievous urge to tease her again. But before he could say anything, Alicia laughed and suddenly delivered a bold strike. "Oh my, Lefia, you're still young, you don't understand how popular an outstanding man can be. Even if Fran and Eyes are together, I doubt Eyes would mind adding me in as well. Tilda, right, Eyes?" PFFFD. Nearby, Raoul, Cruz, and the other male members were brushing their teeth when they heard Alicia's outrageous remark. They instantly sprayed their mouthfuls of water. Cough, cough, cough. To think Miss Alicia, an elf, would be this bold. Weren't elves' romances supposed to start with just holding hands? Why isn't Alicia following the rules? Damn you, Fran. You damn winner in life, Eyes isn't enough, and now even Miss Alicia. But Alicia had no intention of letting Fran go. Pressed up against him, her perfect devilish figure, mature and gentle, her well-defined features, her flaxen hair cascading down her shoulders, and being of the elf race, Franz swore. It wasn't on purpose, just instinct, but he was struggling to endure. If it's Alicia, it's fine. The main heroine's declaration appeared. Eyes' expression didn't change at all, she just cutely tilted her head and said it smoothly, naturally. Thump, thump, thump. A series of collapsing sounds came from the side. Plop. Lefia was completely dumbfounded. Her body went weak and she sat on the ground like a duck, her eyes hollow, as if all hope had vanished. Miss Eyes, why you can't just. Now, Lefia. Big sister is already 21 years old, you'll understand when you're my age. Outstanding men aren't always around, and Fran is truly one in a million. Hee hee. Lucky for us he belongs to the Loki familia Tilda. Alicia, maybe get ready first. Look, Finn and the others are already watching. Sensing the stares from around them, Fran patted Alicia's hair and gestured toward a certain direction. Huh. Finally noticing her royal captain's gaze, Alicia's cheeks flushed red. She adorably stuck out her tongue then, boldly did something unexpected. She kissed Fran on the cheek. Do your best, Fran. Leaving him flustered, Alicia skipped away with a smile. Touching the spot where the young lady had kissed him, Fran, for some reason, felt a rush of complicated emotions. Is that so? Another soft sensation came from his other cheek, but this time the fragrance entering his nose was completely different. When he turned his head stiffly, he saw, Eyes lowering her tiptoes, shyly tilting her head as she looked at him. This time, even though embarrassed, the girl firmly met Fran's eyes. So this is it, just doing this is enough to cheer Fran on. Fran rubbed his chin thoughtfully then. Yes, this is the correct way to cheer me on, just like how giving me a lap pillow helps me quickly recover my stamina. I understand, then from now on I'll always do it like this. And no way she just fell for it that easily, should I say, as expected of Eyes. Tiona and Tyone stood frozen beside them, dumbfounded. What was this, a pre-expedition reward, and a double portion? You guys stop messing around, we're heading out. Seeing the farce end, Finn rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Young people these days, ha ha ha. Well, isn't it nice? A child like Fran, so outstanding it makes people doubt life itself. Of course he'd attract so many girls. And with this, the next generation of the Loki familia is secured. And from that perspective, it's true. Poor Loki though, ha ha ha. Chapter 183, Back to the 51st Floor Tilda. And from that perspective, it's true. Poor Loki though, ha ha ha. Staff spear, rapier, double blades, scimitar, silver boots, short staff, magic staff, battle axe, long spear. The companions stood before the entrance to the passage leading to the 51st floor, all staring at the dazzling weapons in the hands of the special attack squad. A little later, in the center of the camp, the Familia's banner fluttered overhead, the black and white clown grinning comically as though moved by no wind at all. Feeling the emotions of expectation and hope welling up from behind them, everyone suppressed their mixed feelings and grew serious. Well then, everyone. Move out. Finn gripped his spear, swung his left arm, and the vanguard charged forward first. I've been waiting for this moment. Bite, relying on his superior speed, was the first to rush into the cliff-like passage. Damn it, wasn't I supposed to take point with my sister? Why's it that stupid wolf Bite instead? Can't you shut up, you're so annoying. Behind them came the Midgards, tasked with guerrilla support protection, and substitutions. You two focus, now's not the time for bickering. As commander of the team, Finn naturally occupied the mid-guard position, scolding the two harshly through the mask of the captain. Those two idiots. Thyone at Finn's side muttered in exasperation. Eyes pressed her lips together, glanced slightly over her shoulder toward Fran, and found the young man returning her gaze with encouragement. Xing. The silver rapier was drawn from its sheath, and her entire being became like a blade bared to the world, radiating a sharp brilliance. Midgard's Finn Thyone eyes. Ha, if Bite and Tiona still have the energy to squabble, then those two brats must be relaxed. That's good. At the rear, the dwarf Gareth shouldered his battle axe and laughed heartily. Raoul, Lefia, I don't expect you to be as carefree as Tiona and Bite, but at least learn from Alicia, Elfie, and Anakitty. In the coming exploration, only a calm mind can judge the situation correctly and respond properly. Beside Gareth, also serving as rearguard, Reveria firmly gripped her shield. But you're a mage. In situations like this, you must maintain a calm mind. Only then can you bring out your true effectiveness. Understood? Yes, Fran, also a rearguard, ran at the back with Gareth. Because of his special role, in addition to providing fast-cast magic support, he had another task, holding the rear. Together with Gareth, he would deal with pursuing monsters, protect Reveria, and cover the supporters trailing behind, Alicia and Anakitty. Thus, the formation was clear. Vanguard, Tiona Bite. Vanguard supporters, Raoul Tsubaki. Midguards, Finn Eyes Thyone. Midguard supporters, Lefia Elfie. Rearguards, Fran Gareth Reveria. Rearguard supporters, Alicia Anakitty. Each combatant was assigned 2 supporters, who carried spare weapons and supplies, and could swap out weapons frequently to deal with different monsters. For standard large-type monsters, first-class weapons were prioritized for their sharpness. Against new species, however, the Roland series Durandal weapons were mandatory. In addition, everyone carried numerous magic swords. For example, Bite carried 10 dagger-type magic swords, 5 strapped to each thigh. Fran, though a combatant, also bore a supporter's pack. Besides his primary and secondary weapons, it contained 4 longsword-type magic swords. Others didn't understand why he insisted on carrying a backpack, but they didn't realize that a pack sewn from black Goliath hide could serve as an excellent makeshift shield in a pinch. Arrowoar. The savage werewolf and the fierce Amazoness became merciless killing machines the moment they entered the passage, cutting down the oncoming monsters like a storm. /////. Freshly emerged from the 51st floor's passage, the 2 figures struck down the monsters rushing forward in the blink of an eye. A black rhinos, over 3 meters tall, didn't survive even a single breath under their explosive strength, collapsing into corpses and dust as the 2 stormed onward like the wind. Stick to the plan. We head straight along the main route until the next passage down. Mid and rear guards, stay alert to monsters approaching from the sides and rear. Vanguard, stay vigilant for new species. If spotted, issue a warning immediately. At this moment, Fran once again found himself in a familiar labyrinth level. Beyond the 50th floor's safe zone, the terrain was utterly unlike the great wilderness above. This was a typical dark labyrinth. The faint phosphorescence severely limited visibility. Though similar in structure to the upper labyrinths, both the scale and the monsters were entirely different, essentially 3 tiers higher. The passages here were wide enough for over a dozen people to walk abreast, yet under the dim light, it was impossible to discern the ceiling's height. Running through such vast, empty halls easily disoriented one, if not for Finn's leadership. Left turn ahead. Gareth, Fran, take care of the monsters chasing from behind. Roger. At once, both vanguard and rearguard received the command from the midguard commander. While sprinting at full speed, Fran leveled his staff, and as a black rhino lunged open-mouthed toward him, he thrust cleanly into its core. Cracked. The magic stone was shattered precisely, and the monster turned to dust instantly. Nice work, kid. That technique is real eye-pleasing like a veteran. Well, I am a level 5 now, old man. don't underestimate me. Ha ha ha, praise you a little and you get cocky. You've still got a long way to go, ha. Slash, a monster was cleaved perfectly in half by Gareth's great axe, so cleanly that not a drop of blood stained him. Impressive. Gareth, don't teach Fran your reckless ways. This is only the 51st floor. Save your strength and avoid unnecessary waste. Your fighting style is too extravagant. No need to worry about this kid. With his ridiculous stats, this is nothing. Fran twitched at the corner of his mouth, unsure whether to explain. Yes, his stats were high, his power strong, even capable of surpassing his level. But precisely because his power was beyond normal, it required far more stamina and mind to sustain. A level 5 fighting a level 6 can't last as long as a true level 6, that much is obvious. Chapter 184, Monster Wave Tilde. A level 5 fighting a level 6 can't last as long as a true level 6, that much is obvious. A special assault squad of 14 people, moving at a speed unimaginable for ordinary adventurers, quickly traversed the vast passageways of the 51st floor. As the squad advanced rapidly, it was as if the entire floor's monsters were being drawn to them, gathering toward the place where they were moving. Finn, the wall in front of the passage has broken. Look at that number. It seems many monsters will be born. Tiona, Bete, you don't need to act for this wave of monsters. Just move forward, leave the rest to us. Understood. At Finn's command, the moment the monsters dropped down with a croak, the squad, with Finn's precise judgment of distance and anticipation, struck exactly where needed. Pie. Suddenly, the curved blades, spears, and rapiers turned into afterimages, slashing through the monsters. In the blink of an eye, they defeated the black rhinos that hadn't even had time to react, and the squad passed through the stairway without slowing down. PSSHH. Likewise, Fran easily passed through, drawing his short sword and quickly finishing off the deformed spider that attacked from behind, joining Gareth in dealing with the rapidly increasing numbers of black rhinos. You lot move faster, don't fall behind the squad. The old man reminded the middle guard, supporters Elfie and Lefia. Why yes, sorry. Click. Once again cutting down the chasing horde, Fran clicked his tongue, glanced at his short sword, and helplessly sheathed it back at his waist. Against large types in the deep floors, a short sword feels a bit inadequate. Looks like I'll have to switch to heavier use. Ha, don't worry. If we can reach the 58th floor and clear the enemies there, we'll have time to properly reforge weapons. I hope so. His staff spear required complicated maintenance, but thankfully, Fran carried new magic stones in his pack, or else he'd be in trouble. They pressed forward, as if the vast dungeon itself trembled. It was the dungeon's roar against the invaders. To block these adventurers, monsters surged endlessly from every direction. From crossroads, from the ceiling, from walls, from side passages, even from beneath the ground. Anything you could imagine, they would encounter. The monsters formed black waves, unending, one after another. The birth rate and numbers were enough to drive ordinary people and adventurers on the surface into despair fearsome and overwhelming. Yet this assault squad, formed by the city's most elite familia, knew no such thing as retreat in the face of this tide of monsters. You damn bastards, get out of my way. A greatsword fell from above. Tiona, relying on her skill and strength, easily wove into the waves of monsters, mercilessly slaying those around her. Arg, this isn't satisfying. Raoul, give me my great double blades. Yes, Miss Tiona. As the vanguard supporter, Raoul carried replacement weapons for Bete and Tiona. From his weapon pack, he drew out Tiona's personal weapon, forged from rare materials. Ha, my big double blades really feel right. Arg, here I come. With that, Tiona spun rapidly with the massive weapon, charging straight into the horde in a line of destruction. Wait, Miss Tiona, don't break away from the squad. Pie. Dozens of monsters were mercilessly slaughtered under Tiona's display, right before everyone's eyes. Raoul's face stiffened slightly. Raoul, focus. Sorry, Captain, I got it. Stop showing off, it's so annoying. Seeing Tiona's overwhelming display, Bete once again sped up. As someone long trained in guerrilla tactics, Bite used his unmatched agility and speed, smashing monsters ahead with silver boots. His figure struck and retreated, swift and elusive, yet always hitting weak points to kill in one blow. Bite and Miss Tiona seem a little too excited. Running, Lefia looked at the two first-class adventurers who could still show such feats while advancing, her face scrunched in fright, barely able to breathe. "Ha, what's this? So this is the deep floors, huh? Looks like tagging along with you guys was the best choice I ever made." With a speed invisible to the naked eye, Tsubaki's katana cleaved a black rhino on the right, laughing as she did. Raoul, beside her, was stunned by her terrifyingly sharp skill. "Miss Tsubaki, but aren't you a blacksmith?" "What's that? Of course after I forge weapons, I need to test them. Then, swinging them in the dungeon, before I realized it, I was already this deep. Naturally, I got stronger." Raoul felt like he was stabbed in the heart. That was too cruel. She just got strong without realizing it. With the squad's rapid charge, more than half the 51st floor was cleared. If they descended the stairs ahead and turned past two forks, they would reach the 52nd floor passage. "Lefia, be careful not to use powerful magic." Finn licked his thumb, reminding the young mage who had just grown but still lacked deep floor experience. "Hey." Lefia, using powerful magics draws the attention of variant monsters. Until they appear, don't do it. "I understand, Lady Reveria." Indeed, it was best not to encounter variants too early, so they could advance faster. Once they encountered variants, then using magic power would be fine. Fran already knew this, which is why he only used fast-cast magic sparingly to thin out pursuing monsters. Just as Tiona was wielding her double blades, spinning with her sword storm, and creating a bloody vortex among piled monsters, a sound different from the others approached from the front. A dense shasha sound, like that of arthropods. "Finn, it's a variant," the humanoid monster radar quickly warned. "So, it's here at last. A new variant, good." Finn's eyes flashed as he quickly issued orders. "Tiona, switch with eyes. Eyes, take the front. Fran, use fast-cast magic to cover eyes and Bite. Reveria, Lefia, prepare wide area annihilation magic." "Understood, ×5. While running, Tiona slowed and switched positions with eyes in an instant. "Flame bolt." Boom! The moment Eyes activated her magic, an orange pillar of flame surged between her and Bite, sweeping forward with blazing heat, striking the swarming variant worms. Boom, 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 boom. Against their natural enemy, magic, the swollen, sluggish worms couldn't even dodge, and Fran's spell blasted a huge hole in their midst, revealing scorched ground. But the gap was quickly filled by their kin, surging from behind. Eyes, wind. Wind, come forth. Chapter 185, Reveria's Strength, the 52nd floor tilde. Eyes, wind. Wind, come forth. The members' coordination could be said to be accurate to the millisecond. As Eyes swung her silver rapier, a raging storm wrapped around her, while the werewolf drew the Roland series twin swords at his waist for the first time. "Die for me, you disgusting creature awe." With the protection of Eyes' wind magic, the two vanguards instantly charged into the monster's formation and began a massacre. Orware. The entire passage echoed with the adventurers' roars and curses, mingling with the monster's wails of agony. The clash between the two sides flared up. The foul stench and terrifying sprays of corrosive liquid still made them frown, but unlike last time, the adventurers, now familiar with their enemy's abilities, no longer appeared clumsy. Instead, they carried out a one-sided slaughter. With Eyes and Bite at the front, the two used barriers formed by wind magic to deflect every attack, whether the corrosive breath, rupturing bodies, or self-destructive splashes. None of it could reach them, swept away by the raging storm swirling around them. The silver rapier turned into an afterimage, Eyes unleashing lightning-fast slashes that cleanly dismantled enemies' bodies. Empowered by speed and the wind's support, Bite easily kicked through the bodies of monsters. Boom! Occasional pillars of flame from the rear helped Eyes and Bite clear away monsters the two couldn't handle, disrupting enemy formations. With brand new Durandal equipment, the advantage of information, and perfect coordination, the adventurers fought the new species once again, now holding absolute dominance. Adding in the strengthened Fran and Eyes, the team's overall combat strength was on a whole new level. In less than 10 minutes, thanks to Fran's successive rapid-fire spells and Eyes and B-Tech clad in wind, countless new monsters were mercilessly cut down. Even their endless numbers couldn't withstand such overwhelming waves of attack. Eyes' wind is practically their natural enemy. Tiona, now at Midgard, laughed cheerfully. Reveria, prepare your magic. Harbinger of the end, the white snow. Blow with the wind before the twilight. Closing light, the freezing land. Blizzard, the 3 severe winters, my name is Alf. Reveria's first stage chant was finally spoken aloud. This seasoned mage, using the overwhelming suppression created by Fran, Eyes, and Beta, employed parallel chanting techniques to complete her spell. For the city's strongest mage at LV, 6 is peak, these worm monsters didn't even warrant her second stage spells. And, for a party desperate to break through their current predicament, wide area control magic was even more effective. All units retreat, artillery incoming. In the midst of battle, Finn activated his commander's skill, delivering his order clearly into everyone's ears. Following his message, Eyes, Betet, Tiona, and the others swiftly withdrew toward the middle and rear, avoiding the straight line before Reveria. In that instant of reformation and contraction, the enemies seized the opportunity, surging madly at the adventurers and unleashing sprays of corrosive breath. Fran, I'm already ready. I understand. Trying to break through during the gap, as Reveria prepared her magic, was all within Commander Finn's expectations. In this brief vacuum, where the entire party had no offensive capability, Fran's rapid-fire magic was the perfect filler. At the back of the formation, the young man's expression twisted in disgust as he faced the nauseating worms, loudly shouting the name of his spell. Flame bolt. Boom. Flame bolt. Boom. 2 massive pillars of fire shot through the path cleared by his companions, engulfing every enemy closing in on the team. Orward. The monsters shrieked in terror, thrashing their bodies, but it was futile. Win Fimble Vetters. A green magic circle illuminated everyone's faces, and from Reveria's hands came the most supreme winter's deathly radiance. Whoa! Visibly, 3 brilliant white blizzards pierced through the passage, stretching as far as the eye could see. The chilling bombardment froze every single monster in sight on the spot. Even the dungeon's floors, walls, and ceiling were no exception, all turned into a world of ice and snow. From the city's strongest mage came the strongest bombardment. With a single strike, the entire horde was annihilated. The dazzling brilliance was so overwhelming that Finn, Gareth, Lefia, and the others could only stand awestruck. As expected of Lady Reveria, so strong. Even Fran, secretly comparing himself, could only feel utterly inferior in the end. With her ultimate stats, almost cheat-like double amplification skills, and enhanced chant time, even Fran's full-power magic could hardly match this level. Judging from Reveria's calm expression, she clearly hadn't even gone all out. Don't forget, both Reveria and Lefia's attacks were capable of spanning 2 whole levels. That was their terrifying nature. As expected of you, Reveria, if only the magic swords I forged could unleash this kind of power. Miss Tsubaki, if magic swords could do that, then us mages wouldn't even have a place anymore. Lefia puffed her cheeks and protested indignantly. Well, it's true it's impossible to make them that powerful. Reveria's magic had completely frozen the dungeon. Not only did it annihilate all the monsters in one stroke, it even disabled the dungeon's monster birth function. Taking advantage of this, the party smashed the frozen monsters into pieces and dashed ahead, finally reaching the passage to the 52nd floor. Use this time to recover, everyone, especially Eyes and Fran. You two spent the most just now. Understood. At this point, Fran didn't hesitate to take out his carried potions for mental energy recovery. Tossing one to Eyes, he downed one himself. From here on, we must be prepared to proceed without resupply. The moment we step into the passage, there will be no retreat, only the path forward. Finally, in the coming floors, conserve your strength as much as possible. We need to reach the 58th floor in one go. Do you all understand? Yes. Then, welcome to Hell, adventurers. Chapter 186, The Scenery of Hell, Dragon's Vase, Tilda. Welcome to Hell, everyone. Then let's go. At the entrance of the 51st floor passage, the Special Attack Squad only took a brief rest before charging straight into the passage of the 52nd floor. When their vision opened up again, what unfolded before the adventurers was a labyrinth terrain similar to the 52nd floor. Increase speed, everyone control yourselves from here on, avoid fighting monsters as much as possible. Even if forced into a fight, there's no need to kill them, just repel them. Our destination is the 58th floor. Understood. As the adventurer squad sped up again, the groups of monsters closing in on them were gradually left behind. Only occasionally would monsters suddenly appear along the path, which the group managed to deal with in passing. Hey, that's a deep floor drop item. Aren't you going to pick it up? Sorry, Miss Tsubaki. From the moment we entered the 52nd floor, we must maintain high speed at all times. We absolutely cannot stop. Cannot stop? It was Tsubaki's first time in this domain called Dragon's Vase, and she knew nothing about it. This was the advantage of the Loki Familia. Even though Fran had never experienced it firsthand, he was thoroughly informed about this place, so he, unlike Tsubaki, had no doubts. Running, Raoul grabbed Tsubaki, who almost stopped, cold sweat dripping nervously from his forehead. Why can't we stop? This is my first time here, I don't know the information. What exactly is in this place? Only now did Tsubaki notice that not only Raoul, but even the others shared a sense of urgency. Lefia, Elfie, and the others all had faces pale from an all-encompassing sense of crisis, swiftly following the steps of the first-class adventurers without falling behind. Among the supporters, only the usually calm Anakitty and Alicia managed to stay composed, though they too clung close to the group, compressing the formation. We've already been locked on. Don't say anything, just obey the captain's orders. Don't stop, don't look back, just keep running. Locked on by monsters, but I don't feel anything. Returning quickly to her place, Tsubaki looked left and right while running. The same dim phosphorescence lighting the path, the maze's usual forks and chambers, and behind them the relentless pursuit of monsters, but within the squad's safety range, she noticed nothing strange. Targeted, Tsubaki sensed no suspicious presence. Miss Tsubaki, it's below us. At the very rear, carrying a supporter's pack, cloaked in black with a staff spear in hand, Fran calmly explained. Below isn't. Tsubaki, don't slow down. At this moment, the dwarf who had forged an exclusive contract with her kept urging from behind, his tone unusually urgent. When the team grew quiet again, with only the sound of hurried footsteps remaining, Tsubaki finally perceived the strange, tense atmosphere of the group, holding their breath and straining every muscle to hasten their pace. Soon, the sense of wrongness around them became clearer the farther they ran, and she gradually detected that chilling presence strong enough to terrify even her, a level 5 first-class adventurer. That aura, like calamity and destruction itself, painted in her mind an image of a hell of magma suffused with sulfur. Rumble, the ground shook beneath their feet, sending tremors through their bodies. The disaster she envisioned, she now felt it clearly. This sound is the roar of the king of monsters, a dragon. Fran, breathing steadily, spoke the dreadful answer for her. The roar of the dragon could shake eardrums even through the dungeon floor. A dragon, the true king of monsters. Even in this endless monster-infested labyrinth, they stood at the very pinnacle. Even a mere infant dragon, with the faintest trace of dragon blood, was the strongest existence in the upper floors. Any creature bearing the title of dragon had never been weak. The continuous roars shook the adventurers' spirits. Tsubaki looked around, but could not see the source. Don't bother looking, for now we still can't see them. Finally, Gareth spoke up to quench Tsubaki's curiosity. Finn. Yeah, I know, they've already locked on to us. In this situation, we must never stop. even we would be wiped out instantly. Run, run faster, don't stop. The Palom commander gave the order to continue at top speed. This was a life-or-death sprint. When more monsters blocked their path ahead and Bete and Eyes prepared to strike them down, Finn stopped them. You two are forbidden to fight. From here on, all monsters will be handled by Fran. If you act, the squad's overall speed will drop. Fine. Understood. Fran, we leave it to you. Yes, that would be best. Firebolt. Boom. The monster group of deformed spiders and black rhinos was easily wiped out by Fran in a few blows, their bodies and magic stones disintegrating into dust. As time passed, some squad members' breathing began to grow ragged, clearly overwhelmed by the constant pressure of the threat. Reveria and Finn both noticed the states of Leffia, Elfie, and the others, quietly thinking, is the mental strain too much? The unknown crisis, the oppressive dread, and the monsters' intermittent roars all drove their minds toward chaos. As they crossed most of the standard path of the 52nd floor, Eyes, silent until now, suddenly had her golden eyes sharpen, softly warning the group. It's coming. Coming, what's coming? At Eyes' words, tension gripped the faces of the others. Bete Tiona turned left immediately, clear that spot. The commander's order was instantly carried out. This time Bete and Tiona had no time to bicker. And just as Finn's command was executed, as Bete and Tiona led the squad around the corner. Boom, 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 boom. The dungeon floor shook violently, the pressure surging closer. The scorching heat seemed to twist the very space of the dungeon, as a wave of searing flames burst upward from below, piercing through the ground and surging straight to the ceiling. Only after the adventurers had rushed quite a distance did they turn back, gazing at the terrifying pillar of fire and the crimson shockwave erupting from the gaping hole, their faces lit red by its glow. Tsubaki's shocked face, Finn's profile, and the cloaks of Gareth and Fran at the rear were all dotted with sparks. The scorching heat striking from behind made Fran bare his teeth in discomfort. Hey, old man, don't you think this attack's a little over the top? Even my special cloak can barely handle it. HMPH, is that all? Seems your toughness is nothing special after all, Fran. The two of them, even while trailing at the very back of the group and being so dangerously close to that unimaginably massive explosion, still had the composure to jest. That alone proved their mental strength was indeed formidable. Gareth's toughness was expected, but Fran's performance on his first step into Dragon's Vase made the three veterans glance his way more than once. To that guy. The leading B-Tech clicked his tongue, pressing forward as they rushed back into what had once been a dead zone. Oi, oi, you've got to be kidding me. That kind of attack, you're saying it really came from below. In Tsubaki's one-eyed view, it looked exactly like a volcanic eruption. Not only the pillar of flames surging to the sky, but even the 52nd floor's solid ground had been completely melted, buried under fire. Yet the terrifying attack didn't stop there. After piercing the 52nd floor, it blasted through the ceiling into the 51st. This is just, now this is interesting. The adventurers, still running at full tilt, showed no intention of slowing down. In fact, they pushed their speed even higher. Normally, such reckless rushing in a dungeon was against every rule of survival. But the monster roars and screams that had always surrounded their ears had completely vanished. The massive groups of monsters chasing after them had, unsurprisingly, been vaporized without a trace. Bete Eyes, keep left at the fork ahead. We're turning west into that passage. Understood, too. Reveria, Fran, start chanting defensive spells. In this situation, it doesn't matter if we draw in more new species. Attacks like that don't distinguish between friend or foe. Even they'll be vaporized instantly. Assemble, breath of the land, my name is Alf. Veil breaths. Son of the relentless sky, all shall flee from thy presence. Bloom forth, laurel armor. Lamure. Almost at the same time, the two magicians began their chants for supportive and defensive magic. As their brief incantations ended, two overlapping magic circles of varying shades of green bloomed around them, and layers of green light spread out like gauze, enveloping the entire party. And at the very instant, the magic took effect. The figures of the party blurred, their speed suddenly surging to a new height. Lamure, a protective spell, one Fran had once come across by chance in the dungeon from a certain girl, who taught it to him for free. Its effect reinforces endurance and greatly enhances agility, scaling proportionally with the caster's magic power. A buff-type spell with immense growth potential, but due to its strict time limit, Finn had only now ordered Fran to cast it. Veil Breath, a defensive spell, one of Reveria's 3 great magics. Its effect increases both physical and magical resistance, forming a protective aura. Like enchantments, it lasts for a time and even lightly heals physical wounds. Similarly, it's time-limited, and its effect weakens rapidly with repeated damage until it disappears. Wow, Fran and Reveria's magic is amazing. I feel like my endurance and agility both went up a ton, especially agility. My body feels lighter, I'm way faster. Enough, now's not the time for chatter. Eyes, how many? 6, no, 7, 8. 8 of them, huh? The humanoid monster radar was already exaggerated for normal monsters, let alone dragon species. They're coming again, watch out. Boom! Even as she spoke, pillars of fire erupted one after another from behind the group, shaking the dungeon. The searing heat distorted the air, making it hard even to breathe. Without Fran and Reveria's magical amplification, their speed would have long since dropped. And then, the result would be obvious. As more and more vertical shafts opened up where the floor had been blasted through, the roar of the dragons from deeper below grew ever clearer in their ears. The entire 52nd, no, from the 51st to the 58th floors, the so-called Dragon's Vase, trembled and echoed with its roars. Boom, boom, boom. Oi, oi, this never ends. Are we seriously gonna have to keep running all the way to the 58th floor? It wasn't just Tsubaki whose forehead was beaded with sweat. Supporters like Lefia, Alicia, Raoul, Anakitty, and Elfie all felt the pressure mounting unbearably. Lefia's mind was blank, her delicate face bloodless. No matter how much preparation and intel she'd gathered beforehand, experiencing such an adventure firsthand left her trembling uncontrollably. If Gareth and Fran hadn't kept urging the group not to stop their steps, she would have collapsed in exhaustion long ago. Boom! Another explosion tore through the floor just behind them, flames erupting skyward. The adventurers' hearts pounded faster and faster against their will. Don't lose focus, keep running. Sensing his comrades wavering, Finn calmly carried out his duty as commander. The continuous, unrelenting, floor-piercing attacks, forget the supporters, even the frontline fighters, the first-class adventurers themselves, had only one option: run. The endless flames spewing upward seemed like the devil's whispers themselves. The overwhelming crisis from behind forced them all to pour their entire focus into resisting fear. But in such a state, it was inevitable that they'd misjudge their surroundings. Oi, Raoul, watch above. Flame bolt. Boom. Chapter 187. Valgang Dragons, Ill Wyvern Tilda. Flame bolt. Boom. The flame magic that shot upward was quickly released by Fran, but it was still a step too late. Whoosh. That is, no good, it's a deformed spider. The deformed spider, hidden in the corner of the dome, launched a sneak attack on the panicked adventurers from a blind spot. A sticky and terrifying strand of spider silk wrapped around Raoul's arm before he could even react, instantly pulling him off balance and into the air. Fortunately, Fran's preemptive strike swiftly killed the monster, allowing Raoul to fall back down from midair. Boom! But at that very moment, as if bad luck, a pillar of flame shot skyward, instantly piercing the floor and forming a shaft more than 10 meters in diameter. And the unlucky Raoul fell right into it. Raoul! Everyone's faces changed dramatically. But it wasn't over yet. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 more strands of spider silk shot out from other blind spots, this time targeting Lefia and Alicia. The group, caught mid-run, had no time to react. Even Fran, having just cast a rapid-fire spell, was unable to counter in time and could only watch as the two were snatched into the air. Heave-ho, watch me. At the critical moment, Tiona leapt into the air with her great sword, and in an instant severed the silk threads with a clean strike. But since there was no way to regain footing in midair, the three of them were dragged into Raoul's fate, falling together into the shaft below. Damn it! 3 supporters and a first-class adventurer falling together sent shock through the team. Finn! Tione, Fran, you two follow them down. Fran, if Reveria's magic effect wears off, make sure you buff them immediately. Understood. The two carried out Finn's order without hesitation and jumped in after them. Seeing Fran separate from her, Eyes faltered about to follow, but Finn quickly stopped her. Eyes, the rest of us still need you and Beta to handle the new species. With Tione and Tiona, that's more than enough to protect Lefia, Alicia, and Raoul. And Fran's all-around support is there too, it won't be a problem. Don't forget, we still have Elf, Anakitty, and Tsubaki with us, so now we'll take the normal passage to floor 58. Besides, them being down there now might actually be a good thing. Oh yeah. Lefia's delicate face turned pale, eyes squeezed shut in a twisted scream. As Fran once teased her, this was her true, crying face. Doubly what do we do? The girl was on the verge of tears. Raoul, nearly just as shaken, was also on the verge of crying. We're doomed. Unlike the two of them, Alicia remained calm and composed. There's always more solutions than problems. Fran once said that before the next wave of dragon breath comes, we have to think of something. A solution. Boom. But the dragons didn't seem willing to grant them even a sliver of escape. From the bottom of the shaft leading to the 58th floor, a massive Valgang dragon raised its head once more, opened its savage jaws, and in the despairing eyes of the group, unleashed its deadly breath. The thick scent of death filled their bodies, as the blazing fireball of destruction surged toward them. Face your end, Ragnarok. Surtur. Just as the explosion was about to consume the three and vaporize them, a chant resounded from above. A figure descended, wreathed in black-crimson lightning and flame, staff spear pointed forward, body transformed into a streak of black light. Bang, bang, bang. The black flash wrapped in crimson lightning pierced through the massive, terrifying super-explosion in an instant, opening a passage of hope within the flames of despair. Mr. Fran. Fran. So cool. Golden hair blew wildly in the downward draft, black cloak flaring with snapping sounds. On the mysterious staff spear, rings of magic circles spun, shining with violet light. Who else could it be but Fran? D-damn, it's so hot, damn hot, hola. The heroic figure suddenly broke the mood. You were so cool just a second ago. Alicia felt entirely safe after Fran appeared, and in that moment, she even slipped into an adorable, casual tone without realizing it. Wow, Fran, isn't this way too much? Taking that attack head-on with your face and only saying it's hot, anyone else would have been vaporized. Tiona shouted as she descended after them, catching up quickly. Now you understand. Aside from Reveria's magic, most of it is thanks to this cloak. So that's the mysterious effect you mentioned. Yeah, it has extreme resistance to monsters' special attacks, so it's just hot instead of fatal. Everyone present knew where that cloak came from. It was a drop item from the mutated floor boss Goliath. No one expected it to have such a function. Only today, a year later, did the cloak reveal the secret. Now's not the time for chit-chat, those things are coming too. Tione, wielding her weapon, said grimly as she looked at the figures flying up from the 58th floor. Those are. Aside from Valgang dragons, there are also massive types. Ill wyverns. Using the shaft blasted open by the Valgang dragons as a passage, the airborne enemies of the dragon's vase descended, the ill wyverns. In the hundreds-meter-deep shaft, the party kept falling with nowhere to land, while their enemies had full flight capability. It was clear how deadly the battle ahead would be. They're here. Ru Arve. The ill wyverns roared hideously, spreading their wings and lunging at the adventurers with razor-sharp fangs and claws. Fran, Tiona, protect those three. Once we're past the shaft, that will be our battlefield. Flame bolt. Seizing the initiative, Fran swung his staff spear calmly, and a magic circle flared. Boom! Chapter 188, Reaching the 58th Floor Tilda. Seizing the initiative, Franz swung his staff spear calmly, and a magic circle flared. Boom! A pillar of flame descended from above, shooting straight down. The few wyverns charging at the front were instantly engulfed by the might of the magic. Ruare. Even LV, 5 wyverns could not withstand Franz's extraordinary magic attack. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Grrr. But his counterattack seemed to enrage the enemy. From the vents of the floors, countless wyverns suddenly surged out again, flapping their wings repeatedly. One after another, they formed into groups, roaring as they charged fearlessly at the adventurers. Lefia prepared a wide area annihilation spell. Raoul used the magic sword to cover her. Alicia, provide support and delay them with your bow. As for the frontline battle, Tiona and I will take it on. Fran, you'll support the 2 of us and also act as the final barrier, protecting the other 3. Because of his versatility, Fran was always a very special existence in the party. His position had been adjusted from rear guard to center guard. As the only one in the team who possessed close, mid, and long-range attack methods, whether it was covering, supporting, or protecting, his role was irreplaceably important. On top of that, with his exceptional healing ability, he alone could elevate the entire party's combat standard. This was precisely why Finn had allowed them to descend. Understood, even as their bodies kept falling, the adventurers did not sit idly by. I'll go first. No matter the time or place, Tiona was always the one to charge ahead. Raising her massive weapon orga above her head, she harnessed the force of their rapid descent and plunged straight into the horde of monsters in the blink of an eye. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The wyverns, even though they specialized in flight, had average abilities otherwise. Against Tiona's high-level stats and first-class weapon, the ones blocking her path were cut down instantly. Watch your flank, Tiona. A fast, unusually large one is circling behind you. What? Warned by her sister, Tiona glanced with the corner of her eye, her expression tightening. Flame bolt. Boom. Just as the enemy's claws and fangs were about to tear through Tiona's body, a pillar of flame fell from the sky, instantly engulfing the massive foe. Fran, thanks. Don't get too carried away, be more careful. Blahe. Having just helped Tiona, Fran's golden eyes glowed with azure circles of light as he kept vigilant, prepared at any moment to unleash magic in support. The enemies could freely change direction midair, and they began exploiting this advantage to attack the adventurers. But under Fran's cover from above, not a single monster could get close to the others. Whenever they tried to flank or ambush the 2 wild sisters, a sudden intervention of magic wiped them out, rendering their efforts meaningless. It wasn't just Fran's rapid-fire magic. Alicia beside him was just as formidable. Thunk. An arrow of finely crafted metal pierced through a wyvern's eye and out the back of its skull. Having trained her archery to perfection, her shots never missed. Each arrow struck the wyvern's eyes with deadly precision, causing them to roar in pain, lose direction, and flail wildly, sometimes even colliding with their own kind. The moment they staggered from the collision, Tiona and Tione seized the opportunity, unleashing a one-sided slaughter. Miss Alicia is so strong too. As if she'd heard Lefia's whisper, even amidst battle, Tiona found time to joke with her. Heth, don't let Alicia's quiet demeanor fool you. Among the LV4s in the Familia, she's one of the strongest. With the wyverns suppressed, the party's pressure lessened, giving them a chance to breathe, until Fran's cold warning tensed their nerves again. You too, be careful, the Valgang dragon's breath is coming again. Seeing the dragon's throat swelling with energy, preparing to unleash another volley, Tione and Tiona's expressions darkened. Tiona, switch with me. Without magic resistance gear, you might survive 1 blast, but 2 will finish you. Fran's expression sharpened. Planting his staff lance into the wall, he kicked off the passage wall to accelerate his fall even further. You too, reach out. Ay. In a flash, he caught up to the sisters, grabbed them both, and with a strong swing, hurled them upward, instantly repositioning them to the rear of the team. Boom! the additional magic surtur's flame wrapped around his body once more. Combined with his cloak, even if he took the dragon breath head-on, he could withstand over a dozen blasts. Breakthrough! The dragon breath slammed into him head-on, engulfing Fran's figure completely. Hiss! But once again, that streak of black light bringing hope pierced through, like the light of dawn, reassuring his anxious companions. The wyvern's repeated bombardment was once again shattered from within by Fran. The massive red dragons below glared wide-eyed in disbelief. They hadn't imagined their attack wouldn't kill such a fragile-looking human. The Valgang dragons were furious, but the rapidly closing distance left them no time to prepare another volley. We're almost at the bottom. Everyone prepare to assault, protect Lefia, use bombardment to clear the field. After breaking through the dragon breath, Fran twirled his staff lance, tearing apart the incoming wyverns one by one. Glancing at the nearing shaft exit, he shouted loudly to his companions behind him. Understood, ×4. The howling winds roared in their ears as they fixed their eyes on the landing zone ahead, hearts pounding with tension. Prepare countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the final count, everyone moved at once. Thud, 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 thud. Using friction against the walls to slow their descent, the adventurers landed heavily on the floor of the 58th level. At the same time, the magic circle in front of Lefia, held protectively in Tyone's arms, flared brightly. Fire javelins. Rain down. Chapter 189. Fighting on the 58th floor tilde. Fire javelins. Rain down. A blazing cluster of high-temperature magic bullets filled the field of vision, transforming into a swarm of arrows that arced forward. In an instant, they scattered across the area ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The dense roar of explosions shook everyone's eardrums, mixed with the monsters' shrieks and cries of agony. The dazzling light reflected red across their faces. Watching the swathes of Valgang dragons and wyverns being wiped out by Lefia's wide-range annihilation magic, twisted smiles appeared on their faces. At last, I've finally met you face to face, you damned monsters. Let me go on a killing spree. Phew, we made it to the destination safe and sound. Tyone, Tiona, and Alicia each proclaimed their victory. Meanwhile, Lefia stood up from Tyone's embrace, looking slightly timid. Lefia, keep preparing your magic. Miss Alicia will protect you. We are going to take the dragon's head on. With narrowed golden eyes, Franz swiftly scanned the terrain of the entire 58th floor, while coordinating through quick commands. The 58th floor was completely different from the labyrinth structure of the dragon's vase. Compared to the vast areas of the 51st, 57th floors, each larger than the city of Orario itself, the 58th floor had no such special features. In fact, just by standing here, one could overlook the entire level. In stark contrast to the great wilderness of the 49th floor, the 58th floor was nothing but a single, supermassive cavernous chamber. No confusing layers, no obstacles blocking vision, no chance of getting lost. The scenery here was simply a seamless, gigantic rectangular hall, formed entirely by black steel walls and a vaulted ceiling. Of course, this place was also where the low-key Familia had once recorded their best expedition results. But the scene when they came to the 58th floor last time was entirely different. Back then, everyone's stamina, equipment, and supplies had been exhausted, leaving them no choice but to give up on challenging the floor while watching the monsters from afar. Yet today, on their second try, the overall strength of the low-key Familia had risen far beyond one level. The key addition to their combat power was none other than the man named Fran Argon. Ha, we're finally back here. After all the suffering you caused us, this time we'll return it all to you. Tyone and Tiona's blood boiled over. They could no longer suppress their burning excitement, and in a heartbeat, they charged straight into the monsters. But the dungeon clearly had no intention of letting these adventurers run rampant. The horde of Valgang dragons and wyverns that had just been wiped out by Lefia's magic quickly respawned from the walls and the ground, roaring as they attacked. Fran narrowed his eyes, curling his lips, spinning the staff in his left hand. Violent fire and lightning once again surged from his body. Facing the towering Valgang dragons and wyverns bristling with menace, the long-dormant fighting spirit burst forth from within Fran, breaking through his facade and erupting in full force in the deepest part of the dungeon. His expression shifted, no longer calm, but twisted into a savage, eager grin. "It's been a while, let's have a real battle, ha 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 ha." Stab, 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 stab. Dragging the tip of his staff along the ground, his cloak snapped and flared in the rushing air as his footsteps grew faster and faster. In an instant, his form blurred into a streak of black light, piercing straight into the overwhelming swarm of monsters. Skill Reader active. Skill Scholar active. Skill Infinite Super Magic active. Boom! Without hesitation, Fran unleashed his strongest form from the very start. Empowered by threefold boosts, Surtur cloaked Fran in a massive black corona, and like a falling sun, he smashed into the heart of the monster's horde. Boom, 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 boom. A towering mushroom cloud erupted skyward, accompanied by terrifying layered shockwaves that swept across everything. Perhaps it was only an illusion, but the entire vast space of the 58th floor seemed to tremble with Fran's advance. Thud, 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 thud. His blurred figure, sharpened by his extreme attributes, darted through the monster's ranks. At times, he paused just long enough to drive his staff through an enemy's magic stone. At others, he twisted away from claws and fangs, his staff glittering with radiant magic rings that pulsed with top-tier violet crystals as he spun and danced among them. Seeing Fran slaughtering monsters ahead of them, Tyone and Tiona exchanged a glance before shouting and charging in as well. "THTH this. Raoul, Miss Alicia W., what should we do?" Overwhelmed by the oppressive might of the monster horde, the young elf girl trembled, her mind in chaos, utterly frozen without anyone to command her. "As a mage, Lefia, your job is to chant your spells." I understand." Recalling her previous experience on the 51st floor and Fran's harsh scolding, Lefia's beautiful eyes now shone brightly, her whole spirit transformed. "Raoul, bring out your shield and protect Lefia. I'll cover those three with my bow." "You understood, Miss Alicia." Meanwhile, as Fran's squad battled the monsters on the 58th floor, Finn led the other half of the team sprinting at full speed through the regular route toward the same destination. That sounded like bombardments from below. Have they stopped? Was it just my imagination? Tsubaki, carrying a variety of spare weapons, frowned in confusion as she ran, glancing back while asking Finn. But deep down, you already know the answer." At the rear, Gareth let out a booming laugh. "Those Yaunans are doing a fine job, they've really grown. Makes this old man proud." Riveria gripped her staff tightly, her emerald eyes narrowing. Just now, I sensed Lefia's magical wave from the shaft. They must already be engaged in battle. Hey, that's the 58th floor we're talking about. You're seriously not even a little worried. Chapter 190. A Trap, Another Masked Person Tilda. Hey, that's the 58th floor we're talking about. You're seriously not even a little worried. Finn and Riveria didn't seem worried at all about their companions battling desperately on the 58th floor. Instead, their faces were full of smiles and confidence. This left Tsubaki dumbfounded. A mere LV, 5 dragon type, even if was a LV 6, it's no match for those guys. The fact that the across-the-floor bombardment has already stopped is the best proof. Since you're not worried, I guess I have nothing more to say. Tsubaki, once we reach the 58th floor, we'll still need your help, so conserve your strength. Weapon maintenance, right? I know. Finn, more of them. At the very front, Eyes calmly reminded everyone again. That's a new species, and it's ignoring its own kind, charging directly at us. Something's wrong. Look, there's someone among the monster horde. What? Everyone's expressions shifted, their eyes narrowing as they spotted, behind the mass of multicolored worms, a towering figure wrapped in cloak and half-mask. This guy, just like the red-haired woman Revis, he's a beast tamer, seems they're in league together. Eyes narrowed her eyes, recalling that fleeting figure from their last retreat on the 24th floor. She understood. That mysterious person is the one who withdrew with Revis after reclaiming the orb. What do we do, Finn? The Palom leader's mind raced, and in the very next instant, he gave his order. Turn right, that passage is wide. Understood. Meanwhile, as he watched the adventurers quickly approach, the masked man made a hand gesture, and, in a rasping voice that could belong to neither man nor woman, commanded the monsters. Attack! In the next moment, the worm horde all aimed at the adventurer party in unison, releasing a barrage of corrosive liquid. Hey, 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 what kind of sick joke is this? A coordinated corrosive volley. At the last second, the adventurers stumbled into the side passage. Behind them, walls, ceiling, and floor melted completely, leaving behind a stinking purple mire that hissed and bubbled ominously. Tsubaki, Bite, and the others all felt their scalps tingle at the sight. On your feet, keep moving. Finn, with the mask of a commander, calmly directed his allies. So, it failed, you predicted my move ahead of time. I guess that's to be expected of braver Finn. But, deep within the dungeon, what can you really do? Seeing his enemies escape his ambush, the masked figure waved their hand. The worms gave chase, while they leapt onto the back of the largest one. You've walked into the trap. The entire Loki familia will die here. Captain, that guy really is commanding the multicolored worms, like an army. Yeah, this is a bit troublesome. Finn licked his thumb as he ran, squinting. But since my thumb isn't aching, it means we won't be facing a true life-or-death crisis this time. The path ahead is already clear. Riveria, calm as ever, voiced their opponent's intent. They want to stop us from reaching the 59th floor. Exactly, they must know well enough just those new species alone can't wipe us out. All they can do is drain our supplies. Once our weapons and provisions run out, we won't be able to explore any further. Honestly, it's a clever plan. But they've overlooked some key details, haven't they? Finn looked back at the pursuing monsters and the masked figure with a knowing smile. They've completely underestimated the strength of the Loki familia, as we are now. Riveria, prepare bombardment magic and keep it on standby. Understood. But before Finn's words had fully left his mouth, another anomaly appeared ahead. Upfront blockade. They've surrounded us. Could it be? This guy can also memorize the labyrinth map as clearly as the captain. From every side, worm monsters poured in. Slightly panicked, Lefia cried out reports nonstop. BRRR. Without even roaring, the worm-type monsters unleashed another corrosive volley, turning the front passage into a death zone. Whether giant snakes, massive scorpions, or thunder snakes, powerful monsters of the 53rd floor and below, all were corroded away under the strengthened worm's barrage, their bodies melting with hissing sounds and the stench of rot. Don't even think of running, adventurers. Boom, 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 boom. As Finn's group changed direction again, the masked man unleashed yet another batch of new type monsters. That guy's hurting us, forcing us into a dead end to wipe us all out. Not bad tactics. For monsters to be running us Loki familia ragged like this, that's a first. Finn even nodded in approval, praising his opponent instead. Tsubaki twitched at the corners of her mouth, glancing around at the swarm of new type monsters, enclosing them from all sides, her forehead breaking into a cold sweat. Hey Finn, at this rate we're done for. You're the braver, so think of something already. Don't panic, Tsubaki, just trust Finn. Riveria soothed her with words, while at the same time, the crystal on her staff had already turned to the color of white. Chaotic, rapid footsteps echoed through the passages, monster roars closing in from all directions. The lone adventurer party bore immense pressure. As commander, Finn kept perfectly calm. In his mind, he unfurled the full map of the 58th floor, instantly pinpointed his allies' positions, and absorbed every detail of the surrounding terrain. Then his narrowed blue eyes snapped wide open. Eyes Bite, first fork ahead, turn left. Understood. Following the two, the party quickly turned into the fork. Ahead lay a vast, straight, super-wide passage. Running down this broad path, the whole party remained silent, trusting their leader. They needed only follow orders. But as they passed halfway down the passage, more monsters appeared in front, blocking the way. Stop, turn around, prepare to engage the monsters coming up behind us. Chapter 191. The new species are headed to the 59th floor. Stop, turn around, prepare to engage the monsters coming up behind us. Huh? The group immediately followed the order. Everyone quickly turned around and drew their weapons, setting up 2 tower shields at the very front of the formation in the first instant. Absolute trust in the team's leader, no doubt at all, since Finn told them to do this, then there must be a reason. From the fact that not a single person questioned it, it was clear that the overall quality of the Loki familia could not be compared to other familias. Eyes, the assault is up to you. I understand. Awaken Tempest. Fierce winds wrapped around Ai's whole body, her knees bent as she lightly jumped backward, and then she stepped onto the shield. Borrowing the buoyancy of wind magic, Ai's slender body stood slanted atop the shield, her silver rapier held before her, a twist of her wrist placing the blade perfectly vertical at the center of her gaze. Sweep Tempest. A terrifying storm erupted from within Ai's, a violent gale that turned her entire self into an eye of the storm. As she fully controlled the magic, the gale's pouring out shrank back around her body, forming a visible storm barrier. It was Ai's magic in its second stage, unleashed at maximum power without hesitation. Boom! Using the shield as a stepping board, Ai's shot forward like a cannonball. The roar of the wind cannon shook their eardrums, leaving everyone wide-eyed in shock at the sight. At that moment, as if designed by a script, under Finn's careful setup, the monster horde turned the corner and ran straight into the trap. Pew 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 pew. Whatever they were, under Ai's spiraling storm of slaughter, not even wreckage would remain. Damn, was I lured instead, curse you braver. When it came to schemes, the mysterious masked person was still far too immature when facing Finn. Finn had turned the tables, completely ruining the masked person's plan, while also throwing him into crisis. Giant worms. It had not given up yet. Seeing the golden-haired swordswoman completely engulfed in the storm, it commanded the worms to attack. Hiss, hiss. The worm swarm prepared to repeat its old trick, firing corrosive fluid in a volley to wipe out the approaching enemy. But this time, the strongest swordswoman of the city already knew their trump card. From the very start, she unleashed full firepower, the armor of storm easily deflecting all the corrosive fluid, slicing and disintegrating all enemies in her path, until she stood face to face with the masked person. Puh! A breeze blew past, and with their scalp tingling, the masked person leapt to the ceiling at the last second, dodging Ai's finishing strike. Looking down at the worm horde completely swallowed by the storm, who could know what expression hid behind that mask? But surely it was disbelief. Impossible, how could this be? Oh, doubting reality already? Still, the fact that you actually ambushed us deep in the dungeon. I really had to put in quite some effort, you should be proud. That cold, youthful voice sounded beside their ear. They snapped their head, meeting the eyes of Finn. Slash, with a flash of the spear, an arm flew through the air. In just one strike, Finn severed one of his opponent's arms, once again showing why his title was braver. Oh, so even among you guys there are differences in strength. I thought they were all like that red-haired woman. I underestimated you, Loki Familia. Spitting harsh words, the masked person retreated rapidly, finally being swallowed whole by a violas. They watched as the violas that swallowed the masked person burrowed underground, attempting to escape. Just then, extreme cold Fimbulwinter. 3 roaring waves of northern winter snow and wind swept across the wide, straight corridor, turning everything into a frozen world. Ran away. Looking at the half-corpse of the violas left behind, Finn stepped forward and muttered in a low voice. Forget it, no time to think about that now. Everyone, follow the path Reveria opened onward. Yes. Of course, the squad members fighting the dragons on the 58th floor with Fran had no idea that Finn's squad had been blocked by a masked person. At this moment, the 58th floor had completely changed. The ground was overturned, torn apart, with vast tracts melted by extreme heat, all caused by the breath attacks of the Valgang dragons. The last one. Fran shook the blood off his staff, dashed a few steps, then suddenly leapt up. Both hands gripping his weapon, his descending figure shone like a black meteor, piercing straight through the last Valgang dragon's chest. Pooch! Bang! The magic stone was shattered, and the giant Valgang dragon's body finally crumbled into ash, scattering into the dungeon. The vast space of the 58th floor, aside from the melted ground and the bubbling magma, held only the heavy breathing of the adventurers. It's over. Ha, what's this? These guys were nothing special after all. Last time, how did I end up fleeing back to the surface in such a sorry state? Tiona planted her twin blades into the ground, hands on her waist, laughing loudly toward the ceiling. Leffia collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Her magic and spirit were exhausted, and the pressure had also overwhelmed her. Alicia smiled warmly, taking out various potions from her pack to hand to everyone, urging them to recover quickly. Ifran. As Alicia, her eyes gentle as water, handed the young man a potion, she noticed. The joy of victory after destroying the monsters did not show at all on his face. Instead, his brows were tightly knit, his expression grave. There's trouble, Alicia. You mean? Ah, it's here. Rumbled. A dense vibration shook their eardrums from the passage to the 57th floor. And then, countless worms, stretching endlessly, surged into the 58th floor in ranks. That's the new species. How could the new species appear on the 58th floor? Don't panic, look closely. These guys aren't even prioritizing attacking us. Instead, they're targeting their own kin. Following Fran's finger, everyone noticed it too. The freshly spawned Valgang dragons, wyverns had barely appeared before being weakened by the new species' ranged corrosive fluid, then swarmed upon, their magic stones devoured. Could it be they're hunting? To think they treat monsters of the Valgang dragon and wyvern level as prey, that's beyond a joke. It's simply their natural counter. Those guys devour the magic stones of their kin. And the direction they're moving. Toward the entrance to the 59th floor. With Fran's calm words, the whole squad fell silent. Tione frowned deeply. These new species, heading to the 59th floor, do they know something secret down there? Who knows? Our mission now is to slay monsters, whether those dragons or the new species, and then wait for Finn and the others to arrive. Understood. Chapter 192, Overexertion tilde. Understood. In the dungeon, on the 58th floor, several figures were spread out fighting non-stop to protect their companions behind them. Fran, Tione, and Tiona were giving it their all, fiercely clashing with the endless monsters being born. It had been about 8 hours from when they had set out. They had set out at 10 in the morning surface time, and now it was already 6 in the evening. On the surface, the black curtain of night was already beginning to descend. There should be here in some time. Fran, leaning on his staff with one hand on his waist, breathed heavily in ragged gasps. Looking closely, his face was slightly pale, blood overflowed at the corner of his mouth, exhaustion filled his golden pupils, and his cheeks, mixed with dust and sweat, made him look utterly battered. Even his strongest equipment, the Goliath black cloak, had multiple tears, and the exposed skin underneath was burned in several places. Not only that, he no longer knew how many bones in his body were broken. His whole body was falling apart, and on top of that, his mind throbbed painfully from overexertion of his mind. At this point, Fran felt utterly weak to the extreme, so weak that even a child could easily kill him. Facing the monsters so battered, nearly killed several times, he hadn't experienced this kind of struggle in a long while. The endless, unceasingly spawned LV. 5 Valgang dragons, with their overwhelming might, had taught the gradually swelling Fran a deep lesson, that no matter what, one must remain humble and low-key, always remembering that there are always stronger people beyond. Of course, to force him to this extent, who knew how many monsters he had slain. Dragons, new variants, it didn't matter what they were, Fran never let them go, each one killed in a single strike. The thick carpet of magic stones across the floor proved it. At minimum, he had killed over 1,000 monsters, terrifying beyond belief. Tiona, how are you holding up? After cutting down yet another wave of monsters, Fran, in a short break, shouted to his partners fighting in the other directions. "So tired, I'm dead tired. Valgang dragons, wyverns, those worms, it's so annoying." The fact that Tiona still had the energy to complain showed she hadn't yet reached her limit, good. But her condition wasn't much better than Fran's. If not for the fact that she was an Amazoness and had experience fighting constantly, she would have been dead. As for Tione, she bit her lip and gasped for breath just as hard. Unlike earlier, her curved blade had been destroyed, forcing her to fight with a halberd. Her body, like Fran's and Tiona's, was battered, and even the specialized armor was at its breaking point. The ones being protected, Alicia, Lefia, and Raoul, because of their lower levels, had long since run out of endurance. Their bodies were collapsed on the ground. Still, at least they hadn't sustained fatal injuries. No, more accurately, they couldn't afford to be injured. If they had been hit with LV, for stats, they might have been vaporized instantly. "Raoul, how many magic swords are left?" "Counting the 4 you're carrying, there are 7 left in total." 7, that should be enough. Even Fran wasn't confident in his own guess. But, bad news, our potions are completely gone. The only thing left is the elixir. Both healing potions and mind potions are completely consumed. Fran narrowed his eyes, noting the worried expressions of the supporters, silently calculating. "Aside from the familia's supplies, I still have some elixirs on me. Prioritize giving those to them. I can make do with stamina potions for myself." He pulled a fine pocket watch from inside his cloak, opened the cover, and, after a glance at the hands, a faint smile tugged at his lips. You activated that skill again." Tiona seemed to notice. Sure enough, when she saw the azure rings glowing in Fran's golden eyes, she couldn't help but comment. "Ah, so flashy, though it is amazing." Lefia rolled her eyes cutely. "So that's why you recklessly used quick cast magic earlier." The reader skill restores mind so quickly that if I don't empty it out before activating it, all that recovery would go to waste. Maximizing his daytime mind, this was Fran's own monocontrol technique, developed after their last expedition. "Hey, wait, what's that?" Just as they were catching their breath, suddenly, a change. Rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently, splitting open. And then, a super gigantic Valgang dragon, several times larger than the others, roared and lifted its massive head. "Son of a..." Fran cursed under his breath, exhaled deeply, grabbed his staff from the ground, and, wreathed in flame and lightning, charged forward. "Fran, watch out." From the rear, Alicia and the others could see it clearly. Sparks flickered in the monster's mouth. That was... boom! A colossal super flame blast breath, over 10 meters in diameter, surged forth, smashing directly into Fran, who had just rushed under the monster, caught squarely in its blind spot. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the distorted air and blazing fireball completely engulfed Fran's figure. Fran... Tione and Tiona hadn't even regained their senses. By the time they tried to move in support, their bodies were already limp, too exhausted to act. Damn it! With each breath, Fran felt the air itself burning. The skin exposed outside his armor sizzled, scorched by the heat. Through the distorted flames, a massive black shadow swayed before him. "Can't you bastards just let me catch my breath for once?" Boom! A raging figure burst through the beam of fire, soaring upward. Fran's face twisted with fury, his eyes cold and merciless. His staff was suddenly dyed in abyssal black and twilight crimson, wreathed in serpent-like orange flame trails. Across his whole body, violent flame and lightning rampaged, expanding and contracting, endlessly twisting. Burn Surtur. Win Fimbulvetter. Chapter 193. Unexpected Development tilde. Burn Surtur. Win Fimbulvetter. That is... Tione, Tiona, Lefia, Alicia, Raoul, and the others looked with delight at the 3 people rushing in from the passage entrance. They knew their companions had finally arrived. Likewise, Fran, who had been prepared to consume his last bit of strength to unleash a finishing move, ended up holding back at the last moment. Better to save what he could, there were still battles waiting on the 59th floor, and he didn't want to become a burden.
Huff, 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 huff.
The magic of the city's strongest elf mage froze the massive crimson dragon in an instant, transforming it into an exquisite ice sculpture. Landing lightly, Fron thrust out his staff spear in a flash, shattering the giant ice statue, then exhaled deeply 3 times. This temperature, it's a bit cold, Reveria. Are you all right? Finn and the others rushed over quickly, lifting their companions one by one and bringing out elixirs to begin healing them. Fron was no exception. He immediately received the lap pillow treatment from the blonde swordswoman. Eyes pulled open the stopper of the elixir bottle, letting out a cute ah as she gestured for Fron to open his mouth, feeding him the medicine. Wow, Eyes snatched the chance again. I wanted to take care of Franken myself. Alicia collapsed softly into Elfie's arms, pouting in complaint. Hee, in your condition right now, better focus on recovering. It's really great that everyone's here. Gareth, Bete, you two destroy the surrounding environment and disable the dungeon's functions. We need a short time to rest. Fine, leave the annoying jobs to me again. The Tsundir wolf only had a sharp tongue. His body had already started moving. As the party regrouped on the 58th floor and steadily began recovery and preparation, the atmosphere grew livelier. Among them, Tsubaki, the strongest smith in Orario, was the most excited. Looking at the mountain of ultra-rare drop items before her, she had been in a state of excitement ever since arriving on the 58th floor. Ahahaha, Valgang Dragon's fangs, Valgang Dragon's membrane, Valgang Dragon's scales, my gods, and the Wyvern series. I'm so happy, unbelievably happy. With so many ultra-rare drops, who knows how many first-class weapons we can forge when we bring them back. My blacksmithing might even improve further. Fron basked in the comfort of Ai's lap pillow and her feeding, though he couldn't escape Lefia's envious glare fixed firmly on him. Even so, overall, it was blissful. Good work, Fron. Ai stroked his messy hair, gazing at him with gentle eyes, allowing no space for anyone else. Having slightly recovered, Alicia sat ladylike nearby, food and water in hand, continuously feeding Fron. Her delicate face carried both shyness and deep affection. This guy's too much. Even on the 58th floor, I'm still being force-fed dog food. Bete and Raoul were already sick of it. This scene went far beyond their expectations. This was the deadly 58th floor, and yet here they were, watching this. As for Anakitty, who joined at the same time as Raoul, she sat beside Alicia, her tail swishing nonstop while looking at the scene. Fron, you're okay now, right? Thanks to you all arriving in time. Otherwise, we really might not have held out. HMPH, it was Raoul's carelessness that dragged everyone down. Ouch. All right, Raoul, Anakitty's right, but let's leave it for now. Once we return from the expedition, I'll think about how to punish you. Finn ate his food while replenishing his strength. Sorry, Captain, aye. Well, anyway, we're all safe and have reached the 58th floor. Our set goal is accomplished. Next is exploring the 59th floor. At his words, everyone looked toward the southern passage of the 58th floor. That was the entrance leading to the 59th floor. According to Zeus Familia's records, starting from the 59th floor is the glacial domain, or rather, the ice labyrinth. Feeling embarrassed about continuing with Ai's lap pillow, Fron sat up, accepting the simple meal shy-faced Anakitty handed over, and added, I also read some records in the archives. It said the entire 59th floor is frozen rivers and lakes, the very ground itself made of solid ice. That level of cold doesn't just weaken adventurers' combat power, it makes movement itself nearly impossible. A frigid climate like the northern winter, extremely cold, will severely affect our actions. Our bodies may become sluggish, even first-class adventurers will struggle against it. Finn, Gareth, and Reveria all nodded, confirming Fron's intelligence was accurate. Exactly. That's why we prepared the advanced fire spirit cloths for this journey. Each of the 14 of us gets one. They cost a fortune to acquire. Raoul, take them out. Wait, Finn, you might not have noticed since you just arrived, but at the entrance, don't you feel something strange about the environment? Originally, everyone wanted to ignore this show-off feeding scene, but after hearing Fron's words, they glanced again at the 59th floor entrance and fell into thought. Tiona, lively once more, raised her hand. If the intel says the 59th floor is the labyrinth of ice, then on the 58th floor we should at least feel something, right? Don't forget, it's cold enough to freeze even first-class adventurers. But now, nobody's felt anything, right? Not only no chill, we're practically roasting here. Aside from the Valgang dragon's attacks, there's this damp, muggy heat. It feels more like a rainforest. Tropical Telscura, maybe. Right, come to think of it, near the 59th floor entrance. It really does feel like a humid jungle. Captain, there's definitely something wrong. Could Zeus Familia's intel be false? No, the intel should be real, but the current situation is completely unexpected. That means something must have happened on the 59th floor that we don't know about. As he spoke, Finn glanced at the golden-haired girl, who had remained silent beside Fran. Sitting between eyes, Alicia and Anakitty, Fran lowered his head slightly, his eyes flickering. Everyone must wear the fire spirit cloths. Even if the effect is minimal, it's still better than nothing. Chapter 194. Where is the rumored ice labyrinth? Everyone must wear the fire spirit cloths. Even if the effect is minimal, it's still better than nothing. Everyone, please share your opinions. What should we do? Seeing that Finn was very willing to listen to everyone's suggestions, Fran immediately raised his hand. Finn, I think the fire spirit cloths should still be worn. Having an extra layer of protection is better than none, isn't it? And this thing doesn't affect combat either. All right, then Raoul, distribute them to everyone. Everyone must wear it. The sisters Tione and Tiona opened their mouths, but before they could speak, Finn already issued the command. Rest for 10 more minutes, then we will prepare to advance toward the ultimate goal of this expedition. Everyone must muster their spirits and stay vigilant. Yes. After taking a few potions, whether stamina or mental strength, Fran's condition had recovered to about 80%, already back to the point where he could function normally. Everyone packed their gear and gathered at the entrance of the southernmost passage of the 58th floor. Looking at the darkness below, they fell silent. What will be here, I wonder? The murmurs of a blonde girl reached Fran's ears. Don't worry, Eyes. No matter what's there, you still have me and our companions. Gulp. Alicia, I'll leave my pack to you. At this moment, Fran finally handed over his supporter's backpack. Yes, please fight to your heart's content. The smile of the elven big sister was always so healing. Good luck, Fran. Looking at Anakitty, Fran nodded heavily. For Anakitty, the smartest girl in the team aside from Finn, to say that, it was already quite an extraordinary recognition. Move out. At the same time that the low-key Familia expedition team began advancing toward the unknown domain, on the surface, in the guild's underground sanctuary. The 4 torches still burned brightly, as if nothing had changed. The old god Uranus, seated on the stone throne at the altar's top, slowly opened his pale eyes. Fells. Ah, Uranus. As you predicted, the low-key Familia has smoothly reached the 59th floor. The unknown domain, the changes in the dungeon, the unknown floors is finally revealing itself. I wonder what kind of scene it will be. As for the noisy surface world at this time, adventurers, common people, and all the factions, their focus was completely different from these 2 great figures. At the just concluded Denatus, 2 of the most eye-catching pieces of intelligence were posted at the very top of the bulletin board. Belle Cranel of the Hestia Familia had astonishingly broken Fran's record, becoming the fastest to level up from LV1 to LV2 by a margin of 3 days, becoming a high-class adventurer. He was acknowledged by the gods and granted the title Little Rookie. If this news was already explosive enough, then the other one was sufficient to shock all adventurers. Fran Argon of the low-key Familia, after becoming a first-class adventurer, had his official title changed due to his promotion. It was said that because of the naming of the title Flame Demon, a quarrel broke out at the divine meeting. The final result was unsurprising. The regretful goddess Loki obtained the final victory. It was also said that in this brawl, Loki once again kicked Apollo family jewels, making the gossip-loving gods tremble in fear. The various happenings on the surface were unknown to the low-key Familia expedition team. At this moment, within the passage from the 58th floor to the 59th floor, the elite attack squad of 14 formed ranks, carefully exploring the unknown floor. Beside Fran walked Anakitty and Alicia, each carrying a portable magic stone lamp for illumination. Looking closely, one would notice there was no sign of the rumored cold, not at all. In fact, from the stalactites hanging upside down on the ceiling, droplets of water dripped down. What the heck, this is nothing like what they said. Wasn't it supposed to be icy cold? The innocent girl Tiona began complaining again, but Fran only curved his lips slightly. Before long, they would be glad they had this equipment. The endlessly descending staircase confused everyone, since reality was completely different from the intel. They all remained silent. I keep feeling something is off. Is it just my imagination? With her keen beast senses, Anakitty twitched her cat ears, her little face full of unease. No, Anakitty, it's not just your imagination. The atmosphere really does feel strange. Trying to comfort the black-haired cat girl, Fran narrowed his eyes. Captain, the exit is just ahead. Understood. Everyone, prepare for vigilance and battle. We don't know what's waiting for us ahead, so absolutely no carelessness. Yes. At Finn's command, staves, rapiers, and short swords were drawn, and in an instant the formation was completed. Clang, 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 clang. The adventurers' footsteps echoed in the passage. Ahead was the light of the exit. Following that glow, they carefully advanced through the darkness. Finally, they stepped forward, their figures merging with the light, and entered the 59th floor. So at last, we've reached this point. This is the floor that no adventurer has ever seen before. What kind of sight was it that even made these first-class adventurers lose all words? The so-called glacier domain, the ice labyrinth. But in front of them, there were no glaciers, no expected icebergs, crystalline streams, or snowy white land. What completely unfolded before them was a gigantic jungle, utterly different from all intel. Vast, endless, unseen, and unheard of enormous strange plants and trees filled their entire vision. The hot, humid air rushed upon them, enveloping their whole bodies. It was an unknown within the unknown, completely beyond expectations. This is the 59th floor. Why is it a tropical rainforest? Those who had not experienced the 24th floor incident stared in shock at the unexpected sight. But eyes, Lefia and Beta seemed to recall something, their faces subtly changing. Hey, 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 a tropical rainforest, and this familiar scenery, plus that smell, sniff, sniff, a faint rotting stench. As beastkins, Beta and Anakitty immediately perceived what others couldn't. No way could this place be. Lefia's delicate little face wavered. Lefia, what happened? Fran pressed his lips together and calmly spoke words that instantly put everyone on high alert. Chapter 195, A Fully Mature Jewel Fetus Tilda. Fran pressed his lips together and calmly spoke words that instantly put everyone on high alert. Here, the changes are almost exactly the same as those caused by the 24th floor pantry. I remember Vendetta, Oliva's act. This kind of environment is called flower pot. Flower pot. Finn, Reveria, and Gareth exchanged glances, their expressions turning slightly grave. This information, after Eyes and Fran returned, they too learned of the change. Sure enough, it was that parasitizing monster sand the red-haired women's work. Then this gigantic flower pot before us, which has altered the entire floor's scale, is no laughing matter. The excitement of reaching the 59th floor instantly plummeted to rock bottom due to the appearance of this abnormal situation. A heavy atmosphere spread throughout the team, slightly affecting morale. Sensing this, Fran's eyes flickered. Everyone, don't think too much. So what if it's an enormous flower pot? Are we, the Loki Familia, going to stop in front of the unknown? Don't forget, we are all adventurers. Finn's lips curled upward, looking appreciatively at the youth who lifted everyone's spirits, secretly thinking, this guy Fran has already grown to this level, huh? Yeah, Fran is right. No matter what lies ahead, our goal won't change, right, sister? HMPH, if even my silly little sister is saying that, then of course as her big sister, I'll be even stronger than you. What was that? You just called yourself silly, didn't you? I'm definitely not silly. Again. Fran's mouth twitched, he covered his forehead and shook his head. Sensing that the slightly low morale had been instantly reignited, Finn smiled as he glanced at everyone, then gave the order. Follow the regular route, move forward. Yes. Walking through the 59th floor's strange, rainforest, deep underground, as the party ventured further, eyes narrowed her golden eyes, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Familiar flowers, plants, and vegetation, that faintly rotten stench, and the muggy atmosphere, all overlapped more and more with the scenery of the cavern in her memories, causing eyes to tense herself. Beta and Lefia, who had also witnessed this scene before, squinted their eyes as they observed carefully. But with their keen senses, the stench tormented them greatly, making even their facial features twist in pain. Damn it, it's getting stronger. At that moment, Anakitty suddenly spoke. Captain, there's a strange sound ahead. Beta must have heard it too. Both beast humans nodded at Finn, raising everyone's vigilance again. Piecing together fragments of memory, Fran knew the real deal was just ahead. Creak, 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 creak. Soon, that eerie sound, like something chewing, terrifyingly unsettling, reached everyone's ears clearly. Not only that, but mixed within were thudding crashes and sharp shrieks. The sinister sounds enveloped the team, halting their advance. At the same time, everyone's eyes turned to their small Palom leader carrying the long spear. Finn licked his slightly aching thumb, his emerald eyes gazing toward the depths concealed by the dense forest, the direction of the mysterious sounds, and his lips curled upward. Keep moving. The leader issued a firm order, and the others no longer hesitated, stepping forward again. Still leading the vanguard, Beta and Tiona walked at the front of the group, slashing through the dense vegetation with their weapons to clear a path. Those in the center guard remained extremely alert to their surroundings while moving quickly, guarding against any surprises. Fran once more fell back into the rear guard position, his gaze equally scanning the environment carefully. The ceiling of the 59th floor was astonishingly high, estimated at nearly 50 meters, still glowing faintly with the dungeon's signature phosphorescence. Through gaps in the dense canopy above, weak phosphorescence filtered down, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. Only in moments like this, when gazing at that pseudodome that wasn't a true sky, did those lost in the forest recall that they were not in an actual surface forest, but in the underground labyrinth. Wrestle, wrestle. As they moved, the strange sounds grew louder. Everyone knew they were nearing the source. At the rear, Fran narrowed his eyes slightly, silently realizing they were already deep within the 59th floor's core. Correct. Tiona and Beta once again chopped away branches, and then their visions suddenly opened up. But at that moment, both Tiona and Beta froze in their tracks. When the rest of the group caught up and saw the scene ahead, they too were struck dumb, their limbs cold, their scalps tingling, goosebumps rising all over. What is that? Anakitty and Alicia stared blankly ahead, their terrified voices trembling. Fran too fell silent. Knowing about it was one thing, but when that blurry vision appeared vividly before one's eyes, the unparalleled realism and the shock to the spirit was truly overwhelming. Ahead lay a vast expanse of gray earth. No forest, no vegetation, like the barren wilderness of the 49th floor, now unfolding before them. But that wasn't the most shocking part. What made their scalps prickle most were the monsters covering the vast expanse. As far as the eye could see, countless newly emerged giant worm-type monsters writhed as though in worship toward the center. At the core and the periphery, violas swayed their vine-like tentacles, the scene resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Yet the most terrifying of all was what stood towering in the very center of the land, the object of the monsters' worship. A grotesque creature with the lower body of a massive flower-shaped plant and an upper body like a thick, bloated humanoid monster. That isn't that. Recalling the half-octopus, half-woman monster Tiona had once split in half on the 18th floor. Everyone instantly guessed the being's identity. That's the parasitized jewel fetus, fully matured into its complete form. Fran and Reveria, the two well-informed about monsters, immediately recognized the species of the parasitized monster. That is the Titan a large-type monster that only appears in the lower floors. It's been parasitized by the jewel fetus, and this is the final evolved form. Chapter 196. If I'm not wrong, she is a spirit. That is the Titan a large-type monster that only appears in the lower floors. It's been parasitized by the jewel fetus, and this is the final evolved form. The Titan even in the deep floors, belongs to the category of ultra-rare monsters. Just like the gem on the dragon girl's forehead, it possesses extremely high value. Therefore, if adventurers happen to encounter a Titan it can only be said that they are very fortunate. Since it is a trap-type plant, as long as certain methods are used, it can be easily captured. But now, after being parasitized, the Titan has completely overturned everyone's preconceived image of it. What they saw, those worms and violas, they weren't worshipping, were they? They were clearly offering up their magic stones, only to have them greedily devoured by the monster in the middle, like an offering. And as soon as the magic stone was offered up, whether it was a worm or a viola's, they instantly turned into powder and vanished from this world. It was as if the worms and violas were nothing more than tentacles extended from this monster, specialized solely for collecting magic stones. To put it in an easier-to-understand term, tool monsters. Not only Fran, but none of his companions were fools either. They all understood the truth behind the entire incident. So this is the truth of the 59th floor. The tightly packed swarm of monsters that filled almost the entire field of vision were actually all transporters and tool monsters for that female-bodied entity. Such an inconceivable truth, placed before their eyes, left everyone utterly unable to believe it for a moment. Is it going to eat them all? Tsubaki, who had recovered her voice, looked in shock at the mountain of powder beneath the female-bodied monster, as if countless monster corpses had been piled up by a shield. Everyone suddenly thought of something, and their expressions twisted all at once. The gray earth. Where did this gray earth come from? This vast, flat expanse of land, wasn't it entirely paved by the powder of monster remains? Everyone, including Fran, shuddered in terror. Their expressions distorted, they looked at the monster in horror, their minds reeling, unable to think. A strengthened species. Bites spoke the words that truly made them tremble, and everyone fell into complete shock. This kind of monster, and it's even a strengthened species. Who knew how strong it could become? Don't forget the ash that paved this gray land, no one could even imagine anymore. Suffocating pressure, dizziness, trembling bodies, legs weakening. Feeling the pounding, ever-quickening heartbeat, and the blood rushing through their veins, their pale faces carried a trace of crimson. At that very moment, before anyone could react, the female-bodied monster raised her twisted upper body. That grotesque face and eyeless sockets curved into a chilling, eerie smile. Then, the entire upper body writhed and trembled, as if something inside that ugly shell was about to burst forth. The shell swelled, like an inflating balloon, growing larger and larger. Until, with a bang, the shell shattered, breaking free like a butterfly from its cocoon. Under the shocked, bewildered gazes of the adventurers, the Titan revealed once again an upper body of a long-haired woman with elegant, beautiful lines. She stretched her waist and arms as if unaware of the abnormalities around her. But what was eerie was that her eye sockets still lacked eyeballs, her expressions alternating between madness and a sinister smile, her presence radiating unbearable pressure. As if rejoicing at her own rebirth, the corners of her mouth lifted, and she spread her arms wide. And then, she let out a joyous scream. This is bad, cover your ears. In fact, even without Finn's command, everyone was already clutching their ears in agony. It wasn't just sound pollution. There was also a strange, deeper wavelength vibrating against the adventurer's consciousness. Mental pollution. Fran was the only one whose expression showed no pain. He merely frowned slightly at the scream, but was completely immune to the mental contamination attack. Reader, super enhanced spiritual power, nighttime effect doubled, immune to mental pollution. With this powerful skill, not only was he immune to monsters' mental pollution, but even divine mind skills would have no effect on Fran. His companions all clutched their ears in pain, curling into themselves. No one noticed the ecstatic female-bodied monster happily lifting herself, gazing skyward. As she stretched, her beautiful, flowing hair behind her emitted an unexplainable brilliance. The flamboyantly styled, colorful garment covering her upper body accentuated her figure to perfection. Though her eyeless sockets held no sign of life, there was a strange golden brilliance shining faintly upon her skin. From her profile, still crying out in joy, it was not hard to see, astonishingly, she possessed beauty rivaling the gods themselves. Other than her green hair, skin, and body, she was practically a peerless beauty. With her rebirth, the lower half of the Titan also underwent a startling transformation. The ugly shell was gone, leaving only the enormous flower and countless tentacles extending from its vines. Her massive floral lower body, supporting her beautiful female upper body, bloomed at the very center of the 59th floor, radiating both brilliance and twisted presence. When her scream finally faded, the adventurers lowered their hands with pained expressions, staring blankly at her, struck speechless. What even is that? Was that just now a celebration, a hymn to her own birth, to think such a terrifying level of mental pollution? My mana is boiling. No one knew what she truly was, but their blood boiled, their spirits resonating with her presence. Eyes trembled, shaken to her core, her body swaying as she tried to deny the reality. That thing was such a twisted existence. She didn't want to admit it. If I'm not wrong, she is a spirit. Fran looked at the others and spoke up. Taking 2 slow steps forward, Reveria's deep voice quivered faintly. A spirit. This twisted monster, you say it's a spirit. Fran, are you sure you're not joking with us? Fran remained silent, only gazing in a certain direction. Following his eyes, everyone finally saw the golden-haired girl, whose expression was gradually collapsing. Eyes, what's wrong? Noticing the girl's condition, everyone's faces changed slightly. Reveria, in particular, looked most alarmed. This creature is indeed a spirit, but calling it that is not entirely accurate. Rather than a spirit, it would be better to call it a fallen spirit or a corrupted spirit. Chapter 197, A Corrupted Spirit, Aria, I missed you so much. Rather than a spirit, it would be better to call it a fallen spirit or a corrupted spirit. Listening to Fran's rambling, and then looking at Eyes, who had completely lost the ability to think, only blankly and repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, how could it be, why is it like this?" Everyone who knew the truth fell silent. Within the Loki Familia, the only ones who truly knew Eyes' identity were the 3 leaders. It had to be known, Eyes carried within her half of spirit blood. No one knew better than her the true identity of that monster before them, a being that seemed human yet not. It was as if the blood in Eyes' body was boiling, her spirit constantly trembling and resonating, and the other party's delighted shriek came to an abrupt stop. Then it suddenly turned its head toward the party, fixing its gaze entirely on Eyes alone, and let out a cry of joy, as though meeting an old acquaintance. "Arya, Arya, Arya." Confirmed. Hearing that name, hidden deep in her heart, once again spoken from the mouth of that inhuman monster, Eyes and the 3 finally confirmed it. A spirit. Not only the members of the Loki Familia stared in disbelief at that spirit, but even Fels, who was watching through the magic item eye crystal, trembled and raised their voice in shock. Aranos. The ancient god did not speak, only the crackling sound of the 4 blazing torches echoed. But Fels clearly saw that within Aranos's pale eyes flickered rare, complex emotions intertwined. He stared at the crystal ball's image, seemingly lost in some memory. My suspicions, that ominous premonition, has it come true? So it really is, that thing. Oranos gazed into the crystal ball's image, muttering stories to himself. In ancient times, before the gods descended, to aid the people of the lower world, spirits who bore the gods' will willingly became the companions of ancient heroes, helping humanity survive against the clutches of monsters. Then, its identity becomes clear. Oranos could it be, that in Orarios? In the ancient era, before the gods descended, the spirits were essentially created by the deities to eliminate the monsters of the lower world. They usually served as guides to mortals and transmitters of divine blessings. Of course, they could also serve as weapons. At that time, as the dungeon was the origin of monsters, many spirits were dispatched there to support the mortals. The widely circulated fairy tale Holy Tales of the Labyrinth itself was said to be based on legends of how human heroes, guided by spirits, fought against monsters. Then it is. Most likely a spirit who went deep into the dungeon to drive away monsters, but was accidentally devoured by them. Yet, it retained its consciousness, becoming this twisted existence. This current form, terrifying, must be an aberration born from fusing with monsters, without reason, entirely driven by the primal urges of consumption, plunder, and greed. Look at what it's doing now. Only a mindless monster would behave like that. As a child of the gods, a spirit combined with a monster, essentially, it has already lost the concept of being a spirit. Yet, regrettably, it still possesses the power of a spirit. Perhaps, just like those, it is a possibility unique to the lower world. Oranos, you mean? As if realizing something, Fels shuddered violently. No concept of a spirit, yet still holding a spirit's power? What kind of sick joke was that? Whether the Loki familia can overcome this crisis. This has already become an unknown even I, a god, cannot see. Turning to look at the crystal ball's vision, Orano's eyes carried a complex emotion. May they succeed, but alas, Orario is doomed to fall again. A spirit fallen, a corrupted spirit. After hearing Fran's words and seeing Ai's genuine reaction, Tione, Tiona, Bite, Lefia, and the others were all dumbfounded. Fran, what nonsense are you spouting? You're saying that disgusting, nauseating thing is a spirit. That joke isn't funny at all. Lefia also twisted her face in fear as she retorted. My hometown, in the forest of Wish, also has a great spirit, but that noble great spirit looks nothing like that. Fran hugged Eyes tightly in his arms, gently stroking her golden hair to soothe her, his lips forming a bitter smile. It is indeed a spirit. Ai's reaction is nearly identical to when we encountered the jewel fetus on the 18th floor. But it is no longer truly a spirit. It should be a fallen spirit. That nauseating spiritual corruption that erodes the mind, you all felt it too, right? It's almost the exact opposite of the aura from the spirit veil, yet of the same origin. So it was confirmed. This eerie yet beautiful, sacred yet defiled thing really was once a high existence, a spirit. It shattered their worldview. But that was not the most important part. The positions had already been made clear. It was an enemy. Yet, the overwhelming aura emanating from it made everyone deeply wary. As the complete form born after parasitizing the jewel fetus, its growth requires massive nutrients. Whether it's the nutrient fluid overflowing from the pantry, or the magic stones devoured from its kin, all of it fueled its development. Even those worms and violas were nothing but tools for it to accomplish its purpose. The cruel truth, the overwhelming aura, and its twisted, defiled appearance. It made their hearts tremble, their spirits waver. Arya, Tilda, I missed you so much. That distorted existence continued, endlessly, unconsciously, following only its primal instincts, staring greedily at Eyes with predatory eyes. Under that invasive, scrutinizing gaze, Fran felt the delicate body of the girl in his arms stiffen. His expression darkened. You too, come with me, okay? Let me eat you. The enemy revealed a grotesque smile, and then, the countless monsters filling their vision all turned in unison. It was as if the will of a beast tamer was commanding the horde. Rumble. At the same time, endless green carpets and green walls surged forth from all directions, completely trapping the adventurers within. From above, it could even be seen that the passage to the 58th floor had been sealed off by the green walls. Our retreat's been cut off too. Everyone, prepare for battle. In an instant, as the commander, Finn issued the order for combat. Chapter 198, Fight Against Magic with Magic Tilda. In an instant, as the commander, Finn issued the order for combat. Even when besieged on all sides and surrounded by monsters, Finn unwaveringly issued the order to fight. As always, Finn, as the leader of the team, stood at the very front, no matter how you looked at it. At his command, whether it was shaken comrades or elves disgusted to their very core, all of them reflexively raised their weapons and assumed battle stances. Even Eyes, whose mind was still in chaos, instinctively placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Eyes, that thing is no longer a spirit. It's just a monster swallowed up, obeying nothing but greed, plunder, and full of primitive desires. Do not falter, calm your spirit, this is when everyone needs you most. He held the girl's fragile shoulders, shaking her slightly, trying to snap her back to reality. Ephron. In the hollow depths of the girl's golden eyes, a faint light returned. Gazing at the young man's face right in front of her, she raised her hand and gently caressed his cheek, whispering softly, "That isn't a spirit, is it?" Franz smiled, gently reassuring her. "That's right, that's not a spirit, but a fallen, twisted monster obeying only its primal desires. It just wants to eat you. Remember, Eyes, it's only a monster." The girl's bewildered gaze gradually regained clarity. Her eyes focused on the young man's face, then shifted one by one to her companions. "Eyes, have you woken up?" The girl silently nodded. "Good then, everyone fight." As the adventurers raised their weapons, she smiled, and the battle began. Thud 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 thud. Gigantic worms and violas, numbering over 100, charged at the adventurers like lunatics. Shrill screams and roars shook the air, the overwhelming tide of monsters pressing down with suffocating force. But this time, their enemies were no ordinary adventurers. Facing the incoming horde of rainbow-colored monsters, the adventurers instantly raised their special, Durandal, weapons. "Well, Finn, I don't need to be on rear guard anymore, do I?" "Yeah, whatever happens, just don't let the line break." "Ha ha ha, finally my blood's boiling again." Gareth brandished his double-bladed battle axe, bellowing as he led Tiona, Tyone, and Bete in a headlong charge. From above, the waves of monsters and a handful of tiny black specks clashed in moments. Though the numbers in sight were overwhelming, in an instant, double-bladed axes, short swords, two-handed great swords, and halberds shattered and severed the monsters' bodies. Slash, slash, slash. Careful, their corrosive spray attack. HMPH, too familiar already. These trash only have that trick. Using his incredible speed, Beted darted among the monsters, his twin blades slicing relentlessly, throwing the enemy into disarray. Watching the frontliners battle, Finn once more gave decisive orders. "Lefia, target that fallen spirit, full power chance only." "Raoul, Anakitty, Alicia, Elfie, the four of you use magic swords to support the front." "Understood." The elf girl raised her staff, a red magic circle forming beneath her feet as she began chanting. At the same time, several supporters drew long, powerful magic swords, unleashing chantless magical bombardments with every swing. Boom! Ice, fire, lightning, light. The beams released by the magic swords were the very nemesis of these lesser monsters, their extermination speed even surpassing that of first-class adventurers. If not for the fact that magic swords shatter after exhausting their mana, this endless horde would surely have perished under their might. "Haha, not bad, huh? Magic swords have bite." Watching the weapons she forged unleash such power, Tsubaki grinned. "But hey, I can't just sit back either. Cutting down some small fries pretty fun. Let's go." W8 Tsubaki. Slash. Raoul's words caught in his throat. "W what the hell, Raoul's?" He stared in shock as the smith casually cut an enemy in half with a single swing, shattering even its magic stone. He was at a loss for words. "Tsubaki's that strong too." "What are you saying? Cutting monsters is my specialty." "Raoul, Tsubaki is a level 5, a first-class adventurer." As his companions fought fiercely, Fran turned eyes toward him, lowering his head slightly to meet her eyes. "Eyes, can you do this?" "Why, yes." "Then go." Nodding once more, she stepped out of Fran's embrace, staring down the monster that made her heart tremble. Forcing down her unease, she gripped her silver rapier tightly and joined the chaotic front line. Slash! With sharp eyes, she dashed like the wind, swinging her beloved sword to release a slash. Seeing her cast aside hesitation and regain her fighting spirit, Franz smiled faintly. All right, I'll get started too. Gripping his staff with both hands, Fran began chanting. Fran, you and Reveria stay back, don't chant magic, remain on standby. Finn, Reveria, staff already raised, was suddenly stopped by Finn's sharp command. She knew his command style was always decisive, never hesitant, but this time. My thumb keeps throbbing in pain, it's been so long since I've felt this. Something is coming. The Palom leader's rare bitter expression appeared. Then, Lady Reveria, stand by. I will chant defensive magic. I'm counting on you, Fran. What was about to come, Fran remembered vividly. No longer a spirit in essence, but still possessing spirit power. That possibility could only mean. Dance with me, great spirits of air, sovereigns of light. Fran's chant rang out, a massive magic circle glowing beneath him, larger than any before his upgrade. The rising mana turned into starlight, fluttering around him. I, who am bound by pact with the guardian of the forest, call upon the song of the earth, shield us, protect us. Halfway through his chant, Fran's eyelids twitched violently. Not only him, but everyone froze for a brief instant. And the cause of this, the anomaly that shattered their understanding, came from the corrupted spirit's mouth, who started chanting magic with a twisted smile. Burn, O flame. Chapter 199. You chant magic, I chant extra long magic tilde. Burn, O flame. As the fallen spirit spread her arms, she grinned wickedly and began chanting a spell of magic. Magic? It can actually use magic. I've never heard of a monster being able to use magic before. On the front line, Tiona, Tayoni, and the others, who were battling against the worms and violas, were struck with horror. Their hearts trembled, and even their battle movements faltered. If a single chant wasn't enough to be sure, then in the very next moment, when a deep purple magic circle more than 20 meters in diameter unfolded, everyone was truly thrown into terror. They saw it, a complex, overlapping ring of circles, exuding a crimson aura and color, rising from the ground, one above, one below, while crimson magic essence wrapped the woman's body completely. And with her chanting, endless magic power gathered, condensed, boiled, and seethed. The torrent of magic gathered by that disaster-class circle, which nearly filled their entire vision, already made the ground quake violently. Seeing the enemy's actions, Finn and Reveria's expressions twisted. Monsters driven only by primal instinct and desire, knowing only to plunder, destroy, and devour, how could they possibly use magic? As a mage, Reveria understood magic better than anyone. Magic had always been synonymous with reason and wisdom. It was something utterly incompatible with monsters. Even if its former self was in spirit, this is far too irregular. Fran, Finn quickly turned and shouted to the blond youth. Dance around spirit of the atmosphere, lord of light. Contract with the guardian of the forest, and envelop us with the song of the land. Surround us, become a great barrier of forest light, and protect us. My name is Alf. Via Schilheim. As Fran finished chanting the name of the spell, a radiant golden barrier, engraved with intricate patterns, descended from above. Everyone retreat into Fran's barrier. Reveria, keep chanting another barrier spell. I understand. Lefia, use bombardment magic to interrupt its chanting. Yes. Raoul, Alicia, Anakitty, Elfie, unleash your magic swords on the woman's body. Why, yes, understood. Shine forth lightning cutter, ×2. Burn it all flame lion, ×2. The supporters drew their strongest longsword-type magic swords and unleashed massive beams one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Without suspense, the magic sword attacks slammed into the enemy's upper body. But that wasn't all. Lefia, who had already completed her chanting and was holding her magic in standby, also launched her wide area annihilation magic. Fire javelins. Boom, boom. Hundreds of blazing projectiles rained down from the sky, converging with the light cannons of the magic swords, striking the fallen elf without hindrance. The destructive brilliance shredded at the enemy's armor, explosions roaring skyward and obscuring everyone's view. It hit. Did we succeed? The bombardment's brilliance lit up the entire 59th floor. But the result shook everyone's hearts with horror and deep doubt. For before their eyes, the monster's lower half unfurled its calamity-shrouded petals and formed them into a wall of despair before the upper body that grinned and kept chanting. That wall of despair blocked all their magic bombardments and sword fire. The adventurers combined might smashed against it, causing roaring blasts and violent shockwaves, ear-splitting booms and blinding flashes of magic. But it did not inflict even the slightest damage on the chanting enemy herself. What? The monster's lower body actually has such defensive armor. Are you kidding me? Not even a scratch. That was Lephia's magic combined with top-class magic swords. Everyone understood what this meant. Lephia's bombardment was on par with a level 5's power, yet it couldn't harm the enemy at all. Their defense was clearly irregular, beyond reason. We can't stop it. We'll have to defend with everything we have. Finn's face twisted as he barked a command. Everyone fall back into Fran's barrier. Knowing what was about to happen, no one hesitated. They pushed back or cut down the monsters before them, then retreated at full speed, gathering inside Fran's barrier. Meanwhile, for safety, Reveria was chanting another barrier spell and keeping it in standby. Why? Lephia still couldn't recover from the shock. Her unstoppable magic had done nothing. Since becoming a mage, this was the first time. But the battle would not stop just because an elven girl lost heart. Burn, 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 vortex of flames, crimson wall, roar of inferno, grant me the storm's power to seal this world. Burn the skies, burn the earth, burn the seas, burn the lakes, burn the mountains, burn life itself, reduce all to scorched earth, and roar with grief and rage for my fallen hero, beloved. Hearing the terrifyingly fluent chant, Fran's face twisted. Is this a spirit, such speed in chanting? And not just a normal chant, it's an ultra-long chant. An ultra-long chant, that meant the enemy's magic was truly disaster incarnate. Only magic of overwhelming, irregular might required such an advanced, extra-long chanting. In the entire labyrinth city, those capable of using ultra-long chants could be counted on one hand. And this enemy not only used it, but combined it with incredible speed. Such a skill that even Reveria, the city's strongest mage, could only sigh in awe. But at that moment, no one noticed Fran's golden eyes, where twin azure rings flickered. Perhaps, the harvest this time will far exceed my expectations. As he fixated on the enemy, hungering to seize that high knowledge, calamity descended. In my name as a proxy, I command, grant me the name of Flame Spirit, incarnation of fire, queen of flames. As the ultra-long chant, accelerated by her speed, neared its final verses, the entire floor fell silent. Finn, Gareth, and Reveria's faces twisted, eyes locked on what would happen in the next second. Eyes, Tyone, Tiona, and Beta tensed their faces, hearts pounding violently, spirits shaken. Anakitty, Alicia, Lephia, Elfie, Raoul, and the other supporters huddled together, ready to give their all, to protect the last of their supplies and potions, even at the cost of their lives. And then, before everyone's eyes, the fallen elf unleashed the spell she had long prepared. Storm of Inferno, Firestorm. Chapter 200. You thought I was done? No, I was getting started, Tilda. Storm of Inferno, Firestorm. In the sight of everyone, the entire world was dyed deep reddish purple, the color representing calamity. The kind of scene that was utterly indescribable in words. A raging torrent of reddish-purple flames, like the blood of disaster, erupting from the vast abyss that tore the world apart, in an instant flooded the entire world. That spectacle could truly be called a force capable of changing heaven and earth. Boom, 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 boom. Like a massive, overwhelming tidal wave, it swept everyone away without exception, ravaging, trampling, and tormenting them madly. Crack, 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 crack. Fissures began spreading across Fran's barrier, and in barely a few seconds, the entire hemispherical shield was densely covered in cracks, a tragic sight that drew lament. Reveria, as soon as Fran's barrier shatters, you must connect yours immediately. We absolutely cannot let this attack hit us. As the caster of the barrier magic, Fran bore the heaviest burden. What his senses fed back to him at that moment felt as if his entire body was being crushed under a steamroller, while he resisted with everything he had. But the force crushing his chest so hard it suffocated him did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it only grew stronger. The young man's eyes widened, his expression twisted in grim ferocity. Both hands gripped his staff tightly as he braced it before him, a hoarse roar bursting from his throat. Hold on, hold on. The color of calamity had yet to fade, still battering the trembling barrier on the verge of collapse. Behind him lay his comrades' hopes. Everyone's lives rested on Fran's shoulders, unknowingly weighing him down with a heavy responsibility. You fallen spirit, don't think you can make me yield. With a roar, Fran unleashed all his magic power. Reader overdrive. Scholar overdrive. The frenzied surge of magic caused the staff scholar Argon in his hands to flash with streams of light and magical rings, while the purple magic stone at its tip released its full brilliance. The young man roared with all his strength, veins bulging and throbbing on his forehead and neck, his straining feet carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. Hold it back for me. Boom, 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 boom. The violent, terrifying torrent of flames howled as it swept across everything, engulfed everything, and finally reached its end. After an earth-shattering roar, everyone at last saw the dim light of survival again. Cracked. As the enemy's magical bombardment ceased, Fran's barrier also reached its end. Covered entirely in fractures, the shimmering dome scattered into starlight and broke apart with the hot wind that blew over it. Pooh! Fran couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, his brain stabbing with pain like being pierced by 10,000 needles. Magic backlash struck him with devastating force in an instant. Huff, 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 bent over, the young man gasped desperately. Though he looked utterly battered and blood still dripped from the corner of his mouth, the manic grin tugging at his lips betrayed his elation and excitement, his golden eyes glittering with madness. Alicia, heal Fran now. Yes. Pulling out an elixir from her pack, Alicia quickly supported the youth collapsing onto her, pried his mouth open, and poured it straight in. Cough, cough, be beautiful lady, slow down. Why are you all like eyes, forcing medicine down people like this? Alicia flushed, her delicate face tinged red, flustered as she stammered an apology. Sorry, I was too hasty. It's fine, totally understandable. After such a life-or-death ordeal, emotions were bound to surge and waver, especially for a girl whose delicate heart was shaken even more deeply. Alicia's nervous reaction was proof of that. Having endured the enemy's attack, the adventurers, frustrated and full of pent-up rage, were already itching for payback. It's finally over. That bastard, time to smash his smug face in. The first to step forward was the hot-blooded werewolf Bite, dual swords in hand, body leaning forward, head cocked arrogantly, about to charge in. Bite fall back. Seeing the wide plain scorched flat and burning with reddish-purple flames, Finn licked his thumb, his expression bitter as he restrained the impulsive werewolf. What are you hesitating for, Finn? This isn't like you at all. But, even under the provocation of his junior, Finn's sharp eyes brimmed with wariness and unease. Don't go, my thumb is throbbing like crazy. I have a really bad feeling. Maybe, it's not over yet, something else. Everyone knew about Finn's intuition, an almost cheating-level ability like an external plugin. Hearing his worry, their battle-hungry expressions froze at once. Together, they turned to look at that twisted, monstrous feminine figure. Then, before their eyes, it opened its lips once more. What? Impossible. This can't be real. Are you kidding me? If once wasn't enough, there's a second time. What kind of monster are we even fighting? With that voice ringing out again, their hearts, which had only just steadied, wavered once more. O earth groaned. Come, come, O crust of the earth, O treasure of black iron, O hammer of meteors, O covenant of reversal that opens the world, burn the sky, shatter the land, raise a bridge between heaven and earth, bring down the axe of ruin. In the name of the executor, receive this. I am the incarnation of the earth goblins, the queen of earth. Everyone, including Fran, froze in place. A few seconds. In just a few seconds, before anyone could even react, a massive jet-black magic circle flickered into being once more. That terrifying ultra-fast chant sent them back to childhood memories of being crushed by monsters' fear. Why, you've got to be kidding me. High-speed chanting alone is already broken, but now continuous chanting, extended chanting, ultra-long chanting, how is this even fair? Normally innocent, Tiona could no longer keep her cool. This level of magic had already surpassed her simple brain's ability to comprehend. This was no realm she could ever understand. Even Fran, who knew a little about magic, even with memories of this moment buried within, was still utterly overwhelmed when seeing it with his own eyes. High-speed chanting, ultra-long chanting, continuous chanting, extended chanting. Watching the enemy's eerie grin as she unleashed magic far beyond mortal reach, the azure rings in Fran's eyes deepened in color. Good, very good, this was worth it, truly worth it. The youth gasped for breath, laughing intermittently. The enemy's actions once again shattered their understanding of monsters, yet it didn't shake Finn's judgment. Revirias. Chapter 201, True Despair Tilda. Revirias. I understand. Reveria, who had long been on standby at the side, raised the staff in her hand, and as a green magic circle lit up beneath her feet, once again deployed the exact same barrier magic as Fran. Via Schilheim. At the very instant, the enormous golden magic barrier once again covered and protected everyone. The enemy's attack arrived as well. Meteor storm. A gigantic magic circle spun and spread across the dome, and immediately afterward, blinding flashes tore through the surroundings, striking directly and precisely toward the entire battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. An endless swarm of magical meteors mercilessly bombarded everything within sight. Whether adventurers, worms, or violas, none were spared. The fallen spirit, driven by primitive instinct, she senselessly destroyed everything. The true body protected within the flower bud wantonly writhed, swelling with feral, maddening power. Cracked. Almost the same as Fran's, Reveria's barrier also lasted only a few seconds under this even more terrifying magical assault, before cracks spread densely across its surface. Reveria, you must hold on. As I know. Boom, 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 boom. But clearly, the enemy had no intention of giving the adventurers another chance. WWHHH. A piercing shriek resounded once more. The enemy's lower body petals spread open, and, one after another, worms and violas were decomposed into the most basic magical stones, greedily absorbed and devoured. That is. She's reclaiming her magic power, strengthening herself again. Cracked. Bang. Thud, 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 thud. With bug-like means, the enemy once again amplified her magic, and Reveria's barrier, after a shrill wail, was mercilessly shattered. Finn's expression twisted in horror, while Raoul and the others gazed skyward, their eyes reflecting the magnified swarm of meteors, filled with despair. Beta, Tiona, and the others stood trembling, utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. Gareth, protect Leffia and Anakitty. Ha, leave it to me, mere meteors. With a grunt, Gareth planted himself before the supporters, raising two massive tower shields above their heads. On the other side, even without Finn's reminder, sensing danger in an instant, eyes roughly pressed Fran beneath her, tightly embracing the young man's body, using her own to shield him. Eyes, you idiot. At the brink of life and death, everyone struggled with all their might to survive. Everyone, defend yourselves, you must survive this. Finn's hoarse shout hadn't even finished before the ground-shaking impact arrived. Then countless meteors fell, in an instant burying the adventurers in a storm of violent destruction. The dense meteors were the true embodiment of calamity, descending from above carrying colossal, overwhelming power. They struck the earth, shook the earth, shattered the earth, annihilating everything within sight. The few adventurers, beneath this natural disaster-like assault, let out screams of despair and agony. The massive shock waves following the impacts instantly buried them, then scattered them, Some even blasted into the sky like ragged sacks, tumbling down again, vanishing without a trace. The defensive stances of humans were meaningless under such overwhelming magical might. People simply disappeared in the overlapping explosions. The bombardment continued relentlessly for over half a minute. Such an ultra-intense saturation strike of magic, no LV-6 could possibly retain strength to fight again. Especially Reveria, whose magic had shattered, suffering immense backlash. As the magical bombardment ceased, the entire 59th floor once again sank into a brief, eerie silence. Only the enemy's lower body, endlessly whipping its vine-like tentacles, swayed, while her female upper body spread its arms wide, grinning eerily and exuding cries of joy. Crackle! The gray earth was gone, leaving only cratered ruins burning with purple flames. The monsters that once filled the vision vanished. The enclosing green walls gone. Looking around, only a few tattered supporter packs lay scattered, their spilled supplies mostly ruined. Cough, cough, damn it, not even giving me time to prepare. A battered figure suddenly propped themselves up unsteadily, clutching their weapon. Eyes, how's your condition? Can you still stand? The one who rose was none other than Fran. At the final moment before being consumed by magic, he had reversed their positions, cradling the girl within his arms, shielding her with the black Goliath cloak and the fire spirit cloth. Thus, they narrowly escaped the calamity. I am fine. Eyes, also forcing herself upright, looked slightly disheveled. Her once glittering golden hair was now coated in dust, her armor battered. The only exception was the hair clip, the small gift from Fran, which remained perfectly intact. Drink this elixir. From his pouch, he pulled out the only preserved vial of elixir and forcefully pressed it into her hand. Then, Fran began searching for their other companions. Everyone, are you all okay? If you can hear me, answer. Across the dust-filled, cratered battlefield, faint groans could be heard. Fortunately, not far away, he soon found the supporters. When the shockwave struck, they had been grouped together, and though knocked down, they weren't blasted apart by meteors, thus collapsed in a pile. Eyes, come help. He lifted Alicia and Lefia, pouring the elixir down their throats, while calling the golden-haired swordswoman, who had somewhat recovered. Damn it, never thought I'd be pushed this far. At that moment, the gruff voice of the old dwarf rang out. Old man, are you all right? Seeing the dwarf lying on the ground, his whole body charred black, Fran asked with worry. HMPH, this is nothing, cough cough. Yet even as he spoke, the old man coughed blood. It seemed that under the magical assault, he had shielded the younger ones, especially the supporters. Then, the one who had been blasted into the sky and fallen back must have been this strongest warrior. Otherwise, who else could endure such grievous wounds and still be alive? It could only be this dwarf. Chapter 202, More Despair. Otherwise, who else could endure such grievous wounds and still be alive? It could only be this dwarf. As Franz searched, in a short time, fortunately everyone was found. Unfortunately, however, Reveria also completely lost consciousness due to magic rebound, losing all combat ability. On top of that, backup items, magic swords, and potions were largely destroyed. At this very moment, the Loki Familia had already been driven into a desperate corner. Even though everyone, following Fran's suggestion, had worn fire spirit cloth, under that kind of magical attack, their bodies were already battered and torn apart. Groaning under Fran's call, they forced their trembling bodies up with their arms, looking at the enemy, like a blazing inferno dividing the entire floor into two worlds, speechless. Picking up the shattered white-silver staff with fragments of magic crystal, looking at the unconscious Reveria lying in Ai's arms and the ruined sacred robe that had possessed extremely high magic resistance. Lefia, who hadn't directly taken the hit, was pale, her eyes brimming with tears. The boastful dwarf was severely burned all over, barely supporting himself while sitting on the ground. Like Reveria, his top-class equipment had been completely destroyed. With both leaders losing the ability to fight, the scene threw the others into silence. Meanwhile, the Palom captain standing by pressed down on his charred arm, his green eyes scanning everyone's faces. Nobody knew what he was thinking. This kind of enemy, How in the world are we supposed to defeat it? Despair filled the faces of Tiona, Tioni, and Beta, let alone the others. O Earth, respond. Even without reason or wisdom, monsters driven only by primitive instinct could still strike when one was already down. To the utterly defeated Loki Familia, the enemy's chant once more was no different than a death knell. Correct. The string of calmness in Fran's mind snapped. All along, Fran had appeared calm and composed, but only when cornered in desperate straits would he reveal another side of himself. Like against the Black Goliath, like during the last expedition, like against all of us. But this time, it was even more suffocating, more terrifying, more despair-inducing than ever before. The companions who had always been his support, the family silently standing behind him, were now fallen. Then, this time, let me become your support. Step, 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 step. With Fran's slow but firm strides, step by step, the tip of his staff dragged across the ground, leaving behind a twisted scar. You think chanting is something only your side can do, H-A-A-A. Gripping his staff, Fran burst out from the silence like a furious lion, his body erupting in black, thunderous flames. With one step on the fractured edge, he leapt into the burning wasteland, faster and faster, until his figure blurred, charging headlong at that twistedly grinning enemy of life and death. Face your end, Ragnarok. Surtur. While sprinting, he chanted the name of his magic. His figure wrapped in black flames and lightning, like a demon crawling from the abyss, eyes blazing with perilous light. Hathi. The twisted being tilted its head, sneering. Come forth, O shell of the earth, O treasure of black steel, O hammer of meteors, O covenant of reversal and creation. Burn the heavens, shatter the land, erect the bridge of heaven and earth, bring down the axe of the sky, catastrophe of ruin. A long chant, one level below super long incantation. Though weaker in power, against already devastated adventurers, it was more than enough. And with the aid of ultra-high-speed chanting, the speed of activation was faster still. In the name of the executor, receive this. My name is Gnome, embodiment of earth, queen of the land. Seeing a tiny crawling insect dare charge at it without fear, the spirit's expression did not change, continuing its eerie smile as it chanted the words of calamity with otherworldly skill. Fran. His companions, stunned, looked at that fearless figure. Perhaps it was an illusion, but something within their bodies was being ignited by Fran. It was the blood flowing within the beings known as adventurers, ignited. Blood pumping. Heart pounding. Thump, thump, thump. He raised his hand, pressing against his chest. Feeling the surge of his mind and body, somehow, the shaken heart grew resolute. Thump, thump, thump. Under the gaze of companions, whose eyes grew ever brighter, that figure charged straight forward. In his eyes, there was nothing else. Reader, activate. Scholar, activate. Infinite super magic, activate. Magic dominator, activate. Final form Sertologi, once again. Boom. Storm of meteors. The sky darkened once more, a terrifying magic circle covering the entire battlefield. But at that very moment, storm of meteors, completely identical, though smaller in size, the exact same colossal magic circle shone above Fran's head. One above, one below, in the next moment. Boom, 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 boom. Meteors collided. The meteors falling from the above, and those rising from below exploded midair into dazzling fireworks. No, that wasn't fireworks. It was ruin, destruction itself. Fran. Everyone raised their heads to the youth, who, in the face of a mighty foe, stood bravely at the very front, his back to his comrades and friends, carrying their hopes. His figure was engulfed by blinding light, the deafening blast and violent shockwave once again sweeping away his injured and defenseless companions. Only their cries of grief echoed across the barren wasteland. I will not lose, monster. To protect my comrades, I will never lose. Explode for me. With a ferocious roar, he poured all his magic into the spell, clashing against the monster. Hathi. The entire 59th floor, under that searing light, lost all color. Only the beams of magic, stretching out from the two vast magic circles, remained. Uaa. His cheek was torn open, his right arm turned to charcoal, his cloak tattered. Blood gushed from deep wounds along with his shattered armor. Yet the youth, bleeding all over, smiled. Boom! The scorching heat and flames that twisted sight devoured his figure, the roaring shockwave consuming the youth's furious howl. All that remained was a field of ruins, and the faintest trace of a body, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 203, Even More Despair, A Sliver of Hope. All that remained was a field of ruins, and the faintest trace of a body, vanishing into nothingness. Aya! Even the fallen spirit let out a sharp, tragic scream from the pain. That was the heavy wound brought to her by magic. Even though, as an enhanced species, she possessed a self-healing ability stronger than a mutated monster, this was not something that could be healed in a short time. Compared to the heavily injured fallen spirit, Fran, who was fighting head-on against the twisted enemy, wasn't faring much better either. The magic explosion was all-encompassing. Fran's entire body was tattered and torn, countless bones broken. 60% of his skin was burned, and even his handsome face was half destroyed. His shriveled lips split open, oozing with blood. His dazzling, sword-maiden-like short hair was mostly burned away, and the black Goliath cloak on him looked like a beggar's rags, barely hanging on. The staff in his hand rolled aside. Thanks to its Durandal property, it wasn't damaged, but the magic crystal and the tip of the staff had dulled, losing their rightful power and sharpness. Ephron. Covered in dust and dirt, Eyes, Alicia, Tiona, and the others who could still move moved toward him, crying in grief as they fell before the man lying miserably on the ground, life or death uncertain. They let out piercing wails of despair. No, no, Fran, don't die. Don't leave me all alone, I beg you, please, please wake up. Please, please, I'm begging you. Eyes knelt by the young man's side, her soft little hands clutching Fran's large hand tightly as the girl sobbed uncontrollably. The wind descended. But where would wind come from in the dungeon? A gentle breeze brushed across the cheeks of the companions, drowning in grief. No one noticed, in Eyes' golden eyes lowered in sorrow, a pitch-black darkness spreading within. Who? Her blonde hair fluttered behind her as the girl powerlessly released the young man's charred hand. Eyes. Hoo. Her body was swallowed in the intensifying storm. She slowly lifted her head. What appeared were lifeless black eye sockets as the darkness of vengeance erupted from within her. Boom! The green breeze turned into a black storm, sweeping around the girl like a natural disaster. Calm down, Eyes. Finn's face paled in shock at the sight of Eyes in this state. Forgive me, Finn. Allow me this one's selfishness. I will avenge Fran. No matter who the enemy is or how strong she is, I don't care, because the one I care about has already left me. Then, at the very least, I'll drag that twisted existence down with him. The silver rapier was gripped tightly in Eyes' hand, as the black storm wrapped around her body. Screech. The overwhelming power even made her beloved sword cry out in pain, but Eyes no longer cared. She only wanted revenge for the youth with the warm smile. With a light tap of her toe, Eyes' figure vanished, rushing toward the powerful foe who had just recovered. Finn silently picked up his spear and slowly walked to Fran's side. Without turning back, but staring directly at Eyes as she slaughtered monsters summoned anew by the enemy, he spoke. Fran's sacrifice was worth it. He created this chance for us. Now I will slay that monster. The braver Finn Damney thus declared. His emerald eyes fixed on the twisted, grinning monster. Then, turning his face slightly, he looked at Fran lying on the ground. I, Finn Damney, in the name of Braver, ask you all, what do you see in your eyes? Is it despair, fear, or ruin? No, none of those. In my eyes, I see Fran's courage. He has brought us hope. The only hope, our sole hope, and at the end of that hope lies victory. The road has already been paved. Do you not have the courage to step upon it and claim victory? That is nothing but a monster we must defeat, a stepping stone to the glory we will seize. I swear in the name of the goddess to tread the path of hope that Fran opened, and I will lead you to reap the fruit called victory. Come with me, companions. The Braver's words shook their hearts, shook their eyes, shook their bodies, shook their souls. The little Palam's not-so-great figure appeared at that moment vast and towering. His soul shone, dazzling and brilliant. What is a hero? Nothing more than this. In the chaotic sea of consciousness, a fragmented soul drifted endlessly. It had no goal, no purpose, drifting in confusion. Until a surge of chaotic, intense negative emotions struck, and the soul slowly regained its sense of self. Outside, the intact half of Fran's face twitched. His eyelids trembled, and with difficulty he opened his dim eyes. Piercing screams, the sound of monsters being torn apart, the clash of weapons and armor, adventurers' shouts mingled with monster roars. The thunder of magic swords and spells shook the earth and stirred the spirit. Returning from chaos, his consciousness slowly awoke. His lone eyeball rolled slightly, refocused. He turned his head and saw the brutal battlefield clearly. Tiona's greatsword swung, Tyone's weapon spun. The dwarf's massive axe smashed through the wall of despair. The werewolf's silver boots rained flames of magic from the sky. An emerald magic circle beneath Lefia gleamed brightly, healing magic's gentle radiance veiling companions like a silken cloth. Magic swords, arrows, round shields, swords clashed against monsters. Blood blurred their vision, but it did not cool their hot blood. The low-key familia, on the path of hope he carved, was launching their final charge toward victory. I see, so that's how it is, huh? Good, just as expected of you, my family. Trembling lips curved into a faint smile. His heavy mouth moved up and down, haltingly chanting that familiar song of magic once more. Pious staff, Pione's light. Intersect with the authority of healing and heal everything. Dia Panacea. That light. Could it be? Wonderful. Bang. The silver rapier, wrapped in a pitch-black storm, unleashed a lightning-fast slash, colliding with the enemy's barrier and sparking upon impact. The girl, her eyes hollow and filled with despair, resembled a merciless killing machine as she repeated her attacks endlessly, as if she knew no exhaustion. Even when knocked away by the enemy, she would charge in again, hacking wildly, like a wounded beast with blood-red eyes. Eyes. Fran, it's Fran. Fran isn't dead. He's still alive. The silver rapier froze midair, the girl's body stiffening. Bang! A vine tentacle lashed out, sending the golden-haired swordswoman flying, then immediately launched a follow-up attack. But at that moment, light returned to the golden eyes of the girl, and the twisted monster's power lost its meaning. She spun around without hesitation, running toward that figure. Eyes, her companions fighting fiercely, also noticed the girl swordsman's movement. They followed her line of departure, and then... Dia Panacea. Blue magic shone brightly from the rear. The supporters, their eyes brimming with tears, swung their weapons as they fought monsters, but their gazes turned toward the figure they were protecting. So it's true, I knew it. After enduring such a desperate battle, how could he die so easily? As if he had already known, Finn's face lit up with a carefree smile. Ha ha ha, that kid's body is tougher than all of us put together. A giant axe cleared a path for Finn as everyone fought through hordes of monsters, closing in on the twisted creature. Reveria, did you already know? Ah, because my healing magic worked on him. The implication was clear, healing magic doesn't affect the dead. Then is it because of that child eyes? Yes, she's already able to control that power. I wanted to see how far she could go. But Fran has already awakened. Yes, this is good too. Fran. Cough cough, eyes, is that you? Yes, it's me. I thought you were already. How could I die so easily? Don't forget, my life is tough, even the old man said so. Hearing the young man's cold joke, her sobs broke apart. Fran shakily lifted his hand, wiping away the girl's tears, and under the glow of magic, gently caressed her delicate cheek. I'm fine, go fight, eyes, everyone needs you. No. Go fight. I'm okay, my ability, don't you trust me? Don't forget, this is that masked guy's magic. Just give it a little time, and I'll be fully up and fighting again. Don't say things like that. Hurry now, everyone is waiting for you to defeat that monster. Then, be careful. Reluctantly, the girl let go of the young man's hand, his warmth lingering in her palm. But as she turned, sharpness and resolve rose from her, and she, Eyes Wallenstein, had to defeat that twisted monster. Once again, the girl charged into battle, clashing fiercely with the enemy. Turning his head toward the roaring, chaotic land, feeling his body slowly recovering, Fran began calculating in his mind. The enemy's strength is definitely not just LV7. Its magic power surpasses Reveria's. Not only can it chain chant, but also use ultra-short, short, long, and ultra-long chants. Most terrifying of all, it can speed chant and even ultra-speed chant. Add to that its speed, strength, and agility combined with vine tentacles, its offensive potential is roughly LV8, and with that plant armor, its defense is also LV8. In summary, the enemy is a fallen spirit with dual specialization in offense and defense at LV8 potential. Its only weakness is immobility, but it can infinitely summon worms and violas, plus endless high-strength vine tentacles. In a one-on-one, you can't even approach its main body, let alone finish it off. Overall, its potential lies somewhere between the upper LV7 and just a little shy off LV8. Through Fran's analysis, the enemy's power took shape. Such an unheard-of, terrifying monster, let alone Fran, a newly minted adventurer. Even Finn and the other 3 leaders had likely never seen such a thing. Outside of the 3 great adventure commissions, this monster was the highest tier that existed in the dungeon. And unlike other monsters, it could use magic. Never forget, magic has always been a power that transcends levels. At LV5, Fran's full firepower could already wound LV6 to weaker LV7 monsters. Reveria, as the city's strongest mage, could push past even 1.5 levels in extreme situations. But even so, it still wasn't enough against this enemy. Because this foe, with LV8 potential, also wielded magic, even without skill amplification, its destructive force. It spread across half of the 59th floor, shattering full-power barrier magic from Fran and Reveria alike. Concentrated into a single strike, it would. Clearly, if such magic directly struck someone, the outcome would not just be chance annihilation, it would certainly be annihilation. But now, Loki Familia had no retreat. Even facing a monster capable of using magic, they could only walk the path of hope to its very end. Victory, that was the only option. Step under Fell's strongest single-target healing magic. His external wounds were nearly healed. Fran propped himself up with one hand, struggling to stand. With Reader, Scholar, Infinite Supermagic, Magic Dominator, and the complete outburst of his auxiliary magic, his body had been left not only battered, but also weighed down by immense side effects. Even with healing magic, muscle weakness and searing headaches ravaged his body and mind. Before night ends, we must defeat that monster. His skill's nighttime buff still lingered. This was their best chance. Clang, he picked up the dimmed staff, his ragged cloak, torn apart by the aftermath of explosions, fluttering like a beggar's. Alicia, Anakitty, Raoul, Tsubaki, thank you for watching over me just now. Fran. Chapter 204, Hellfingas, a Berserk Fin Tilda. Yeah, with the support from everyone, no matter what, we must win. The supporters stared blankly at that figure, battered on the outside, but standing tall and straight, their faces filled with expressions of awe. After shooting down a worm that had crawled close, Alicia's bright eyes were full of something different, emotions so intense they were about to burst forth. Lefia, for some reason, at that very moment, Fran's figure overlapped with that equally radiant, golden-haired swordswoman, the one she had always admired. And now, this stubborn girl, her feelings toward Fran were beginning to undergo a change she herself had yet to realize. Was it admiration, or anticipation, or perhaps? With his heavy body, Fran fought the monster horde relying solely on willpower. Every movement, every dodge, every swing of his weapon, his body seemed to be groaning. The young man lowered his head slightly, biting hard on his lip to force himself to stay conscious. Everyone, the distance to the giant monster is 300. Give it everything you have, we must close in. Eyes Fran, save your remaining strength. The final blow is yours. While Finn and the others launched a charge toward the corrupted spirit that was still endlessly absorbing magic. He shouted instructions to the two lagging behind. Understood. HSSS, facing the adventurers' all-out assault, as unstoppable as a crashing tide, the monster horde shrieked madly, unleashing even more frenzied attacks. Pouring in all their strength, staking everything the low-key familia had, they used every means they had for the sake of just these few hundred meters. Puh. Even when the monsters once again used wave tactics, it only held the adventurers back for a brief moment. Then it was cleaved into pieces by the furious dwarf. Well done, Gareth. Everyone, keep advancing. HMPH, mere monsters think they can stop this old man. You're a few hundred years too early. The adventurers roared as they charged down the path the dwarf had opened, slaying the horde with every ounce of their power, all for the sake of seizing that one chance at victory. Fran, can you still? Rushing side by side with him, Eyes asked with a trace of worry. No problem. Even as I am now, I still have the strength to deliver the final strike. Eyes pressed her lips together, forcing her focus to shift her focus to the monsters before her, not Fran's battered form. Awaken! Wind coiled around the girl's slender body as she broke through the wall of despair alongside Finn and the others. The entire formation shifted at that moment. From above, it looked like a silver arrowhead, with Finn at the lead, the entire squad charging with unstoppable force, slaughtering monsters along the way. The silver arrow gleamed coldly, clearing a thorny path straight toward the enemy's heart. Raoul, Alicia, Anakitty, Lefia, whether you use magic swords or spells, do as you please, but suppress their advance. Yes. Then, from here on, judge for yourselves. I'll be going all out as well. Saying this, Finn completed his ultra-short chant while sprinting at full speed. Magic spear, penetrate my forehead offering blood. The chant ended, and Finn pressed the brilliance gathered at his thumb, like a sharp spearhead, against his forehead. In the next instant, magic surged into Finn's small body. Hell fingas. When his eyes opened again, his green irises had turned completely scarlet, blazing with rage. The calm leader and commander was utterly transformed in that moment. Just from watching the raging aura rising from Finn, Fran thought of a profession, berserker. Hell fingas, Finn's magic. By burning the inner desire for battle, it heightened fighting spirit and greatly enhanced all of the user's attributes. The effect even surpassed the support magic of Eyes and Fran. Of course, such a powerful spell came with a price, the loss of calm judgment. At this moment, Finn abandoned his role as leader and commander, becoming purely a warrior. Seeing their leader now in full battle power, slaying monsters like chickens, everyone understood. Finn was fighting at his utmost. Captain, Tyone tossed her spare spear to Finn. And the furious little Palom warrior now wielded 2 spears over 2 meters long, completely mismatched with his small frame. Yet it was with this form that he accelerated, breaking from the squad entirely, hurling himself alone into the seamless ranks of monsters ahead. Finn's solo battle, his massacre began. The monsters tried to muster their strength to block the lone enemy charging in. But they were far too late. The berserker's blurred figure tore through them in an instant. Like a whirlwind, Finn rushed past, his twin spears leaving afterimages, slicing through the monsters around him as easily as chopping vegetables. Splurt, 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 splurt. Tentacles and chunks of flesh flew everywhere, the sight even making the young werewolf click his tongue. Relentlessly pressing forward, Finn spun his 2 spears into a storm, precisely shattering countless magic stones, reducing the surrounding creatures to pieces. In the blink of an eye, more than half the monsters blocking the way were gone. Don't stop, keep pushing forward. Create the opening for Fran and Eyes. As they passed Finn, his heroic figure remained burned into their minds. This posture of Finn's, I can't remember the last time I saw it. HMPH, then it's our turn. The blood in his body boiled, the young werewolf bared his fangs, his tattoos twisting with his ferocity. He pulled the last dagger from his thigh holster, igniting his silver boots. Whoosh, flames wrapped his legs as Bite revealed his savage side. Ow! Disgusting scum, get the hell out of my sight. Dies, die, die. Booms, booms, boom. Fran and Tiona exchanged a glance, and the Amazoness grinned cruelly. "Ha, can't let Bite steal the spotlight. Tiona, let's go too. Yahe, watch me." Swinging their weapons, the Amazoness sisters went wild, hot-blooded and reckless, plunging straight into the monster swarm. That bloody style of fighting, ignoring defense, focusing only on attack, left Fran behind them dumbfounded. So this is how the Amazoness fight, combined with skills triggered at the brink of desperation. Recalling Tyone's violent personality, he finally understood why. Chapter 205, Is It Finally Over? Recalling Tyone's violent personality, he finally understood why. Tyone, Tiona, and Bite unleashed their full firepower, and in an instant the ground was covered with who knows how much gray powder, an utterly terrifying sight. With Finn and Gareth slightly behind, their others had nearly tied down all the enemies for Fran and Eyes. Eyes, let's speed up. The staff and rapier easily pierced or sliced apart the monsters blocking their steps, but the enemies endlessly encircling from the sides, spewing corrosive fluid and lashing tentacles, caused the two of them immense trouble. Exhausted from fending off the incoming attacks, the two's speed visibly dropped. "Hathy." The enemy's heart tilted her head and curled her lips disdainfully, while she absorbed magic power at an even faster rate. Damn it! Fran was already fighting while forcing himself past his limits. Facing the endless worms and violas charging forth despite certain death, his expression sank. Just as he and Eyes grew anxious, seeing the enemy about to cast magic, a loathing voice rose amidst the chaos. "Roar, flame lion. Volley, fire spear." Boom! Raging fire pillars incinerated the monsters encircling from the sides, and the scorching magical shells falling from the sky scoured the ground mercilessly like scavengers. Fran turned back, his heart warmed by his familia members' support. "Well done, everyone." "Of course it is." Leffia snorted, her cheeks flushing for no reason. With their obstruction destroyed, seeing Fran and Eyes pressing close to the fallen spirit, the supporters cheered in delight. "Ahata." The secretive vine tentacles extending from her lower body instantly aimed at them, striking with a speed invisible to the eye. "I'll do it." Fran suddenly accelerated, surpassing Eyes by half a body's length. He then fully activated the long-maintained Surtur. Gripping his staff tightly, magical rings twined around it from his hand upward, dazzling and mysterious. "Fran, be careful." Eyes stared at his back in worry, hesitating many times, wanting to rush forward with her sword. But she had to conserve her strength for the final blow. Dang, 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 dang. The staff wreathed in flame and lightning, left afterimages as Fran swung it, repelling the tidal wave of tentacles in the blink of an eye. Not only that, the repelled tentacles stiffened midair and trembled, losing the ability to attack again for a short while. Sensing the strange force creeping into the whip during the clash, the fallen spirit showed a surprised expression. Locking eyes with her, this time Fran smiled slyly. Who doesn't have a hidden trump card? Did she really think what was shown on the surface was all of his power? Heh, but it's over. Just as he crossed the tentacle barrier to engage in close combat, the enemy actually spoke. She sneered at the reckless adventurers, while the enormous flower at her lower body, which had been absorbing magic, closed up again. The fallen spirit retracted them into her body, completing the final absorption. Then, swaying her body and spreading her arms, she began singing a magic chant. "Fire, come forth." The familiar, dreadful song echoed again. Just as they were about to reach the enemy's core, the battle shifted once more. What to do? The remaining stamina, willpower, and mana are only enough for one all-out strike. Should I save it for the end, or use it now? Fran gripped his staff tightly, his face grim, torn by indecision. If he threw his staff with full power, how would Eyes approach the enemy next? That would mean abandoning their final hope. The torment of choice racked him, but at this life-or-death moment, he decided not to hesitate. Damn it, we won't make it in time. Their familia members also paled, still some distance from the monster, with no way to effectively stop its spell chant. The adventurers sprinted desperately, their faces twisting from this turn of events. "In the name of Ifrit, I command. grant me the name of Spirit of Flame, Incarnation of Fire, Flame Queen. The brilliance of mana swelled beneath layered petal-like armor. The high-speed chant was like a prayer before death, suffocating and despair-inducing. But at that moment, a small figure clenched his weapon tightly. With a grinding of teeth, the short figure turned into a living cannon and unleashed the lancer's strongest strike. A throw. Aotachach. Turn a nog. The staff, now more like a spear, bloomed with golden brilliance, carrying the full strength of the braver. This was Finn, transformed into a berserker, pouring all his strength into the ultimate strike. His spear, thrown at incredible speed, tore through the wind and became a blinding flash aimed straight at the enemy's heart. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light reached a distance that should have been impossible for adventurers, appearing right in front of the enemy's face. Pshhh. The fallen spirit's head, unsurprisingly, was pierced through her mouth by this peak strike. Thrown, the golden spear of Braver penetrated straight through her skull. Goo! A garbled pain scream came from her mouth, the backlash of chaotic power within. Boom! The crimson glow of magic exploded in violent chaos. Fran's eyes lit up at the sight. The chant was forcefully interrupted, it backfired. Eyes, now's our chance. The girl nodded firmly, and together with Fran, blurred forward in a sudden charge. The enemy, right before their eyes. Now everyone. Aotachach. Bite, Tyone, Tiona and the others went berserk, charging at the monster. With its head blown off, the monster horde fell into confusion without command. This was the chance, an unparalleled chance. Wait, what is that? But clearly, the adventurers' expectations were too naive. With the twisted traits of an enhanced species and a creature, the fallen spirit effortlessly inherited their characteristics: super speed regeneration. In the thick smoke, her charred upper body swayed, then easily pulled out Finn's spear and broke it. Then, ominous dark purple mana burned across her body, rapidly healing the injuries caused by Finn and the backlash. At that speed, in the blink of an eye, she was completely restored. How is this possible? Chapter 206, Fallen Spirit, Hey Tilda. At that speed, in the blink of an eye, she was completely restored. How is this possible? Hathy. It was still the same disdainful gaze, but this time, within the eyes glaring back at them, one could see a trace of anger. Strike, O Spear of Thunder. In the name of the Executor, I command thee, grant unto me the title of Spirit of Lightning, Incarnation of Thunder, Queen of Storms. A high-speed chant of a short incantation. In just a few seconds, directly in front, a golden magic circle unfolded once more. The bombardment forged with almost no reaction time pressed down, causing the face of the one standing at the front to suddenly darken. Biting his lip until blood splattered, Fran's contorted face endured the stabbing pain in his brain as he too began chanting at high speed, unleashing a spell. 10 meters. Victory is already cheering for us. Burn out illegal work. Will-o-wisp. Invisible mana bullets shot forth from the colorless circle before Fran. Though their speed wasn't as fast as Finn's thrown magic, at such a short distance, it took but the blink of an eye. The upper half of the woman's body swelled grotesquely. Zzzzt. As though a balloon had burst after reaching its limit. A boom. A deafening backlash explosion from the magic canceled the opponent's spell for the second time. That magic could even nullify large-scale magic. A counter-type special spell. Just where did Fran learn such an extraordinary magic? The two elf magicians could see it clearly, especially Lefia. To face someone who wielded such magic, Fran was the ultimate bane of magicians. Calling him a spellbreaker was no exaggeration. Barely repaired less than half a minute ago, the enemy was blown apart again into a grotesque mess. Its shrill scream, accompanied by an attack on spirit, tormented the ears of everyone, like demonic sound drilling into their heads. HMPH. Completely immune, Fran furrowed his brows while his lips twisted upward into a crazed grin. Eyes, I'll help you break through its final defense. You'll deliver the finishing blow. Wait, Fran, it should. No, it must be you. Whether it's because of your skill's blessing or your connection to it, the final strike must be yours. Besides, my magic has a special effect. With a cold laugh, Fran's entire body erupted in seething flames and thunder. Face the end, Ragnarok. Without pause, Fran unleashed his magic at maximum power. Surtur. Fran Argon was swallowed whole by black flames and crimson lightning, his figure barely visible, a twisted silhouette flickering within the blazing storm. Golden eyes and a cerulean halo shone brilliantly amidst the unsteady flames, as Fran pushed his body to its utmost limit. Magic Dominion, activate. And finally, Firebolt. A boom. The staff in his hand, entwined with black fire, crimson thunder, and glowing rings of magical light, suddenly turned red-hot from within, like burning iron, hissing loudly. Eyes, I'm going in. Without waiting for her reply, Fran, gritting his teeth through unending pain, gripped the radiant staff. In an instant, he became a streak of black lightning, charging straight toward the enemy just a breath away. With the enemy's scream, countless vine-like tendrils lashed out, desperate to block the ominous black flash surging toward it. Splurt, splurt, splurt. But along that path, everything was shredded to pieces and reduced to ashes. Nothing could withstand Fran now. Sensing what was about to come, the enemy's petal armor glowed with cursed crimson energy, its massive body activating its defensive magic circle. Futile. Coldly spitting out those words, Fran unleashed his full power, staking everything to create the chance for Ai's final blow. My strongest strike, take it, twisted monster. Die. Finisher. Burn to nothingness, flame of Surtur, Surtulogi. From within the black flames, Fran roared with all his might, his staff blazing with the mingled radiance of black and crimson. A hero's ultimate strike. This was Fran Argon's all-out, all-or-nothing attack. The brutal force pierced through the wall of monsters, shattered the vines, and broke the enemy's defense. Splurt, 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 time itself seemed to halt. Yet, before the overwhelming difference in level, this was the extent of Fran's effort. Eyes, the rest is up to you. With a smile on his face, Fran's battered body was flung away along with shattered fragments of armor. Fran, the girl looked at the young man tossed aside like a rag doll, then at the now exposed, defenseless female form. Rage twisted her eyes. Biting her lip, the swordswoman snapped. Awaken, Tempest. Wind surged around her body and blade, blurring her form in an instant. Sweep forth, Avenger. A boom. She became the eye of the storm, golden hair, whipping wildly behind her. Her toes touched lightly against the ground, and eyes leapt. At last, facing the enemy within reach, she charged headlong at its enormous body. She became a raging stormbringer, a sword of pure resolve, thrusting straight toward the massive plant's core, toward the fallen spirit's magic stone. Winds raged violently around her body, both hands gripping the desperate, just as the cold gleam of her blade was about to pierce its mark. The fallen spirit smiled again. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and within, a dark-colored magic circle lit up. Chapter 207, finally. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and within, a dark-colored magic circle lit up. That is, she actually possesses such high intelligence. Damn it. Did she use the clash and explosions between Fran and when she was defending to cover up chanting and magical fluctuations? How despicable. Be careful, eyes. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the magic circle right next to Eyes, their gazes filled with utter despair. No. Lefia's scream sent chills through everyone's limbs. Eyes was facing an enormous crisis, a carefully orchestrated trap by the enemy, an unavoidable and deadly snare. Magic Dominator. Will-o-wisp. Boom. Will-o-wisp. Boom, boom. Will-o-wisp. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible chaotic magical shells exploded in an instant inside the enemy's mouth, forcing her body to arch backward uncontrollably. Goo, at that moment, space and time seemed to freeze. Fran, nicely done. As expected of you. Go, Eyes. We're counting on you, Eyes. Their faces, once frozen in shock and despair, transformed instantly into joy. And after burning away the last of his strength, spirit, and mana meant for escape, Fran collapsed backward in midair, a faint smile on his lips as he closed his eyes. His lips trembled, a faint murmur reaching the girl's ears. "I'm counting on you, Eyes." The girl turned back in shock, eyes lighting up with joy at the words. In the next moment, her golden eyes grew sharp, widening, as the storm around her raged even fiercer. It was the pitch-black color of vengeance. Tempest Lil Rafaga. Squelch. A storm of blades tore apart the enemy's garments, shredding flesh without mercy. Eyes' silver rapier, tightly wrapped in condensed winds, unleashed a breathtaking silver strike, a brilliance that severed the fallen spirits itself. The next instant, the enemy's true body was pierced through by the silver rapier, gleaming with the light of hope. From top to bottom, the swordswoman, transformed into the flash of the wind, pierced through both the enemy's upper body and the massive plant's lower body, impaling the very embodiment of death. The silver rapier that cleaved the body, the raging storm that shattered the giant frame, and the girl's furious roar obeying the young man's words. Shout out the name of the technique. BOOM. In the next moment, the enemy's massive body erupted in a deafening explosion, its berserk mana and shattered magic stone obliterating everything. The mushroom cloud that soared into the sky, the shockwave sweeping across the entire floor, ravaged everything. Watching the terrifying enemy turn to ash in an instant, everyone stared blankly, murmuring in disbelief. The raging storm refused to settle, quaking the dungeon floor itself. Shielding themselves with their arms against the oncoming pressure, the supporters and adventurers alike lifted their eyes toward the blurred figure within the smoke. The dust drifted away, and the figure grew clearer. Until finally, the golden hair, shimmering with magical light, appeared. And when those golden eyes turned back suddenly, the cheers lodged in everyone's throats erupted at once. "We won! We won!" The joyous shouts of Tiona and Tyone soared into the skies. Dragging their battered, bloodied bodies, the companions charged toward the golden-haired girl. The smoke cleared. The golden-haired girl supported the unconscious young man, her delicate face blooming into a smile, as if brightening the entire floor. Eyes. Fran. Their companions swarmed around them like mad, strength flaring up from who knows where despite their wounds. Watching the young adventurers gathered together, Finn, holding his charred, blackened right arm, smiled toward his old comrade coughing up blood. "How's it going, Gareth? Still alive?" "Ha, just a little hole in my gut. No big deal, not like I'm dead yet." The old dwarf scoffed, though blood still trickled from his lips. "HMPH, still pushing yourself at your age." Seeing the old veteran like that, Bitez's face twisted as he unleashed his sharp tongue. "What, jealous? Didn't you say all I had going for me was brute strength? What happened to all that cockiness now?" Glancing at his trembling body, Bitez was struck speechless. Farther back, Lefia and Alicia were casting healing magic on Reveria, whose form had just become clear. It seemed she had taken the brunt of the enemy's magical barrage, and its backlash her injuries were far more serious than expected. "Lady Reveria, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, don't worry, Lefia, it's just magical rebound. With emergency treatment, I'll still be able to move." Sweeping her gaze over the faces filled with genuine joy, Tsubaki also smiled. "The low-key familia, huh? You really are amazing, I'm impressed." The entire 59th floor echoed, with the low-key familia's victorious cheers. Across the battlefield, broken weapons and shattered armor lay, scattered silent proof of the great adventure that had just taken place, a glorious achievement of the low-key familia. Bitez carry the unconscious Fran. "Ha, why's it always me carrying him? This is the third damn time." "Come on now, you should understand. Among all of us, you're the fastest. And you're already familiar with this, right? Might as well do it again." "Finn." "Ha ha ha, let's go, everyone. We'll return to the 50th floor as fast as we can." "Yes. Of course, if you still have the strength, you can also pick up the drop items. We can't waste potential loot." That little joke brightened the whole team's spirits even more. But unlike the cheerful atmosphere, Eyes pressed her lips together, her mind focused solely on Fran. Eyes, don't worry, Fran's strong, he'll be fine. Alicia gently comforted her, telling her not to worry. I understand. Everyone still needs you. As for taking care of Fran, leave that to us supporters. Emma. Chapter 208, Have We Truly Won? Emma. Everyone used the few remaining medicines for some slight treatment, restoring their bodies just enough to move. And then, following Finn's lead, they retreated without hesitation. Dragging their heavily wounded and exhausted bodies, under Finn's command, they were forced to avoid direct combat with the monsters, and with some danger but no real accidents, they passed through the 58th floor, the Dragon's Vase, where countless monsters had respawned, and safely arrived at the 57th floor. Time passed in an instant as the adventurers sprinted through the 51st floor. A female-type monster. If I'm not mistaken, this one is a complete form. Yeah, compared to what we encountered on the 18th floor, they're on completely different levels. The twisted monster on the 18th floor parasitized right before our eyes. If the jewel fetus is a seed, then what we saw immediately after parasitization was just an infant form, not particularly powerful. To grow, it needed to constantly absorb energy, like the nutrient fluid spilling from the pantry, or by devouring monsters' magic stones. Eventually, it would develop into something like what we just faced on the 59th floor. Then, so by that reasoning, the fallen spirit that gave us such a hard fight was just a clone cultivated from a seed. Finn's brow furrowed tightly, though he didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. Most likely, it was just a vanguard sent to probe us, or cannon fodder. Its true body may still be lurking deeper in the dungeon. At the same time, the same conclusion was reached by Waranos, the old god, and the sage Fells, who had been watching the low-key Familia's expedition the entire time. Impressive, low-key Familia. After this adventure, I suspect many of those young ones will level up. The sage, cloaked and hooded, praised the adventurers of the low-key Familia before turning their gaze away from the crystal ball. Only the city grows stronger, this is good, but what matters most is still her. Fells understood. The she being referred to. The fallen spirit's true body. Torches burned as always, and Aranos's pale eyes fixed on the image within the crystal ball. His deep voice rumbled with speculation. Indeed, the source that produces those jewel fetus clones, the true body, still lies hidden deeper within the dungeon, at least below the 60th floor. After her defenses were broken by the flame demon, her reaction was extremely strange, as though she was sending out a distress signal. I could feel it. After she sent that signal, several deeper floors stirred violently. That may well have been other monsters raising defenses. Considering Aranos' speculation, Fells fell silent for a moment. The 59th floor, recorded in the guild's archives, should be the ice labyrinth. That much is certain. But now it has completely transformed, that must be the enemy's work. She has fully mastered the terrain, environment, and ecosystem of the 59th floor, using those to cultivate violas, transforming the entire floor into her own domain, nurturing her forces, conserving strength. The dungeon undergoing such unknown changes. This is an unexpectedly grave situation. Ah, and those twisted humanoid monsters that entered our view, they must also be her doing. All of this just to destroy the city and return to the sky. Yes, the god's avatar, sent down 1,000 years ago to save the people of the lower world, has now become the mastermind behind its destruction. How ironic. The sage Fells could not hide the bitter ridicule in his voice. Then, he remembered those masked figures from the 24th floor. Perhaps things are worse than we think. Don't forget, Aranos, the remnants of the Evelis seem to have allied with her. This is troublesome. Even our low-key Familia, who could barely scrape out a victory, was only facing a clone. What a damned joke. Finn's bitter smile seemed almost self-mocking. The enemy's endless production of clones must be intended to secretly send them to the surface. If they succeed, and one of those clones matures into a complete form, with magic of that magnitude, the entire city could be obliterated in an instant. A surface summoning of fallen spirits, that's the enemy's goal. We absolutely cannot allow them to succeed. At that moment, Tyone interjected. Captain, if the enemy were to send several such mature forms to the surface at once. The terrifying conclusion, once considered closely, immediately dampened the joy of victory among them. They were nearly wiped out and barely managed to defeat a single fallen spirit. Just imagining the group of fallen spirits attacking them, that too on the surface, all the members of the Loki familia felt a sense of dread wash over them. What are they planning? Destroy Orario? What a joke! Bate shouted, denying Tyone's speculation, though his trembling voice betrayed his unease. We return to the 50th floor, rest briefly, then, once preparations are complete, we'll return to the surface at full speed. Such a grave matter must be reported to Loki immediately. Then we'll decide on countermeasures in detail. Yes. Understood. Meanwhile, as the Loki Familia's expedition team prepared to swiftly return to the surface, the Twilight Manor received two unusual guests. Don't you people have anything better to do? Especially you, Hermes, you smooth-faced bastard, back early from outside already. Now, Loki, don't be so irritable. A little patience, eh? The handsome, short-haired blonde god wore a sly grin, earning the ire of the red-haired goddess across from him. Ever since he returned to Orario and heard that she had crushed Apollo's family jewels, just hearing Loki's name made his stomach churn with dread. If not for the importance of the matter at hand, he wouldn't have come here even if his life depended on it. Spit it out, you hypocrite. What do you want? Immediately, the god Hermes plastered on a smile and hurried to explain. I'm sure you've heard from your two children already about the incident on the 24th floor. I was a victim too, you know, and besides, we're allies in a sense. Glancing disdainfully at the smirking god who called himself an ally, Loki shifted her gaze to the other god present. HMPH, and what about you, Dionysus? What game are you playing now? Always sneaking around instead of staying home brewing wine, what brings you to me? This god, also blond and handsome, appeared far calmer than Hermes. His refined demeanor remained steady in the face of Loki's sharp tone. Forgive me for disturbing you, Loki, but please believe me, I have no choice either. As I told you before, our children too were killed by those monsters, so. Moreover, since everyone has been dragged into this incident, unpleasant as it may sound, we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. To stand against the enemy, we must share information. Chapter 209. Three gods, you know something, I know something, but she doesn't know anything. Moreover, since everyone has been dragged into this incident, unpleasant as it may sound, we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. To stand against the enemy, we must share information. The three gods sat together for some inexplicable reason. Compared to the two reclusive gods whose true purposes no one knew, Loki's face was full of impatience. But to underestimate Loki for that reason would be a huge mistake. On the contrary, whether it was Dionysus or Hermes, neither of them dared to look down on this goddess of mischief. Her reputation in the Tenkai was simply too great compared to their petty tricks. Loki was the type who, if she made a move, it would shake the world. However, unlike her days in the Tenkai, after gaining a familia in the lower world, her nature had mellowed somewhat. But if someone really angered her, Apollo was a fine example of the outcome. After slightly soothing Loki, who was restless and irritable because her children weren't home, Dionysus let out a sigh. Anyway, Loki, let's have a proper talk first, starting with sharing information. How about that? Fine, just to kill some time. Loki curled her lips, lifted the wine jug on the table, and drank 3 gulps. Ahem, regarding the incident on the 24th floor, I believe you've also heard the reports. The Evelys has shown up again, and with quite a number of people. Whether you believe it or not, I feel there are still a considerable number of them hiding within the city. As for the other side, the new species and the Violas, because of Auranos' arcanum, it's impossible for them to come to the surface. So they should still be in the dungeon. Loki sneered twice at the Hermes' short speech. A whole lot of nonsense, might as well have said nothing. The god wasn't angry, only sighed with a troubled expression. Without any clues, even if we mobilize our familia and allies, it won't get us anywhere. When our familias got dragged into this, I never should have let them accept that troublesome commission. Now this whirlpool is only getting deeper and deeper. The more we dig, the more troublesome it feels, especially since it involves the Eveless. Thinking back to that dark era of the city, there's no way to escape now. This muddy water is already stirred. Running away is impossible, Hermes. The elegant god spoke calmly to his friend. Still, this fallen spirit. This fellow is even more arrogant than the Eveless was back then. They don't even put the gods of the city in their eyes. Remembering the other side's proclamation, Loki snorted. Well, it's just hearsay, but from my guess, the guild must know a lot more than they're letting on. Loki opened her crimson god eyes slightly, glanced at Dionysus, and curved her lips into a clownish smile. All right, let's move on to the next topic. Hermes folded his hands on the stone table and fixed his eyes on the others. From Asphi's report, those huge iron cages with violas in the 24th floor pantry, what do you think of them? Isn't it obvious? Combine that with the violas in the sewers, and you can figure it out at a glance. The enemy is using some channel to send monsters to the surface. Exactly, that's the issue. Through what channel are they sending monsters to the surface right under the guilds and so many familias' noses? Loki, do you have any guesses? The goddess held her wine cup, her expression turning a bit fierce. The dungeon has only one entrance, the great hollow of Babel Tower. Since the enemy can send them up without us noticing, there's only one possibility, that the dungeon has other exits. The goddess's words struck directly at a terrifying answer. The dungeon has other entrances and exits. Hermes and Dionysus also showed surprised expressions. How much of that surprise was real and how much was feigned, only they knew. Well, if the sky falls, there's still someone taller to hold it up. The guild is there. Big matters like this aren't ours to worry about. True, but Loki, your children are currently on an expedition, aren't they? Don't you have some interesting intelligence after what they experienced? In your dreams, you sneak around mysteriously every day without saying a word, and you expect to squeeze information out of me. Disdainfully rebuffing the god, Loki felt irritated. For some reason, she just disliked Dionysus. No reason, just her instinct. Looks like Loki has quite the prejudice against me. Ah well, it's getting late. Any further disturbance would be rude. I'll take my leave. The god stood, his movements elegant. Hermes, oh, right, Loki. I heard your children and mine are getting along quite well. Hemifron. Hey, don't give me that look. As main gods, we can't interfere too much in the kids' affairs, right? And if they come together, we can't object, can we? Loki's cold gaze locked onto Hermes, her presence suffocating him. HMPH. If it's that peruses, then fine. Her looks and talents are worthy enough for my Fron. Hech. Looks like our next generation is secured. Hey, shouldn't it be our next generation instead? Pretty boy, one more word. Sorry, my apologies, my fault. Recalling Apollo's miserable appearance at the last divine meeting, Hermes instinctively straightened his back, bowing in a perfect 90-degree angle. Most importantly, he tightened his legs. That bone-chilling pressure sent a shiver through him, making his skin crawl. HMPH, if that's all, why are you still here, waiting for me to invite you for a drink? And no thanks, I'll be going now. As expected of the messenger god, he ran incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had slipped out of the Twilight Manor's garden. W will retire as well, Lady Loki. As the escorts of Dionysus and Hermes, Philvis and Lulun also excused themselves. Ah, go ahead. With gods like those two, you really have it rough. The two twitched slightly, showing bitter smiles. The undercurrents on the surface, and the meeting of the three gods seemed to foreshadow that the city would no longer be at peace. At the same time, after being unconscious for 3 days and nights, a certain man finally opened his eyes. The portable magic stone lamp glowed warmly in the corner. Blinking, his blurred vision gradually cleared. Golden eyes regained their brilliance from lifeless emptiness. Where is this? The stinging pain of his cracked lips made the young man frown slightly. Chapter 210, Girlfriend? No, Girlfriend's Tilda. Where is this? The stinging pain of his cracked lips made the young man frown slightly. How many times has it been now? Again, it was a ceiling and an environment that felt unfamiliar to him. From his impression, every time he gave it his all, it was always like this. By now, Franz had long since grown numb to it. Awake, the lingering scent at the tip of his nose, so different from the dungeons, was the only familiar thing in this strange environment. Turning his head slightly, what came into view was dazzling golden hair and a delicate face adorned with a smile. She slightly lowered her head, her upper body kneeling straight at Franz's side, her eyes filled with concern and joy as they met his. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Mine down, even my brain feels like it's about to explode. At those words, the girl blinked, her lips curving with joy as she spoke softly. It's been 3 or 4 days since the moment Franz lost consciousness. Franz's eyes froze for a moment, his lips parted, but all words melted into a bitter smile. Really? Miserable. The last time I was this battered was probably when I fought the Evelys, wasn't it? Recalling the battles on the 18th and 24th floors, Franz's brows twitched involuntarily. How about everyone else? They're all okay, right? Was the journey smooth? His body and spirit having recovered well, Franz propped himself up with both hands and sat upright. It was fine. After returning to the 50th floor, with elixirs and simple treatment, we managed to pull through. But, seeing the girl's slightly worried expression, Franz felt a bad premonition. On the way back, there was some trouble. We were attacked by poisonous monsters during a monster party. Many in the party were poisoned and seriously injured. Because the party's combat strength was depleted, compounded with mental and physical fatigue, the dungeon exploited the opening, As always, the dungeon is the dungeon, waiting and watching. Whether you're a rookie or a first-class adventurer, when you're at your weakest, or if you're careless, the dungeon will pounce mercilessly. And this time, it was the same lesson again. Well then, looks like now that I've just recovered, I've got work to do, Tilda. Franz, sorry to trouble you again. Having to trouble him again, she felt a little embarrassed, such was the girl's thought. In response, Franz placed his hand on Ai's little head, roughly ruffling her golden hair, unrestrained. We're all family. Helping them is my responsibility. All right, lead the way. After sleeping for 3 days and nights, I'm in top condition. Stretching my muscles a bit won't hurt. Who knows, maybe after this, my development ability, healing, might even level up. The girl pouted, tilting her head at the young man. She hadn't expected that this was his intention, but thinking of the magic he possessed, she let it go. Compared to Ermit at LV, 2, Franz, with his magic and LV, 5 status, clearly was one of the top healers across Orario. Still barefoot, wearing only trousers and a shirt, Franz followed Eyes out of the tent. Oh right, my weapon. As if remembering something, Franz hurried back, picked up his dim staff from his pile of gear, and then caught up with Eyes, who was walking into the camp. Looking around, then glancing up at the beautiful dome of glowing blue crystals, Franz nodded. Yes, this was the scenery of the 18th floor. With a simple sense of direction, he confirmed the camp's location. It was near the dense forest by the passage to the 17th floor, with a small stream flowing down from the northern wall right beside the camp. Eyes. Bringing water for Franz, right, Tilda? You still remember mealtime, The old you would have completely spaced it out. Seeing Eyes approach, Tione, Tiona, Lefia, Alicia, Elfie, and the other girls immediately gathered around. It was dinner time, and since there were too many injured to continue to the surface, they had no choice but to stop on the 18th floor. For ordinary adventurers, they might have been extra cautious, especially at night in the dungeon, when danger lurks even more. But they were the low-key familia, weren't they? Who would dare mess with them? So, Tiona and the rest of the first and second-class adventurers were completely at ease. Naturally, they had started chatting. Oh right, it's my turn to watch over Franz tonight. I'll go get things ready. When Alicia saw Eyes, she brought up the arrangement they had made earlier. She and Eyes had been alternating in caring for the unconscious Franz, something decided beforehand. But this time, Eyes shook her head. Seeing her reaction, the others were puzzled, but Alicia, who knew Franz's condition best, lit up with excitement. Could it be that? Sure enough, Eyes nodded. That's great. From far away, the clamor of the girls reached Franz's ears. By now, the crystals on the dome had dimmed, and only the campfire and portable magic lamps lit the camp. Thus, no one noticed Fran until he stepped out of the shadows, and his presence stirred cheers from his companions. "Fr Fran, hey, Fran, you're awake." Tiona's eyes sparkled as she hopped over, carefully observing his complexion before giggling. "You look healthy, totally different from before. Every time you fainted before, your face was pale as death. Shouldn't we thank Eyes and Alicia for that?" Indeed, it was thanks to the two girls. While Fran was unconscious, Alicia, the capable elf, had handled all his daily needs, washing his face, changing his clothes, giving medicine, and so on. Eyes, completely inexperienced in such matters, could only stand there helplessly watching Alicia bustle about. In private, she even practiced learning from Alicia. "Anyway, thank you both." That gentle gaze, soft as water, almost melted Fran. As the girlfriend of a hero, it's only natural. Besides, Eyes isn't good at this. For once, Eyes' face flushed red instantly, the words caught in her throat. Her cheeks puffed as she glared at Alicia with a faintly aggrieved look. "I'll learn properly. What Alicia can do, I can too." "Hee, Eyes, don't force yourself. You're the same as me, just not cut out for it." "Tiona." Hey. Because Fran had woken up, the entire camp grew lively. "All right, let's get serious. Where are the injured? I'll give them some treatment first to ease their pain. Hearing constant groans affects everyone's mood, doesn't it? Especially when this should be a big victory." Chapter 211, Treating the Poison Members Tilda. "All right, let's get serious. Where are the injured? I'll give them some treatment first to ease their pain. Hearing constant groans affects everyone's mood, doesn't it? Especially when this should be a big victory. Just talking about this pisses me off. Damn those mutated poison monsters, damn dungeon. We were almost back to the surface, and then in the lower floors they had to throw this kind of trick at us. It's disgusting." Tiona clenched her fists with gritted teeth, her tone full of anger. Clearly, she was furious at such a despicable sneak attack. "Well, that's just the dungeon. The more you fear something happening, the more likely it is to happen. Stop complaining, take me to the wounded first." "All right." After that, the group marched together, finally arriving at a temporary stronghold near a water source. They chose this place for the injured to rest because of the nearby water, convenient for changing bandages. It was obvious that the low-key familia had considerable experience in this regard. The busy healer girl line had just finished changing the medicine for an injured member, her face weary as she rubbed her delicate shoulders. Hearing the commotion, she turned her head and saw Fran rushing over with Eyes, Alicia, Tiona, Lefia, and the others. "Mr. Fran, you're awake." "Ah, you've worked hard, line. Leave the rest to me." "It's nothing, not hard at all." But an accident happened. The girl had barely stood up, forcing herself to sound strong, when suddenly her vision blurred with stars. Her eyes went dark, and she collapsed straight to the ground. Hey, quick as lightning, Fran caught her frail body. Seeing her still murmuring incoherently with trembling lips, he exchanged glances with the others and gave a wry smile. "This kid pushes herself too much. I'll take care of her, let her rest properly." "All right." Fran handed Line over to Anakitty, who had just arrived, then turned his gaze toward the wounded lying inside the tent, groaning in pain. The poison of the mutated monsters affects anyone with an abnormal resistance lower than G rank. Almost everyone it splashed on is poisoned. Alicia, who had started checking the wounded, spoke up. "The worst part is, among the Hephaestos familia, other than Miss Tsubaki, not a single blacksmith avoided it." Fran's mouth twitched as he looked at the number of injured, almost half the expedition group. With so many wounded, it was only thanks to the low-key familia's great strength that they could drag them from the lower floors up to the 18th floor. If it were another familia, their entire operation would have collapsed already. The dungeon is the dungeon, always delivering a fatal blow when you're at your weakest. Shaking his head, Fran exhaled deeply. "Then I'll begin." He raised his head slightly, gripping his staff in his left hand, spreading his arms, closing his eyes, and began chanting. In the main command tent, at the center of the camp. This magical wave, could it be? The three leaders, who were discussing what to do after the expedition, returned in such a poor state, saw Reveria suddenly lift her head, looking west. A magical fluctuation, not lines healing magic, this one is far stronger. A smile appeared on Finn's face. In the whole city, there's only one person capable of wielding healing magic to such a level. I can't think of a second. Ha, that kid Fran, already hard at work right after waking up. Truly impressive. I must say, the children nowadays are fortunate to have a comrade like Fran. Remembering the days of Orario's dark age, the battle against the elves, Finn chuckled and shook his head. Ah, if only we'd had a healer like Fran back then, so many of our comrades wouldn't have had to die. Those familiar, yet distant faces that surfaced in their memories silenced the three of them. Well, let sorrow remain in the past, let's focus on the future. As for now, let's leave it to Fran. Diaphragm. A massive, white, sacred, and warm diamond-shaped magic circle filled most of the tent, enveloping Eyes, Alicia, and nearly everyone else inside. Oh, those floating things in the air, are those magic elements? Yes, Miss Tiona. These magical particles are gathered by Fran's magic circle and condensed into power, then triggered by chanting. Watching Fran with closed eyes, continuously healing the wounded, Tione and the others couldn't help but marvel. They had seen Fran use healing magic before, but never this close, nor with the leisure to observe. Ah, the pain is fading. It really doesn't hurt as much anymore, but... Sensing the feedback from his magic, Fran suddenly opened his eyes. My magic can detoxify, but against a very special venom like that from mutated monsters, it can't be cured in one session. First, I'll ease your pain, halt the poison's spread, and stabilize you. With the next treatment, you'll be fully cured. Of course, the specialized antidote made from those mutated monsters works even better than my magic. Fran had studied alchemy and medicine both in the library and through talks with Ermid. Though he hadn't practiced much, his theoretical knowledge already matched that of a novice pharmacist. As for countering special dungeon attacks, he had memorized countless methods. Among them, poisons were one of the most unique, troublesome, and dangerous. Even Fran, a LV5 healer, can't cure it in one go, as expected. A mutated monster's venom is no joke. Eyes agreed with Tiona. I heard Ermid say before, potent poisons are extremely troublesome. Even her magic can cure it, but not instantly. She still needs the antidote's help. For Fran to fully heal this many wounded with just 2 castings is already incredible. Hearing her comforting words, Fran quietly touched his chest. This time, he didn't act humble, because he had indeed accomplished something no one else could. Compared to other spells, healing magic required far more precise control of mana. Treating dozens of people at once for venom was an even greater challenge. Just thinking of that painstakingly precise mana manipulation was enough to make any expert's scalp tingle. But Fran's mana capacity was huge. Even Ermid wouldn't have been able to heal so many all at once. Chapter 212, Floor Boss Goliath Tilde. But Fran's mana capacity was huge. Even Ermid wouldn't have been able to heal so many all at once. Ha, Miss Eyes is right. Just easing my pain and slowing the spread of the poison is already enough to let us breathe a sigh of relief. As he spoke, the wounded all gave him a thumbs up. Sorry everyone, you'll have to endure a bit longer. Neutralizing the poison with healing magic will take a few hours. After that, I'll come back and cast again, then you'll be completely cured. Ha, that's already more than enough. Don't forget, we're adventurers too. That's right, don't underestimate us. After all, we're LV2, LV3 at least. A little pain is nothing to us. After chatting with the injured for a while, he finally left the area. Only when he had walked quite far did Fran let out a heavy sigh. Feeling the pressure, Fran and Eyes stood by a small stream, staring blankly at the dreamlike water. It's just that everyone was too enthusiastic. More than half of the injured are high-level smiths from the Hephaestus Familia. If I couldn't solve the problem well, it would affect relations between allies. This was my first time handling such a situation, so I was a little nervous. The girl tilted her head, blinking at the young man's handsome profile. It feels like just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, Fran has grown to such heights. The young man gave a wordless, awkward smile, embarrassed by her words. He thought of himself as nothing more than a lucky, ordinary person. Without his cheat, his efforts would have been far inferior to his companions. Are you thinking your efforts don't measure up to ours? As if reading his mind, eyes spoke softly. That's not true. Everyone can see it, you have courage, and you even risk your life in battle. After gaining power, you never abuse it to bully the weak. Fran, your actions already make you a true strong one. Everyone acknowledges you. The girl's serious praise was an emotional blow straight to Fran's heart. All right, you've been busy all day, you must be tired. Go get some rest. What about you? Me? I've slept 3 days and nights, and my passive skill has activated again, so I'm full of energy. I'll apply for a night watch duty. Besides, my staff needs to be repaired, and it's rare to have free time. Wasting it would be a shame. Just thinking about the complicated, tedious process of repairing his staff made him sigh. After sending eyes back to the girls' tent, Fran returned to his own. He packed his tattered gear into his supporter's backpack, shouldered the heavy bag, and left camp to repair his weapons and equipment. He walked for over 100 meters before settling on a raised spot where the stream curved. Setting down a portable magic stone lamp, he lit a campfire. With its light, he carefully studied his weapon maintenance notes. Once he fully entered study mode, his senses dulled to his surroundings. Fran was all too familiar with this state. After just finishing repairs on Night 5, the ceiling of the 18th floor began to glow faintly. He stretched deeply, then exhaled with relief. That's enough for now. Improving the craftsmanship will have to wait. I don't have the tools or materials here. I'll deal with it back at the workshop. I polished the staff too. The magic stone replacement will also have to wait. Given the crude environment, this was the best maintenance he could manage. He rated his own work, passing grade. Boom, because of the proximity to the 17th floor passage, a deafening rumble shook the area. Slowly turning his head, his golden eyes flickered with thought. Did the Goliath just respawn? The thought of the Goliath's massive magic stone made his fingers itch. Tempting, that huge magic stone could sell for tens of millions, even over 100 million volleys. He grabbed his newly repaired staff, leaving his armor and backpack behind, and strolled casually toward the passage to the 17th floor. The middle floors, last floor of the rocky labyrinth, the 17th. In a giant rectangular hall, a rampaging giant smashed through the smooth wall of size, pounding its chest and roaring. The presence of a floor boss shook the entire floor. Hey, big guy, seeing you always feels kinda familiar. From the sloped passage emerged a figure, showing no tension or fear despite facing the floor boss alone. He even joked at the terrifying monster. His handsome, sharply defined face and sculpted features drew attention. Golden messy hair and a bright smile made him naturally likable, especially to women. But that was only for his kind. For an floor boss like Goliath, though the fragile human looked harmless, its primal instincts screamed danger. The man before it exuded a bone-chilling, overwhelming pressure. Arareruar. Ah, stop yelling already. Everyone's exhausted from the expedition. I want them to sleep well tonight. His warm smile turned into a winter wind from the north, chilling to the bone. Could you shut up? Face the end, Ragnarok. Surtur. Black flame and lightning burst from his body. In an instant, his figure blurred past the giant, leaving only a black afterimage hanging in the air. With a sharp sound, his weapon sliced clean through its right calf, severing it completely with mirror-smooth precision. Flicking the blood from his staff tip, Fran narrowed his golden eyes, smirking at the giant writhing on the ground. Time really flies. Last time I fought your predecessor, things were a lot rougher. We barely managed. Honestly, I'd like to vent all the resentment I've bottled up on you, but if I wake everyone, that would be bad, especially the girls. A good night's sleep keeps their moods bright. So sorry. 3 minutes min. Chapter 213, Nightweaver Tilda. 3 minutes min. 3 minutes, I'll finish you within 3 minutes. Raising 3 fingers, Fran tilted his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled faintly. That posture looked as if he were gazing at a particularly pleasing toy. If an ordinary adventurer were to witness such a scene, they would no doubt be stunned, even questioning reality itself. Sensing the enemy's disdain, the highly intelligent Goliath let out an enraged roar. PSSHH. A black beam cut straight through space, and Fran's figure appeared upon the shattered wall of size. The enemy, who had just been roaring, suddenly had its lower jaw completely severed. The sound stopped abruptly. Using the wall as a foothold, Fran stood at an angle, staff in hand, glaring down at his foe. "Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth already?" His brow twitched, and his tone erupted like a volcano on the verge of bursting. Clearly, the enemy's actions had annoyed him. "Forget it, I'll show a little of my true ability, 1 minute. This 1 minute, I hope you can bring me joy, mongrel. Infinite super magic, activate. The game has begun." Pew 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 popo. Cold words echoed through the vast hall. Black flashes drew straight lines through the air, crisscrossing in space. Each flicker made the monster trapped in the center emit a shrill, raspy scream, its body carved apart piece by piece. Slaughter, a complete one-sided beatdown. The overwhelming power gap between adventurer and floor boss was laid bare. Such a grotesque spectacle was rarely seen even in all of Orario. Blood sprayed upward like a fountain, mingling with black light to paint a tragic yet passionate scene. This is the legendary 17th floor boss, the Goliath. 3 battered figures, their bodies gravely wounded, appeared at the far end of the giant chamber's passage, despair etched on their faces. This is impossible. A floor boss defeated single-handedly, and not just defeated, slaughtered without resistance. This isn't even a battle, it's a game. How could there be such an adventurer? Hey, Belle Lily, don't you find that figure familiar? Even as LV, 2 adventurers, their dynamic vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. And since Fran hadn't deliberately increased his speed, the 3 of them, straining their eyes with all their focus, could faintly make out that black blur felling the giant. Golden short hair, black cloak, a strange weapon that's part staff, part spear. The red-haired youth sucked in a deep breath, his tone certain and resolute. That weapon's name is Scholar Argon, then that person is. Scholar Argon. The white-haired boy and the Palom girl looked at the tall redhead in confusion. Argon, that surname sounds familiar, I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Lily's eyes were looking everywhere but at the figure. She recognized the person, but the answer was stuck in her throat, refusing to come out. Belle, however, realized something in an instant. His whole body trembled, his crimson eyes widening, his finger trembling as he pointed ahead, unable to form words beyond stammering gasps. "Welf, flame demon, Fran Argon." Lily's expression twisted. Welf's was complicated, tinged with sighs. Only Belle Cranel looked upon the overwhelming one-sided slaughter, with excitement plastered across his face. Now he can't be called Flame Demon anymore. That's right, he should be called Nightweaver Fran Argon. Sensing 3 faint presences, Fran, still moving at high speed, cast his gaze toward them. In an instant he recognized their identities, understanding immediately. Though gravely wounded, they endured and reached the 17th floor with sheer willpower. Correct, that part of the plot. With a chuckle, Fran decided not to toy around anymore now that he had an audience. He'd give the monster a swift end. Sheeing, the staff was infused with a rapid cast spell, glowing orange from within. Die, he spoke lightly, but the order was absolute. PSSHH, even in perfect condition, the Goliath could never evade Fran's supersonic slash, let alone now, when it was already chopped into a crippled mess. A blinding flash cut across its eyes, and the flame-imbued staff, now over 5 meters long, traced a stunning arc and effortlessly cleaved the Goliath's head. Bang! In that instant, its body disintegrated into dust, leaving only a massive magic stone, over 5 meters in size, crashing down from above. Lightly tapping his toes on the ground, Fran landed gracefully, walked up to the giant stone, patted it with a grin, and said, "Not a bad haul. Exchanging this for volleys should help ease the familia's financial troubles." "Big brother FR, Fran, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here." The 3, limping and supporting each other, made their way over. Bell Cranel was still too excited to contain himself. Ah, Cranel, long time no see. No, wait, we've met recently, haven't we? Isn't that right, Lilaruka? HMPH. Lily turned away, looking like she wanted nothing to do with Fran. Fran's lips curved into a smile before he looked toward the red-haired youth. It really has been a long time, hasn't it, Welf? You bastard, you've become ridiculously strong. Back then I knew it, you were a damn monster in human skin. Hey now, don't make it sound so misleading. I'm a genuine human, all right. Fran patted his friend's shoulder cheerfully, which nearly made the already injured Welf, leaning on Bell for support, almost pass out. Args, damn you, can't you see I'm half dead here? Go easy on me. Ha ha ha, sorry. I just got a little excited seeing old friends again. Chapter 214, What Should Happen Will Happen. Ha ha ha, sorry. I just got a little excited seeing old friends again. Judging by the looks of you, this is your first time exploring the middle floors. How did you end up in such a miserable state? Fran carried the huge magic stone on his back and led the three heavily injured people toward the 18th floor. We ran into some accidents. It seemed like something they didn't really want to talk about. But Lily couldn't hold back her anger. It's all because of those bastards, abandoning us to save their own skins. Oh, monster pass tactic, huh? I see. Things like that happen often in the dungeon. And you should be quite familiar with that kind of tactic, shouldn't you? Fran cast a half-smiling glance at Lily, a look that made the Palom girl's hands and feet go cold. That. Enough, I'm not asking you to explain, nor am I interested in digging into others' private matters. Since you've run into me, come rest at our camp for now. After that, whether you follow us back to the surface or stay on the 18th floor is up to you. As Fran led the trio back toward the low-key Familia's camp, another adventurer party appeared in the hall of the 17th floor's Wall of Lamentation. This is a blonde elf in a green cloak, brown shorts, and knee-high boots walked forward a few steps, kneeling down to carefully examine the soil on the ground. What is it? The floor boss, Goliath, was just defeated, no more than 5 minutes ago. I see, then that roar we heard earlier must have been someone fighting the floor boss. Still, this time Goliath's roar sounded odd, not like usual. There's no blood from injuries, and the tracks on the ground belong to only one person. You mean? The speaking girl, her heroic features tinged with surprise, instinctively adjusted her glasses. Yes, someone defeated Goliath alone. In the entire city, the only ones capable of that would be first-class adventurers. Any idea which familia the adventurer belongs to? At that moment, a golden-haired god draped in a spirit-cloth cloak revealed a smile. Judging by the timing, the low-key familia's expedition should be on their way back. Since we haven't run into them along the way, the answer is obvious. The low-key familia. If it's them, then it makes sense. Let's go. Since we haven't encountered the Bell's party yet, they should have already reached the 18th floor. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The small, impatient goddess was the first to dash into the passage. The low-key familia, I might run into him. The blonde elf stood up, her sky-colored eyes somewhat lost, as if recalling something. Are you thinking about that bastard Fran? No way, Ryu. Seeing her friend Asfi staring at her in shock, Ryu's cheeks uncharacteristically reddened. What are you saying? I'm just ordinary friends with him, at most, just holding hands or something. Looks like I have one more rival from now on. Carrying the magic stone, Fran suddenly shivered. What was this sudden sense of danger? He felt a little puzzled. Is something wrong, us outsiders going to your camp? Will that be a problem? Oh no, it's fine. As long as you're not members of a hostile familia, all adventurers are welcome. Phew, that's good. I thought it might cause trouble for you. Leading the three through corridors, grasslands, and across a small stream, they finally saw the campsite. Is that backpack? I repaired my equipment here earlier. As a smith, you can probably tell how badly worn my weapon was. Welf had been eyeing Fran's staff the whole way. As a blacksmith, one with a perfectionist streak, he couldn't ignore such damage, and now he understood why it hadn't been maintained. The expedition was too demanding. I couldn't spare the time, so it was delayed until now. As he spoke, they encountered his familiar companions. Morning, Fran. Morning, Raoul, up so early. Didn't sleep well at all, honestly. You skipped your watch shift last night, didn't you? Where were you? Raoul looked at Fran bitterly, frustration written all over his face. Ha ha ha, I had other things to do. Besides, I was just by the stream, which counts as being on watch too. And these people are. Not wanting to waste more time on this slacker, the shield bearer behind Raoul asked directly. Ah, just some acquaintances. I went to defeat Goliath earlier, picked up some magic stones for extra income, and happened to meet them, so I brought them back. With wounds like that, they still made it to the 18th floor. It's their first time in the middle floors. First time and they've already reached the 18th. That's impressive. Exactly. Praised by Fran's companions, Bell and his friends felt embarrassed. Dragged into the 18th floor so battered and desperate was hardly worth bragging about. If not for running into Fran by chance, they would have been annihilated by Goliath. When Fran led the three into the main command tent, the three leaders were already at work. Finn, I'll leave them in your care for now. Of course, no problem, I'll see to them. There's a medium-sized campsite ahead. Must be an expedition team from some familia. Yamato Mikoto and Kashima Aoka, serving as vanguard and scout for their group, were the first to spot people cooking over a fire. No mistake, that flag belongs to the low-key familia's expedition team. Now calm again, both Isfi and Ryu confirmed the group's identity. I can feel it, my Belle. He's up ahead. The little goddess ignored the situation entirely and charged forward without hesitation. Hey, wait, Hestia, you're putting us in a tough spot. Hermes reached out too late, rubbing his temples with a pained look. Just remembering Loki's terrifying glare made him break into a cold sweat. He really didn't want to end up like his brother Apollo. Wounds could be healed, but reputations. That kind of social death was a nightmare he had no intention of experiencing. Stop right there, who are you people? As the small goddess and her two adventurers barged into the camp, the guards immediately raised a hand to block them. That's I. Sai, let me do the talking, Hestia. Seeing the inexperienced goddess, Hermes shook his head again with a sigh. Chapter 215, Fran, love it, absolutely love it. Seeing the inexperienced goddess, Hermes shook his head again with a sigh. After revealing a little about their identities and negotiating, the party was finally allowed into the camp. Some adventurers might think such caution from the low-key familia unnecessary, but don't forget, this is the dungeon. Anything could happen. Even on a safe floor, the most basic vigilance is required. And besides, the low-key familia certainly had enemies. Which of those who grew strong during Orario's dark era and fought their way out of countless battles were fools? This kind of fundamental adventurer's awareness, everyone had it. Bell Waya, you had me so worried. Finally, I see you again, Waya. Although a tearful reunion in the middle of the dungeon was indeed moving, Fran didn't think so at all. Because his current situation could be described as quite bad, no, extremely bad. Eyes, let me introduce you. This is Ryu Lion. A former adventurer, now working as a waitress at the Hostess of Fertility. I know her. Years ago, she helped me once when I was injured during an expedition. Well, that was awkward. How exactly do you two know each other? Compared to Ai's slightly airheaded aura, Ryu bearing was much sharper. Eyes. The conversation suddenly died. Facing Eyes, Ryu, and Isfi, and with Alicia standing by with a faint, knowing smile, the atmosphere became awkward. Three strong-willed girls formed a tense standoff, silently watching each other. Isfi's gaze toward Eyes was sharp and confrontational. Eyes, though airheaded, radiated the natural authority of the main heroine. And in Ryu's pale eyes was stubbornness and self-assurance. The clashing presences of the three made Fran feel like he couldn't even breathe. What an overwhelming pressure this was. Could this be the aura of strong women? Love it, absolutely love it. In the trees, Tione, Tiona, and Lefia were secretly watching. The Amazonas sisters were clicking their tongues in amusement, while Lefia's mind and body were spiraling out of control, her fury making her almost lose it completely. Her reddened eyes looked like they were about to pop. Despicable, so despicable. Having Miss Eyes and Miss Alicia isn't enough, he even flirts around outside, and now even the Perseus and the Gale have fallen into his clutches. This is unforgivable. Hee, Leffia, that just proves how outstanding Fran is. And for such an excellent man, only a few girls, that's already him being restrained. If this were our Telskura, a strong female warrior would easily keep dozens of male lovers. Dozens of male lovers. Ah, what's so strange about that? Male lovers are everywhere in our country, don't be so shocked. Leffia felt the world spinning. As a 14-year-old elf raised in the school district, such things as male lovers were just too much stimulation. Ryu, Isfi, why did you come here? Don't tell me it was just out of boredom. 2 level 4s wouldn't run all the way to the 18th floor without a commission, I won't believe it. Isfi pushed up her glasses, her delicate face showing alternating expressions before finally settling into a sigh. Being stuck with a troublesome god, I really have no choice. Always stirring up trouble, and in the end, I have to clean it up. Just look at my dark circles. Since returning to Orario, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Thinking of that god of pleasure, Fran felt a hint of pity. I was also commissioned by Hermes to protect them on the way to the 18th floor. Of course, that was only incidental. My real reason here is... No need to say more, I understand. Fran raised a hand, cutting Ryu off. Some heavy topics were better left unsaid. Eyes and Isfi both glanced at the proud elven warrior, thoughtful. The Estria Familia, huh? They had heard of that goddess of justice's Familia. After Zeus and Hera's Familias suffered catastrophic losses during their failed attempt to slay the Black Dragon, among the rising new powers was the Estria Familia. Freya Familia, Loki Familia, Ganesha Familia, Estria Familia. These were the 4 great familias that rose during Orario's dark era. Had tragedy not struck, the Estria Familia would likely still stand at the peak alongside the others today. What a pity! Both Fran and Isfi shook their heads inwardly. Well then, since you're here, after such a long journey, you must be hungry. Join us. No problem. Of course, the food is all gathered from the 18th floor anyway, enough to share. Afterward, Fran, Eyes, Alicia, Leffia guided Isfi and Ryu around the camp, even meeting the target of their mission. Impressive to have reached level 2 in such a short time. That was praise directed toward Belle Cranel. Yo, kid, didn't expect to see you here, hee. Since you made it to the 18th floor, you must have grown stronger, right? Congrats on finally coming out of your shell. That was Tsubaki teasing her junior Welf. The entire camp once again bustled with excitement. Not only to welcome fellow adventurers, but also because 2 gods had revealed themselves. Hermes and Hestia had long been prepared for their identities to be exposed. After all, the aura of a god was unmistakable, any mortal could tell at a glance. And while some in the Loki Familia might not recognize the obscure new goddess Hestia, Hermes's face was absolutely famous, known by all. Seeing everyone chatting happily, Fran prepared to complete the rest of his task. He picked up his staff and walked toward the tent of the wounded. What's this? Isfi, Ryu and Eyes followed him as usual. On the way back from the expedition, they ran into some trouble. This is some kind of enhanced poison. As a renowned magic item developer and a seasoned adventurer, Isfi and Ryu immediately recognized the blackened rot of the wound. Indeed, this kind of poison requires a special antidote. Even for me, concocting it would take some effort. As expected of Isfi with the alias Perseus, so confident even when speaking. And then, when Ryu saw Fran use his healing magic for the first time, she was shocked. Could it be D. St. Hermid's? The expression of astonishment on the normally stoic Gale's face made Isfi glance at her meaningfully. You see now, this is what this man can do. Perhaps that's also why, when he touched you, you didn't feel the instinctive rejection. That strange pull, this man. The golden-haired elf fell silent. In Orario, everyone knew of the flame demon. Or rather, he should now be called the Weaver of Night. All knew of his peerless combat power, but few had truly witnessed him fight. For someone like Ryu, who rarely ventured into the dungeon anymore, even less so. So, such things are possible too. After that, while Fran continued his healing, no one disturbed him. Either him growing stronger in the night, or due to his enhanced Surtur ability Tilda. Chapter 216, You Are Perfect as You Are. After that, while Fran continued his healing, no one disturbed him. After the second round of treatment, basically all the poison members were completely cured by Fran's magic. As expected, the atmosphere within the Familia returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Companions who had been driven to exhaustion by all sorts of unusual incidents were finally freed from busyness and tension. Blacksmiths and adventurers laughing heartily and clinking cups, dwarves shouting and cursing loudly, and elves looking on coldly, casting contemptuous gazes at such vulgarity. Because of this one expedition, the members of the two familias had started to become familiar with one another. And in addition, there were the Hestia familia and the Tgthegood familia of the rescue team, along with the two gods. For the first time in a long while, everyone laid down the nerves that had been taut for so long and indulged in hearty cheer. However, compared to the executives, the regular members, and even the blacksmith who, though unlucky to be poisoned, still profited greatly, the three leaders of the low-key familia were not in the best of moods. Once we get back, we'll have to tighten our belts. The troubled Finn was turning over various trivial matters in his mind about what would come after the expedition, especially financial problems. Although this expedition achieved its intended goals, the consumption. 50 magic swords bought at a high price, weapons with the Durandal property, and then the drop items for the deep floors will go to the Hephaestus familia. Yes, even counting everything. This time we basically worked for free. The magic stones we recovered along the way probably won't even cover a third of our initial costs. Riveria closed one eye and shook her head at her two old friends. No one expected Valgang dragons and wyverns to drop so few items, just a bit of a miscalculation. Well, there's no use fretting. Once we get back to the surface, we'll rest well for 2 days, then send everyone out to take on commissions and jobs. We need to quickly recoup funds, otherwise staying like this isn't viable. If this state of poverty drags on, not only will the familia's operations suffer, but morale will take a heavy blow too. And it would be no small hit to our reputation and prestige. I believe Loki should understand the hardship of her captain. You'd better pray Loki doesn't whine and pester you for expensive Soma wine. Thinking of how troublesome Loki could be, Finn pressed a hand to his forehead, his face bitter. Not mingling with the others, Fran at this time was following Ryu into a forest not far from the campsite. Led by the elf, they passed through a narrow path concealed by lush, fantastical vegetation, and the view suddenly opened ahead. It was a small clearing, not very wide, well hidden and enclosed by the surrounding plants. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to discover, truly a secluded place. To think there was such a beautiful place nearby, this is my third time here. Looking at the beautiful scenery around, Fran, following behind Ryu, couldn't help but sigh in admiration after glancing about. Directly ahead of their sight stood a small mound, upon which were thrust haphazardly slender swords, long blades, spears, broken, ruined weapons, and a tattered familia banner. An inverted longsword, with wings of justice spread on both sides. The grave of the Estria familia members, as you said. This time you only accepted the commission in passing. She works at the tavern, but occasionally comes here alone, to pay respects to her fallen comrades. You guessed it, didn't you? That's right, this is where they sleep. Ryu's sky-colored eyes stared blankly at the sanctum ahead, as she placed freshly picked flowers before it. Not buried in the first district cemetery. It must have been so dire back then that they couldn't even bring the remains back to the surface. The young man's words at her side didn't stir the golden-haired elf in the slightest. Her face remained exquisitely calm, her eyes unruffled. Yes, the situation was very special back then. Sorry, the guild has issued a gag order, so I can't tell you the specifics. Recalling the documents he had read in the archives, Fran thought quietly. Officially, it was announced that the Estria Familia had been annihilated in a battle with a floor boss. Afraid of leaking information and causing panic among adventurers, or perhaps worried that schemers lurking in the dark might exploit it, that should be it. As Fran finished speaking, Ryu turned and stepped forward, standing so close that they almost touched. Because of their height difference, the elf girl had to lift her delicate chin to meet the golden eyes of the youth. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Fran never expected the girl to be so bold. Her unique fragrance lingered at his nose, and he wavered for an instant. "It seems you're even more remarkable than I imagined. Unbelievable that you've only been an adventurer for less than 2 years." Suppressing the stirrings in his chest, Fran leaned forward slightly, pressing the girl instead. Her eyes, slightly flustered, darted away from his gaze, and her body leaned back involuntarily. Fran, pleased at his small scheme's success, raised the corners of his lips and gently stroked the girl's silky hair. "So this is what the gods mean by the possibilities of the lower world, huh? Maybe this too was destined. This man, I can't believe I don't feel any resistance to him. What's happening to me?" Feeling the warmth on her head, Ryu's eyes wavered in confusion. What exactly was this feeling? Since that encounter at the tavern, their meetings had only been few. Yet in those few encounters, his figure had been deeply etched into her heart. Especially that unexpected, unresisted hand-holding, which further unsettled the elf. Could this be what Sir always talks about, love at first sight? No, how could it be love at first sight? I'm an elf, I can't be so shameless. Unaware of the girl's inner drama and self-doubt, Fran only saw her visibly blushing face, her slender neck and the skin between her hair and ears similarly tinged red. Please don't, that. Facing the flustered elf, so shy her fluent words stumbled into stammers, Fran couldn't have been more delighted. An elf with a refined appearance, perfect figure and formidable strength, who wouldn't like her? Come to think of it, Fran found it curious. Girls he had close relationships with were almost always strong-willed types. Coincidence or fate? "Ryu, you're very cute, a total contrast to the name Gale. In my eyes, whether it's you driven by passion, transformed into an avenger, or the you now like a real maiden, both deeply attract me. No matter what others say about you, Ryu, to me you are perfect as you are." Chapter 217, The Situation with the Evilist Hilda. No matter what others say about you, Ryu, to me you are perfect as you are. The words directly dealt a ton of critical damage to Ryu Lion. The elf's emotions were a complete blank. I. Ryu, awkward and shy, suddenly turned her head away, her gaze wandering non-stop, completely unable to look at the young man in front of her. The closeness to him made her, pure and completely inexperienced in such matters, have her heart beating wildly, her consciousness falling into blankness and chaos. Under her green cloak, the girl looked flustered, like a panicked little deer, which made Fran's playful heart stir. Thinking so, the young man revealed a mischievous smile and directly pressed forward with his lips, a kiss. And the girl's adorable reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Never touched by a man before, her delicate cheeks froze in shock, and the girl, like a frightened little animal, suddenly jerked backward, almost stumbling to the ground. Luckily, Fran quickly caught her, preventing her from falling. But just this sudden contact instantly spread a powerful aftershock. Dizziness, confusion, weakness all over her body. The throbbing of her heart crashed against her spirit, her whole mind went blank for a moment, and she had no idea how to respond. Taking a deep breath, Fran couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Very pleasant, unlike eyes and Asfi's style, it was like the fresh scent of nature itself. This was Ryu's unique fragrance, something that belonged to her alone. As body and mind drew close, emotions quietly intertwined in the suppressed silence. The straightforward and stubborn elves had one common trait, that is, once they set themselves on a path, regardless of right or wrong, they would walk it unwaveringly, even if it meant being broken into pieces. One could glimpse this from Ryu Lion's own past. The elf of justice turned into an avenger. As long as there was even the slightest connection to her enemies, they were enemies in her eyes. Even if it meant sending gods back to heaven, destroying entire factions, dragging herself into darkness, it mattered not. The two of them embraced like that, and at that moment, time and space seemed to stop. At the far east of the 18th floor, a place rarely visited by people, Perhaps that was precisely why the companions of Astrea Familia had made their sanctuary stand here. But they weren't the only clever ones who thought of this. In the silent forest, the light from the dome's blue crystals filtered through the thick leaves, forming mottled shadows on the ground. With the sound of rustling, the atmosphere shifted ever so slightly. At this time, messy noises suddenly mixed into the stillness, shattering this small paradise. Keep it light, quick, and clean. According to our scouts, that damned Loki Familia is on the 18th floor. If they spot us, it's over. HMPH, relax. Rivera's to the west, the 17th floor passage is north, the 19th floor passage is south. What's there in the east? Who would bother coming here? Cut the crap. If no one comes here, why do they always manage to hunt adventurers every now and then, always leaving a mess for us to clean up? That's just occasional. You know about crystal sugar, right? Some adventurers specialize in collecting it here on the 18th floor, so they always come poking around the woods. Heh, but that just means bad luck for them. After all, this is our territory. Shut up. They thought no one could hear their conversation, but unlike her blushing, powerless state just moments ago, now Gale Ryu Lion's sky-colored eyes burned with uncontrollable flames of vengeance, spilling outward. Her delicate, pretty face turned ice-cold enough to strike fear. Masks, white hooded cloaks, uniform outfits, sneaky figures, and those trails of blood. Each clue connected together. Having already slain countless such figures with her own hands, Ryu Lion instantly recognized their affiliation. Evie Luss. These bastards, they still dare to appear. They actually dare to appear here and open. Biting her lip, her body trembled uncontrollably under the green cloak. That was rage, that was hatred, that was despair. These guys are like ghosts, appearing and vanishing without a trace. To think I'd even see them here on the 18th floor. Are they tired of living? One hand covering Ryu's lips, the other wrapping around her slender waist, Fran pulled her close, hiding behind a tree, coldly observing the enemy's movements. If you can stay calm, I'll let you go. How about it, Ryu? The man's breath crashed violently against Ryu's will. Even her revenge-driven mind was nearly torn apart. The girl once again fell into that powerless, blank state. Her slender body leaned against the man's embrace. The fairy girl nearly suffocated. Let's see what they're doing first, then wipe them out all at once. Gently releasing the hand covering her mouth, Fran whispered into her ear. And no, don't. It was common knowledge. Elves had both physical and spiritual cleanliness obsessions. Anyone not acknowledged by them absolutely could not touch them, especially not their ears, the most sensitive part of an elf. Aside from her goddess Astrea, even Sir had never touched Ryu's ears. No, not my ears too. I'm done for. Fran was dumbfounded. What does I'm done for mean? Wait, what's that they're holding? Amidst the ambiguous atmosphere, the Evelis made a move. They carefully and cautiously poured something into a barrier, not far away. Visible to the naked eye, it was some kind of shining powder. The two of them set aside their moment and narrowed their eyes to observe carefully. Fran, with some knowledge of alchemy, judged it to be some sort of suppressant. From the iron cages, he deduced that the thing in the water pit was likely a viola's. A suppressant mixed with magic stone powder, forcing the monster into sleep. You mean they're hiding monsters here as reserves? Perhaps. Fearing her vengeful impulse, especially when he wasn't around, Fran deliberately concealed one of his guesses from her. Considering the reservoir in the Water City and the 24th floor pantry, then perhaps there was another transit hub for transporting things to the surface. Placing it on the safe 18th floor was the most devious setup. No one would ever suspect that the 18th floor could harbor massive numbers of monsters. And this guess just so happened to answer. How Revis was able to summon so many violas to invade Rivera on the 18th floor. Shouldn't they at least talk about their relationship first? Or is this normal? Having read so many third-rate and brain-rot novels, I am a bit confused. Anyway, the bonus chap for reaching 100 power stones. Next one at 150 power stones tilde. Chapter 218, Back to the Surface tilde. And this guess just so happened to answer. How Revis was able to summon so many violas to invade Rivera on the 18th floor. Do it, since we already guessed their goal, there's no reason to keep them alive anymore. As soon as Fran's words fell, Ryu's figure had already disappeared from his sight. Already can't wait, huh? He whispered softly, his eyes showing a trace of complexity. Why you? Who are you? In just a few seconds, the surrounding area erupted in chaotic shouts and screams. To call it a battle would be putting it nicely, in reality. Bang, 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 bang. The wooden blade at her waist danced endlessly in the hands of the Avenger. Also crafted from the branches of the sacred tree, the wooden sword not only amplified magic, but was also one of the strongest secondary weapons. Against a group of LV, one an LV, two small fry, the LV, Forgale was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. With a single slash, she tore through the enemy's chest, cutting down the man before her in a spray of blood. Remnants of the Eveless, I never thought you insects would dare appear before me again. Now go and pay tribute to my fallen friends. Squelch, blood splattered as her fairy-like figure turned into starlight, flickering in and out of the enemy ranks. Each flicker claimed another life, absolutely cold, merciless, ruthless. And no, stop, don't kill us. Hold on, don't you recognize her? That's Gale, the one who destroyed us 5 years ago. Quick, get the flame stones. Flame stones. Hearing that name, Fran's pupils shrank sharply. He no longer let Ryu vent alone, he instantly took action. Stop them. What? The few remaining enemies, their eyes turning wild, no longer fled but instead rushed at them like madmen. Fire bolt. Wrapping his arm around the girl's slender waist, the two quickly pulled away, and Fran immediately unleashed a fast-cast spell to detonate the dangerous items in their hands. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out, shaking the entire forest and its vegetation. What was that sound? In camp, Bete froze mid-bite into his roasted meat, his ears twitching. Hey, Anakitty, did you hear that? Yes, Bete, it sounded like an explosion. That direction, it's where Fran and that elf were. What the hell are they up to? As they spoke, Tiona had already dashed off. Hey, 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 eyes, wait for us. And behind her, Tione and the others followed. By the devastated lakeside, the corpses of their enemies were nothing but charred husks. At the center of the flame stone explosion, they were completely reduced to blackened remains. Forget identifying them, even the blessings on their backs were unrecognizable. These guys, still so decisive. Fran, have you encountered them before? Yeah, when I was commissioned to investigate the monster riot on the 24th floor, it was these bastards doing. That incident, I heard Asfi mention it. That surprised Fran a little. The 24th floor incident should have been confidential. How did Ryu know about it? T/N, above line Asfi mentioned it, next line how did she know? Ha 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 ha. Or, did she have her own information network? Thinking of the goddess atop Babel Tower and the tavern's poster girl, Franz suddenly understood. So that's it. The clues are cut off again, these bastards. Compared to Ryu's sorrow, Fran's mood was more bitter. These guys didn't even have that on them, and they carried flame stones. Damn it, they were clearly abandoned pawns. Their leader never intended for them to return. Did they already know Loki Familia was here, so they sacrificed them to reduce risks? Fran, what happened here? Not long after the explosion, the others arrived. Ah, just a few small fry. Seeing the broken, white-hooded cloaks on the ground, eyes gaze instantly sharpened. Eveless remnants. Originally, after the 59th floor incident, the expedition team should have returned to the surface immediately. If not for the poisoning that delayed them, they would already be enjoying food and drink. Once everyone returned to camp and reported the situation, Finn immediately decided to set out at once. Unexpectedly, Belle Cranel's party, along with the group that had come to rescue them, ended up accompanying their expedition team back. When Fran heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, things turned out like this, and the entire plot was changed due to him being there. The return journey was without incident, a stark contrast to the life-threatening struggles and near-death hardships they faced reaching the 18th floor before. Clinging to Loki Familia's powerful protection, even with two deities in tow, the trip back to Babel Tower was smooth and easy. This is my first time returning from the dungeon so effortlessly. Bell Cranel gazed enviously at Loki Familia's team, sighing. I thought Fran was already a monster, but it turns out the whole Loki Familia is like him. That troublesome minotaur couldn't even last 2 moves against them. Compared to Bell and Welf, Lily remained calm. Loki Familia's expedition team is made up entirely of high-class adventurers. In other words, their lowest members are LV2, while their captains and leaders are LV5 and LV6. For them, exploring the middle and upper floors is basically no different from strolling through the streets. That's the strength of Orario's strongest familia. But Belle, don't be discouraged. You're already LV2 now. In Lily's eyes, one day you'll surely reach their level. Ahaha, don't say that, Lily. Compared to Brother Fran, I've still got a long way to go. Without obstruction, the team made it back to the surface before nightfall. Though I say this every time we return from expedition, still, it feels so good, the sky at last. This enticing smell of alcohol, I want to drink until I drop. HMPH, I'm going to eat tons and tons of meat. The food in the dungeon was too depressing. Compared to the Amazonas sisters, Fran looked up at the twilight sky and sighed in relief. The suffocating atmosphere of the dungeon really could drive someone mad. Being able to see the sky again made him feel at ease. Well then, everyone, we'll be parting ways here. Thank you for saving Belle and the others, adventurers. Just as he thought so, the 2 deities bid farewell, offering their gratitude to Fran. No need to thank me. In the dungeon, if you have the ability, saving your fellow adventurers is an unspoken rule. I believe anyone else would have done the same. With that, Fran waved at them, then left with the others. A small point worth noting, he and Eyes made a slight detour, heading toward West Main Street. Chapter 219. The Loki Familia has come to this. A small point worth noting, he and Eyes made a slight detour, heading toward West Main Street. After sending Ryu back to the hostess of fertility and saying goodbye, Fran and Eyes also returned together to their long-missed main base, the Twilight Manor. This time, however, their return from the expedition didn't bring about the same lively and boisterous celebration as before, quite the opposite. A series of events had left everyone completely exhausted. Even after staying on the 18th floor for 2 days, their taut nerves could not be soothed. Only within the home that belonged to their familia could they truly relax their bodies and minds and find peace. Thus, those who had returned earlier than Fran and Eyes had long since collapsed onto their beds, sleeping like wooden logs. Good night, Eyes. Now that we're home, you have to rest well. You too, Fran. After parting with her on the 3rd floor of the southern tower, Fran was no different from the others. He tossed his gear carelessly to the floor and immediately collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. That sleep lasted until the sun was high in the sky the next day before he groggily woke up. No one had come knocking in the meantime. It was only after washing up and strolling to the aerial corridor to gaze at the city's enchanting scenery that he finally came across scattered figures here and there. Returning to the surface from that cold and dim dungeon, then sleeping soundly, put a vibrant glow on everyone's faces. Their spirits were high, their energy abundant, even the fatigue of a 3-week march had been swept away. Good morning, Fran, gazing at the view again, huh? I never get tired of it. With such an enchanting sight, I wish it could last forever. Narrowing his golden eyes, Fran reluctantly turned his gaze away, looking instead at the blonde girl in the courtyard, absorbed in sword practice. Miss Eyes is still working so hard. Even though she's already level 6, she trains this diligently. I couldn't even feel jealous if I tried. Haha, Fran chuckled lightly and patted the slightly discouraged Raoul on the shoulder. Geniuses aren't scary. Well, to put it bluntly, if Loki chose you to join her familia, then you're a genius. The real problem is when someone more talented than you also works harder than you. That's when you're helpless. Oh, that cut deep. Speaking of which, Fran, your alias has been updated. Finally not that stupid, flame demon anymore. Hee, it's Weaver of Night. Pretty stylish. I'm so jealous. I heard Loki even got into another fight at the Denatus over your title. Imagining Loki punching Hermes and kicking Apollo, in the balls of the gods made Fran shiver, involuntarily. Don't tell me, it was Apollo again. Hee, guess who? Raoul left behind a meaningful grin and hummed a tune as he walked away. Fran stroked his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly burst out laughing. That guy, still holding a grudge over Loki crushing his balls last time, now he's playing the clown again. I bet the other gods find it hilarious too. Tusk. Maybe the gods really do lose half their brains after coming down from the Tenkai. Shaking his head, he waved toward the girl practicing in the courtyard and then headed toward the dining hall. In the great dining hall that could seat 50 at once, everyone was especially in sync today, filling the room to the brim. It was no longer like the old days when they had to cook for themselves. By the time Franz sat down at his usual seat, a meal had already been placed in front of him. Thanks, Alicia. It was just on the way. Besides, Lady Riveria doesn't usually dine in the hall anyway. As the second in command of Riveria's elf squad, Alicia also served as Riveria's secretary, usually staying close to her. But ever since that certain relationship had formed between her and Fran, her presence had shifted from Riveria's side to his. Tiona, you two didn't rush to update your status first thing, but instead came to eat. Looking at Tione feigning elegance while eating, Tiona tearing into roasted meat with abandon, and Lefia staring daggers at him and eyes as usual, Fran wore a puzzled expression. Humph, defeating a level 8 monster with magic powers, that's a huge achievement, more than enough to earn high-grade Excelia. My gut tells me that once I update my status, I'll level up to 6. Tiona wiped grease off her face with the back of her hand, grinning boldly. Probably, except for Finn and the other 2 veterans, everyone's going to level up this time. Thanks to the suppressing bracers, nearly all their stats had already reached their limit, peaking at rank AS. What they lacked for leveling up was simply an achievement worthy of one. The 59th floor expedition had provided such a massive bundle of Excelia that it wasn't just enough for 1 or 2 members to level up. It was enough for the entire familia. Especially for the main combatants who had done the most fighting. Well then, congratulations in advance. Fran had already expected this, so he was calm about it. By the way, Fran, you only just reached level 5. Even with the achievement, don't you still lack the Excelia? Probably, but with the achievement in hand, Excelia is just a matter of time. And besides, I've got more ways of gaining Excelia than you all, and it's much easier for me too. The way he said it so casually, without a care, made everyone's eyes go wide. Handsome, good body, decent personality, but what a shame. He just had to have that mouth. Hey, Tione, don't say that out loud. Heh, what kind of look is that supposed to be? Despicable, shameless scumbag, enemy of elves for life, HMPH. Lefia grumbled under her breath, stabbing at the sweet potato on her plate with her fork again and again. Anyway, what's everyone's plan now? The expedition's over, so things should be relaxing, right? Popping a strawberry from his salad into his mouth, Franz savored it happily. Relaxing, dream on. Aside from magic stones, all the drop items from the expedition were handed over to the Hephaestus Smiths. Forget about covering costs, we actually went deeper into debt. So, Finn already gave the order, we need to make money for a while. So, in other words, pay off debts. Exactly, and as the familia's only smith and mage, you won't slack off, right? Cough, of course not. Sure, I can make magic swords, but it's not like I have money or materials myself. The familia's in the same boat, so for now I'll take on some simple commissions to earn materials. At the same time, I need to gather some materials to train my alchemy skills. Chapter 220, New Status Tilda. At the same time, I need to gather some materials to train my alchemy skills. For this gap period, after a night of careful thought, Fran had already made a fully packed schedule. Reaching the great feat of LV. 6. After the accumulation from this great battle, leveling up was already almost within his grasp, lacking only ordinary experience points. In terms of skills, strategy, magic, equipment forging, and magic item crafting, he had already hit a bottleneck. If he wanted to rapidly increase his knowledge again, he could only branch out into other professions. Alchemy and potion making became his goal. If it were in the past, back when he had money to spare, he would have long since gone to the guild to purchase materials and gone on a spree. Unfortunately, the timing was bad. Damaged equipment, weapon maintenance, potion replenishment, all of it required money. After the re-equipment before the expedition, his remaining volleys were completely consumed. Now, with even his familia facing a debt crisis, he had no choice but to rely on his strength to earn some money first before practicing potion making. After breakfast, together with the others, he went to Loki's chamber for a status update. Just as he expected, once Tione, Tiona, Beta, and Lefia went in one after another, it took only a few minutes. Loki's loudspeaker-like voice shrieked, "Tione, Tiona, and Beta have all leveled up to LV 6. He, even Lefia reached LV 4. Luckily, thanks to Fran's suppressing bracer, your magic power was pushed to the limit." I don't admit that the suppressing bracer had anything to do with it. Tgthegood, saying one thing but thinking another, little Lefia. At the very top floor of the northernmost tower, in Finn's office, the three leaders gathered together, drinking tea and chatting with smiles. "Not easy, huh? The young ones have finally caught up to where we are. Now I can feel a little more at ease, ha 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 ha. LV 6, that's an entirely different domain." Only those who had reached LV 6 knew the qualitative difference between LV 5 and LV 6. If the difference between LV 1 and LV 5 could be seen as a curve of growth, where each level was a major step up, then LV 5 to LV 6 was a completely different concept, like the difference between the ground and a skyscraper, a sheer cliff-like gap impossible to cross. Perhaps a group of LV 4s could still contend with a LV 5, but a group of LV 5s against a serious LV 6 had absolutely no chance of victory. That was LV 6, also known as the Domain of Heroes. It was the tier officially recognized among the gods as the hero class. I don't remember seeing this classification anywhere. Anyone knows about this? I did not remove this part. In the gods' eyes, only children who possessed the qualities of a hero had the potential to reach LV 6. Without them, sorry, your potential would never allow you to enter this domain in your lifetime. This absolute domain between LV 5 and LV 6 was an unbreakable wall of ranks. But within Orario, there was indeed one person who had completely broken this iron law. The Weaver of Night, Fran Argon. Not only could he fight above his level throughout the entire mortal class, LV 1, LV 5, but even in the great leap between mortal class and hero class, he could battle across ranks and even win. The gods secretly evaluated this anomaly. His combat strength, not to mention in the lower world, but even across the long history of the Tenkai themselves, was absolutely unique. Unfortunately for them, no matter how much the gods coveted him, the great wall known as Loki kept them firmly at bay. Forget reaching out a hand, just sneaking a glance would earn them a warning. These children, the moment they leveled up, they must have felt it too, the power of this domain. Reveria, with one eye closed, leaned against the wall holding a stack of documents. HMPH, they better not get swollen-headed just because they leveled up. As it happens, I have some free time now, perfect chance to knock them down a peg or two. Finn chuckled. Then I'll leave it to you, Finn. Leave it to me. The young adventurers didn't yet realize, the old hands above had already mapped out their fates clearly. Here, this is your status card. Just as you expected, your achievements are enough for LV 6, but your stats hasn't quite reached the threshold yet. Loki smilingly handed Fran the parchment filled with divine script, sighing with regret. Before the expedition, I was only LV 5. To jump to LV 6 in less than a month, even I admit that's a bit exaggerated. Not having accumulated enough is just fine by me. I'll take this time to settle down and then break through. Looks like you already have it all planned. When it came to Fran's accumulation of stats, Loki wasn't worried in the least. Even to an ancient deity who had lived countless years, he was a monster, an anomaly. Worrying about Fran's growth was less realistic than worrying about the other children. All right then, all good. That's that, now hurry up, there are still others waiting in line. Indeed, every expedition's start and finish marked Loki's busiest time. From Tyone and the others' impatience to update their stats, it was clear, not only the leaders, even the lower ranks had grown greatly. Name, Fron Argon. Alias, Weaver of Night. Level, LV5. Stats, Strength. I0 right arrow SSS 1456, Endurance. I0 right arrow SSS 1456, Dexterity. I0 right arrow SSS 1456, Agility. I0 right arrow SSS 1456, Magic. I0 SSS. Development abilities. Mystery G, Smithing E, Magic Conduction E, Healing F, Escape G, Abnormal Resistance F, Spearman H, Shatter H. Magic, Surtur. Skills, Reader, Scholar, Infinite Super Magic, Magic Dominator. Finisher, Flame of Surtur Surtologi. Standing in the corridor, gazing at his updated stats, Fron couldn't help but feel moved. First, all of his stats had leapt from 0 straight to 1456, and thanks to the infinite super magic skill, every stat had synced up to that number. Second, his development abilities had all made progress. Magic Conduit, Healing, Escape, Status Resistance, Spearman, and Shatter all advanced one rank, with only Mystery and Smithing staying the same. But that was to be expected. For an expedition, supporting abilities weren't likely to advance much. Finally, his title had changed. Having reached the tier of a first-class adventurer, Fron finally shed that dumb title of Flame Demon and became the Weaver of Night. Though it didn't sound as flashy as Flame Demon, the new title carried a mysterious, understated quality that perfectly matched a true powerhouse's style. Fron was quite satisfied. Chapter 221, Leaving the City Tilda. Though it didn't sound as flashy as Flame Demon, the new title carried a mysterious, understated quality that perfectly matched a true powerhouse's style. Fron was quite satisfied. After updating his attributes, the overwhelming sense of accomplishment filled Fron's body and mind with satisfaction. That feeling of being able to gain visible rewards just by putting in effort, no matter how many times he experienced it, always left him addicted, filling him with joy. After leaving the Lok's room, he bid farewell to his companions and went alone toward Northwest Avenue. The Adventurers' Street was still bustling and lively as always, packed with people. Shops lined up neatly on both sides of the road, with display windows showcasing all kinds of exquisite weapons, items, and potions, dazzling to the eyes. Who knew how many adventurers had gone broke on impulse purchases, only to be sent off with merchants' wide smiles. Blending into the crowded street, Fron stiffly touched his wallet and sighed inwardly. Sigh, who said first-tier adventurers aren't strapped for cash? One expedition drained all my savings. I don't even have the money to replace the magic crystal on my staff. This fine top-class staff has now fallen to the level of a mere Durandal spear. Thinking of this made his insides ache faintly. Because the magic crystal shattered, the magical amplification ability of Scholar Argon was basically defunct, leaving only basic mana conduction and mana-bearing ability. Well, it's enough for now anyway. After consoling himself, Fron stepped into the hall of the Adventurers Guild headquarters. The first thing in sight was the spacious hall, filled with adventurers queuing in front of the counters, followed by the massive notice board on one side of the wall. This time, Fron had come to select commissions. He intended to go to the northern volcano near one of the 3 unknown regions, the Great Tree Sea, to collect a large number of volcanic flowers to replenish his magic tools. On the way, he could take monster-clearing commissions to earn rewards. When he arrived at the crowded notice board, he furrowed his brows slightly. Hey, look over there. Damn, that's the Flame Demon. Wait, no, it's the Night Weaver. Holy crap, a first-tier adventurer, and his title got even cooler. What are you jealous for? He's LV5, look at yourself instead. Right in the heart, man. As soon as the crowd saw Fron's face, they instantly recognized him. There was no helping it. The moment he became LV5, both his name and face had spread throughout the city by the guild. No one could ignore such a powerhouse, a first-tier adventurer. On top of that, his background, Loki Familia. So naturally, the people made way for him. Faced with the trembling, polite, and respectful crowd, Fran raised his eyebrows, then smiled naturally. Since they were already acting like this, why hesitate? Let me see what missions outside the city are available. The first thing to catch his eye was the list at the top left, the roster of aliases granted by the gods this period. Fran was fortunate to be ranked first. Loki Familia Fran Argon upgraded to LV5 with the new alias Night Weaver. It was an official document, even bearing the seals of the gods and the guild. Then came the sheepskin parchments that covered 90% of the board. These were all adventure commissions. Of them, collecting dungeon materials and drop items took up 80%. Fran immediately passed on those since they weren't on his route. After searching for quite a while among the sea of commissions, Fran finally found 3 that matched his path. Investigation, one of the 3 unknown places, the Great Tree Sea. Mission content, as stated, proceed to the Great Tree Sea at the far northeast end of Orario, investigate the cause of the monster outbreak and forest anomaly, and, if possible, eliminate them. Afterward, return to Orario Adventurers Guild with the information and results. Mission requirement, individual LV, 2 minimum, no team restrictions. Reward to be discussed. Client the guild. This one will do. A bit far, but it's on the way anyway, so no problem. Memorizing the commission number, Fran turned and walked to the guild's front desk, leaning forward slightly and knocking on the marble counter with his knuckles. Misha, long time no see. Night Weaver, what wind blew such a hotshot over here? We're the guild receptionists, all born to be sarcastic. Just one sentence, and she already sounded like an experienced salary worker. What hotshot? That's just what others say. I know my own limits. Misha narrowed her eyes, studying his strikingly handsome face, and pouted. A dignified first-tier adventurer, yet still humble. Fine, since you didn't turn into one of those lowly types, I won't tease you too much. Awkwardly touching his nose, Fran pointed toward the notice board. I want to take commission numbers 5215 and 5686. Could you help me with the paperwork? 5215 and 5686. Saying so, Misha pulled out the stack of commissions beside her and flipped through them, soon finding the 2 sheets. She glanced at the contents, gave Fran a slightly curious look, then picked up the guild's seal to begin processing. Commissions starting with a 5 are usually outside city missions. Things like escorting nobles, exterminating monsters in villages, or delivery work, but all of them require exit permits. Since both of these commissions are guild-issued, congratulations, you're spared the long review and paperwork. But I still have to remind you, missions have a time limit, not more than 3 months. If you haven't returned and submitted the results by then, it'll count as a failure. You won't get paid, and you'll even be blacklisted by the guild. You know how strict the guild is about managing the entry and exit of high-level adventurers and gods. Fran had already known about this since his first day in Orario. The gods descended into the lower world with only mortal bodies, their arcanum sealed. With no means of self-protection, they were safest staying inside the city. As for high-level adventurers, even more so. They were vital combat strength against the dungeon's monsters, so strict entry and exit controls were necessary. I understand. Since the client already handled the paperwork, things are easier for me. Here, this is the commission acknowledgement. Be sure to keep it safe. Without this parchment, we won't acknowledge the mission's completion. In other words, no payment. Got it. With everything settled, I should get some rest. See you. Chapter 222. Adventurers outside Orario Tilda. Got it. With everything settled, I should get some rest. See you. The next day, the sun was still shining brightly, and Orario was still bustling and noisy. On the main avenue, people came and went, and carriages galloped down the wide central street. Various beast-human races and humans leisurely enjoyed their peaceful daily lives, while adventurers, in contrast to ordinary people, were just beginning yet another day filled with hopes and dreams. They carried backpacks, picked up weapons, and set off in groups toward the city center, preparing for today's adventures. Shops on both sides of the road had already opened early, hanging up new daily recommendation notices, while clerks and owners alike stood at the doors shouting for business, hoping for a prosperous start to the day. In the northern district of the city, the Twilight Manor. Having reorganized his gear and equipment, Franz said farewell to his companions in the courtyard. "You're just like Bite and Raoul, huh? Can't wait to accept a commission and start preparing already." Tiona clasped her hands behind her back, circling around Fran with a dissatisfied expression. "Ah, we guys aren't like you pretty girls. If we don't work hard, we won't have money, and without money life's no good, you know." Hey, you make it sound like we're rich. I'm still burdened with a huge debt, you know," Fran shrugged. "Yeah, if I owed those guys 100 million volleys, they'd already be banging on my door to collect. That's just how it is for you girls. In every world, there are always people whose values are guided by their looks. The advantage of beautiful girls is something one can't underestimate. Fran, be careful on your way." Eyes didn't say much, only reminding him to stay safe. Fran smiled, rubbed her freshly combed golden hair, and arrogantly said, "Do you know who I am? I'm an executive of the city's strongest familia, the Loki familia, and a level 5 adventurer, the Weaver of Night, Fran Argon. In the Labyrinth City at the World Center, I'm among the top elites. Outside, where there's no help from the dungeon, I'm even stronger." It's worth noting that because Orario possesses the dungeon, which endlessly spawns monsters, the average adventurer level is much higher than that of any normal city. For example, within a kingdom, a level 2 is already considered a strong man, and a level 3 might be called the strongest. In an empire stronger than a kingdom, or in special nations like Altina, the strongest adventurers usually don't surpass level 5. As for level 6 or level 7 adventurers, those might as well be dreams. Well, level 6 still might exist, like in special places such as the Amazonas Nation, the Kingdom of War. But level 7, that's practically impossible. And even then, it's not just about existence. In terms of numbers, Orario holds an absolute overwhelming advantage. Even among adventurers of the same level, those inside the city are far stronger than those outside. For example, the difference between an adventurer who ascends to a level with an B rank development ability versus one with a D rank is like night and day. Not to mention Fran himself. Even within the city, he's an outlier. Once he leaves for the outside world, he's like a tiger let loose, crushing everything in his path. "You can rest assured about my strength. By the way, didn't you girls accept any commissions? You all look pretty relaxed." Tione pouted. "Isn't it because Loki said us female members have other arrangements? Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent all you men away." Franz suddenly understood. No wonder Loki had been acting strange since their return from the expedition, so that was the reason. That woman, remembering Loki's hobby of collecting beautiful girls, Fran ground his teeth audibly. "Forget it, out of sight, out of mind, I'm off. Come back early." Without replying, he only waved with his back turned and departed under the rising crimson sun. At the northern city gate, the inspection went smoothly thanks to his guild-approved paperwork, and the Ganesha Familia members quickly cleared his application to leave. But Fran never expected that the one responsible for the check would be an acquaintance. Shakti Varma. Fran Argon. The moment they met, both froze. Whoa. Why do I smell something unusual? The dignified level 5, captain of the Ganesha Familia, Shakti Varma, actually working guard duty at the city gate. Even with a backpack, Fran couldn't suppress his instinctive shrug. Seeing Shakti, he spread his hands with a smile. If you can't say anything decent, then shut your mouth. No one will mistake you for mute." Shakti glared fiercely at Fran, then slapped the travel documents hard against his chest. "Speaking of which, since we've fought side by side, can't you at least give me a hint? Has something interesting happened in Orario recently? Or maybe some big shot came and went? Otherwise, why would they have a level 5 like you stuck here guarding a gate? Annoying, stop poking around where you don't belong. Just go do your commission already." Shakti waved him off impatiently, eager to get away from Fran. Watching her back, Fran lowered his chin and smirked in thought. Could it be? A major noble came to spend money in Orario. Those VIP big spenders are the guild's favorites. Having the Ganesha Familia's executives and captain handle it wouldn't be strange, but somehow it feels unusual. Could it be they're investigating that incident? Thinking of the dungeon's second entrance, and the violas transported through the underground waterways to the surface and outside the city, Fran's mind flashed, connecting the clues. So that's it. If that's true, then it's almost certain. The guild really moves fast. We just returned from an expedition, and now they're already taking action. Perhaps the fallen spirit and the remnants of the Evelis brought such a strong sense of crisis that it forced their hand. But the guild's investigation had nothing to do with him. Even if it did, without that thing, Fran wouldn't throw his life away, nor would he inform his companions. Climbing the winding mountain road, Fran turned back to take a deep look at the northern gate and the massive city, then sped up, dashing swiftly forward. Why not take a carriage or ride a horse? Need you ask? With Fran's level 5 over-the-top attributes, his own speed was faster. Besides, he had his own little scheme, using the journey to train his stats. Wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? Other adventurers might think it's impossible, but sorry. For Fran, who's basically cheating, this was just basic practice. And on the day before Fran departed, another familia had also left Orario. The Hermes Familia. Chapter 223, Elso's Ruins and Terry's. The Hermes Familia. The light blue, slightly wavy short hair hung loosely over her shoulders, but on that delicate yet spirited face was an expression of deep frustration, her brows furrowing sharply. I say, Lord Hermes, can't you at least discuss it with us next time before taking on a commission? I won't even bring up the last time. On the 24th floor our familia nearly got wiped out. If it hadn't been for the help of Fran and Eyes, who knows how many of us would still be able to stand before you right now. Sorry, Isfi. It's not that I didn't want to discuss it this time. It's just that the client was an old acquaintance from the heavens, and it would have been awkward to refuse. Plus, the commission was time-limited, so... Sorry. Isfi kept her face tense, but in the end she softened and let out a sigh. Just don't make us fight weird, inexplicable things again. If it's something reasonable, then fine. Ma, don't worry, everyone. This isn't the dungeon, after all. Monsters on the surface have grown weaker generation after generation, you all know this well. Even if their numbers are large, it won't be a problem. After all, you're all upper-class adventurers. As for their god's personality, the familia members had long since figured it out. Just by looking at their doubtful eyes, it was clear this god of theirs didn't exactly inspire much trust. Oh, right, Isfi. This time we're not the only ones who accepted the commission. There are 3 parties in total. What? 1 commission given to 3 teams at the same time? Are you kidding me? But that way, everyone shares the risk, right? It makes sense, doesn't it? After quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Isfi adjusted her silver-framed glasses with her middle finger and finally let out a breath of relief. That's not so bad. A smaller reward doesn't matter. Safety is what's important. The last commission scared me enough already. Her companions had nearly lost their lives right before her eyes. As the captain of the familia, who else could truly understand the pain in Isfi's heart and the crushing burden on her shoulders? Not to mention, the Hermes Familia was essentially a single-core lineup. If her comrades were to die protecting her, even if she survived, she could never forgive herself. All right, let's hurry on the road. At your pace, we should reach the destination in about 5 days. Yes. The labyrinth city Orario, inside the low-key Familia headquarters, the Twilight Manor. The male members had all been sent out by Loki to earn money for the Familia's massive debts, leaving only the women in the manor. Eyes, what's that you're holding? The girl was holding a long object wrapped in white cloth, marked with the low-key Familia crest. It's a drop item from Udius, a great sword. It hasn't been sold yet. It's been sitting around for a long time, hasn't it? I'm not planning to sell it. I'll leave it for Fran to use. Tiona and Tyone looked at each other, while Leffia turned completely pale, muttering to herself. That despicable, shameless bastard. To think that even after leaving Miss Eyes, he still leaves such a huge influence on her, how infuriating. Leffia. Ah, and no, it's nothing, hee heh. By the way, what did Loki keep us here for? After several days, I'm getting restless. And I just advanced to level 6, my hands are itching. I heard she's taking us outside the city, but I don't know the details. Outside the city? That's great. I haven't been outside in ages, I'm kind of excited. Eyes, aren't you looking forward to it? No. Hey, no way, Eyes. You mean you haven't left the city at all these years? The girl's cheeks reddened slightly, and she turned her eyes away, embarrassed. Oh, right. I heard from Reveria. Eyes wasn't like this at all as a child. Apparently she was a super rebellious problem child, always running off to the dungeon. If she wasn't fighting monsters, she was on her way to fight monsters, super scary. It's Iona. So Eyes actually has that kind of side too. Leaving aside the apparent calm within the city, and the undercurrents of darkness stirring below the surface. Thanks to exceptional endurance and the physique of a first-class adventurer, Fran reached the entrance to one of the world's 3 great unexplored regions, the Great Tree Sea, by the 15th day after leaving the city. The Great Tree Sea, just from the name, you could picture the vast sea of green. A gigantic forest that stretched endlessly. From the sky, it extended as far as the eye could see. Massive, ancient trees whose trunks took several people, linking hands to encircle. Flourishing plants and flowers competed in brilliance, while the cries of birds and beasts rang through the forest, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, together forming nature's grand symphony. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he felt the refreshing sensation of being embraced by nature, a feeling never experienced in the city. In 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've ever been in such a vast, primal forest. I can't help but feel a bit eager. With a smile, Fran stepped into the labyrinth and set off toward his destination. As he walked, he pulled the Parchment Commission's scroll from his pouch, carefully studying its contents. Investigation target: the ancient ruins Elsos in the center of the Great Tree Sea. According to intelligence submitted by guild branches and various familia, large numbers of outside familia adventurers have gone missing near the Elsos ruins. The reports are limited, but the only certain point is that the monsters there have been exhibiting highly abnormal behavior. Such anomalies would be normal in the dungeon, but on the surface, something must have happened. Narrowing his eyes, Fran combined what he knew with the guild's information, attempting to deduce the truth behind this abnormal situation. In those ruins, if I remember correctly, something known as an ancient monster is sealed. Its name is Antares. In the Loki Familia archives, Fran had learned a historical truth unknown even to him before. Antares, a calamity-class monster. In ancient times, before the gods descended from the heavens, Antares' power was on an entirely different dimension. It absorbed energy from everything, plants, animals, all phenomena of the lower world, and grew ever stronger. Such a dangerous being was far beyond the ability of mortals to defeat. In the end, only by the combined power of several great spirits was Antares finally suppressed and sealed away. And the true nature of the Elsos ruins was precisely the place built atop that seal. And the Elsos ruins is not located in the region called Great Tree Sea. Elsos ruins is located at the end of a continent far away from Orario. Chapter 224, Artemis, the moon goddess Tilda. And the true nature of the Elsos ruins was precisely the place built atop that seal. An even older monster than the 3 great adventure commissions, named Antares. This task is a little tricky. Fran raised his eyebrows, his brain working rapidly. What he meant by tricky wasn't the fighting part. So what if the Great Tree Sea was one of the 3 unexplored regions? It was fundamentally different in strength from the monsters of the dungeon. What truly troubled him was the waste of time. The Elsos ruins, if I want to enter and investigate, I must have the key to open the ruins. The guild doesn't have any explanation about this key either. How am I supposed to investigate? As they got closer to the center of the Great Tree Sea, his mood was no longer as relaxed as it had been at the start. Forget it, let's find a place to settle first. Letting out a sigh, Fran began looking for a place with a water source. In the wild, generally speaking, camping near a water source is absolutely forbidden, because there's a high probability of encountering wild beasts coming to drink, increasing danger. But for Fran, who is LV5, this was no problem at all. Being bold due to his skill, he usually stayed near water sources for convenience, except for the occasional stopover at a town inn along the way. Luckily, expanding his strong senses, following the faint sound of running water and the increasingly damp air, he passed through the lush forest and a giant waterfall appeared before his eyes. The roaring waterfall cascaded down, forming a huge pool below. A stream continued to flow outward, branching into tributaries spreading to various regions. This place will do. Finding a flat open space, Fran put his backpack down on the ground. But just as he bent down slightly to open the backpack, he saw a combat outfit woven from high-quality white and blue fabric and stockings was neatly placed together, with a pair of brown hunter boots laid side by side next to it. But what caught Fran's attention most was the hunting knife placed on top. Thinking he'd seen wrong, Fran froze for a moment, then quickly turned his head and rubbed his eyes. This is a combat suit and a hunting knife. Adventurer's clothing is all specially crafted combat gear, flexible enough not to hinder movement, yet its defense can rival ordinary light armor. Adventurers like Fran, being high-level, usually wore such outfits. Combat suit plus equipment, that's the way to ensure nothing goes wrong. As a blacksmith, he could see the quality of the outfit at a glance. A combat suit, and leather at that. As though recalling something, Fran quickly looked at the clear water pool fed by the small tributary. Who are you? My decision on whether this arrow pierces your heart will depend on your answer. Though he was facing away, the slightly stern yet elegant and pleasant voice from behind stirred an expectation in his heart about the speaker's appearance. Apologies, I didn't mean to intrude. As he spoke, Fran slowly raised both hands and turned around gradually. Through the mottled light filtering down from the dense leaves, at the water's edge stood a woman with moon-colored shoulder-length hair, her bow drawn to a full moon, a silver arrow aimed directly at Fran's heart. Her perfect figure, half-wrapped in a bathrobe, was displayed to the fullest. Even from a distance, Fran's exaggerated dynamic vision could see everything clearly. Unworldly beauty, cold yet calm, poised yet elegant, instantly evoking the word sincere. Sorry to intrude, as you can see, I am an adventurer and didn't know there was a goddess here, so for my offense I sincerely apologize. An adventurer, the heroic yet beautiful face before him showed a brief flicker of doubt. So you're an adventurer. Since you appear here at this time, it means you also came from Orario and accepted the investigation mission of the Elsos ruins. As she spoke, she slowly lowered her bow, having guessed Fran's origin. Feeling the sensation of being locked on vanish, Fran let out a hidden sigh of relief. Thank you, Lady Artemis, for your mercy. The goddess walked to where her clothes were laid. Hearing Fran actually say her name, she looked at him in surprise. You know, mate. Remembering he hadn't introduced himself yet, Fran placed the scholar argon next to his backpack and gave a small bow. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fran Argon. Wait, you said you're Fran Argon. Before he could finish, Artemis interrupted him with visible joy. Yes, Lady Artemis. Looking at his iconic shining blonde hair, sharply defined, striking facial features, and the faint azure rings flowing in his golden pupils, memories from various reports rushed into her mind. Became an adventurer at the rare age of 21. Possesses extraordinary combat power and intelligence. At LV, one already able to cross ranks and kill enhanced monsters. At LV, two single-handedly defeated a mutated LV, 5-floor boss. In less than 2 years advanced from LV, 1 to LV, 5, a legendary adventurer. Nicknamed Flame Demon, Night Weaver, said to be the strongest of his level, under the Loki Familia. Fran hadn't even started introducing himself yet, but she had already clearly listed all his public information. Just this, and she still wanted him to introduce himself. But what he didn't notice was that as Artemis learned more about Fran's whole situation, her eyes grew brighter and her expression faintly more delighted. Wonderful, it's great you're here. This way we'll make it in time. While Fran was dumbly drifting into random thoughts, a very pleasant scent reached his nose, and at the same time his right hand was tightly grasped by hers. Looking at the goddess's beauty so close at hand, Fran's brain nearly short-circuited. Isn't this developing too fast? This seems a bit improper. You're the noble moon goddess, the hunt goddess. Lady Artemis, please don't get too excited, let's talk this out. I know what you're saying is about the Elsos ruins, but I'm still a little unclear. Could you explain in detail? The goddess hadn't expected herself to act so out of character either. Her lovely face flushed slightly. She stepped back and faked a cough to cover up her slip. The matter is... Artemis, you finally have a man. That's wonderful. Ooh, we're finally free. Chapter 225, Even Gods Are Helpless Tilde. Artemis, you finally have a man. That's wonderful. Ooh, we're finally free. The sudden exclamation interrupted the two's conversation. The voice sounded lively, carrying with it a thick sense of joy. Looking at the other party's expression of breaking free from restraint and letting go of herself, Fran had no idea why she would show such a face. Lant, behave properly and be serious. You've completely disgraced our Artemis Familia. The scolding girl was a human girl with a short single ponytail tied behind her head. Judging by her youthful appearance, she seemed about the same age as Fran, around 20 years old. The more lively girl seemed a little younger, though her words came out jumbled as if suppressed. Yes, sorry, Rethusa. Glaring harshly at the outspoken girl, the red-haired human girl stepped forward a few steps and respectfully saluted Artemis. Forgive me, Lady Goddess, to think I let you be alone. It's fine, Rethusa. I myself requested to bathe alone, you are not at fault. And this person is. As an adventurer, it was easy to feel from the youth's not-so-strong body a pressure as if from a great mountain. Strong? No, extremely strong. Rethusa, I've seen him before. The human girl looked toward Lant, only to see her eyes filled with curiosity and interest as she looked at Fran. The Night Weaver, Loki Familia's first-class adventurer, said to be the strongest of his rank, undefeated among equals, Fran Argon. Rethusa's lips parted slightly, surprised as she looked at the young man smiling at them. The Night Weaver, Fran Argon, the one everyone speculates is a monster whose power can surpass an entire level. Although I'm happy to be acknowledged by such a beautiful girl, could you please stop always describing me as a monster Tilde? Fran spread his hands helplessly and complained a little. Sorry, I was just too shocked. I didn't expect the famous Night Weaver would also come to the Great Tree Sea and by such coincidence meet our goddess. With this, Lady Goddess, you can rest assured. With such a powerful reinforcement here, even if that monster truly breaks free from its seal, it can still be dealt with. Knowing his goddess's worries, Lant immediately added, indeed, that can be considered the only good news. Lady Artemis, regarding Elsos and the sealed monster, could you explain the details to me? The contents written in the commission were very vague, so. No problem, let's go over to the camp. Then I'll trouble you. Since the other party warmly invited him, Fran of course agreed, joining the girls by the campfire in the wilderness, chatting as they roasted food, while three silhouettes seemed lonely under the night sky. I say, Lord Hermes, now that we've come all the way here, shouldn't you clearly explain the details of the mission to us? Besides, the mission sheet stated that we were to rendezvous with another Familia. Which Familia exactly is it? The Hermes Familia's pace was half a day slower than Fran's, but at this point they had also entered the territory of the Great Tree Sea. And also, why is Gale here too? You really should explain that to us clearly, right? Because of Fran, Isfi and Ryu Lion could be considered both rivals. After all, having such a strong opponent motivated these strong-willed women as the best kind of pressure to drive themselves forward. On top of that, with Sword Princess, one step ahead of them, Isfi and Ryu's strengths had been rising like rockets recently. Too many questions. I'll explain one by one. Since they were already close to their destination, Hermes no longer wished to keep things hidden. Ryu came because I invited her. After all, unlike the Freya Familia or Loki Familia, our familia is not a powerful one. So, in terms of combat power, I decided it would be safer to invite Gale to join us. As for the familia we're supposed to rendezvous with, I believe you already have some guesses. Besides us, the Hermes familia, who spend most of our time wandering outside the city, there's only one other familia with the same nature. I think you can guess it, right? At these words, Esfi and Ryu immediately exchanged a glance and spoke the name in unison. Artemis familia. Ah, that's right, the Artemis familia. They're active outside the city year-round. That goddess's personality. How should I put it? Similar to Astria's, saving the weak, upholding justice. The biggest similarity is that the children they attract are all pure of heart. So it's them. I didn't expect Lady Artemis to also be caught up in this situation. But Hermes pressed down his hat and shook his head. No, Isfi. It's not Artemis who got caught up in this. Rather, this entire abnormal situation with Elsos and the seal was discovered by her in the first place. With no other options, she immediately sent the intelligence back to the guild headquarters, which is why we are here at all. So that's how it is. 2 familias, plus Ryu in the lineup, just to deal with some ancient ruins on the surface. Don't underestimate them just because they're surface-dwelling monsters. The one sealed within the Elsos ruins is an ancient monster. Even the great spirits could only seal them rather than slay them. You can imagine how terrifyingly strong they are. More frightening is, monsters like antares, relics of ancient times, often possess special powers. Like what? For example, powers that even the gods are helpless against. What did you say? As soon as Hermes finished speaking, Esfi's normally calm face broke down, and she cried out sharply. Her reaction was entirely within Hermes's expectations, but the god only gave a bitter smile, as if unsure how to continue explaining. As far as I know, the arcanum of gods cannot affect ancient monsters. That's why we gods are helpless against them. To slay them, you children of the lower world must rely on your own strength. We gods cannot help, even breaking the rules and using arcanum is of no avail. That is the true reason they were only sealed rather than destroyed. Hearing Hermes's explanation, Esfi, Ryu, and the others were left completely stunned. Chapter 226, Elso's Ruins. Hearing Hermes's explanation, Esfi, Ryu, and the others were left completely stunned. After being told the objective of this mission, the atmosphere surrounding the Hermes familia became heavy. Anyone who heard such a thing would inevitably shudder. Fortunately, after some explanation, they learned that the monster had already been weakened by thousands of years of sealing, so the current adventurers still had a certain chance. As they gradually approached the center of the Great Tree Sea, advancing toward the meeting point given in the request. At the Artemis Familia camp, things had already become lively thanks to the presence of the only male there, Fran. Hey, Fran-kun, could you tell us about your adventures? For someone like you, a legendary figure throughout all of Orario, we'd really love to hear your stories. Lant, whose lively and cheerful personality was very similar to Tiona's, came over with a cup of wine, grinning as she threw her arm around Fran's shoulders and started chatting. The difference between men and women? Sorry, the Artemis Familia was made up entirely of beautiful girls, and they were already at the age of youthful awakening. If not for their goddess Artemis, the guardian of chastity, suppressing them, they would have already flown free like birds. Of course, even with the goddess, in places where Artemis wasn't watching, like when going shopping, the girls would instinctively observe excellent men. And there was another thing that Lant, and even Rethusa, found very strange. Why was it that their goddess, dressed in a bathrobe, could still maintain such calm composure when facing Fran? No. More importantly, why did Fran seem able to so easily approach someone like their goddess, someone far above mortals? Even Fran himself didn't understand. Perhaps only Artemis knew the answer. Pestered by the girls, Fran had no choice but to reluctantly recount a rough version of his adventures. Though he personally found it embarrassing, the others listened with great interest. As his story went on, the whole camp quieted down, leaving only the youth's magnetic voice and the crackling of the campfire. The sky gradually darkened, the forest growing heavier with shadow. After hurrying along, just before night fully fell, the Hermes Familia and Ryu's group finally arrived at the designated meeting point with the Artemis Familia. Listen. At first Hermes wanted to greet his divine compatriot upon seeing the camp, but from ahead came something absolutely impossible, a male voice. This voice, Isfi and Ryu exchanged shocked looks, then both showed the same reaction. Isfi pushed up her glasses with her finger, intelligence glittering in her eyes, her heroic face half smiling. The elf's expression didn't change, but the delight and anticipation in her eyes could not be hidden from anyone present. This guy, he's mixed himself in with the Artemis Familia. Could it be he has some kind of natural ability to attract women? Isfi muttered irritably, then tossed her pure white cloak and strode forward. If it weren't for my quick thinking back then, I'd have died on the 17th floor. Guess you could call it fate. Still oblivious, someone kept boasting about his adventures, slipping into the rhythm of a tavern braggart's boasting contest. After all, as the saying goes, showing off is a human need, especially in front of beautiful women. Even grade school boys know that playing basketball attracts girls. It's like a peacock spreading its feathers, a display meant to draw the opposite sex. It's an instinct that comes from the bones. Amazing, that's just like you. Listening to you, my blood's boiling, I want to go fight Goliath right now. The sudden sound of clapping and teasing from the woods behind made Fran's expression freeze instantly. That familiar voice, could it be? He turned his head mechanically, his eyes meeting the stern gaze of a short-haired figure whose presence pressed down like a weight. ASV, why are you here? Thud. Ryu, what happened? The elf, having stumbled flat on the ground, quickly stood up pretending nothing had happened, her gaze wandering as she muttered softly. Nothing, just tripped on a tree branch. Hermes looked at her suspiciously, grumbling inwardly. The famous Gale tripped over a branch, what a flimsy excuse. Meanwhile, noticing the commotion, Franz spotted the elf girl and his whole mood shifted. Ryu, you came too. What a coincidence. Just as his relationship with Ryu was rapidly deepening, already just one step away, Ryu and Isfi's sudden arrival made Fran's heart secretly rejoice. Though I'd like to say it's been a long time, it's actually been less than 20 days. Her voice was still calm, her expression unchanged, but beneath her mask, it seemed she was desperately suppressing some kind of emotion, making her seem oddly out of sorts. Fran looked at her strangely, their eyes meeting. In less than 3 seconds, Ryu's neck, cheeks, and ears turned visibly red. Plop, the elf girl used a skill, only to fall flat again. Fran hurried forward 2 steps and caught her in his arms before she could hit the ground again, both amused and exasperated. What's wrong with her? Isfi pursed her lips, her expression caught between ridicule and helplessness. Rolling her eyes, the girl turned her head away. What do you think? He wanted to ask more, but the girl in his arms clutched his arm tightly. Don't ask Fran. That weak, embarrassed tone, that soft, trembling voice. Was this really the Ryu lion she knew, or some magical girl imposter like Lefia? With Fran's arrival, the mission once again gained strong reinforcements. This time, the Hermes Familia had mobilized in full, a force of 30 members. Together with the Artemis Familia, 20, and including 2 deities, the entire expedition now numbered 54. They quickly built their camp and gathered around the campfire. Artemis, it's been a long time. To think that stubborn you would even turn to the guild for help before coming here? I thought it'd be a completely different scene. That divine intuition had kept warning Hermes along the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have urged the group to hurry so many times. The goddess of the hunt stood with her back to everyone, raising her head to gaze toward the depths of the great tree sea. There faintly, the forest had already lost its color. It was as if something had drained its very life force. The entire forest looked withered and twisted, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 227, Rock, Paper, Scissors. It was as if something had drained its very life force. The entire forest looked withered and twisted, sending chills down their spines. I also didn't expect Aranos would actually trust you, letting your familia serve as reinforcements. The goddess's sense of distance made Hermes press down on his feathered ranger hat with a bitter smile. Well, it couldn't be helped. Artemis, you rarely stay in Orario, so you don't know much about the situation there. Besides the matter of the Elsos ruins, Orario itself has also been dragged into trouble. Turning her head slightly, Artemis glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, waiting for his explanation. The Evelis lot are starting to stir again. Somehow, they've managed to transport monsters from the dungeon to the surface. I'd like to say that not only the guild is investigating it, but also Loki, Familia, and ours, since we're directly involved, have been secretly pursuing leads. Unfortunately, we still don't have any solid clues. But knowing Loki's personality, she won't let this go easily, right? After all, with her nature, she's always the one to toy with others, not the one to suffer a heavy loss. Seeing his bitter expression, Artemis's lips curved into a faintly amused smile. You're comparing Loki to a tiger. Aren't you afraid I'll tattle when I return? I heard that back then she made quite a mess of you. No, you win. There's a saying from the Far East, a hero doesn't speak of past glories. Let's not dig up my black history, okay? Let's talk about the present instead. About this Elsos ruins, the ones who sealed it back then were high spirits related to you, right? You should be able to sense something from inside the ruins, so what exactly happened? The goddess gazed at the crescent moon, half hidden behind drifting clouds, and fell into silence for a while. That being, Antares, has awakened. No, I should say, it had long since awakened. For 1,000 years it has been silently amassing strength, and now it has broken free of its seal. The god's face twisted, his eyes wide with disbelief. You mean it had already been awake, not that it just woke up? Exactly, and that's not even the worst part. Do you see that ashen gray forest up ahead? If it's given enough time to regain the strength it once had in the ancient era. She didn't finish, but Hermes already understood in his heart. It would be a disaster not inferior to the one-eyed black dragon, perhaps even worse. While the two gods exchanged information, elsewhere, sitting cross-legged by the campfire, Fron was analyzing with his mind about this forest and the ancient monster. Antares is an ancient and powerful monster. According to secret records in the archives, Arcanum is ineffective against such ancient monsters. That's why, even when the moon goddess broke her own seal and tried to use her Arcanum or even return to heaven, it had no effect. This trait isn't unique to Antares. All powerful ancient monsters share it. For example, the 3 Great Commission targets, the Leviathan, the Behemoth, and the one-eyed black dragon, each is the same kind of existence. Gods, adventurers, and ancient monsters, their powers restrain one another. To put it simply, think of it like rock, paper, scissors. Thinking this, he sketched a rock, scissors, and paper in a notebook. Then he drew a triangle, marking each corner. God restrains man, man restrains ancient monsters restrain gods. Staring at the triangular relationship, Fron fell into deep thought. T/N, note, as far as I know this is not canon, purely made up by the author. Setting humans aside, ancient monsters had the power to counter Arcanum. Then, what exactly is the dungeon, the so-called mother of monsters? His brain spun rapidly, and without realizing it, his reader ability activated. In his golden eyes, streams of blue light shimmered, illuminating countless fragments of hidden knowledge. Within moments, countless fragments of information were processed and organized in his mind. The dungeon despises the gods who imprisoned it here. When gods enter the dungeon and are discovered, abominations such as the Black Goliath and Black Wyvern are born. 7 years ago, when Thanatos failed to tempt eyes, he displayed his Arcanum and summoned a LV-2 monster. For 1,000 years, Auranos has unceasingly offered prayers to the dungeon, suppressing its monsters with Arcanum so they can't escape through the great hole to the surface. All these strange pieces of information, combined, led Fron to equate gods and the dungeon. So, the conclusion is, the dungeon's status is equal to that of the gods. At this thought, Fron dared not continue. This world really is terrifyingly deep. But now that I've sorted out their relationships, if we're going to subjugate Antares, then we're not completely helpless. According to the memories, once Antares gained Arcanum, it had the ability to destroy the surface in a single strike. But that was due to Arcanum. Its true strength, from what's been shown, isn't greater than that of a fallen spirit. After all, they wield magic. Estimated at around lower LV 7. Thinking this, Fran's eyes flashed sharply. A monster of this strength was still within his capacity to handle. With full effort, plus the traits of Surtur that were starting to reveal themselves, he was confident he could defeat it. After careful calculations, the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. With newfound confidence, the tense expression on his face softened into a smile again. "Ryu, what do you think?" Isfi and Ryu sat side by side, watching the man by the fire grin like a schemer. The captain of the Hermes Familia couldn't help but shiver. The elf merely stared quietly at Fran, her expression unchanged. "I don't know, for me it doesn't matter. As long as I can see him, that's enough." Was this what it meant to be an elf, stubborn to an unimaginable degree? Normally, breaking into an elf's heart and gaining recognition was extremely difficult. But once they acknowledged and accepted someone, their heart would be entirely bound to that person, unwavering and unyielding. That was the truly frightening part. So what if she knew about Fran and Ai's relationship? From Alicia and Ryu's current attitudes, it was obvious. As long as they could be with the man they cared for, then whatever else didn't matter. Thinking of her rival's nature, Isfi felt as though a mountain was pressing down on her back. The weight made her scalp tingle, suffocating her. "Sai, you elves really are something." And of all people, his other woman just had to be that emotionless sword princess. "This guy, damn it, he's enviable to a sickening degree. And me, seriously, what the hell am I lacking?" Chapter 228, A Complete Talented Monster Tilda. "This guy, damn it, he's enviable to a sickening degree. And me, seriously, what the hell am I lacking?" Hermes Familia and Artemis Familia have been carrying out missions outside of Orario for many years, so they are very experienced in this kind of surface expedition. Especially since this commission came personally from Auranos, both sides made extremely thorough preparations. From equipment to elixirs, magic swords to magic items, even the camp tents were arranged completely at the level of a military encampment. Standing in front of one of the camp's command tents, which functioned almost like a workshop for producing magic items, Fran judged with his rich expedition experience that its setup and functionality could already be considered perfect. Almost on par with the preparations of Loki Familia. It seems your Familia isn't without expedition experience either, but as far as I know, even if you tried to hide the floor number, in reality, you only reached the 37th floor before retreating, right? Fran tilted his head with meaning, looking at Isfi, whose expression turned awkward, the princess repeatedly twirling the tips of her hair, utterly exposed by that merciless revelation. What do you want to use the workshop for?" Awkwardly changing the topic, Isfi really didn't want to talk about that mess left behind by her foolish god, which she had been unable to clean up. "This time, taking on this mission was something I did along the way. The main goal is to study knowledge about alchemy and the gathering of materials." Alchemy? If I remember correctly, your development abilities are blacksmith and mystery, right? You have alchemy too. Ryu, standing nearby, was also a little surprised. As a staff member of the Hostess of Fertility, she had naturally gathered a clear grasp of Fran's information. Besides, being dual-class was already no secret in all of Orario. Isn't it better to have more skills? In my other two fields, not to boast, but to go any further at my level no longer depends only on talent and ability. It requires massive amounts of time, energy, and also a bit of luck. I've already hit a bottleneck, so in those two fields, I can't gain much new knowledge anymore. Saying this, Fran lifted the tent flap and went inside. It's the same with combat techniques and magical knowledge. If you want to keep gaining new knowledge, the simplest way is to develop an entirely new field. I've dabbled a little in pharmacy and the basics of being and mixing before, so I think alchemy suits me well now. Isfi, isn't your explosive oil precisely something you could create because of your development abilities in mystery and alchemy? I'm not wrong, am I? Pushing up her glasses, Isfi pulled out a crystal vial filled with red liquid from her waist pouch under her pure white cloak and placed it on the workbench. That's true, but it's not only because of development abilities. The making of magic items requires not just professional knowledge, but also flashes of fleeting inspiration. Glancing at the shimmering red liquid with its mysterious glow, Fran nodded in agreement. When passing through the northern volcanic region this time, I collected quite a few volcano flowers. Before the battles begin, I'll use them all to make items. Make what exactly? At first, Isfi didn't react, but then she remembered the volcano flowers collected from the northern volcanic region. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she looked at him with utter disbelief. Why you? Just from observing a few times, you reverse-engineered the formula for my explosive oil. Impossible. Her reaction was so strong that Fran almost jumped. No, it's not that big a deal, right? It's just explosive oil. If it were your flying boots, I'd have no confidence. But explosive oil is something described in books on magical rituals and magical material studies. If you just experiment a few times, understand the proportions of ingredients and their order, then deduce the temperature from the reaction patterns, you can figure it out. This time, not only Isfi, but even Ryu was completely dumbfounded. Do you even know what you're saying? That kind of complicated formula, and you just felt it out and worked backward to find it. Ah, isn't that normal? When I studied magical rituals before, I didn't think they were difficult either. Could it be this stuff is hard? Isfi and Ryu's lips trembled as they stared wide-eyed at him, unable to form words. You really dare to say that, huh? If this were to spread, I wonder how many item creators would be angered to death by you. On the surface, they pretended to remain calm, but inside they had already been completely shaken. Too astonishing. Is this his trump card? A learning ability, analytical ability, and comprehension beyond human levels. Even scarier is that he can take existing information and precisely deduce the formulas and methods for item creation. When his reputation spread, everyone only noticed his leveling speed and invincible combat strength. But in truth, this frightening aspect is also part of who he is. Looking again at the young man's back, Isfi felt a little dazed, though his body wasn't tall. At that moment, he gave the illusion of a towering peak. Let's go, Ryu. Since Fran wants to make magic items, we shouldn't disturb him. But Ryu shook her head, rejecting Isfi. Ryu, you. Her sky-colored eyes narrowed, the elven girl's brows furrowing deeply, as if perceiving a darker truth. The forest ahead, in my perception, it has lost all color. Something is gathering. That overwhelming, disgusting feeling. Saying this, Ryu moved to a corner of the tent, her hand resting on her sword hilt. This camp isn't safe. Tonight I'll stand watch. Isfi's face twitched, and she shot Fran a vicious glare before storming off. What the hell is with this bastard? That stubborn elf actually, ayog, my head hurts. Looking at Ryu, who was staring at her own feet, Fran blinked in confusion. What's with that woman, yelling at herself like that? Ryu. Wrestle. Darkness and heavy mist enveloped the great tree sea. Even the moonlight spilling from the sky was blocked above. Shadows swayed with the cool night wind, twisting like phantoms. Amid the natural chorus of sounds, dense scraping noises rose and fell, rapidly converging toward the single source of firelight. Looking around, countless scarlet glimmers filled the night, shining with brutal and greedy light. As the new magic items crafting neared its end, Fran's stirring rod suddenly halted. He jerked his head toward a certain direction. Ryu. Chapter 229, Showing Off Tilda. As the new magic items crafting neared its end, Fran's stirring rod suddenly halted. He jerked his head toward a certain direction. Ryu. At some point, Ryu had already drawn the short sword from her waist, her blue eyes shining brightly in the darkness of night, vigilantly observing the darkness ahead. As children blessed by jungle warfare, once elves fight in a forest environment, it's as if they've returned to the sea like fish, moving with perfect ease. Not only does their combat power increase, but even their perception becomes extremely sharp. I know, a large number of monsters have gathered around the camp. I'm afraid our camp has already been surrounded. The guards of the Hermes Familia and Artemis Familia must have noticed as well, right? As soon as Fran finished speaking, in the darkness, countless noises suddenly erupted. The sound of weapons clashing against armor, the shouts and cries of adventurers, all intertwined together. Chaotic footsteps drew near, portable magic stone lamps and torches illuminated the surroundings, casting long, shifting shadows outside the curtain. Even inside the tent, that sense of urgency could be clearly felt. In such circumstances, Fran remained calm, steadily pouring the red liquid into glass bottles with both hands, then carefully storing them in his pouch. Ryu, let's get ready. In the forest, my perception is very strong. Let me serve as the scout. No problem. Grabbing the cloak nearby, he flicked his wrist and draped it coolly over himself. As he walked forward, he picked up Scholar Argon and his backpack, slinging them on his back with practiced ease, then drew short sword number 6 from his lower back and held it in his hand. For dealing with small types, this kind of nimble weapon is more useful. Under the reflection of the light, short sword number 6 glimmered with a cold gleam, faintly exuding a mysterious aura of death. Forged as an improved version of short sword number 5, with renewed craftsmanship, short sword number 6 inherited its Durandal property, while being thinner, finer, and longer. This was also something Fran gradually improved through multiple battles to better suit his own fighting style. As his strength grew, not only did his equipment need to increase in power, but its size and style also had to keep pace. That was what a truly excellent blacksmith should accomplish. Clearly, his understanding of smithing had already surpassed most of his peers in Orario. SHRRK, lifting the curtain, he entered the already noisy command tent. Lord Hermes, Lady Artemis, what's the situation? The two deities, under the protection of their familia, gazed at the front line where battle had already erupted. The enemy is only of one type, weakened forms spawned from Antares' proliferation. Their ability is about LV, 1, with a few reaching LV, 2. Our defenses are holding for now, our strength is more than enough to deal with them. With the aid of Reader, even under faint light, he could clearly observe the defense line battle from hundreds of meters away. On the Hermes Familia side, led by Suisha, Falger, and Lulun, they were slaughtering monsters with perfect teamwork. Moving so well together they didn't even need a Sphe's command. The entire team operated smoothly. Compared to the side Fran was familiar with, the Artemis Familia fought in a different manner. Because of their main deity's nature, they seemed quite suited for jungle warfare. Lant and an Amazoness acted as the vanguard, covering an elf who shot arrows and threw spears to kill monsters. Another mage used short chant magic to coordinate with their companions, systematically cutting down enemies in groups. Likewise, Rethusia, as captain, did not participate in combat. Although the Artemis Familia was weaker than the Hermes Familia, handling LV, 1 and some LV, 2 monsters was still quite easy. Hermes crossed his arms, pinching his chin, tilting his head as he analyzed the enemy's unusual movements. Although the enemy's numbers are considerable, their individual strength is weak. Monsters should be able to tell which foes they can't provoke, right? Especially since we have 2 LV, 4 and 1 LV, 5 here. It seems these weakened forms are just following primitive instinct to attack us. As the goddess of the hunt, Artemis retained her instincts even in the mortal realm. She immediately discerned the reason the monsters attacked the camp. Not far ahead is the forest that's been completely corrupted. Most likely, the being sealed in the ruins sensed the vibrant life here and instinctively wanted to hunt. That's the truth, isn't it? Artemis gave Fran a surprised look, then nodded. Yes, that's about right. I didn't expect that the Weaver of Night is not only strong in battle, but also so knowledgeable about hunting and monster habits. Thank you for the praise, but let me end this battle. Everyone has been traveling for so long, if we don't rest properly, it will affect tomorrow's ruin expedition. Saying that, Fran handed his backpack and staff gun to Ryu, then walked forward with only the short sword in hand. Not even using your main weapon? This is too dangerous. Artemis tried to stop Fran's reckless move, but Ryu and Sphe stopped her together. Don't worry, Lady Artemis, just watch here. Leave the rest to him. At that, everyone looked at the young man's gradually advancing figure with mixed expressions, each with their own thoughts. Weaver of Night, Fron Argon, not only in Orario but even across the whole world, his name is famous. A first-class adventurer of the Loki familia, just how powerful is he? Standing beside Artemis, Rethuja's face was filled with curiosity. Well, now that I think about it, this is also the first time I've seen little Fron fight in person, though I've heard his name so often my ears are calloused already. Saying that, the god gave a playful glance at his own captain. That look made Asfi's cheeks instantly turn scarlet, wishing she could crawl into a hole. It's starting. As he walked, Fron loosened up his body. With his stretches, cracking sounds rang out all over his body. Tilda, after working most of the night, not only having to precisely control my output, but also keeping it steady. I'm exhausted. A bunch of small fry, let's finish this quickly. Muttering under his breath, he lightly tossed the short sword into the air, spun it once, then crouched low, stomping his left foot into the ground, vanishing instantly. So fast. I can't even catch his figure. Impossible. The members of Artemis Familia also noticed Fron's approach, just in time to witness his movement. The terrifying speed made it so even low-level adventurers couldn't catch so much as an afterimage. Their hearts trembled in shock. Pew 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 popo. Chapter 230, showing off Tgthegood. Pew 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 popo. The short sword in his hand danced nimbly among the horde of monsters, swirling and flashing with the sound of air being torn apart, shattering and dismembering countless monsters in an instant. Every strike was precise, sharp, and clean, without the slightest hesitation, as if the sword itself were a spirit, accompanying Fron's graceful and composed movements, naturally becoming the protagonist on this cruel stage of slaughter. So strong. He can shatter a monster's magic stone with a single strike without even needing a second hit. But according to the information I got from the guild, the Night Weaver's original role is supposed to be a rearguard mage, right? Hearing Lance's words, the members of Artemis Familia groaned speechlessly. A mage, don't joke around. With the skills and experience he's showing right now, I'd believe it if you said he was a warrior. He seems to be a level 5 mage. Could it be, has Orario given birth to another new monster? What a monster! Whether it's that sword princess or the Night Weaver, why is it that Loki Familia always produces these outrageous irregulars? The Artemis Familia members were completely dumbfounded by now. Having fought outside the city for years, how could they ever compare to someone who slaughtered monsters with such overwhelming ease? Their highest-level adventurer, Rethusa, was only level 3. Compared to a level 5, the gap was far too great. Fron's arrival was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, producing a terrifying effect. Sensing the immense life force within him, the monsters, driven by some primal instinct, instantly abandoned their other opponents and swarmed toward him. Just level 1 monsters, killing you is no different than slaughtering chickens. As he felt the enemies change formation and encircle his battlefield, Fron narrowed his eyes. The corner of his lips curved upward into a mocking smile. His slaughter grew even swifter, and at the same time, he revealed one of Orario's highest-level techniques, concurrent chanting. O Earth groans. With one sword strike, he split a charging scorpion in half, and at the same time, began reciting the incantation of magic. Come, O crust of the earth, treasure of black steel, hammer of falling stars, covenant of reversal and creation. Burn the heavens, shatter the earth, raise a bridge between sky and land. Descend, axe of the sky, calamity of destruction. In the name of the executor, accept my will. I am the incarnation of the earth spirit, king of the land. Amidst the cold slaughter of the monster horde, Fron finished reciting the super-long incantation of a wide-area annihilation spell in less than 10 seconds. Can someone tell me, what the hell is this? At that moment, whether Hermes Familia, Artemis Familia, or even the two deities themselves, they all widened their divine eyes in shock. The magic array unfolding beneath Fron's feet grew brighter with his movements, and as the adventurers watched, their hearts surged with waves of awe and terror. Only Ryu, who also possessed top-level concurrent chanting, could remain somewhat calm, though even she was shaken by Fran's overwhelming speed. Concurrent chanting, a high-level mage technique, his mastery of it has reached the absolute peak. In all of Orario, this might not just be top class, it could very well be the strongest. Even Hermes and Artemis exchanged looks. I'm actually a little jealous of Loki right now. You'd better not be thinking anything you shouldn't. Artemis warned the male god warily. Don't be ridiculous, Artemis. You don't seriously think I'd try something, do you? You may have heard what a miserable end Apollo met, right? I have no intention of becoming the laughingstock of the other gods and ruining my reputation. Rethusa, Lant, and the others stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, watching Fran's flawless, breathtaking combat. Their minds briefly shut down. Not only concurrent chanting, but the very highest level of it. The problem isn't just concurrent chanting, it's his absurdly fast chanting speed. How can an adventurer even use such a technique? Don't make me laugh. As a part mage herself, Ryu fell silent for a moment before speaking hesitantly. As far as I know, that kind of magical technique isn't something mortals can even learn, let alone use. Not even the royal elf could do it. Ryu and Svi exchanged glances, their delicate faces twisting. Geez, just how strong does this guy intend to become before he's satisfied? Is this because of the expedition? What on earth happened during this time that let him master such a broken ability? Setting aside the surrounding people's shock and trembling, Franz swung his blade downward in a sharp strike, annihilating the enemies around him. Then, with a light tap of his toe, he leapt into the defensive circle. Immediately, a gigantic dark purple magic array 8 meters in diameter unfolded beneath his feet, swirling with depth. In that moment, the mana in the air transformed into fluttering spirits, joyfully converging on the man's body. In mere moments, the terrifying magic power had shifted from brewing to bursting. Rethusa, Isfi, get everyone back, this is going to be a super bombardment. Everyone fall back to the main formation, hurry. Yes. The adventurers holding the battle lines weren't fools. Seeing the terrifying array Fran had deployed and feeling the shocking surge of magical energy, they immediately retreated the moment their commanders gave the order. Once everything was ready, the young man's face showed a long-lost smile. Falling meteors. The fallen spirit's ultra-high-speed chant and wide-area annihilation spell erupted in that place. At that time, with that protagonist, yet in exactly the same form as before. As his chant reached its climax, a massive 50-meter-wide magic circle unfolded high in the sky, its dazzling mana echoing with Fran's power on the ground. Boom! The next second, a dense rain of meteors composed of magic turned the area where the monster horde stood into a wasteland of doomsday. The earth quaked, deafening roars assaulted the ears. The sky was covered by the enormous array, while the ground was drowned beneath blinding clouds of dust. The vast forest within sight was annihilated in the blink of an eye, transformed into a desolate land of scorched ruin. Soaked in calamity-like mana, the aftermath was even more thorough than the lifeless gray wastelands left behind by the ancient monster Antares. Chapter 231, but I think he'll become a hero. Soaked in calamity-like mana, the aftermath was even more thorough than the lifeless gray wastelands left behind by the ancient monster Antares. Knight Weaver Fran Argon, not only is his close combat skill terrifyingly strong, but his magic technique has also reached an unparalleled level. That was an ultra-long chant, and yet he finished it in less than 10 seconds, and while parallel chanting at that. Hundreds of monsters were completely annihilated in a single blow, utterly shocking everyone present. When they once again looked at the figure standing in the center, they finally realized that sense of distance between themselves and a true powerhouse. No, it was simply the instinctive respect the weak feel for the strong. When the battle was over, of course, cleaning up the battlefield was not something Fran the Mighty would do. There were supporters for that. Watching those busily clearing the battlefield, no one could suppress the rising heat in their chests. I didn't expect you to already be this strong, and yet Loki is still hiding it, so petty. The god Hermes, grinning, walked over with his fee, slung an arm around Fran's shoulder and laughed. Did Loki really do that? The handsome god's smile stiffened, and his fee burst into laughter. Even Ryu, who had been quietly standing beside Fran, couldn't help but chuckle. That attitude buried deep in this god's bones was always a headache to deal with, and there weren't many people who could shut him up with just a single line. I thought you were just an ordinary first-class adventurer, but Artemis gazed at Fran with an unusual expression. She didn't know why she was feeling this way, but the flutter in her heart was real. Whether in the heavens or the lower world, to stir such emotion and reaction in her, it was the first time. Please don't overpraise me, you two. I only did what I had to do. When conquering ruins, finishing battles quickly is best. That way everyone saves their strength. Hermes clapped his hands and looked at him with admiration. Not only unmatched in power, but your tactical vision is also sharp. Looks like Loki Familia has its successor. Fran's performance naturally made the god think of that strategist, the braver. Surely Fran's knowledge must have been passed down carefully. The braver Finn's strategy and command, the Nine-Hell magic and technique, the Elgarm Gareth's strength and courage. In Fran's figure, Hermes saw all three of them, and on top of that, his own talent and potential. Has Loki Familia finally taken that step forward? I wonder what Zeus and Hera would think if they heard this news. Complex thoughts swirled in Hermes' mind, spinning endlessly in an instant. By the way, Fran, I hear you're acquainted with Bel Cranel, from the same village. After the battle, the atmosphere in camp returned to calm. Fran, Ryu, Isfi, Hermes, and Artemis sat around the campfire, chatting idly. With skewers of meat and vegetables he'd got from somewhere, Fran grilled them carefully over the coals. The fragrance of spices mixed with the food's own aroma burst out, making everyone's throats swallow involuntarily. Their eyes locked on Fran's hands as he cooked. Yes, we came from the same small town. For certain reasons, I came to Orario more than a year earlier than him, and things just turned out this way. While grilling, Fran chatted with the god. At his age he's still a bit childish, but I think he'll become a hero. To think the Night Weaver, a first-class adventurer like you, would rate that child so highly. Fran's words surprised not only Hermes, but also the others. If anyone else had said this, they wouldn't have cared much about a boy who had only been an adventurer for 2 months. Even if his leveling speed was fast, that didn't mean much for the future. But when the words came from Night Weaver, Fran Argon, they carried a very different weight. As one of Orario's top adventurers, who had created many miracles, Fran's judgment was not to be dismissed lightly, not even by gods like Hermes and Artemis. Especially Hermes, who had been entrusted by an old acquaintance, Bel's foster grandfather, Zeus, to watch over Bel Cranel. Pressing down the brim of his traveling hat, hiding his eyes in shadow, his lips curled slightly upward under the firelight. Those who knew him well, like Isfi, could easily sense something brewing. Fran also noticed his reaction, amused at heart. It felt like something interesting was about to happen. Would Bel become a hero molded by divine will, a puppet of the gods, or would he defy their intentions and become an irregular hero? Come everyone, try my cooking. Seeing the skewers were ready, Fran placed them on a wooden tray and handed them out one by one. This one's yours, Ryu. Looking at the grilled vegetables in front of her, Ryu's eyes shifted strangely. HMPH, I thought you were one of those annoying, insensitive men. But it seems you can be considerate toward girls too. Isfi pouted, her tone and expression sour like she'd bitten a lemon. The sudden jab shattered the subtle atmosphere that had just been building between Fran and Ryu, leaving them both awkward. Is this what they call a love triangle? Lance's eyes sparkled like stars as she clasped her fists before her chest, full of excitement. Idiot, where do you see a love triangle? It's just competition, that's all. Hearing the Artemis Familia girl's whispers, Hermes chuckled, leaning against a tree, biting into his skewer and washing it down with ale. Not a love triangle, my beautiful maidens. In this great tree sea, and back in Orario, there are still plenty of women not present. Fran's popularity among female adventurers, tusk, rivals even the braver himself. Braver? You mean the leader of Loki Familia, Finn Damney. Thinking of Finn's adorable yet brilliant, charming face, the girl's eyes lit up in admiration. Exactly. Just like him, if Fran raised his arm and called out, who knows how many women would throw themselves at him? That's the level we're talking about. Hermes! A sharp, overwhelming aura suddenly crushed down on him, leaving the god dumbstruck. You dare plant such nonsense in my children's heads. I am the goddess of purity. Chapter 232. Something feels wrong, Tilda. You dare plant such nonsense in my children's heads. I am the goddess of purity. When Franz saw the god Hermes again, that handsome and charming face of his had already been beaten beyond recognition. Of course, that was a story for later. Because of Antares' sudden probing, the adventurers more or less did not rest well in the latter half of the night. At times like this, Fran could not help but sigh. Reader really was a godlike skill. In the darkness, his active mental energy allowed him to stay awake without sleep for long periods, maintaining full alertness, and his condition was even better than in the daytime. By the lakeside, Fran crossed his arms, leaning against a tree trunk, his keen hearing catching the ambiguous splashing sounds coming from the lake behind him, his expression faintly awkward as he tried to distract himself with conversation. Ryu, this mission, last time when you went to the 18th floor, and now with this commission, were they both requests from the god Hermes? In the lake, under the moonlight, the blonde elf only crossed her arms over her chest, back turned to the shore, staring at her own reflection in the water, and softly spoke. Last time, it was Lady Hestia of the Hestia Familia who issued the commission. Since both gods had to descend into the dungeon, it was impossible for a Sphy alone to provide full protection, so they called me along. It just so happened that I was also going to pay respects to friends of my familia, so I agreed. As for this time, a hint of shyness flickered in the elf's blue eyes. I heard that you also accepted an investigation commission over here. No need to ask further. Fran's expression froze in surprise, instantly grasping the cause and effect. As expected of you, Ryu, once you've acknowledged someone, you'll always. The corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. This wasn't something he could easily pry into. After all, though Ryu was a warrior, she was also a woman. I'm done, Fran. Rest well. I'll keep watch for the rest of the night. You've been traveling hard these past few days, so take a good rest. Be ready to face tomorrow's battle. The elven girl obediently followed Fran's suggestion, retreating quietly. That sense of déjà vu, it felt just like eyes after she had changed. Why was it that strong women, once a relationship was established, would always undergo this sort of change? Someone rubbed his chin, sinking into thought. As the sun rose, the morning mist covering the endless sea of trees was driven away by the light, leaving only sparkling dew between the leaves and flowers. With the arrival of morning, accompanied by the chirping of birds, smoke already rose from the camp. The cooks carrying chopped firewood bustled about with their work, and from time to time, some early-rising adventurers washed their faces casually in the stream before joining in to help. As the night watch, Fran didn't need to do such things. The division of labor was very clear. Everyone only specialized in their own tasks, and no one crossed roles unnecessarily. He took all this in silently. For the sake of efficiency, At breakfast, everyone ate seriously without speaking. Because soon they would head into that desolate land. Whether life or death awaited them, all was shrouded in mist. All right, then let's begin. As the core of this ruins expedition, Artemis naturally stood forward. Because the gates of the ruins are sealed and only I can open them, this time the main raiding team will be myself, Hermes, Isfi, Ryu, and Fran. Rithusa, you will command everyone else, gathering their strength to lure and delay the enemies outside the ruins. We don't need you to annihilate the monsters, just stall the main forces as best as possible. It is worth noting that the enemy possesses great powers of multiplication. Based on the intelligence we've gathered so far, there's a high probability they will continuously spawn reinforcements after the battle begins, dragging us into a war of attrition. Therefore, use delaying tactics, guerrilla tactics, and the like to cope with the situation. Do not engage head-on, understood? Be but Lady Artemis, you and Lord Hermes, only a team of 5, isn't that too? But Artemis raised her hand, cutting off Ritheusa's anxious protest. "Don't worry, I am not like this useless god next to me. Even you, Ritheusa, cannot surpass me, so I count as a proper fighting force." In that instant, a certain male god was shot down, attracting countless curious stares. Even the battle-hardened Hermes could not withstand it. He raised both hands, looking helpless. Hey, Artemis, that's too cruel. We've been fellow gods for countless years at least. Give me a little face, won't you?" Artemis glanced at him coldly. "Face is earned, not given. Think about your deeds in the heavens." The man's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he could only rub his nose awkwardly. There was simply no way to argue back. Watching the flustered god, Isfi couldn't help but mutter while adjusting her gear. To be stuck with such an unreliable god, truly pitiful for you, Isfi. Ah, tell me about it. Under the goddess' iron-willed command, the team was quickly divided. The final roster of the ruins' main exploration squad was decided. Artemis, combat strength around LV3. Hermes, intelligence head. Isfi Andromeda, top class LV4. Ryu Lion, top class LV4. Fran Argon, peak LV5. As the elven warrior, Ryu, with her sharp insight and terrifying skills, took the vanguard. Isfi, with her versatile magic items and powerful adaptability, held the middle, coordinating support. Finally, the strongest fighter, Fran, brought up the rear, protecting Artemis and Hermes. Then let's go. But before anyone could cheer or offer blessings, the enemy's counterattack had already arrived. Wrestle. So quick to respond, huh? Antares is it. Watching the countless monsters emerging from the forest and surrounding the camp, Fran narrowed his eyes, his expression somewhere between smile and sneer. At that moment, the 5-person team was already sprinting. Following the bloody path carved out by Ryu's longsword, forged from the great sacred tree, they rushed at full speed toward the heart of the Elso's ruins. The lifeless, decayed forest blurred past on both sides. Serving as Midgard, Artemis ran while calling out directions to Ryu. "We'll circle around from the side. Our target is the front gate." "Ryu, right turn ahead." "Understood." Ugh. With one silver flash, a pursuing monster was cleanly dispatched. As expected of Fran. In moments like this, there was never a lack of the god's compliments. "Something's wrong." Running, Fran glanced down at the short sword number 6 in his hand. "Fran, what did you notice?" Hearing the young man's low murmur, Isfi's expression shifted subtly, knowing he wouldn't say such things lightly. Not to mention the intimacy between them, so close that only one step remained to cross the line, even just based on Fran's strength, insight, and analytical ability, if he said so. Then, there was definitely some abnormal situation occurring. Chapter 233, Monster Capable of Self-Evolution. Not to mention the intimacy between them, so close that only one step remained to cross the line, even just based on Fran's strength, insight, and analytical ability, if he said so. Then, there was definitely some abnormal situation occurring. Fran looked suspiciously at the short sword in his hand. After clenching and unclenching his fist, he showed slight surprise. "The feeling of cutting monsters. It's a bit off. Their armor feels harder. Maybe it's just because I've gotten too strong. If it weren't for my powerful mental strength, I might not have noticed it at all." The atmosphere, originally one of serious combat, was instantly broken by Fran's words. Ryu's beautiful face twisted slightly, and Isfi stifled a laugh with an odd look in her eyes. For him to say something so shameless in such a calm tone, wasn't he afraid of angering everyone? Didn't he notice goddess Artemis glancing back at him again and again? Only Hermes found Fran not just powerful, but also humorous, his kind of person indeed. Unaware of the impression he had left on the others, Fran maintained steady breathing and hung quietly at the rear of the group, stroking his chin in thought. The monster's armor hardness has increased by at least 1/5 compared to yesterday. And this is after just one night. What exactly happened? Could it be? Antares, after absorbing the forest's life force, is really capable of self-evolution while mass-breeding monsters. His gaze flickered, and an urgent feeling welled up in his heart. The ceiling may be low, but evolution is still evolution. For adventurers from Orario like them, it was trivial, but if the surrounding villages or ordinary people encountered these monsters, it would be catastrophic. Thinking of such terrible consequences, Fran's expression darkened. Let's speed up. We must eliminate Antares quickly. We absolutely cannot allow it to spread disaster any further. Understood. With Artemis leading the way, the group ran lightly across the stone bridge and arrived at the gate of the ruins. The ruins as a whole resembled a pyramid-like temple structure. Weathered by time, the stone surfaces were covered with moss and climbing vines. A heavy aura seeped faintly from within, proving the weight of ages. This emblem, on the temple's gate, was engraved the mark of a bow pointing diagonally toward the sky. This is, God Hermes lifted the brim of his hat with his finger, staring at the emblem that couldn't be more familiar, then glanced at the goddess beside him. From the ancient era, the scar left behind by the great spirits who sealed Antares. Speaking softly, Artemis stepped forward, raising her hand to caress the lines on the stone gate. It was as though she could feel, across time, the tragic determination of the great spirits who sacrificed themselves to seal Antares. Artemis, now isn't the time to be sentimental. Monsters are still chasing us from behind. Hermes, also a god, quickly reminded her. From the far end of the stone bridge came a dense, rustle-rustle sound, making his scalp tingle. I know. With that, Artemis closed her eyes, releasing the solemn majesty of a goddess. That instant of dignity and sacred gravity caused Fran's expression to shift slightly. His golden eyes narrowed, and within his heart it was as if a stone had been dropped into still water, rippling outwards. The domain of the gods, huh? He longed to see that scenery, his ambition burning. Click, click, click. The temple's mechanisms resonated with the goddess's presence, and the heavy stone gate slowly opened. Then, in the next moment, a horrifying scene shocked all of them, including Fran. The once wide stone passage had been entirely transformed into a breeding nest of monsters. The revolting sight was enough to make even the most experienced first-class adventurers frown. So this is the truth of their infinite propagation? After breaking its seal, it didn't rush to break out of the temple. Instead, it secretly gathered strength, using the life force it absorbed from the outside world to mass-produce its spawns. This scene must be the truth. Esphes and Ryu's pupils shrank to needle points, while Artemis's beautiful face also grew grim. It parasitized an entire temple to birth monsters like this. The grotesque idea of monsters birthing more monsters brought to Esphes' mind the horrors of the 24th floor, the Evelus, Viola's, jewel fetus. She quickly turned to the silent Fran, her gaze demanding an answer. No, this isn't the work of that thing. Unfortunately, though it's not her, as an ancient monster, Antares shares certain traits with her, namely, proliferation. What's even worse, it has a subtle mechanism of self-evolution. What do you mean? Fran shrugged. What I mean is, if you attack it with fire, then attack it with fire again, you'll find its resistance to fire has increased. Unless your attack is powerful enough to exceed its endurance limit, repeating the same type of attack will gradually become ineffective. That's what I meant earlier when I said something felt off on the way here. You're saying it selectively evolves based on our attack patterns. Exactly, but don't worry, its evolution has limits. It will never surpass level 3. T/N? No, I just found this odd. He's saying it won't exceed LV 3, but it required great spirits to sacrifice themselves to seal this monster. With keen insight, analytical skills, and vast experience, Franz spoke with certainty. Level 3, huh? With you here, that's not an insurmountable disaster. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, a strange, squirming sound came from behind. Everyone turned quickly, just in time to see the temple's surface, covered in living red flesh, rapidly sealing off the passageway. Fran raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed, even showing a faint smirk. Interesting, this ability to alter the environment and create a domain. It feels strangely familiar. Hermes lowered his hat brim, eyes narrowing. You mean the 24th floor being transformed into a Viola's breeding ground, the pantry incident. Exactly, which means the monster's goal is now clear. For some reason, it doesn't want us to approach its true body. Ryu's blue eyes fixed on the monster eggs hanging from the ceiling. She spoke sharply, cutting to the heart of it. Then all we need to do is fight our way through. So simple, yet it returned to the essence. Franz smiled, as expected of an elf. Even when facing such bizarre battlefield conditions, she remained calm and unshaken. As expected of Gale. Chapter 234, Targeting the Gods. As expected of Gale. Ryu Isfi. Switch positions, you two protect Lady Artemis and Lord Hermes. Understood, too. At some point, Franz's authority had already surpassed that of Commander Isfi. Even Hermes couldn't have imagined that the famous Gale and his familiar's captain would obey so completely. From then on, the group's pace didn't slow down, but instead quickened, all because Franz's extermination speed alone even surpassed Ryu and Isfi, to the point where even the monster's rate of multiplication couldn't keep up with his slaughter. In the eyes of the others, Franz's figure seemed to be performing a dance of light itself. Let alone injuring him, they couldn't even touch the corner of his cloak before being cut to pieces by that fleeting flash of white light. A complete and utter crushing. Auranos clearly said this mission would be dangerous, and this is it. Shaken by Franz's terrifying strength, Hermes' handsome face twisted. Artemis was the same, lips parted, pupils reflecting nothing but the youth's dancing figure. Her resolve to risk everything to stop the enemy began to waver under his influence. At the same time, an inexplicable emotion stirred within her chest. As the squad broke through the blockade and reached the tall stone staircase before the chamber, turmoil also erupted in Orario. Antares, an ancient monster born with special power, had revived, resonating with the dungeon in some unknown way. And then the city was shaken. Loki Familia Base, Twilight Manor. Finn frowned deeply as he read the report in his hand. Dungeon riot, the guild wants us, Freya Familia and Ganesha Familia to form a subjugation force and suppress it. What is going on? Gareth tapped the armrest of his chair rhythmically, narrowing his eyes at the view beyond Finn's back, his voice heavy. Troublesome times. Our Familia just returned from an expedition, patching financial losses, and many of our lower members and elites are still scattered. We don't have much manpower left at home. Still, we cannot allow monsters to bring chaos to the city. That's our duty as Loki Familia. Summon all members at home, ready arms and potions, and gather in the courtyard at once. Alongside Loki Familia, Freya Familia, Ganesha Familia, and other upper and mid-tier familias took action. Everyone understood the principle of shared danger. If Orario, the labyrinth city, fell into chaos, or if monsters reached the surface, then the familias, who relied on the city and dungeon to survive, would also fall into peril. Babel Tower, top floor. Within the temple of the goddess of beauty, who oversaw the city's workings from its highest point, a rare guest arrived. Freya, this isn't the time for us to quarrel. About the dungeon riot, do you have any intel? Loki stood on the temple's balcony, hands gripping the railing, her divine eyes narrowing as she gazed down. It was as if her divine sight could pierce the earth, surveying the restrained force within the dungeon. The elegant and alluring goddess sat on her palace-like chair, one hand holding a glass of red wine, her amethyst eyes filled with doubt. Sorry, Loki, like you, I don't have any reliable intel, but since you came here, surely you've heard something. Yeah, the guild slapped my familia with an order forbidding us from leaving the city. I was about to take my girls to the seaside for vacation. Oh, you received the same order. The goddess of beauty murmured, as if to herself. Loki's eyes widened slightly. You mean that Guy Oranos is hiding something from us, pushing us out of the picture? Hee, interesting. Recalling Franz's departure from the city more than half a month ago, and the request filed with the guild, Loki's mind raced, linking clues together. That request, it was from Artemis, wasn't it? Guild headquarters, deepest prayer chamber. Staring into the blazing torches, Oranos stiffly moved his lips. It sensed its child breaking free from its cage, so the riot began. Fels was silent for a moment before exhaling softly. So, we were too late, or Antares managed to break the seal. The old god's cheek twitched, his sky-colored eyes gazing northeast. It hasn't reached the final step yet, it's not the worst outcome. You mean Fron Argon, from Loki Familia? That's right. If it's him, he should be able to notice Antares' special nature in advance. Before the worst happens, there's still hope. Even if his fragmented memories weren't complete, Fron knew all too well about the special nature of a boss like Antares. Gods, humans, and monsters, the relationship between them was like rock, paper, scissors. The arcanum of gods was perfectly restrained by ancient monsters born with power. Under their suppression, not even divine return could be activated. But Fron was here. He was the greatest variable. Rumbled. Everyone stood atop the staircase, gazing at the massive circular chamber hollowed out of rock. There was nothing there except stone. The only living being was the massive figure at the center platform. That's the ancient monster Antares. What entered their sight was a pitch-black scorpion, its body traced with glowing crimson vein-like patterns, like a living heartbeat. Its enormous frame, though not as massive as the 17th floor boss Goliath, still stood nearly as tall. Its terrifying pincers and razor-sharp stinger tail made one shudder with fear at a glance. Even from this distance, they could feel the crushing pressure of its presence. So it's black skin again. So all dungeon-born monsters that restrain arcanum are this color. In just an instant, Fron analyzed its traits. And he had a premonition. Its true target wasn't Ryu, Esfi, or himself, but the two gods being protected. While Fron's focus was on the monster itself, the others noticed the strange umbilical cord-like tubes that swelled and contracted, connecting to Antares. Absorbing life force from outside, then endlessly spawning weaker versions through those things. This monster is an energy relay station. If it's destroyed, the dangerous area will be freed. In other words, once we defeat it, everything ends. Sheeing, Fron gripped his staff tightly in his hand. Chapter 235, A Turning Point Tilde. Sheeing, Fron gripped his staff tightly in his hand. Ryu, Isfi, you two protect Artemis-sama and Hermes-sama. Next, just watch my performance. Saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, Fron lightly tapped the ground with his toes and floated off the cliff, leaping into the vast cavern. Performance. Artemis widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the young man who was calmly walking toward Antares, who had already opened its massive pincers and was continuing to gather strength. Don't be reckless, Artemis. Believe in Frankun's judgment. Since he dares to go alone, he must have something to rely on, and besides, even in terms of sheer strength, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. From the rumored intel, this first-class adventurer of the Loki Familia was extremely adept at surpassing his level. They didn't know to what extent Antares had recovered, nor what level of strength it could display. However, Fron had already guessed it with near certainty. LV6 at the upper limit, no augmentation skills except a special power that restrains arcanum. In other words, just a blank LV6 monster. Even with a proliferation skill, summoning a mass of LV1 monsters, what use is that? Whether it was hard power, soft power, or hidden trump cards, Fron held absolute advantage, crushing the opponent without question. In other words, a life of always struggling bitterly against enemies had finally reached its first turning point. Boom! Face your end, Ragnarok. Even a lion uses full force to hunt a rabbit, how much more so against such an enemy? Since Fron made his move, he would never allow any accident beyond his control. Thus, he directly chanted the magic born from his own possibilities. Surtur. Crackle, crackle. The ground was scorched clean by erupting fire and lightning. Countless rocks and dust spread outward in concentric waves centered on Fron. What overwhelming pressure! Just using magic raised his power by a whole level. He chanted 2 spells in succession, and right from the start unleashed his second stage magic that was almost a trump card. Even from a distance, the group's hair was blown back. Flying sand forced them to shield their faces with their arms. Good grief, Loki really is lucky to have such a child, truly enviable. Hermes watched Fron's figure confronting the monster, his eyes gradually shining, no, more like blazing with excitement. See Artemis, sacrificing yourself, saving the lower world, the hero you wanted to redeem you. No, all wrong. True heroes are those who possess the power to break through every obstacle and enemy. What schemes or plots before this strength, hahaha, laughable. In that instant, Fran's entire body resonated under the strain of his most powerful magic. Muscles and bones were pressed upon by that immense power. With Fran's growth, his magic had silently grown stronger and stronger. No, more accurately, it was his weakness that had limited the magic's output to this level. As he grew, the magic born from his possibilities, Surtur, was gradually liberating its full power, returning to its source, approaching complete form. Fran furrowed his brows slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. My magic is strong, but perhaps too strong. But before my body collapses, it's enough to finish this. Battle intent and mockery intertwined deep in his pupils as he stared at Antares, roaring madly. Crack, with one stomp, the floor shattered, fire and lightning exploded forth. In the eyes of the onlookers, Fran's blackened red flash vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before Antares. His staff twined with rings of magic circles and black flame lightning, striking straight into the monster's enormous single eye. Squelch. No suspense at all. With absolute attribute suppression and innate wisdom, Antares was beaten like a wooden post. Easily, effortlessly, Fran destroyed its only visual sense. Roar. In agony, it convulsed and thrashed, wildly swinging its body. Even its connecting tubes were torn apart. Rumble, rumbled. Its rampage shook the entire cavern. Its colossal body possessed natural destructive power. But against Fran's agility and tactics for fighting large-type enemies, its bulk became a burden, making it an easy target for Fran's one-sided assault. From above, the group watched the battlefield below. Fran's figure blurred, wreathed in black flame and lightning. With phantom-like speed, his movements overlapped into countless lines, weaving a picture of slaughter. Clang, clang, clang. A storm of strikes rained down on Antares' armor, as hard as the finest upper-tier metal, sparks bursting at each impact of staff lance. Screech, screech. Thrust, sweep, jab, pick, Fran's refined skill exploited every angle, probing for weak points in its armor, seeking the chance for a killing blow. Roar. Unable to predict Fran's elusive maneuvers and sudden tactics, Antares flew into a rage, a helpless fury, wildly lashing pincers and tail in indiscriminate strikes around itself, trying to force Fran's positioning. But it miscalculated again. In response, Fran flashed away 10 meters, twirled his weapon and sighed. Then, with disdain and scorn, he gazed at its bleeding eye and sneered. Driven not just by primal desire, but battle instinct too. In that case, to avoid wasting time, I'll send you off early. As he spoke, even fiercer fire lightning surged up from beneath his feet. The energy spread across the ground, enveloping Fran entirely. As he unleashed his magic at full output, the brilliance of his staff above him grew deeper, more profound. Die. Chapter 236, Everyone's Thoughts tilde. Die. Before the words had even finished, Fran's figure had already vanished from where he stood. That wasn't even his full strength just now. He can still become even stronger. The goddess Artemis's mind could no longer keep up. She had been in the lower world for a long time, but she had never heard of an adventurer so powerful, no, so far beyond his own limits. Her divine perception told her clearly that Fran Argon's level was LV5, and yet, the power he had raised himself to now far surpassed that level. Artemis, do you know how the title unrivaled among peers came about? Do you think it means he's only invincible within level LV5? No, even in level LV6, with his full power unleashed, Fran could still secure a place. Hermes said this on the surface, but what he truly thought was something else. Even among LV6 adventurers, the current Nightweaver, Fran Argon, stood at the very top. Time flew swiftly by amidst the tension. As Fran's advantage became increasingly obvious, the outcome of the battle gradually grew clear. Clang, clang, clang. In the battlefield, Fran swung his staff. The magically enchanted, razor-sharp staff tip pierced with ease through the enemy's seemingly impregnable armor with every strike. Each blow was heavier, faster than the last. Fran's assault was like a raging tidal wave, endlessly building in pressure. Under his relentless storm of attacks, the cavern resounded with a stirring symphony, the dance of his body against the monster's roars, forming an epic scene that struck awe into the hearts of all who witnessed it. Seeing such a special adventurer for the first time, Artemis found herself slowly entranced by this supreme performance. The scholar Argon, Fran's staff, cloaked in violet radiance, left afterimages in Fran's hands. His blurred figure flickered like scattered starlight. Meanwhile, the monster's constant screams of pain only served as a backdrop to Fran's brilliance. Sensing its stiffening body, Fran narrowed his eyes mid-battle, blue rings of light glowing faintly in his pupils. Reached your limit. PSS Sage. Another thrust. The tip pierced a seam in the monster's armor, inflicting massive damage upon Antares in an instant. Against a giant-class opponent, precision and accuracy hardly mattered. Fran only needed to drive his strikes into its body, find the gaps in its armor, and then finish the job. Just like this. At this moment, the monster's massive body had become nothing but a burden. With his overwhelming stats, Fran seemed like an adult fighting a child, effortless, relaxed. His blurring speed rendered the enemy's counterattacks completely useless, unable to even graze him. Hammering away mercilessly at its lower body, he soon brought Antares crashing to the ground. Boom! With agility and dexterity slipping into the enemy's blind spots, Fran seized the moment, dodging the monster's massive claws and tail sweep by ducking low, then channeling terrifying power into his staff with his right arm. In the next instant, his figure flashed from left to right, and the black streak of light that followed cleanly severed Antares' massive claws, stripping it of its ability to retaliate. ROAR, disarmed, Antares shrieked in despair. It's over. With a flick of his spear, Fran leapt back, putting distance between himself and the enemy. Standing atop a boulder, his golden hair fluttered in the wind, his cloak billowing behind him. Facing Antares head-on, his expression remained unchanged, his gaze calm. With his current strength, an opponent like Antares could not stir even a ripple in his heart, only merciless suppression. Die. Boom, booms, boom. From within, black flames and lightning erupted, rising swiftly from Fran's body and expanding outward to form a pitch-dark domain 3 steps around him. On closer inspection, within that black lightning, streams of obscure, ominous energy brewed. That murky chaos was compressed, refined, and fused into the scholar Argon, amplifying his power. The magical nature of Surtur. Has it finally revealed a fragment of itself now that I've reached level LV5? Feeling this unfamiliar power coursing through him, Fran's lips curled into a smile. Then, with immense mental strength, he masterfully guided the flow of magic, pouring it all into his weapon. The scene, a lone man against a monster, Fran's abnormal aura clashing against the beast's wails, was engraved in the eyes of every onlooker. The golden-haired youth mercilessly crushing the ancient monster Antares, every spectator's face revealed starkly different emotions. Ryu's eyes remained calm, without ripple. To her, the man she acknowledged should naturally be this strong. Isfi, on the other hand, let out a pout so cute it clashed with her usual cool look, a look as if her entire persona had collapsed. Unlike these two, who were close to Fran and knew him well. Hermes, though he had raised his estimation of Fran time and again, found his worldview shattered over and over by what unfolded before him, leaving his mind in complete disarray, his plans in chaos. And then, the one whose attitude shifted most strangely was Artemis. Her expression was pure admiration, the kind of longing look a maiden shows when gazing upon her hero. Perhaps she had found her own hero, the Orion she yearned for. Perhaps such a sudden change of heart was incomprehensible to men. But what maiden does not wish for her own hero? Even a goddess of purity was no exception. What is Fran doing? There's a force, he's gathering it, just what is that? Ueda! Antares shrieked in terror. But with its limbs and claws shattered by Fran, it could only struggle helplessly in place, awaiting the final judgment from the terrifying man before it. As a monster driven purely by primal instincts, It could sense that streams of horrifying power were being poured into the staff through Fran's hands, converging there, so terrifying it felt as though the world itself was being overturned. Chapter 237, Antares defeated Tilda. As a monster driven purely by primal instincts, it could sense that streams of horrifying power were being poured into the staff through Fran's hands, converging there, so terrifying it felt as though the world itself was being overturned. The pitch-black and crimson flame thunder visible to the naked eye, under the influence of that obscure power, gradually transformed into deep purple, completely enveloping the scholar Argon, its profound interior even swallowing light itself. This is the true essence of my magic surtur, destruction, and also opposition. No matter if it is human power, arcanum, or even the special powers possessed by ancient monsters born from the dungeon, all of them can be opposed. In other words, every nature of power would face Fran's magic in a 50-50 opposition. That is the only true face of the magic, permitted to be inscribed into his weapon. All of the flame thunder was compressed into the weapon, leaving Fran without any dazzling lights or shadows. Man and weapon became the absolute antithesis of visual brilliance. And precisely because of this, that staff, which distorted vision, had already turned into the strongest weapon that could pierce through all obstacles. Everyone squinted their eyes. As the battle entered its white-hot stage, their blood boiled with it. Surtur, magic unique to Fran Argon alone, so this is the true form he could wield. Isfi murmured softly, habitually pushing up her silver spectacles. Her eyes hidden behind the lenses, no one knew what she was thinking in that moment. This aura, obscure and twisted, an unknown power that even the gods cannot see through. Magnificent, truly marvelous. Never would I have thought, outside Orario itself, I'd witness such a spectacular scene. Satisfying, so satisfying, ha. Hermes removed his traveling hat, his handsome face exhilarated, raising his fists high as he fixed his gaze on the man he believed would become a mythic legend. At that moment, Fran himself had no idea what a tremendous shock he had brought to his companions. The magic, in its initial revealed form, possessed such overwhelming, crushing might that he felt it was nearly impossible to control. Even pouring out his all, he could barely manage a single strike, after which it would collapse and degrade to a lower stage. Gritting his teeth, gripping that power tightly, Fran glared at the only enemy in his sight. This will be my finishing technique after leveling up, then I'll call it. Saying so, Fran stomped hard, shattering the rock beneath his feet. His figure blurred, turning into a streak of purple radiance that shot straight at the enemy's core. There, after countless attacks, the sole weakness he had unraveled, the magic stone. Certain kill. With a low shout, Fran leapt, stomped again, and his entire body shot upward in a straight line, tracing a right-angled stream of purple light filled with artistry. Rayags. The oppressive threat drove Antares into greater madness. Its massive body struggled violently, desperate to avoid the fatal light descending from above. But with its limbs already severed by Fran, all it could do was futile resistance. Up, still ascending. The enemy's body shrank in his vision, the entire cave reflected within the golden and blue interlaced brilliance of his eyes. Fran twisted his waist, inverted his body, man below, gripping the scholar Argon staff infused with his strongest strike. His body straightened, every ounce of power flooding through him. Thank you, Antares, for giving us such a splendid adventure. So, please accept this beautiful ending. With that, Fran's eyes widened, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, as he roared out the true name of this technique. Sertologi. Ayazach. Correct. With Fran's invincible roar, something was pierced and shattered by the purple light streak descending from the skies. Splurt, a line of blood surfaced at the enemy's center, scarlet spilling forth, and then, from top to bottom, it split apart. Boom! At the moment the magic stone shattered, the gigantic form crumbled into dust, scattering through the air, vanishing completely within the boundary of that place. Artemis muttered in disbelief, unable to accept that the greatest threat, the ancient monster she was even willing to sacrifice herself to stop, had been so naturally erased by the man called Fran Argon. Leaning on his staff stabbed into the ground, Fran knelt on one knee, his head lowered, his body frozen there. Sensing something wrong, Ryu and Asfi rushed forward. "Hey, you two, hurry, the place is about to collapse." The vast cavern shook violently, rocks tumbling from the ceiling. The quakes were so strong even Hermes struggled to stand. Elsewhere, in the blink of an eye, Ryu and Asfi reached Fran's side, worry filling their gazes. They didn't even dare touch him. "Fran, are you all right?" After a few seconds of silence, he replied with an extremely hoarse voice, Take me out of here. My body, the magic's backlash. I can't move." So that was all. Both Ryu and Asfi felt both relief and exasperation. In the end, the two supported him together, just barely escaping before the ruins collapsed into rubble. With Antares utterly vanquished, a strange chain reaction began. Outside the ruins, adventurers executing diversion missions were battling monsters when suddenly, the aggressive beasts froze all at once, then collapsed lifelessly in droves. Falgar and Swisha blinked, turning to Rethusa. "What's happening?" The captain of Artemis Familia, the valiant young girl, was equally dumbfounded by the unbelievable sight before her. But the innocent Lance's eyes lit up. She laughed brightly, throwing her arms into the air, shouting joyfully. Isn't it obvious? Lady Artemis and the others must have defeated it." Hearing her, the group exchanged glances, and realization dawned. So, it's been defeated. Definitely. After all, that man was there. Yes, the Nightweaver, Fran Argon. In Orario, within the dungeon. Finn watched as the monster horde receded like a tide, raising his brows in surprise. Chapter 238, Leaving the Big Tree C. Finn watched as the monster horde receded like a tide, raising his brows in surprise. Is the riot over? Not only Finn, but the other members were also somewhat surprised. It seems, the cause of the monster riot has been resolved. Can I understand it that way? Well, whatever the case, restoring the usual peace is a good thing. Besides, Loki must be happy, right? I heard that earlier she wanted to take your female members to Melon, but the guild stopped her with a strict order, keeping her in the city. Remembering Loki's scheming and her eerie laughter, Reveria felt a headache coming on. From the number and quality of beauties in the Loki Familia, one could see her taste as a goddess. Not to mention, even an elven royal like her was tricked into joining her Familia. Such skill and luck indeed. Forget it, let's first return to the surface and report this information. I'm sure Loki and the guild are both anxious about the situation. What do you think, Otter? That man, carrying two great swords on his back, trailed behind. After pausing slightly, he tossed out a whatever. Then his figure gradually disappeared into the passage. Even the Freya Familia, when all out, how rare. It can only be said that this time's dungeon riot was completely beyond control. I can't help but feel it's related to our certain someone. You feel that too, don't you, Reveria? Thinking of the always smiling blonde youth, Reveria shook her head with a smile. Let's wait until he comes back. From the Great Tree Sea to the city, even at Fran's pace, the round trip will take a month. All right then, everyone, let's go home. Orario reacted quickly. Other than the adventurers who had already been silenced, the dungeon riot caused no ripples among ordinary citizens. When it came to controlling information and manipulating public opinion, no one dared to rank above the Adventurers Guild. As expected, to quell the unrest from the riot, a new moon festival celebration notice was posted on the boards. Under the guild's behind-the-scenes push, the festival was already heating up. Unlike the lively daytime Monsterferia, the New Moon Festival reached its peak at night. Various mobile stalls and shops would offer discounts, praying for good fortune in the year to come. Twilight Manor. Everyone, pack up tomorrow, we're going on vacation. Jabita sat cross-legged, his tail swishing impatiently, face full of disdain. A cheap excuse, saying it's to investigate monster transport routes to Melon, but really, it's just another shady scheme dressed up all fancy. Raoul, what are you muttering about? I didn't quite hear that. With a wicked grin, Loki leaned close, her lips forming a comical clown-like arc. Raoul shivered all over. And nothing at all. Don't worry, as men, we'll hold down the fort at home and keep everything in perfect order. Good, then I'll be counting on you gentlemen, Tilda. The Palom leader spread his hands with a bitter smile, then helplessly nodded. But that trace of bitterness at the corner of his lips, who could understand it? While Loki led her squad of beauties to the coastal town of Melon, 3 kilometers outside Orario, to search for monster roots. Or rather, vacation. Another group of adventurers completed their commission in the Great Tree Sea region and began their return. When Fran first came to the Great Tree Sea, it had been in a rush. Now, unhurried on the way back, he carefully identified various rare herbs and materials, collecting them as future components for crafting magic tools. When he arrived, his supporter's large backpack was empty. On the way back, it was stuffed full. To say it was a great harvest would not be an exaggeration. The mindset during return was much more relaxed compared to departure, not only for Fran's group, but especially for the Artemis Familia, goddess, and her girls. Particularly Artemis herself, always dignified and stern, the goddess who rarely loosened her cold expression. Now her features had softened, as though relieved due to the problem being solved. Indeed, these days had mentally worn her down thanks to Antares' torment. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long while. Thinking of this, she glanced at Fran, crouching by a tree, sketching and noting down flowers and plants. A strange feeling welled up inside her. Sensing the burning gaze on his back, Fran turned his head in confusion. And his eyes met the goddess's. The Tsundir goddess immediately averted her face and briskly walked away. Yet if one looked closely, they'd see her neck to ears turning bright red, her cheeks flushed with heat. "What's wrong, Fran?" Standing beside him, Ryu looked at him curiously. "No, it's nothing." Blinking, Fran shook his head and continued recording the unique plants of the Great Tree Sea. For others, such knowledge might be meaningless at best, compiled into a book. But for Fran, it was different. This was unknown knowledge, knowledge that could be converted into his ability values, the foundation for quickly improving his strength. He would never waste such an opportunity. Lingering in the Great Tree Sea for 3 days, the nearly 50-member expedition finally reached its edge. Ahead lay endless plains. "Let's part ways here. After all, it's just me and Ryu." "All right with your pace, we'd only be slowing you down. Then, see you back in Orario." Fran and Ryu bid farewell to the Hermes Familia and Artemis Familia, preparing to set out first. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave, Isfi stepped forward. Fran, when you get back, could you come to the Artemis Familia's headquarters?" Facing the goddess's look of anticipation, Fran couldn't refuse. Besides, it was only a visit. "No problem, Lady Artemis. Then I'll be waiting for your visit. Perhaps you'll even find a surprise." She winked at him, her delicate face breaking into a rare smile. With her unique aura, divine beauty, and her authority over purity, all blending together, the usually stern goddess revealed a striking contrast, deeply captivating a certain someone. Well then we'll take our leave. Chapter 239. Back in Orario, unrest in the city of adventurers Tilda. Well then we'll take our leave. After bidding farewell to everyone, Fran and Ryu set out on their journey home. Compared to when he came alone, on the return trip he now had the company of a beautiful elf. No matter how you looked at it, this was something to be happy about. Even though Ryu, because of the elves' stubborn and shameful instincts, refused to flirt with Fran in public or do anything overly outrageous that exceeded her tolerance. Just having her by his side while he ate simple, convenient food made Fran feel it tasted better. In the words of the Far East, this is what they call a beauty that whets the appetite, right? Although Fran didn't explain the meaning of the idiom, Ryu's intelligence was high enough to understand its straightforward literal meaning in an instant. She shot him an annoyed glare, then placed the tomato from her bowl into his mouth. "Mr. Fran, this is a tavern. Please stop making remarks that could cause misunderstandings. If any other man dared say such things to me, then he would already be." Remembering all the violent rumors about the hostess of fertility, Fran looked at the delicate, refined face of Ryu across the table and couldn't help smacking his lips. "You people from the hostess of fertility, not a single normal one among you. from Mamma Mia down to you waitresses, seriously. Acting according to the underworld's code of conduct, right? Ah, well, whether it's the underworld or the surface world, it's all the same law of the jungle. But at least the people on the surface try to cover it up, act a little more reserved. In the underworld, though, it's just barefaced violence. Ryu's expression didn't change. She ate her food elegantly, her tone utterly calm. The chaos of the underworld is something people living in the surface world cannot imagine. 5 years ago, that was before you came to Orario, the environment back then, how should I put it? The entire city was engulfed in darkness. Factions fought one another, the Evelis took advantage of the chaos, countless familias were wiped out, gods were sent back to heaven. The entire Dark Era caused Orario's strength to decline to its lowest point. The purging that followed the chaos wasn't perfect either, and it left behind many problems. For example, me, or those girls in the tavern. More or less, everyone still carries habits from that time. So. Fran understood. So, those guys still mixed in the underworld. They're just carrying on with that same way of doing things, huh? Gulp. Fran understood everything. This was something so big that even the guild couldn't handle it properly, let alone him. The two stopped talking and simply enjoyed their dinner quietly. The rest of the journey went by without incident. After just over 10 days of travel, the colossal, majestic white tower of the dungeon city had already emerged over the horizon. Almost home. Walking along the muddy path that cut across the beautiful wilderness, the signboards of familiar areas came into view. As they drew nearer to the great city, more travelers, adventurers, merchants with caravans, bards, and ordinary citizens appeared on the road. Hey, look over there. A few adventurers escorting what was clearly a foreign caravan nudged each other with their elbows, then gestured toward two figures ahead in green and black cloaks. Adventurers, why are you so curious? Idiot, look closer. Huh? His companion put away the whip, his face full of doubt. Just then, a breeze lifted Fran's and Ryu's hoods. Holy crap, the Night Weaver. The Night Weaver of the Loki Familia, what's she doing here? When we passed through Melon Town, weren't they? And also with that upper-class adventurer, huh? Your observation skills are awful. Didn't you notice? Back in Melon Town, every member of Loki Familia was a beautiful girl, there wasn't a single male member. You get what I mean, right? Now that you mention it, yeah, I didn't see the Breaver or the others. But why would the Night Weaver be coming from the north? Melon's supposed to be to the southwest. Probably went out to finish a commission. You think first-class adventurers don't need money? Everyone's gotta make a living, okay. Following the crowd, Fran and Ryu lined up at the city gate to await inspection. Compared to the first time, entering the city was much easier this time. Not only did Fran have an exit permit issued by the guild and proof of a completed commission, but just standing there and letting people see his face was enough to bypass inspections. The Night Weaver, Fran Argon, was no longer an obscure rookie adventurer. After nearly 2 years of growth, his name and face were already known throughout the world. Long time no see, Argon. After a short wait, the two reached the gate. Interestingly, the ones still on duty were the Ganesha Familia, who served as the city's security. And once again, it was an old acquaintance, their captain, Shakti. Well, if it isn't the famous Ankusha. Why are you personally on duty again? Don't you have better things to do? I mean, Finn's running around busy every day, shouldn't you also? What do you think I'm doing, being lazy? It's not like, she almost let something slip, but when she noticed Fran's teasing gaze, Shakti swallowed her words. Glaring fiercely at him, she let the two pass without further inspection. If you're so curious, go ask your captain yourself. Then, without another glance at Fran, she called up the next in line. Fran and Ryu exchanged looks, both sensing something unusual in Shakti's attitude. I didn't provoke her, did I? What's going on? Ryu glanced around at the gate and the surrounding area. With her experience, she instantly noticed several thieves and adventurers hiding in the shadows. Lately, it seems like Orario's security has increased. Is it just my imagination? Walking shoulder to shoulder with Ryu along North Street, Fran turned back to squint at the towering walls. He vaguely caught fleeting figures disappearing into the shadows, concealing themselves from sight. The guild and the Ganesha Familia have strengthened Orario's defenses. External enemies? Impossible. With this city's strength, no one with a brain would dare provoke it. That only leaves one possibility. Thinking of that place, Fran already had his answer. Seeing Fran's thoughtful expression turn into one of sudden realization, Ryu knew at once. Fran was hiding some information from her. But even though their relationship had reached the level of lovers, there were still some secrets best left unasked. Besides, Fran was already quietly preparing for the conflict with the Eveless, because he knew that if he told her, Ryu would immediately do something he didn't want to see. Chapter 240, The Empty Twilight Manor Tilda. Because he knew that if he told her, Ryu would immediately do something he didn't want to see. As a gentleman, and even more as a lover, Fran naturally fulfilled his duty, which was to send Ryu back to the home she had found, the hostess of fertility. Passing through the complex, bustling streets and alleys from North Street, they quickly arrived at West Street. Compared to the clean, neat, and slightly refined North District, West Street was much livelier. Shops of all kinds stood in rows, music and adventurers shouting spilled out from the taverns. Dense crowds moved along both sides of the road, and the occasional carriage made the street even noisier. The flavor of everyday life made Fran sigh in relief. Standing before a particularly tall, splendidly decorated building, much higher than the surrounding wooden and stone structures, Fran knew that Ryu was home. Thank you for bringing me back." Just meeting Fran's eyes, Ryu felt her body go weak, her limbs almost powerless, and simply standing took all her strength. That was precisely why she didn't dare meet Fran's gaze. That aggressive gaze carried a pressure, so intense it overwhelmed her senses. "Meow, Ryu is back, meow." As the two stood at the entrance, of course, a certain cat girl who was slacking off in the hall spotted them. Seeing the two standing at the door without entering, Anya bounced out happily, then suddenly hugged Ryu's neck. And then it happened. Ryu's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground without warning, leaving Anya completely dumbfounded. Don't forget, everyone knew each other's strength. Anya knew Ryu better than anyone. Even as fellow level 4s, Ryu was the strongest among them. In all of Orario, Ryu's combat ability among level 4s was at the very top. And yet this righteous, cool-headed elf fell over from just a touch. "Meow, what's going on here, meow? HMPH, was this your doing?" Fran, seeing Ryu fall to the ground, secretly thought, "This is bad," and sure enough, Anya's suspicious eyes turned on him. Hey, Anya-chan, I don't know why Ryu became like this either, but I swear it wasn't me." "Fran, goodbye, I'm going back in now." Ryu's face blushed crimson. She lowered her head to stare at her toes, quickly blurted out her words, and then ran into the tavern as if fleeing. Only Fran and Anya were left staring at each other, at a loss for words. Bang! Then, halfway through her run, Ryu tripped on the tavern stairs and fell again. Well, after being away so long, she's just a little eager to be home. Anya, I'll come help with the business sometime. Bye. And say hi to Mamma Mia, Chloe Lunwar, sir, and see you later." Waving at the curious girls peeking out from the hall, Fran, carrying his bulging pack, quickly slipped away. If he stayed, those troublesome girls would never let him off with their teasing. He could already imagine what kind of life Ryu was about to face. North District, Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor. On the way back, Fran bought a few Jagamaru-kun from a street vendor and strolled back leisurely. "Haven't had these for a month. I kind of missed this familiar taste." After finishing them in a few bites, Fran sighed contentedly. Yo, if it isn't the great Fran, finally willing to come back, huh? Looking bored, Raoul and Cruz were sitting under a tree at a stone table, playing cards. Hearing the door open and footsteps, they looked up to see Fran. "Long time no see, Raoul, Cruz, although I'm not too happy about what you just called me. Aren't you two awfully free, playing cards here?" Raoul seemed to be losing, so he threw his cards onto the table, making Cruz's face twist. Don't mention it. It's not like I want to slack off. It's just Loki took all the girls out to play, so we men are stuck at home." Just admit you're broke, acting all serious. The lower ranks are at least earning money collecting magic stones in the dungeon. Cruz instantly exposed Raoul's excuse, right to his face. Oh ho, so spending money on Pleasure Street is really that expensive. Even you, a dignified level 4, are broke. What? It's not like that. Hey, come back here and listen to me explain, you bastard. I didn't go to Pleasure Street. I already broke up with that prostitute. Fran, get back here. Go back? Impossible. After finally returning to the base, Fran just wanted a nice bath. He'd been traveling the whole way. Ryu at least had a chance to clean up at a spring, but as a man, Fran had no such luxury. No way he'd ask Ryu to stand guard while he bathed. That'd be far too embarrassing, especially when it was just the two of them. He hurried back to his room, dropped off his gear and loot, grabbed a change of clothes, and dove straight into the bath. At the very top floor of the northern tower, Finn retracted his gaze from the courtyard, smiling as he spoke casually to Gareth across the huge office desk. That kid Fran finally came back. Hard to believe a few roadside requests ended up taking him a whole month. Hey ha ha ha, well, a lot has happened this past month anyway. I'm actually quite curious about his little adventure. How about we call Fran up to the roof and have a drink? Good idea. With that annoying elf not around, today we can really cut loose. Ha 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 ha. Finn's face twitched, his smile darkening as he looked at Gareth laughing uproariously. Saying it and doing it, the two picked out a fine bottle of red wine from the cellar and headed out. By this time, Fran had already dozed off in the bath. Alone in the huge bath, he suddenly noticed how quiet the whole base was. Without the beautiful, lively girls, the place felt a bit too still. No noisy Amazona sisters, no little elf rival always bickering with him. Even Eyes, who usually stayed by his side, had been inevitably dragged away by Loki. Maybe I should go to Melon tomorrow, since coming to this world, I still haven't seen the sea. Ducking his head underwater, Fran muttered, releasing a few bubbles. Then, the comfortable warmth overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 241, Anakitty, why did you come back? Then, the comfortable warmth overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. The stars shine, adorning the dark curtain that covers the sky. A quiet and peaceful night once again enveloped the center of the world. The guild headquarters. Oranos, the intel from that side has arrived. Just as you thought, the hidden danger of the Elso's ruins has been completely eradicated. The tone of Sage Fells was obviously much more relaxed, even in the mood to joke with Oranos. Night Weaver Fran Argon, although he's from the Loki Familia that doesn't get along with us, I have to admit, he did a good job. Oranos closed his eyes, quietly listening to the sound of the torches burning. Is that so? That's good. As for the reward for the commission, his contribution was great. Since that's the case, exempt the Loki Familia from this year's management fee. I believe that as a reward, he should be very interested in that. The Loki Familia's management fee, that's no small sum. Though it's quite a lot compared to his achievement, it's certainly worth it. After a brief exchange, the prayer room once again returned to silence, leaving only the sound of Sage turning the parchment pages. Until his bony, gauntleted claw suddenly paused upon seeing one particular page. Oranos, the exits connecting to the underground waterways that were being searched for, they've been found. Oh, the smuggling route for transporting monsters. Where? Quickly skimming through the document, Say drew in a sharp breath, feeling chills run down his spine. Damn it, there are actually as many as 3 exits, all located at the estuary of Melon Town. HMPH, the situation in Melon is complicated. Our guild only controls half of it there, with limited influence. Add to that the huge floating population from all over the continent, with all sorts of mixed and messy identities, making it difficult to distinguish, indeed a perfect place for smuggling. I didn't expect they had already opened channels to the outside. Even with the temper of the old god Oranos, he couldn't help but grow angry. The intel, who investigated it? The Loki Familia. The conversation between the god and the sage once again fell into awkward silence. Loki, looks like those who provoked her are in trouble. At the top of the west tower of the Twilight Manor, there was an open-air balcony. At this time, Fran, feeling refreshed after a bath, was drinking a little wine with Finn and Gareth. So, the monster riot in the dungeon was all caused by that ancient monster, Antares breaking the seal. Taking a small sip of the mellow and sweet wine, Fran turned his head to gaze at Orario under the starlit sky and sighed deeply. Ah, I didn't think it would cause trouble for the city, although I didn't see it myself. Judging from the reactions of the two gods, Artemis and Hermes, after they encountered Antares, I can't shake the feeling that even though Antares was defeated, things aren't truly over. Meh, why think so much? The monster's been defeated, that's a perfect ending. The rest has nothing to do with us. Gareth is right. The result is already settled, so discussing the process and cause doesn't matter anymore. Come, let's celebrate in advance, you becoming a level 6 adventurer. Cheers. Seeing Finn and Gareth's heartfelt smiles, the young man's lips also curved upward, his heart warming. Cheers. The next day, the sun rose from the sky, injecting vitality once again into the vast city. As the saying goes, there's no place like home, especially when it's a room warmed with a sense of belonging. After a night of sleep in his own little domain, Fran's life returned to its usual rhythm. In the washroom, with a towel embroidered with elven patterns draped around his neck, Fran hummed an unknown tune as he leisurely brushed his teeth with a newly purchased magic stone toothbrush. Before long, the male members of the familia also trickled in one by one. Yo, Fran, you look in high spirits, huh? Something good happened. Don't keep it to yourself, share the joy. Just by looking at his expression and demeanor, they could tell what kind of mood Fran was in. Seeing himself being teased, Fran arched his brow mischievously. Oh, something good, huh? Spitting out a mouthful of foamy toothpaste, Fran casually revealed a piece of information that instantly left everyone dumbfounded. Actually, yeah, I leveled up, mate to level 6. Just a bit of a hassle since Loki isn't home. Raoul, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it all over everyone before staring wide-eyed at Fran, who was sighing dramatically. Leveled up, LV 6. If my brain isn't broken, you were barely LV 5 before the expedition, right? How long has it been? Not even 2 months. Are you kidding me? 2 months from LV 5 to LV 6. Everyone's lips trembled, staring at Fran like he was some kind of unbelievable monster. Even Miss Eyes took 3 years. I can't believe Fran just shortened that record by 34 months in one go. Meh, Raoul, don't be too discouraged. You've been at LV 4 for a while now. If you work hard, maybe in a few years you'll hit LV 5 too. After saying that, Fran even kindly patted Raoul's shoulder in encouragement. You bastard! Raoul's mentality instantly exploded. I'm done, I'm out of here, everyone. Humming a little tune, Fran skipped away briskly. Not run, stay and get ganged up on. If it were beautiful girls, maybe he'd hesitate, maybe even accept it outright, but a bunch of men? Forget it. Today, his schedule was already set. Head to Melon, find Loki on vacation, and have her update his status. Back in his room, he donned the Nightfall Faroman 2 set, slid the short sword No. 6 into the leather sheath at his back waist, and finally strapped on Scholar Argon before heading out lightly equipped. Though lightly equipped, for a normal adventurer party combatant, it was already standard gear. Only Fran was special, being both a rear guard mage and possessing powerful close combat ability. He carried a supporter's pack and plenty of equipment. But with his current strength, ordinary battles no longer posed much of a threat, so his equipment was gradually lessened. Descending from the 4th floor, toying with an all-purpose potion in his hand, Fran hummed as he walked outside. Open the door, quick. I have urgent intel to report to the captain. From afar, across the entire courtyard, Fran's extraordinary hearing picked up a familiar girl's voice. Anna Kitty, weren't you? Fran, you're back. No, that's not important, thank goodness. Dragged back inexplicably by Anna Kitty, Fran's head was filled with question marks. Chapter 242, Harbor Town Melon Tilda. Dragged back inexplicably by Anna Kitty, Fran's head was filled with question marks. In the Familia, Anna Kitty had always been calm and composed, serving almost like Finn's assistant. No matter what kind of crisis arose, she could always respond with ease, and with her extraordinary beauty and grace, this had always been the impression she left on Fran. Otherwise, she would not have been praised by the gods with the proud title of Alchet, meaning noble cat. But the Anakitty who appeared before Fran today had a face full of anxiety, and in her eyes was an unmistakable look of urgency. Her usual flawless composure had become flustered. Just like that, she pulled along, climbing the tower to Finn's office. Anakitty, looking like this, did Eyes and the others run into trouble. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, surely it was something the female members alone could not handle. That must be why Loki had ordered Anakitty to return and seek help. Otherwise, with Loki's personality, she would never allow male members to disturb her wonderful vacation with beautiful girls. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door, and without waiting for a reply inside, she pushed it open and stepped in. Captain, quickly gather everyone. Tyone and Tiona are in big trouble. Anakitty, why are you? Never mind me, please summon the members first. I'll explain everything in detail afterward. Seeing her unusually serious attitude, Finn bit his thumb. All right. When Fran once again stood at the gate of the courtyard, 10 minutes had already passed. Since time is pressing, I won't wait for everyone. After leaving those words, Fran straightened his back and rushed out. Bete, you and Fran are the fastest. You go ahead and help too. I'm worried there may be third-party interference. That would be bad. Chew, what a pain. They call this a vacation, and yet trouble comes to me. Though he complained, Bete's body was honest enough as he dashed off. The harbor town of Melon lay southwest of Orario. The distance from the Grand Dungeon City was less than 3 kilometers. As Orario's only port, with such proximity, wasn't it essentially like an extension of the city itself? With the speed of first-class adventurers like Fran and Bete, it wouldn't take long at all to arrive. It truly was just a stone's throw away. Melon, this lakeside town beside the great freshwater lake Lake Lalag, was not only a port and transit hub, but also bore another crucial responsibility. It was Orario's customs. As the center of the world, the largest, most prosperous, and most advanced dungeon city, Orario's only sea outlet was here. Every day, countless ships from various lands and nations sailed into the lake connected to the vast ocean. The bustling docks operated around the clock, 24 hours a day. At every moment, ships were docking here, loading and unloading massive amounts of goods and cargo. Of those goods, more than 80% were bound for Orario. Thanks to the blessings of the dungeon, Orario produced vast quantities of magic stones every day, which were processed into various magic stone products. Magic stone lamps, magic stone lighters, magic stone kettles, practically anything for daily life could be found in Orario. Before being exported worldwide, these magic stone products all gathered in this harbor town, where they awaited sorting and shipment to the rest of the world. Conversely, specialty goods and merchandise from around the world also gathered here before entering Orario's markets. As a port, this was Melon's natural duty. From the sea channel linking the lake to the ocean, one could see an endless chain of ships, each loaded with Orario's famed magic stone products and goods from abroad, constantly traversing the seas. Only here could one truly sense the grandeur of Orario as the center of the world. Fran felt this deeply as well. How magnificent! In 2 lifetimes, I've never seen this many ships. Standing on the road leading from Melon to Orario, Fran narrowed his eyes to admire the beautiful, prosperous harbor town on the shore of the great freshwater lake. Compared with Orario's stone and wooden architectural style, most of Melon's buildings were wooden, giving it a unique harbor town charm. From his modern perspective, this truly was a perfect vacation spot. I don't believe for a second Loki brought the girls here and there isn't a beach. Fran clicked his tongue, then stepped into the town. Splash! Stepping into a puddle, the young man found himself on the bustling dock road, looking around curiously. With his outstanding looks, noble bearing, and the expensive weapon at his side, he drew curious stares from everyone. He's definitely a high-ranking adventurer from Orario. When his cloak lifted just now, I saw it. That's a belt made of black rhino hide. Tusk, tusk, how much must that cost? Gee, look at the spear on his back. The price of that one magic crystal alone could buy several of our flagships. You must be not from Orario. If you were from Orario, there's no way you wouldn't recognize him. Brother, that man, who is he? A sailor, carrying a sack on his shoulder, proudly introduced to two well-dressed merchants. That's the Night Weaver, Fron Argon of the Loki Familia, the strongest first-class adventurer in Orario. Level 5. Ha, I bet in your places you've never even heard of someone at level 5. Otter, am I just a showpiece? Finishing, he left proudly, chest puffed out, as if Fron's achievements were his own. Perhaps this was Orario's unique pride. Fron naturally heard the conversation. Smiling slightly, he caught up with the young sailor. Watching him closely, he saw that the sailor carried an obviously heavy load with steady steps and even breathing. His body was well-toned, lacking the gaunt look of someone worn by labor. Even from a distance, Fron could hear his strong heart beating rhythmically. All of this showed he was no ordinary sailor, but rather. Yo, brother, long time no see. Eyes flashing, Fron smiled and quickened his pace to catch up. You are the Night Weaver, Fron Argon. Well, it seems my name has spread far indeed. Hearing Fron say that, the young man instantly grew excited. Chapter 243, Bok Bok Caliph, LV, 6 tilde. Well, it seems my name has spread far indeed. Hearing Fron say that, the young man instantly grew excited. Isn't that obvious? Loki Familia's feat of conquering the 59th floor of the dungeon has already spread everywhere. Even here in Melon, we've heard plenty about it. Despite the other party's attitude, Fron thought of a certain group, gave an awkward laugh, then glanced around before lowering his voice to ask. Since you know my identity and my affiliated familia, that makes things easier. You must also be a sailor from a familia, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should be a member of the Njord familia. The Njord familia, though also a large commercial familia based in Orario, spends most of its time operating in the town of Melon. From the name of the main god alone, it's clear. The Njord familia manages the fishing port of the harbor city Melon, belonging to the commercial fisheries branch of familias. Unlike exploration familias, they don't enter the dungeon. Instead, they head out to sea, focusing on fisheries and trade. The reason why Orario can enjoy fresh seafood, even having a dedicated area in the marketplace for it, is entirely thanks to the Njord familia, supplying the city. The fish they catch circulate through Orario's markets, bringing citizens fresh delicacies from the sea. Alongside the Demeter familia, they are one of the two major factions directly tied to Orario's food supply. You could say over 80% of the food supply in Orario is thanks to these two familias. This shows just how important the Njord familia is within Orario. The guild's evaluation of them, just like the Demeter familia, is C rank, while their captain is only of moderate standing. But their presence in Melon isn't just for fishing, they also carry another duty. That is, to take over from the departed Poseidon familia in guarding the Leviathan seal. According to the archives, in the era before gods came down, monsters poured out from the dungeon and scattered across the world. The surface monsters were one thing, bursting out from the great caverns, but the monsters of the sea, where did they come from? Naturally, the dungeon also has a second exit that connects to the ocean. This exit lies upstream of the lake near Melon and is known as the Leviathan Seal. This sea passage directly connects to the dungeon's lower floors, specifically the water capital, through which aquatic monsters can invade the ocean. However, that passage was sealed years ago. Even though the Leviathan is long dead, reduced to a skeleton, its overwhelming aura still terrifies monsters and keeps them at bay. Because of this, its remains were used as the lid of the passage, suppressing the seal. Ah, I am indeed a member of the Njord familia. Perhaps you didn't know, but here in this port town, all local sailors are Njord Sama's familia members. Fran's mouth twitched awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable under the man's strange gaze. Haha, it's normal if you didn't know, since you rarely come to Melon. Anyway, what do you wish to ask? Surely you didn't stop me just to inquire about my familia. Although just a sailor, the young man wasn't lacking in social intelligence. He noticed Fran's embarrassment and quickly shifted the topic. That's right, I want to ask if you've seen any members of our familia these past few days. For example, Sword Princess, Crusher, Jormungand, and the others. Ah, so that's it. You've asked the right person. I was there when Lord Njord and Lady Loki met. Indeed, members of the Loki familia have been in this town. Speaking of which, these past few days, they seem to be searching for something. Oh, and just earlier, I saw a group of them running past. Hearing this, Fran's eyes lit up. Running past? In which direction? North upstream. Thanks, here, take this. Throwing the sailor some volleys, Fran dashed off without looking back. My lord. He raised his hand, wanting to stop Fran, but with a sailor's reflexes that was impossible. Forget it, since it's a gift from my lord, I'll gladly accept. With a lead on eyes and the others, Fran quickly weaved his way through the bustling crowd of Melon. His extraordinary stats once again showed their unmatched power. As long as there was a gap, he could instantly predict the route and act on it. On the streets, a black blur flashed past, leaving people unsure if they'd just seen something pass them by. While moving, Fran opened up his senses enhanced by his abilities, scanning like a radar for familiar presences. Luckily, since Melon was just a harbor town, he didn't need even an hour before he detected one. A presence as light as the wind, its eyes no mistake, but her presence is unstable, fluctuating. What's going on? For eyes to have such instability, it could only mean she was in battle, an intense one at that. Otherwise, with her usual mindset, this wouldn't happen. Could it be the Ishtar Familia? Thinking of that terrifying toad, a cold light flashed in Fran's eyes, and the next second. Cracked. With one stomp, the ground split, and Fran shot forward at full speed toward Eye's location. Meanwhile, to the south of Melon, in the opposite direction from Fran, there lay a hidden natural sea cave. From afar, the smell of thick rot wafted out. Without a guide, finding such a secret place would cost massive manpower and resources. With the information and manpower the Loki Familia had, the odds of finding this place were practically zero. What's wrong, Tiona? Have you made no progress since leaving Telskira? This pathetic state makes me hesitate to even strike. Such a boring fight. The result is already decided. Standing before Tiona was another Amazoness. From her voice, she sounded even older than Tione. This warrior, her mouth covered by a sheer veil, opened her eyes wordlessly. Her pupils overflowed with burning fighting spirit, and her wild grin seemed like madness in Tiona's eyes. Bak Caliph. A warrior from the Amazoness nation, the nation of Telskira. Her level LV 6. Chapter 244. Telskira's culture and ideology tilde. A warrior from the Amazoness nation, the nation of Telskira. Her level LV 6. The country of blood and fighting, or the Amazoness holy land Telskira, is commanded by the war goddess Kali. This is a familia-based nation. Outside of Orario, including the magic nation Altina, its strength is absolutely among the few that can be compared. Because of the nation's special way of life and rules, the Amazoness who come out of this country alive are all without exception strong. In plain terms, Telskira is a world power whose strength and prestige are nearly on par with the great Altina. Inside this country, there is a brutal law of the jungle, practicing a rule that the victor lives and the loser dies, a rule that sounds like a fairy tale. Under the supervision of the chief deity Kali, from the day of their birth, every child of the nation bears the mark of the Kali Familias blessing. Because of that blessing, even children of 1 or 2 years old possess extraordinary power. Therefore, before these young children can even form memories, they are required to fight one-on-one in stone arenas. No rules, no winners or losers, only life or death. If you show mercy because of feelings, then you will be the one to die in the end. Thus, whether Tione or Tiona, in their childhood memories there were nothing but endless rituals held day and night, slaughtering monsters, fighting humans, fighting their kin, fighting friends, and even severing ties. It is worth mentioning that in such a cruel environment as the country of blood and fighting, the two sisters Tione and Tiona had already reached the level of LV, 2 by the age of 5. At that time, the goddess Kali had already confirmed them as heirs to be captains. In her plan, the two sisters Tione and Tiona were to be paired with the two sisters Bach and Argana. Ultimately, the one who killed the other 3 and achieved final victory would be the one she desired, would gain victory, and glory. Unfortunately, although her calculations sounded flawless, Thyone and Tiona left the country of blood and fighting, Telskura, causing her plan to fail. This time, aside from being invited by a certain familiar deity to come to Orario, another purpose was to learn the news of the twins' advancement to LV6. That is how the Kali Familia came to appear in the harbor town of Melon. Inside the sea-eroded cave, to rescue Lefia, who was being used as a hostage, Tiona and her former Familia member, Bach, engaged in a long-awaited ritual. Bach, I really don't want to fight you. Why must we fight to the death? Wouldn't it be fine if we peacefully coexisted like before? Seeing Tiona, who showed no fighting spirit even after being kicked and knocked to the ground, Bach's worldview, cultivated by the Telskura's ingrained ideology, was stunned. Why? Of course because of the ritual. We are LV6. To advance further, we must slaughter each other, right? Why were we trained to form attachments from childhood? To personally kill those closest to us with deep feelings, only then can we break through ourselves. Honestly, you are no longer a warrior. I regret letting you read so many books. Saying that, Bach raised her right fist and looked at Tiona with a half-smile. Velgus. Tiona's pupils shrank sharply, and her face sank. You're serious? Huh, what are you even saying, Tiona? Do you think we came to Orario for anything else? Of course, to kill you sisters, to let us complete our ascension and become LV7. Velgus. As Bach chanted the name of her spell, the area in front of her suddenly became covered by a massive layer of black-purple dead membrane. This magically beautiful-looking spell shook Tiona's spirit. As her former Familia member, she was all too familiar with this magic. Watching that gorgeously named membrane slowly flow and writhe over a very sticky surface, even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. Velgus, Bach used the only magic she possessed on her right hand, an enchant-type magic. Its attribute was potent poison. With this terrifying magic, she had once used it to slaughter countless of her kin in the country of blood and fighting. Velgus possessed poison fangs that could ignore defense. In close combat, no one could escape her magic. Its powerful corrosiveness and lethal toxin, upon entering the body, would rapidly weaken the enemy's combat ability, eventually leaving them to die in agonizing wails. If one were to describe it, poison to death is a fitting metaphor. The other, Bacchus' sister Argana, would be the snake. Bacchus' magic was precisely the strongest weapon befitting her title as the King of Poison, and also the most formidable shield she could create. I'm coming for you, Tiona. If you keep being so passive and lazy, you will die by my hand. As she finished speaking, the fist wrapped in a black-purple membrane was clenched tightly by Bach. Then, with a step on her toes and a grim smile, she lunged toward Tiona. On the other side, two silhouettes moved forward one after the other under the moonlight, arriving at the cargo dock where foreign ships were moored. Those two figures were none other than the Amazoness twins' elder sister Thyone and another Amazoness warrior. They advanced in silence, each remaining quiet. Thyone followed the familiar woman who had once taught her combat, Argana, until they stopped at a berth in the harbor and finally saw the target they were looking for, a ship belonging to Telskura. The sailing ship drifted on the lake, and from afar the lights of the Melon seaside town could be seen. On the deck, Thyone and Argana stood on opposite sides, taking up the starting posture of the inherited Telskura martial arts. Heth, when I first heard that you and Thyone had also upgraded to LV6, I was really surprised. I never expected the follower who used to be behind me to stand at the same height as me. Argana wore a waist-length braided pigtail, like the tail of a venomous scorpion. Her typical Amazon-style clothing fluttered in the sea breeze, revealing a bold style. But knowing the other's background, Thyone had no other thoughts. At this moment, she focused all her attention on her opponent. From the beginning, she knew the other was strong, very strong. Almost all of the skills of her and Tiona were taught by Bach and Argana. Familiar with their roots, even after years, she could not forget the miserable punishments she once received. Come, let's fight, Thyone. Let me become the strongest warrior of the Amazoness Holy Land. Pa, still the same. When will you get your head straight, Argana? Chapter 245, blessing and Renard tilde. Pa, still the same. When will you get your head straight, Argana? Regarding Thyoni's attitude, Argana revealed a rough smile. That's right, still that annoying little child. Though you've grown up now, you're still just as annoying, Thyoni. Today I'll smash your face with my fists. Remember well the fear of being dominated by me. With that, Argana flicked her braided hair, leapt lightly, and in midair her long leg became a crescent moon blade, tearing through the air as it slashed toward Thyoni. I'm not the same me from a few years ago. Don't underestimate me, you old spinster. The twins and the strongest warriors from the Telskira clashed. That's Thyoni, and the one she's fighting. Could it be one of the other two twins from the Telskira? Is it Bach or Argana? It should be Argana. On the stone-paved road by the coast, Fran's swiftly moving figure stopped. By the faint moonlight, he narrowed his eyes, gazing at the sole boat on the shimmering lake surface. Faintly, two figures stood locked in fierce combat on the deck. That style of martial arts let him immediately recognize it. It was truly from that nation. And the surging aura, revealed in the battle further, confirmed one person's identity. Well, both are level 6. Thyoni won't be defeated that easily, let alone. At this, Fran paused, glanced once toward Orario, then, with a meaningful smile, his figure wavered slightly and vanished from sight. Ow! As Fran drew closer, the roars of monsters and the clashing of weapons and armor reached his ears from the rocky beach ahead. Pushing through thick shrubs, Fran leapt lightly, and his vision opened wide. Violas. Huge monsters wildly swaying, attacking with both body and vine-like tentacles. It was none other than Fran's old acquaintances, the Violas. In fierce battle with several adventurers, there were 15 of them in total. Such enormous size, with potential ability reaching level 3, and they had appeared on the surface, outside Orario, in the town of Melon. No matter how you looked at it, this was an extremely serious incident. Level 3 potential and Violas. If they were to enter the harbor, it would be a catastrophe for the entire lake. The town of Melon and the ships coming and going from all over the world, none could escape their claws. And don't forget, plant-type monsters all have diving abilities. Back during the 18th floor monster invasion, Revis had summoned Violas from the water using her abilities. Frowning under the magic stone lamps, Fran clearly saw the adventurers fighting them. Narvi, as the highest-leveled member of the party, she had temporarily taken command. Mr. Fran, did Anakides call for aid reach you? Wonderful. Please go help Miss Eyes, she's just ahead. Leave these Violas to us. Fran hesitated, but gritted his teeth and quickly ran off. Be careful, Narvi, don't use magic. Don't worry, we already fully understand the Viola's information. The girl's voice sounded confident, full of spirit. And indeed, in all Orario, if Loki Familia claimed second place in experience fighting special species, no one would dare claim first. Thus reassured, Fran slightly eased his worries and continued hurrying toward the place where Eyes Aura lay. Less than a kilometer from the Viola's battlefield, beside the abandoned pier warehouse, on the cluttered rooftops, 3 adventurers appeared. Eyes lifted her head, glancing around, instantly judging that she had been surrounded. Ha 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 ha, Sword Princess, today you won't escape. This is the grave I chose for you. How is it? This cold, dark, ruined place, doesn't it suit you perfectly? Wahahaha. Haruheim, do it. Eyes gripped her beloved sword tightly, eyes wary as she observed the enemy. The voice that followed sounded both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. As the command fell, thick clouds blocked the pale moonlight, in this darkness where even moonlight couldn't reach. A girl in a black hooded cloak nodded her head in despair and helplessness. Grow. A melodious song, that was the chant of magic. That power and that vessel, breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Eyes' mouth opened in shock. Though she could not clearly see the caster, the strong, undeniable surge of magic power could not be ignored. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. Dong, 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 within the harbor town of Melon, the Soul Church's midnight bells rang. Coupled with the chaos caused by monsters and the noise of adventurers fighting, the clear, rhythmic chant was completely concealed. Eyes' golden eyes narrowed. Could it be all of this was within the enemy's calculations? using a greater uproar to conceal a secret weapon. Could it be? This whole chain of monster invasions, Tyone and Tiona being forced apart, Lephia's kidnapping, was it all planned by one person? If so, that was terrifying. Igro. With the clear, sweet voice of the girl's song, golden brilliance rose from a corner, eventually forming a rotating golden magic circle in the sky, swirling. It was golden clouds of mist-like magic, spinning, drifting, gathering countless fantastical golden light particles. Even amid chaos, it was dazzling enough. Precisely because of magic's dazzling effects, the caster was hidden. Confine divine offerings within this body, this golden light bestowed from above. A gust of wind blew, slightly lifting the hood, revealing part of the girl's face. It was a rare Renard, yet contrary to the wondrous magical spectacle, her expression was not happy, in fact. She hated this song. In her heart, she felt, this song only hurt others. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. She had drifted across the sea, sold to Orario as a prostitute. Because she was weak, she could not resist the fate imposed upon her. Because she was a prostitute, she did not dare hope for salvation from anyone. As a shrine maiden, she knew, prayer and salvation were illusions. And yet, only this golden light was her sole hope in her heart. Hope that one day, it would no longer hurt others, but become a light of blessing. Igro. That power called level boost blossomed. Chapter 246. The owners of the Red Light District, the Ishtar Familia Tilda. That power called level boost blossomed. Ha ha ha, good, very good, excellent, I'm very satisfied. This feeling of being filled with power all over my body. A burst of frog-like laughter echoed from the dark warehouse. Clang, 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 clang. A series of earth-shaking footsteps approached from the distance, and finally a towering figure emerged from the darkness, standing before eyes. Do it! In the next instant, as the female giant, over 2 meters tall, appeared before eyes, the sharp, commanding voice of a heroine resounded through the air. Then, those black shadows perched atop the surrounding buildings leapt into the sky. Eyes drew her sword and held it before her, assuming a battle-ready stance, eyes sharp and wary as she watched the enemies moving to encircle her. However, to her surprise, they didn't charge at her instead, they rushed toward her nearby companions. We absolutely cannot let them attack our familia members. With that thought, eyes moved. Her silver rapier flashed with white light. Her golden hair fluttered wildly behind her as the girl became one with the wind. In the blink of an eye, she was standing directly in front of the enemy formation. Ha ha ha, don't worry about her. That one's mine, HM. We've got plenty of old scores to settle. HMPH. The leader, a woman with a veil covering her face, glanced at the giantess and the sword princess, then gave a cold snort and tried to break past Ai's interception. It was at that moment that Ai's finally saw the descending enemy forces clearly. Though their faces are covered, there's no mistaking it, they're Amazons. Don't tell me. The Kali Familia had an ambush hidden here too. Amazoness warriors, the moment Ai's saw them, she immediately recalled the enemies her side had been fighting before. Let's go. Don't you dare leave. Ha ha ha, you're mine, sword princess. A shrill sound tore through the air overhead. A massive single-edged axe, fit for the female giant size, was swinging down. Forget a human, even a large-type monster would be cleaved clean in two by such a blow. Die, I'll smash that doll face of yours to pieces. A huge shadow loomed over Ai's from behind, engulfing her entire form, but with extraordinary reflexes and combat experience, she abandoned pursuit of the other enemies and dodged the fatal strike in the nick of time. With a light tap of her toes and a sidestep, Ai's body seemed almost weightless as she narrowly avoided the giant's deadly swing. Crash! The massive axe smashed into the ground, shattering the neatly laid stone pavement of the port as if it were fragile wood. Dust and shards of rock burst into the air. A piercing gust scraped across her cheek as Ai's senses blared in alarm. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy's old strength had not yet faded and new power hadn't yet gathered, Ai's quickly opened the distance, her wrist flicking the sword forward. turning sideways to face her opponent. It was a textbook military combat stance. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Sword Princess? You look so timid, not like you at all. Where's that arrogant little girl I remember?" Clang, clang, clang. The sound of armor grinding echoed alongside tremors that shook the earth. Within the swirling dust, a massive, giant-like figure wavered, its form gradually coming into focus as it approached. Jacques. In Ai's beautiful golden eyes, astonishment flickered as she saw something that shouldn't have appeared here. The enemy standing directly before her wasn't from the Kali Familia. It was a massive woman over 2 meters tall, her entire body encased in armor. The armor she wore gleamed with a nauseating, eerie crimson sheen. Her arms, thicker than Ai's thighs, gripped 2 huge single-bladed battle axes that matched her size. A full suit of knight's armor, completely sealed from head to toe, with not even a gap at the joints. Even under the faint moonlight, the refined metallic luster of the armor made it clear that it was incredibly sturdy. With her adventurer's experience, Ai's could easily tell it was top-tier equipment. No, if she considered the person's identity, it had to be first-class adventurer-grade gear. Such luxurious equipment fit her body perfectly, clearly a custom-made set tailored precisely to her immense form. Either way, that armor had completely fused with its wearer. It was almost an extension of her body. Looking at the grotesquely fat, muscular, and burly figure before her, along with that unique ha-ha-ha laughter, Ai's was instantly reminded of a clumsy Eastern, clay doll she had once seen in an antique shop while searching for famous swords. Though the thought felt somewhat rude, she knew this person. In fact, she had encountered her more than once. The captain of the Ishtar Familia, the Androctonus, Phryne Jamel. And her level was LV 5. Since the captain of the Ishtar Familia herself had appeared here, it was now obvious who the other dark shadows attacking her companions must be. The Berbera. This realization filled Ai's with quiet anxiety. Dealing with the Kali Familia alone was already troublesome enough, but if a major faction from Orario like the Ishtar Familia was also involved, then there was no way she could spare any strength to rescue Lefia or locate Tyone and Tiona, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think I'd be exposed so soon. I thought I could stay hidden a bit longer. Looks like you've been missing me, huh? You recognized me even in full armor, must be because I'm just too beautiful, right? What a sin. But meeting here like this, you've fallen for my beauty again, haven't you, Sword Princess? Beautiful. Ai's tilted her head blankly, her mind flickering through memories, especially recalling Phryne's aesthetic standards. When she compared them to the woman standing before her, Phryne, she couldn't help but feel the contrast was staggering. But this was not the time to lose focus. Ai's delicate face grew stern, her eyes sharp with vigilance as she raised her sword, its tip leveled straight at her foe. Her voice was steady and cold. Ishtar Familia, why are you here in Melon Town? Were those violas you're doing? What exactly are you planning? Why are you working with the Kali Familia to attack us? At those words, Phryne let out a few booming laughs, then suddenly shifted her tone. With a thunderous step forward, she leaned in, her short neck stretching out. Behind her helmet, her fierce eyes glowed red, and even through the armor, Ai's could feel the monstrous Amazon's savage grin spreading wide. Chapter 247, Against a Group of Berbera Tilda. Behind her helmet, her fierce eyes glowed red, and even through the armor, Ai's could feel the monstrous Amazon's savage grin spreading wide. Ah, why attack you? Did you go crazy slaughtering monsters in the dungeon? Do we even need a reason to attack you low-key Familia people? Isn't it obviously natural to do so? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for blocking our way. Since you're in the way, then go die. Speaking of which, why was Phryne so obsessed with Ai's, even to the point of jealousy and hatred? That's another story. Ai's Wallenstein and the Phryne Jamel could be described as enemies. Of course, it was only Phryne who saw Ai's that way. Ai's herself didn't care in the slightest. Since Ai's became an adventurer at the age of 7, the two had clashed 3 times. The first time was when Ai's had just reached level 2, breaking the record for the fastest level up under the gaze of everyone. The second time was during an expedition, a skirmish between the two familias while raiding the dungeon. The third time was 3 years ago, when Eyes had just reached level 5. As for the results, those were the main reason, aside from beauty, that Phryne bore such a grudge against Eyes. It said that when a woman gets jealous, it's terrifying, especially when that woman has power. The first time, since Eyes was just newly level 2 and lacked experience, she nearly suffered a miserable defeat. It was thanks to Gareth, Reveria, and the others who intervened that the conflict was diffused. By their second fight, Eyes could already fight Phryne evenly. And by the third time, Eyes won completely. It was precisely because of this history that Phryne's hatred toward her became deeply ingrained. She simply could not accept the ironclad fact that someone could be even more beautiful than her, who prided herself on her unmatched beauty. All of Orario was abuzz with the rumor, stronger than her, more beautiful than her. She couldn't accept it, couldn't acknowledge how others compared them. She absolutely refused to admit it. She hated this girl who had risen like a new star, surpassing her in just a few short years, just as the goddess of beauty Ishtar hated Freya. The war between women is always irrational and intense. As for Phryne's mental changes over the years, Eyes was completely unaware, or rather, she simply didn't care. In Eyes' eyes, she never thought about being stronger than others because from the very beginning, her only goal was to keep getting stronger than she was yesterday. That was enough. Killing intent, hatred, anger, fury, all sorts of emotions twisted together on Phryne's so-called beautiful face as she removed her helmet, her bloodshot eyes the size of a calf's staring dead at the golden-haired girl. Driven by all those negative emotions, she moved. "Today, I'm going to kill you here, Sword Princess." Her faceplate flew off, crashing heavily to the ground. She raised her massive battle axes high, and with speed completely disproportionate to her size, she suddenly lunged toward Eyes. This speed, how could that be level 5? Using her agile body, Eyes dodged before the attack landed. Just like before, the ground shattered like broken planks, but that wasn't what caught Eyes' attention. The key point was, her opponent's stats felt completely wrong. She was supposed to be level 5, yet her attack could threaten Eyes, a level 6. There was a strange feeling, almost like when facing Phryne, but that was impossible. Phryne couldn't possibly have that kind of extraordinary stats. As an old rival, Eyes knew Phryne's capabilities inside out. She refused to believe that a mere level 5 could match her. Then, what was going on? Wait, those light particles. What are they? Realizing belatedly, Eyes twisted and spun gracefully to evade Phryne's relentless strikes. With her keen experience, she quickly noticed a faint layer of glowing particles covered the exposed skin on Phryne's body. It was something she had never seen before. Wait, could it be that powerful surge of magic from earlier? As that thought hit her, Eyes was suddenly caught off guard. Phryne seized the opening. Using her dual-wield advantage to the fullest, Phryne followed a missed swing with a second axe strike. Startled, Eyes tried to dodge but was too late. She could only use her level 6 strength to raise her sword, desperate, and block the attack. Hreek! What heavy power! Her beloved sword groaned. The terrifying force pressed down her spine, forcing Eyes to one knee. To be able to clash head-on with Eyes using just level 5 strength and speed, how could that be possible? Ha, die, just die already. Taking advantage of the close distance, Phryne spun her twin axes like a hurricane, raining blow after blow on Eyes without a single opening. Clang, 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 clang. The silver rapier and the heavy, rapidly swinging axes collided, creating countless sparks and a harsh metallic screech that tore through the night. Eyes, holding her slender sword, fended off the storm-like assault as best she could. With every clash, Eyes was forced back step by step, moving the battlefield constantly, trying to gain a more favorable position. Even though Eyes was fighting with all her strength, she could only fight Phryne to a draw. T/N, Eyes can easily defeat that toad, at least according to me. And that was after using her swordsmanship skills to divert much of the impact. While Eyes and Phryne were locked in their fierce battle, it was about the same time Phryne and Lefia's group crossed paths elsewhere. Soon, they encountered a group of Amazoness warriors wearing thin veils. Clatter! Both sides suddenly stopped on the smooth coastal path, facing each other warily. Did these Berbera really think that just by wearing veils, Fran wouldn't recognize them? How naive. "Leader, it's them, level 4, Nightweaver," one short-haired silver Amazon whispered cautiously to the woman in front. "Ah, I know. Weren't they saying that all the low-key Familia members coming to the port were women? What's this guy doing here then? Those intel guys are all useless, huh?" Behind the veil was a deeply annoyed expression, though her eyes glimmered with interest as she looked at Fran. "Hey boy, we've got 20 people here, so what are you planning to do?" In response, Fran didn't even bother raising his staff or short sword. Although they were Berbera, they were merely enthralled or perhaps compelled by their goddess, Ishtar. Killing them would be too cruel. "I'll just knock you all out. Yeah, that'll do." "You sure talk big, Nightweaver." "Go everyone." Chapter 248, Magic Not Working. "Go everyone." At the command, the other Berbera instantly moved. The distance between the two sides was only about 10 meters. For these first-class adventurers, that was basically the same as being face-to-face. In just a moment, the enemy was right in front of him. Whoosh, easily dodging the opponent's swinging longsword, Fran effortlessly countered with a punch so fast the naked eye couldn't even catch it. Ahi! The power of a level 5 adventurer was something these level 2 and level 3 Berbera simply couldn't withstand. With a single blow, the enemy doubled over, then shot backward as if yanked by a rubber band. Boom! In one strike, the leading enemy was sent crashing into a warehouse by the road. The intense charge came to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze, shaken by Fran's overwhelming strength. "You've got to be kidding. He took down a level 3 in one hit." "Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if he's level 5, we just have to stall him until Fran." Before Aisha could finish her words of encouragement, a shadow fell over her as something blocked the light ahead. Stiffly raising her head, what met her eyes was Fran's handsome, faintly smiling face. "You're Aisha Belka, right? If you withdraw on your own, that's better than me knocking you out, don't you think?" Her already tanned skin visibly flushed red, not from embarrassment, but from anger at being looked down on. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." "Huh?" Gripping her twin machetes tightly, Aisha's eyes widened as she swung with all her might, determined to cut him in half. "Good momentum, but limited strength. Fine then, I'll teach you a lesson today. When you're faced with an enemy you can't defeat, the best strategy is..." As he spoke, Fran's figure blurred like a ghost, suddenly appearing behind Aisha. He even had time to gently remove her veil. A tactical retreat. Whoosh, a powerful kick ripped through the air, sending the stunned Amazoness flying. This young lady has decent taste. The veil in his hand carried the unique, seductive scent of an Amazoness woman, though it wasn't Fran's type. "You bastard!" Aisha's true face was now revealed, her expression ugly with fury. "Big sis, he's too strong, should we?" Beside her, an Amazoness with a cracked shoulder whispered painfully. For them, level 2 and 3 adventurers, this opponent was utterly unbeatable. He was a top-tier level 5, and rumors said his abilities were so exceptional that he could challenge opponents above his level. To keep fighting was nothing short of suicide. But they had no choice. Remembering their goddess's command, even Aisha couldn't suppress a shiver. Turning her head, her tone became harsh. "We must fight to the end. Have you forgotten what will happen if we retreat?" The other Berberas, faces twisted with bitterness at her words. Meanwhile, watching from the side, Fran seemed thoughtful. They're still fighting even though they know they can't win. With Ishtar's personality, they've probably all been forced or enchanted. Thinking of Ishtar's ties to the Evelys, a shadow flashed across Fran's eyes. "Since it's come to this, I'll defeat you all that way. You'll have an excuse to give Ishtar." Clenching his fists, Fran's body blurred again as he began his one-sided assault like a predatory wolf. The clash of fists and bodies, the cracking ground, collapsing houses, and the screams all blended together, bringing the hopeless battle to its end. Cough, cough. Clutching her stomach, Aisha doubled over and knelt on the ground like a shrimp, forcing herself to look up at the man before her, her eyes full of grudging admiration. Hess, a kind-hearted adventurer, that's rare. With a dull thud, Fran knocked out the last of the Berbera and turned slightly under the moonlight. You're pitiful women. I'm no devil, I won't kill you over a small conflict. Besides, considering Ishtar's shameless nature, I'd better think carefully about what she's planning in this harbor town. Cough, cough, wiping blood from her lips, Aisha rasped in a hoarse voice that still carried her burning spirit. You're perceptive, little brother, so, what will you do next? Are you planning to oppose the Ishtar familia? Think carefully, this isn't a fight between you and me, but a full-scale war between two familias. Hearing the clash of swords and axes in the distance, Franz smiled faintly and began walking toward the sound, his back to her. War, Ishtar declaring war on the Loki familia. Heh, you're giving her too much credit. Who gave that goddess the courage to challenge us? She should sort out her rivalry with the other beauty goddess before trying to take on Loki's familia. In the end, Fran left Aisha with only his graceful, powerful back, exuding a confidence that no one could deny. It's now, do it. Using her overwhelming strength and furious storm of attacks, Fran drove Eyes into a dead end on the street in an instant. Then, under Eyes' confused gaze, she shouted something. What is she doing? Eyes thought blankly, puzzled. But her enemy gave her no time to think. Suddenly, a sharp, irritating noise invaded her ears, making her heart pound in agitation. What was that just now? Ha ha ha, Fran laughed wildly, swinging her battle axe as she closed the distance. You think I'll tell you, why don't you guess for yourself? Feeling victory within reach, the giant woman's face twisted into a grotesque grin. Seeing confusion on that beautiful face she envied so much filled her with delight. I don't have time to waste on you. My comrades are waiting for me to rescue them, so. With that, Eyes invoked her magic. Awaken Tempest. Strangely, Fran didn't take advantage of the moment to attack. Instead, she hoisted her axe and watched with interest. Magic, ha. Go ahead, Sword Princess, use your magic. Awaken Tempest. The second incantation was uttered, but the magic still didn't activate. Eyes' heart sank. Chapter 249. You think I need magic to deal with her. Eyes' heart sank. Her ominous premonition had come true. Magic has been sealed, could it be, a curse? Such a strange method couldn't possibly be magic, there was only one explanation. Ha, did you think we'd dare attack someone who's reached level 6 without a plan? This is our insurance. The operation seems to be going very well, haha. A curse, the complete opposite of magic. Compared to straightforward magic, curses were shrouded in mystery and unpredictability. While magic only required mental and magical power to activate, curses demanded a far greater price, such as sacrificing part of one's own attributes. Because of this, curses often produced effects far more terrifying than magic in battle. Even with abilities like magic resistance or abnormal status resistance, one was still powerless before a curse. Among known countermeasures, only a few exceptional individuals could resist curses. For example, the Sage's Reversal Veil, D. Saint's magic, and finally Fran's Reversal Veil, which he had copied from the Sage. Clearly, the curse affecting Eyes this time was a magic seal, a curse capable of sealing the target's magical ability. For someone like Fran, who had no magic to begin with, such a targeted curse was meaningless, completely harmless. But for Eyes, whose exceptional magic could even enhance all her attributes at once, the impact was devastating. From the situation, it was clear that the enemy had planned and prepared meticulously for this day. This was no spontaneous encounter. Eyes realized the enemy's intention almost instantly. Normally, her fighting style avoided using magic against human opponents, but today, that very habit had allowed their scheme to succeed, much to her frustration. Happy, aren't you? This curse wasn't even meant for your Loki familia, it was prepared for the king. But, to deal with you, this is more than enough. As for the other abnormal curses, we won't even need them. You'll serve perfectly as our little test subject before the final battle. Her already hideous face twisted even further, becoming almost monstrous. She paid no mind to Eyes' deepening expression as she continued to taunt. Just imagine using something like this on the Nine Hell, turning that arrogant elf into a powerless weakling. Ha ha ha, wouldn't that be adorable? Clang! A silver sword flashed, slashing toward the giant woman. But Ai's attack, weakened by the chaos and curse, was nothing more than a futile strike. The opponent blocked it easily with her massive axe. Oh, still some fight left in you, huh? Too bad it's all in vain. With that, she raised her giant axe high once more and brought it down toward Ai's. Clang! Driven into a corner and weakened by the curse, Ai's combat power was reduced to the limit. She could barely withstand the enemy's full-strength blow. But just then, the axe was stopped by a staff. A corner of a black cloak fluttered in the wind as a man stepped in. What? Phryne stared in disbelief at the man standing before the sword princess, then at the look of a small smile blooming across Ai's delicate face. Rage filled her. She wanted nothing more than to crush him into paste. Night Weavers! Her hysterical roar echoed, but seeing her swollen, twisted face, Phryne merely dug a pinky into his ear with disdain. Could you shut up, ugly bitch? That face of yours looks just like a pig at slaughter. Without moving his right arm, Phryne lifted his left leg slightly, then. Boom! Explosive power burst from his lower leg as he whipped it into her huge frame. With a bang, the impact sounded like a sonic boom, followed by Phryne's shrill scream. Ahhh. Whoosh, her massive body was sent flying at blinding speed, crashing into the warehouse wall with a deafening thud. After knocking her back, Phryne rested his staff and brushed his golden hair casually. Eyes, are you all right? Eyes shook her head silently, but her torn, tattered armor said otherwise. The battle had been far from easy. Seeing her like this only angered Phryne even more. Rage burned within him, though he forced himself to stay calm so Eyes wouldn't notice. I heard you were ambushed, so I rushed over. Finn and the others should be here soon. I already understand the situation. Leave this one to me. Go help Lefia and Tiona. All right, but be careful, she's strong. Phryne's expression didn't change at all. Don't worry, I've already got enough experience to level up. You think I need magic to deal with her? Humans aren't monsters, Phryne is no exception. Even though she's a giant woman, she's still human. The biggest difference between humans and monsters is the body itself, in which Phryne could boast that he was a complete stat monster. Then be careful. Given the urgency, Eyes didn't stay to talk with Phryne, whom she hadn't seen for a month. She quickly rushed toward the direction of the sea cave. Well then, let's see. How should I go about properly entertaining you? Tucking the staff under his arm, Phryne cracked his knuckles and tilted his head slightly, smiling faintly as Phryne rose from the rubble, seething with rage. Night Weaver. Don't shout at me like that. It only makes your weakness and fear more obvious. You bastard. With her limited vocabulary, that was all Phryne could muster before charging. Even that small provocation made her lose all reason. Her dark face, twisted with humiliation and fury, seemed to grow even darker. I'll kill you, ahhh. With a shriek like a screeching banshee, Phryne's massive, muscular body charged like a tank, twin axes raised high, straight toward the calm, composed Phryne. What's this? The captain of the Ishtar Familia, and all you can do in human combat is charge recklessly with brute strength and speed. Boom! With a light tap of his toe, Phryne's figure blurred, his movements fluid and precise as he slipped through space like a shadow. Each time, he dodged her attacks by the narrowest margin, effortlessly, as though it were all just a game. Chapter 250. What is the highest level of trash talk? Each time, he dodged her attacks by the narrowest margin, effortlessly, as though it were all just a game. That feeling of frustration when you're just about to land a hit, but end up striking empty air again, made Phryne want to cough up blood. Bastard, do you dare to face me head-on? What's the point of dodging around like some slippery eel? The enraged giantess cursed loudly. Perhaps because of her fury, even her usually steady breathing started to become disordered. What is the highest level of trash talk? It's when you don't even need words, just a look, a gesture, and you can make someone feel the crushing sense of collapse. At this moment, Phryne was completely being led by the nose by Phryne, like a puppet in his palm, toyed with at will. That's it, didn't you say you'd ascended with magic? You're supposedly level 6, right? And yet you can't handle me, a mere level 5, Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Or are you admitting you're just weak? Aga. Provoked once again, her obese body trembled uncontrollably, waves of fat rippling as her face turned a terrifying shade of black-red. Her eyes bulged with hatred, blood vessels straining until they looked ready to burst. She was like an anger balloon about to explode. Sensing that her mental state had collapsed, Fran flicked his thumb along the shaft of his staff, setting it spinning freely. Then, sidestepping her vertical slash, he counterthrust with speed invisible to the naked eye. Swift, sharp, precise, efficient, his clean, sudden counterattack landed before Fran's mind could even register it. PSSHT. The crystal glowing with violet light shimmered brilliantly as pain belatedly burst from her shoulder, freezing her in place. Impossible, one strike pierced through my first-level armor. Fran's lips curled upward. He tilted his head slightly, looking at her with disdain. Doesn't your Ishtar familia gather intelligence before launching attacks? Sorry to say, but aside from being a first-class adventurer, I'm also a blacksmith. Your gear is indeed fine craftsmanship, among high-grade items, even top-tier, but no matter how perfect an armor is, it always has weak points. Even seamless full plate isn't an exception. Allow me to educate you. The weak points of full armor lie at the joints. Ankles, knees, waist, shoulders, neck, elbows, wrists. As a first-class adventurer, you should know that, right? Or has your rage made you too stupid to think? As he spoke, Fran twisted the shaft of his weapon, driving the tip deeper into the wound. Raya, you bastard! Grimacing in pain, Fran gripped the shaft of Fran's staff tightly. Feeling the gust of wind rising from above, Fran let out a small laugh. Using his left hand on the staff as a pivot, he leaped lightly, spinning his body around. Riding that momentum, he stretched his legs straight and delivered 2 spinning kicks that tore through the air, striking directly at her helmet. Crack, crack. With the groan of metal, fissures spread across the armor, and as Fran screamed in horror, blood gushed from her nose. Ah, my face, you, how dare you damage my beauty, unforgivable. The toad went completely insane. Fran, who had barely done much and only countered a few times, had pushed her to this point. Compared to the life-and-death battles of his past journeys, this time it was Fran who was the stronger, and she the weaker. However, even while toying with her, he never relaxed his vigilance. Amazonas, when cornered, are the most terrifying, just like certain people he'd known. He didn't believe Fran could reach level 5 without having some trump card. Clang! Staff and twin axes clashed, sparks flying as the axe blades scraped against the wood. Though made from the branches of the sacred tree, the weapon's performance surpassed even that of refined metal. Even against the heavy armor of a level 6 adventurer, it was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. And with its Durandal attribute, it was Fran's most reliable weapon. As you wish, then I'll get serious. Putting away his mocking smile, Fran's expression grew calm and focused. At that moment, he returned to the state of a true first-class adventurer. Without giving Fran a chance to adapt to the sudden shift, in the blink of an eye, Fran's attack arrived. Charge! Staff in hand, Fran crouched low to dodge her sweeping axe and stepped straight into her defensive zone. Then, pouring all his strength into his right arm, he unleashed a storm of thrusts, each movement leaving countless afterimages. Cling, 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 cling. A level 5 and a level 6 combatant, this was a duel at the pinnacle of skill and power. In just an instant, the clash sent showers of sparks erupting like fireworks across the chaotic dock, so bright that even Alicia and the others fighting the violas could see them through the darkness. That's Fran, who could possibly be fighting him on equal footing. Their confusion was natural. After all, level 5 Fran ranked among the top fighters in all of Orario. So anyone capable of battling him must also be a formidable opponent, which astonished Alicia and the rest. Could it be the Freya familia has intervened? Impossible. If the Freya familia got involved, that would be an open declaration of war. My guess is it's the Kali familia. No way. With Fran's power, aside from the 2 Amazonas, Bach and Argana, the Kali familia shouldn't have anyone else that strong. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of an enemy capable of standing against Fran. After all, a level 5 was no roadside cabbage. While Fran grew serious in his fight, elsewhere at that same moment, Eyes was sprinting at full speed down the coastal avenue. Once she escaped the range of the curse, the magical perception she had been suppressing awakened again, turning her into a human radar. Following Tiona's aura, Eyes moved rapidly. "Hang on, Tiona. Heh, looks like we've won, little shorty." In the harbor town of Melon, inside a lavish mansion, two gods sat facing each other. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Chapter 251. Would an adult fight seriously against a child? In the harbor town of Melon, inside a lavish mansion, two gods sat facing each other. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Sitting cross-legged, one hand propping up her cheek, her head tilted with a comical smile on her face, was none other than the deity of the low-key familia, Loki. And seated across from her was a petite goddess whose height was comparable to Hestia's, though their figures were worlds apart and simply incomparable. This one was completely flat, though she herself would never admit it. She was adorned in a tribal outfit, teeth, flower garlands, and feathers from some unknown predatory bird stuck in her hat. On her face was always a bone mask, exuding a strong Amazoness style. She was none other than the goddess of the Telscura, Kali. For this nation, most of what was known came from a book, one that was also archived in the Loki Familia's library. Loki, who had always been interested in the customs and demi-human races across the continent, naturally found it an excellent read. The book was titled Chronicles of the Continent, and it recorded in detail everything about the Amazon warrior sanctuary, Telscura. For example, a familia-based nation, rituals held day and night without distinction, and the bloody battles with monsters and humans alike, an unbroken tradition that, to outsiders, appeared primitive and undeveloped. These original cultural traits, combined with the arrival of the goddess Kali, produced a kind of chemical reaction that had, in recent years, become increasingly brutal and, of course, increasingly strong. You could tell the nation's actual power from the fact that the Caliph sisters could reach level 6 each. But even so, Loki was not the least bit intimidated by Kali. Whether in terms of familia strength, status, or influence, Loki was far ahead of Kali. So even in her opponent's territory, surrounded by Kali's familia members, Loki brought only Reveria with her. That was confidence. It was precisely because of her appearance that this meeting became something else entirely. Don't get cocky. Tione and Tiona's ritual has already begun. Even if a man shows up, what can he do? Won't he just be held off by my subordinate? HMPH, this time the victory is ours. To this, Loki only gave a playful smile. The other didn't know, but how could she not? No matter how strong Loki was, facing the combined schemes of two familias already in motion, even she was powerless. But what if a certain person broke through at just the right time? That would be a completely different story. I'd love to see the look on this little runt's face when she flies into a rage. Let's see how arrogant you are in front of me then. What's going on? In the center of a massive lake, a ship floated, swaying with the sea breeze. By the magic stone lamps at the port town of Melon, one could see on the deck two tall, well-built, and feral Amazoness warriors fighting a battle to the death. Listening closely, fists and kicks intertwined, every strike tearing through the air, landing solidly on the opponent. If one were not an adventurer, whose endurance had reached rank A after leveling up, they would have already been slammed to the ground and pummeled in such a fierce close-quarters fight. The thundering, flesh-on-flesh intensity and the surge of primal desire from deep within their blood spurred Tione and Argana to fight even more viciously. So this is the skill you honed in the dungeon, huh? You're finally starting to look like something. With a twist of her waist, Argana flipped backward gracefully and landed steadily on the deck some distance away, flicking her braided hair, watching Tione with a half-smile. But don't you feel your fists getting weaker and weaker? Tione held her fighting stance, glaring warily at her opponent. She knew very well that in Telscura, any distraction could cost you your life, even more so against someone once your teacher, mentor, and guide. Every bloody lesson had told her that the other's entire being was a lie. But, as Argana directly spoke the doubt hidden in her heart, her expression flickered slightly. "Is this your doing?" Argana smiled seductively. "Do you think, back then, that weak little you was worth me going all out?" Narrowing her eyes, Thyone rapidly recalled everything between them. No matter how she challenged her, using every tactic, ambushes, traps, she had never gained even the slightest edge over this woman. The other had easily deflected her every ploy. Thinking back now, indeed, she had never once seen her opponent go all out. "You were holding back." "Ah, don't make me laugh, Thyone. Have you ever seen an adult fight seriously against a child? I was just toying with you." "Argana, watch your mouth or I'll tear it off." "Hee, do you even have the strength left to tear my mouth? Such a nasty personality." Though Thyone tried to stay calm, the weakness spreading through her body was being clearly transmitted to her brain through her nerves. Biting her lip hard, she glared at her opponent viciously. "Don't tell me you're like Bach and you also have magic." At these words, Argana raised an amused eyebrow, the corners of her mouth curling up. Like a child showing off a new toy to a friend, she was delighted. "Well, you're not wrong, but unlike that one, mine has a special property. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Kali calls this thing curse." As she spoke, Argana gently caressed her skin, flicked her braid, and tilted her head cutely. "This curse is called Kalima. You've been an adventurer in Orario for so long, you must have guessed a bit of its effect, right? That's right, so long as I drink the blood of someone with a blessing, my ability scores will keep rising. Conversely, the one I drink from will have their stats decrease, becoming weaker and weaker." As Argana explained, Thyone's face filled with dread. She'd seen curses before, but one designed specifically for duels, even single combat. This was the first time. And because curses were so secretive and unpredictable, they were often called first-sight killers. Now Thyone herself had fallen into such a trap. If she couldn't break free of Argana's suppressive curse, then as the fight dragged on, the gap in strength between them would only grow. Unless she stopped Argana from drinking her blood. But both of them were close-quarters fighters. How could that be possible? "Kali calls my curse blood absorption. Not only you, even in Telskira, only the goddess Kali and my sister know of it. Back when I fought you, I never once used this move." Chapter 252. Thyone, do I need to hide anything from you? "Kali calls my curse blood absorption. Not only you, even in Telskira, only the goddess Kali and my sister know of it. Back when I fought you, I never once used this move." Thyone finally understood why the pressure from Argana during battle kept growing heavier and heavier. So that was the reason. As long as she drank blood, she could become stronger. The opponent's curse made her think of a certain golden-haired young man among the Familia, and one of his skills. It was similar, a way to accumulate ability values through certain means. The only difference was that his method was gentler, he gained unknown knowledge, and it was a permanent increase in ability values. Getting stronger just by drinking blood, that's so unfair. Argana smiled charmingly. There are still plenty of limitations. The ability values gained from sucking blood aren't permanent. Once the curse is lifted, the effect disappears. And just a little bit of blood won't do anything. It has to be like when I bit your neck just now, a deep, thorough drink. TN, Argana can also drink blood before a fight and increase her strength. Why wait for during the fight? And in No, where is it mentioned that her ability is only temporary? Could she believe that nonsense? Thyone scoffed disdainfully, HMPH. Argana was a true warrior. As long as victory could be won, she would use any means necessary, even deceiving those closest to her. Still, Thyone felt a slight sense of relief. If Argana's curse could also permanently increase ability values through drinking blood, that would be terrifying indeed. After all, she had personally witnessed the rise of that monstrous man in her Familia. Since it's a curse, there must be a price to pay, right? What's the price you pay? Endurance. She hadn't expected Argana to say it so bluntly, leaving Thyone momentarily stunned. You actually said it straight out. Ha, who do you think I am? Performing a ritual with you, Thyone, do I need to hide anything? Even if you know my endurance is dropping, so what? We're both level 6. Your stats are decreasing while mine are rising. That gap will only grow wider as the battle goes on. Soon, I'll kill you. Endurance loss, that's just a matter of time. Apparently done talking, Argana rushed forward again without another word. She said she didn't care, but her urgent movements clearly showed. She did care about her endurance. If she didn't defeat Tyone within a certain time, she would be the one to lose. The peaceful harbor town, bustling by day and tranquil by night, was thrown into chaos tonight. All around the town, sounds of fighting echoed. Battles between adventurers and violas, and even adventurer against adventurer. It was chaos everywhere, like flowers blooming all at once. The scene shifted to the labyrinth city, Orario. Upon its towering and magnificent walls, the flag of a grinning clown fluttered in the night wind. A young Palom with a head of messy blonde hair leaned on his spear, his narrowed green eyes gazing southwest toward the harbor town. Even from 3,000 meters away, his superhuman vision could faintly make out the twinkling magic stone lights shimmering like stars across the rippling water. Finn, everyone's assembled. Good, listen up, everyone. They say our low-key familia is full of strong women and weak men, and that they've stolen all the spotlight. That won't do. We've got to show the world that us men aren't useless. And now, when they're in trouble and asking for our help, this is the perfect chance to prove ourselves. You understand? OHH. The men, long restless, roared with excitement. Their eyes burned with eagerness, they could hardly wait to charge forward. After all, showing off in front of women, that was an instinct embedded deep in a man's bones, just like a peacock spreading its tail. When the frail female members are in danger, the heroes descend from the sky and win the beauties' hearts. Wasn't that how fairy tales always went? These men, long poisoned by such stories, could no longer hold back their excitement. Seeing your enthusiasm, I won't say more. When you meet the enemy, don't hold back, move out. Warehouse, Melon Harbor Town. Bangs, bang, bang, bangs, bang. A rapid series of metallic clashes and heavy impacts resounded, as if something was being smashed back and forth. The once orderly rows of warehouses had collapsed one after another, reduced to rubble by the constant shock waves of battle. But the frenzied Fran paid no attention to his surroundings. For this fat female giant, it didn't matter who her opponent was, as long as someone stood before her. That figure, that face, that voice, that personality, all made her furious to the core. Under the faint glow of the moon and the dim magic stone lamps, two figures clashed fiercely among the ruins. The giant woman's armor was in tatters, her exposed body riddled with gaping wounds bleeding from her joints. Her ugly, ferocious face twisted in rage, bloodshot eyes wide as she roared and lunged at Fran. Compared to her near-defeated state, Fran's robe was spotless save for a little dust, not a single tear. Even an untrained eye could see the overwhelming difference between the two. Without even activating magical amplification, Fran's mastery of his staff and pure combat skill were more than enough. Even if his weapon's sharpness couldn't match hers, his absurdly high stats and refined anti-personnel techniques allowed him to crush her effortlessly. Against such a monster, all of Fran's years of battle experience and combat tactics were like scraps of paper, utterly useless before Fran. In the dim street, Fran's form blurred like a leopard, circling her with wave after wave of relentless attacks. His agile, nimble movements let him strike and retreat, only to lunge in again at full force. As the battle dragged on, his rhythm became smoother and more precise, making the bulky, brute force killer utterly helpless. Slash, another lightning-fast thrust tore off her shoulder armor, leaving a deep wound beneath. Bastard! Enraged by pain, Fran swung her heavy axe again, stepping forward to lock Fran within her attack range. Trying to use your size to pressure me? Heh! With a sneer of disdain, Fran no longer bothered to dodge. Chapter 253, Aisha looks like, that guy went easy on us. Trying to use your size to pressure me? Heh! With a sneer of disdain, Fran no longer bothered to dodge. Puh! The sweeping force abruptly stopped. That sudden shift from motion to stillness was so jarring it made her feel like coughing up blood. That axe strike was like hitting a steel plate, it wouldn't budge at all. And when she finally saw what had happened, her eyes widened so much it felt like they might tear apart. Impossible! Catching my weapon with your bare hands, what are you, a human or a monster? What she saw was, Fran extended one arm, wearing gloves made from the tough hide of a black Goliath, fingers pressed together as he caught the axe blade effortlessly, barehanded. Comparing their sizes and what had just happened, the sense of incongruity exploded. Even this battle-hardened Berbera's worldview nearly collapsed. Fran tilted his head slightly, looked sidelong at the ugly woman before him, and his mouth curled upward manically. Well, I'm not dodging now. What can you do about it, Frein Jamil? Shock, fear. For the first time, Frein felt what true terror meant. When she faced this enemy again, the oppressive aura radiating from him surged over her, fear rising from deep within her soul. The arrogance and madness inflated by sealing and enhancement magic, as if doused with ice, instantly cooled, leaving her body trembling. She turned her head slightly, glancing toward Orario's direction, then briefly sensed the presence of her comrades nearby. Fran knew the game time was almost over, but that suffocating, crushing pressure hadn't yet been released. Looking again at the so-called toad, who had been beaten down by him, Fran sneered coldly. Cough, cough. Not far away, the battle Berberas who had been knocked unconscious or heavily injured by Fran began to regain a faint sense of awareness. A mature Amazoness woman in a purple gauze outfit twitched her fingers first, then managed to move her whole hand. Barely propping herself up, she lifted her head to glance at her fallen sisters around her, bit her red lip, and glared hatefully toward the ruined warehouse district ahead. That bastard, well, guess I have good taste, didn't think he'd hit that hard. Cough, cough. Every bone in her body felt shattered, the pain stabbing through Aisha's nerves relentlessly. Even for an Amazoness warrior as strong as her, this pain was unbearable. As for the others with lower levels, there was no need to even mention it. Aisha, you're still alive. A young girl in an orange, dancer's outfit with two large golden hoop earrings crept toward Aisha, crouching beside her anxiously and shaking her. Damn it, Lena, stop shaking me, hiss. Ah, sorry, I didn't know you were hurt that bad. Forget me, wake the others up, we need to retreat. Wait, big sis, if we retreat after losing, Lady Ishtar won't forgive us. Bullshit, I'm this badly injured, what's she gonna say? A loss is a loss, now get moving. Okay. Clutching her stomach, Aisha barely stood on one knee, her purple eyes narrowing as she looked toward a certain direction, her expression complicated. Clatter. The golden glow around that body began to dim. The already bulky, fat face now looked even more swollen and grotesque. Not a single feature remained normal, everything was red and swollen, to the point it barely looked human anymore. Lying in the rubble, Frein's mouth bled as she glared with bulging, bloodshot eyes at the blonde youth standing over her. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer, ah. Clang! Fran's staff dragged along the ground, emitting a harsh metallic screech. The sparks it threw off only made the atmosphere colder and sharper. What's wrong? A few minutes ago you weren't saying that. Weren't you going to kill eyes here? Weren't you going to make me die in pain and despair? Why so scared all of a sudden? Doesn't match your looks at all. Standing over her, Fran looked down coldly, his expression unreadable. Ahahaha, that was just a joke. I was just kidding. You know how young people like to joke around, right? Especially a beauty like me, Tilda, don't you think my beauty surpasses even the sword princess? Fran's smile froze. Then, at lightning speed, he grabbed her armor and hoisted her up. At that moment, Fran's eyes were ice cold. Meeting his gaze, Frein felt as if she had fallen into the far northern lands, winter itself approaching. Hey, you just crossed the line. Smack. Fran swung his weapon, landing a brutal backhand. You actually hit my face. Why not use his hand? Too dirty. The staff, made from the branch of the sacred tree, possessed tremendous flexibility, and after being reforged by Fran's masterful blacksmithing, plus its Durandal attribute. That single strike warped Frein's face beyond recognition. Maybe look in a mirror sometime, see what you really look like. You think you're on par with eyes? You, worthy. Smack. Jaira. The sight left the now-awake Berberas, and Aisha utterly stunned. Was this really the same captain of their familia who ruled their familia with violence, beating anyone who disobeyed her? Since joining the familia, they had never seen Phryne in such a miserable state. For the first time, that man truly opened their eyes. And for the first time, they felt the overwhelming difference in power. A top-ranked adventurer of the city, even after being magically enhanced, was being crushed in a one-on-one battle. It shattered their understanding of reality. But the truth was right before them, and that strength. Aisha looks like, that guy went easy on us. One of the girls, helping her wounded companion stand, smiled bitterly as she looked toward the battlefield and spoke to Aisha. That man's damn arrogant in a fight, but I'll admit he's got restraint. Saying that, she glanced again at Phryne, bruised beyond recognition, still being smacked repeatedly by Fran's blows, her screams fading into unconsciousness, then turned toward the warehouse's shadowed corner and shouted. Chapter 254, The Golden-Haired Renard Tilda. Saying that, she glanced again at Phryne, bruised beyond recognition, still being smacked repeatedly by Fran's blows, her screams fading into unconsciousness, then turned toward the warehouse's shadowed corner and shouted. Let's go, Haruheim, our mission is complete. With these injuries, even if we failed, Lady Ishtar couldn't punish us, right? But, Miss Aisha, are your injuries really okay? Don't worry, do you think we're as frail as you? We're Berbera, you know. These little wounds hiss. A few days of rest and we'll be fine. Haruheim looked anxiously at her friend who had been taking care of her, then stared blankly at the young man's back on the battlefield. Without realizing it, ripples began to form in her heart. If it were him, would he save me? As if sensing her gaze, Fran's hand, mid-slap, paused slightly. He turned his head toward the darkness. Darkness could not obstruct the vision of a first-class adventurer, especially under the amplification of the reader. Their eyes met, his in the shadows, hers beneath her hood. Both showed subtle reactions. Phryne smiled faintly and winked. The golden-haired Renard's face instantly turned bright red, her whole body stiffening as if struck by lightning. Hey, Haruheim, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and follow, or we'll leave you here. Sorry, Miss Aisha, I'm coming. She jogged after the group, glancing back again and again. Seeing her reaction, Phryne understood the girl's feelings. So, the hero who saves her, huh? Too bad I'm no hero. But saving a girl doesn't necessarily need a hero, right? He loosened his grip and tossed the unconscious Phryne to the ground like a dead pig, then walked toward the beach, squatting down to wash his hands repeatedly. I'm not a clean freak, but just thinking about that woman makes me sick. Muttering under his breath, he scrubbed his hands furiously, as if afraid of being contaminated. Heh, so that's all Tilda. Loki's mischievous eyes slowly opened, her expression full of mockery and disdain toward the short war goddess. That expression again. Kali clenched her fists so tightly, she nearly exploded in rage. HMPH allies, huh? What allies? Knowing there was no saving the situation, Kali began to shift the blame. If it weren't for our allies being useless, would you have defeated the strongest warriors Telskira trained? Cut it out, strongest warrior. Have you looked at what a mess your country's become, and you've got the nerve to brag? This time it wasn't disdain, it was outright contempt. What, you prankster, what do you understand? Only through bloodshed, slaughter, and battle can true warriors be forged, mere Orario. Oh ho ho, mere Orario, you've got some nerve, shorty, heh, as expected. The creatures I hate most are you self-righteous gods. Who she was alluding to was unclear, but Loki's expression was obviously annoyed. Loki is Finn and the others here yet? Beside her stood her only guard, none other than Reveria, who had come with her to meet Kali. Yeah, they're on their way. But your so-called ally, the one even more shameless than that flirt Freya, their entire familia's already been wiped out by Phryne. Even without divine senses, the silence after the thunderous explosions and sounds of battle made it obvious. That was also why Kali didn't refute Loki's words. As a war goddess, who could be more aware of the battle's outcome than her. Even with all her prearranged tactics and splitting the battlefield into multiple fronts, defeat was inevitable. Gracefully accepting her defeat, the short goddess let out a sigh and spoke. This time, I've lost, HMPH, take your familia back. But don't get cocky, next time we meet, the outcome might be different. Heh, still putting on airs? Only one of our male members came, and he alone crushed your forces. You really think you'll stand a chance next time? Even you don't believe that. Loki, in high spirits, kept verbally crushing the little war goddess. And though the situation favored Loki, Kali could only glare through the gaps of her bone mask, her fury almost tangible. But Loki, being Loki, pretended not to notice and continued mocking her, fully displaying her mischievous divine nature. The decisive battle between Fran and Frein was over, meaning the enemy's formation had completely collapsed. Now, with Loki's side freed up, two top-tier adventurers, Fran and Eyes, rushed to support the remaining fronts. Eyes headed for the sea cave, where Tiona was battling Bok. Fran, meanwhile, turned toward another chaotic battlefield. And finally, at the floating arena on the lake. Fran, give me a hand. Calling out to the young man clearing monsters, the golden-haired Palom gripped his spear tightly, then shouted lowly and hurled it forward. Whoosh! The golden spear struck the ground in front of Argana, the surge of killing intent forcing her to stop and leap back, widening the distance between herself and Tione as she warily scanned her surroundings. How is that possible? We're on the sea. Harbinger of the end, the white snow. Blow with the wind before the twilight. Closing light, the freezing land. Blizzard, the 3 severe winters, my name is Alf. Win Fimblevetter. Winter was coming. A northern wind howled through the summer night, chilling to the bone, especially cruel for Amazonas warriors, both in adaptation and in their scant attire. 3 spiraling snowstorms illuminated the lake's surface, and in an instant, the vast magic froze the water solid. A bridge of ice stretched from the dock to the ship's deck before everyone's eyes. This scene was beyond Argana's comprehension. She stood frozen, dumbfounded. Huff, huff, Tione knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. She was badly injured, but far from death. The berserk skill had activated, forcibly extending her endurance in battle. And at last, reinforcements arrived. Under the moonlight, a small figure blurred, rushing forward faster than the eye could see, then lightly landed on the ship's deck. Chapter 255, unknowingly stumbled up in a big mess tilde. Under the moonlight, a small figure blurred, rushing forward faster than the eye could see, then lightly landed on the ship's deck. Nice work, Fran. Those were Finn's words to Fran as he leapt onto the ice path. Without even turning his head, he struck down the frantically thrashing violas behind him with a single blow. Fran smiled and shrugged. You're welcome, but don't blame me for not going to rescue Tione, all right. I think if it's you, Finn, doing the whole hero saving the damsel thing, Tione would be much happier. Finn gave a bitter smile, then departed. Elfie, gather everyone together, then head to meet up with Eyes. Just do a perimeter check and report back. Before he even finished speaking, the young man had turned into a blur. The staff in his hand glimmered with violet magical light, flashing like lightning. Arcs of purple light shot through the violas again and again. Then, suddenly, he stopped, steadied himself, and lowered his weapon. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, all the violas died without a sound, turning into dust. Compared to the first time he'd encountered this new type of monster, Fran now handled things with much greater composure and skill. It wasn't just because of his higher level and improved stats. Experience mattered too. So strong, Mr. Fran. Everyone who looked at Fran's cool, confident back wasn't merely admiring him anymore. It was genuine reverence for their familia's leader. Form up, we're moving out. Under Fran's command, the group swiftly advanced toward the area where their allies were concealed. As the chaos in the harbor town gradually came to an end, the port, nearly engulfed in disorder for the entire night, finally began to regain its calm. The rampaging monsters and the battling adventurers had brought great harm to both local and foreign merchants, even threatening Orario's reputation itself. Of course, dealing with all these messy aftermath tasks fell to the guild. After all, even though Melon Town wasn't within Orario's city limits, it was still under the administrative jurisdiction of the guild's headquarters. In fact, power within Melon Town was highly fragmented. the day-to-day port operations, ship traffic, and import-export inspections were all managed by the guild. Meanwhile, local governance was handled by a local familia. Because of these overlapping powers, the two sides often clashed. It was precisely because of this that the Evelis found loopholes to exploit, even using hidden routes through the area to smuggle and transport contraband, or worse, infiltrate the familias themselves. This matter was no longer just the concern of the low-key familia. It had become a conflict involving the city's internal power balance. By the time Fran and his team reached Loki's group, the battle was basically over. At the mouth of the sea cave, Loki stood with hands on her hips, grinning comically, though her squinting eyes betrayed her true exhaustion. A glance at the ground made it clear. Tiona lay there, and Reveria was already tending to her with healing magic. Fran, perfect timing, help heal Tiona, the poison's tricky. Seeing Fran arrive, Reveria quickly called out to him. Got it on it. Kneeling on one knee, he examined Tiona's body, her skin covered with violet patches of poison, and smiled faintly. Your former familia members didn't hold back on you, huh? Softly chanting the D Saintes healing spell, Fran treated her while joking. Hiss, she even came all the way to Orario just to fight me in some ritual. I think she's gone insane after staying too long in that country of hers. Your whole country's full of lunatics, isn't it? No, more like that war god of yours is the real lunatic, Loki suddenly interjected. Heck, that little. Let's see if she still dares show me attitude next time. Clearly, Loki was still holding a grudge against the goddess. Anyway, what's going on? Finn said you were supposed to be investigating the second monster transport exit under Melon, right? Loki and Reveria exchanged a glance. Loki rolled her eyes, Reveria sighed softly. This whole thing is a long story. After Reveria's detailed explanation, Fran finally understood. After their expedition, when Loki realized the creature's true objective, she began investigating the case of the dungeon's supposed second exit. However, due to the familia's massive debts, they couldn't afford another large-scale mission. So after discussion between the executives and Loki herself, they decided to split up. The male members were tasked with raising funds, through dungeon dives or guild commissions, Fran included. While earning money, they also collected rare materials they personally needed, leading to their later expedition into the Great Tree Labyrinth. Meanwhile, the female members, under Loki's command, took charge of searching for the suspected second dungeon exit. On the return journey from their expedition, Loki coordinated with the gods Hermes and Dionysus, each taking responsibility for one area. The two male gods handled the inner city, while Loki took the waterways around Orario. After all, confirmed intelligence suggested that monsters were being transported through Orario's vast underground waterway network. Thus, Loki led her female party to Orario's only seaport, the town of Melon. And that was where everything began. Loki probably never imagined that what she meddled in would end up being far more complicated than she expected. The enemies weren't just the creatures or remnants of the Evelis, but also powerful familias from outside the city and large ones within. Everyone knew that the Ishtar familia ruled the pleasure quarter and was one of the major powers of the underground world. In terms of influence and resources, they were a true titan, plus their members were incredibly strong. In the past, a coalition of 4 smaller familias had once challenged them, but in the end, all 4 gods had to quietly withdraw. Their familias had been crushed because they grossly underestimated Ishtar's true strength. They even tried to file a complaint with the guild, but the final investigation concluded that Ishtar familia had not concealed their levels. Eventually, those 4 familias were suppressed into decline and completely vanished. That alone showed the might of Ishtar familia. Yet, even a familia as powerful as that was secretly colluding with underground forces, something even Loki hadn't imagined. After hearing the full story, Fran could only sigh in disbelief. Seriously, the Ishtar familia could have just kept being the gray market overlords. They had it good. Why stir up this mess? He knew that their cooperation with the Kali familia wasn't about targeting the Loki familia. They just happened to stumble upon their operation by accident. Ishtar's real enemy was her eternal rival, another beauty goddess, Freya. This entire incident was, in the end, just one big misunderstanding. Chapter 256, Leffia Daydreaming Tilda. This entire incident was, in the end, just one big misunderstanding. All right, the glow of healing magic faded, and Franz stood up. Hee, I feel like your healing magic's gotten even stronger than during the expedition, Fran. Tiona, her injuries now healed, showed her innocent smile once again. She sprang up nimbly and kept looking up at the young man who was a head taller than her. Well, magic is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall back. Besides, practice makes perfect. You're saying weird things again. Is that something Reveria said? Sort of. Fran couldn't think of much to say, so he just rubbed his nose and changed the subject. All right, this vacation was a bust. When we get back, we'll have to drink properly to make it up to everyone. The moment the incident was resolved, Loki's true nature showed itself again. A drunkard. Oh right, Fran, you're probably eager to get your status updated by me, huh? Well, nothing urgent's going on lately, so I'm not in a rush. He wasn't in a hurry, but Loki certainly was. The goddess threw an arm around Fran's neck. Because of the height difference, she almost ended up hanging off him. That won't do. Once you level up, you'll be level 6, you know. Then our familia will have 8 level 6s. And don't you go saying you're a level 6 with special effects, okay? Within the familia, Fran's extraordinary abilities and his capacity to fight above his rank were no secret. So, whether it was Loki, Eyes, or Finn, they were all eager to see it happen. Once Fran reached level 6, with his magic and skills, he might even be able to stand toe-to-toe with the full-powered Braver. Because Loki was impatient to update Fran's status, the group returned to the home base right after gathering briefly in the port town. Even Loki's close friend, the god of fishing Njord, merely offered a short greeting before rushing off. That guy's still the same as ever. Watching Loki's familia leave, Njord gave a wry smile. Lord Njord, do you really have time to sigh over useless things right now? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with the guild headquarters punishment? It's worth mentioning that, in order to keep the harbor town's fishing going, Njord had secretly offered a forbidden gift. He had distributed the mysterious magic stone powder, gifted to him, by a stranger among the fishermen and their boats. As long as they carried it when they set out, they would be safe. In the lake were carnivorous flowers that instinctively craved the magic stone powder. Because they were so strong that they could kill other sea monsters, the three formed a delicate ecosystem and balance. Magic stone powder, right arrow carnivorous flowers, right arrow monsters. By using the powder to drive the flowers to protect them, the fishermen could safely go to sea. This was Njord's true intent. The idea was good, but the method had problems. As for how the guild would handle the matter, that was no concern of the Loki familia. In any case, while the seaside vacation had been cut short, they had at least caught their enemy's trail, and even dragged out 2 big fish, the Ishtar familia and the Kali familia. So basically, we just ran straight into their mess, Loki asked Fran with an exasperated look. And it wasn't just her. Finn, Reveria, and the others all wore awkward expressions. Fran spread his hands and shrugged. Well, it's just one big misunderstanding. The Ishtar familia teamed up with the Kali familia to go after the goddess Freya. We just happened to stumble upon the newly arrived Kali familia in Orario and spoiled their plans. And with Tione and Tiona's connection to them, it's not like the Caliph twins could just ignore it, right? Everyone looked at each other speechlessly. Damn it, we actually took a bullet for that love-struck fool. We better get something out of this. Loki fumed, feeling like she'd been taken advantage of. Well, I think even if the Ishtar familia has some trump card, they're probably still no match for that beauty goddess. That's not necessarily true. Whether god or mortal, carelessness always leads to disaster. As if recalling something, Loki narrowed her eyes and smirked meaningfully. Seeing her expression, everyone else wore a puzzled look. Walking along the road leading back to Orario, they looked to the horizon where the first pale light of dawn slowly emerged. The dark night faded as the morning glow spread, driving away the shadows. Stars and the crescent moon gradually vanished, replaced by a clear sky. The late summer morning breeze brushed against their cheeks, washing away the fatigue of a sleepless night of battle. Before long, the grand southern gate beneath the city walls appeared in view. Feels like we've been away forever. Eyes brushed aside a loose strand of golden hair and spoke softly beside Fran. We've just been through a lot. Once we're home, a good night's sleep will fix everything. Your adventure in the Great Tree Labyrinth, how was it? An adventure, huh? Recalling everything that happened half a month ago, Franz smiled silently. Then, under the teasing looks of everyone, he took I's small hand in his. It went well. In fact, I've been thinking of writing an adventure novel about what I saw and experienced outside the city. What do you think? I's blushed and tried to pull away, but Fran's grip was firm. In the end, she lowered her head, cheeks red, and mumbled softly. How about Fran Argon's Chronicles of the Continent? Perfect, that'll be the title. The two agreed instantly and smiled at each other. Geez, I was hoping to treat myself to some barbecue when we got back, but now I'm stuffed full of dog food already. Thyone grumbled sourly, though her eyes were fixed on Finn's back. Hee, big sis, you could always go for Finn yourself. We Amazonas are supposed to be proactive. As expected of my sister, that's a great idea. Meanwhile, Lefia, who had been feeling down for holding everyone back, was now thoroughly irritated by Fran and I's display of affection. In her mind's eye, a whole imaginary scene played out where she was beating up her rival. And no way, I can't let that jerk keep monopolizing Miss I's. I need to get stronger. Then I'll rescue her from his evil clutches. Yes, that's it. Lefia, stop standing at the gate, you're blocking the others. Riveria halted and scolded the daydreaming elf. Looking around, she realized she really was standing right in the middle of the gate. Sorry. Chapter 257. Level up, reach level 6 tilde. Sorry. 3 kilometers, not long, not short, as they walked, the familia members chatted about what they had seen and heard over the week, and soon they returned to the main camp. Seeing the Twilight Manor, which stood out uniquely among all the others, the girls, exhausted both physically and mentally after a series of events, cheered loudly and ran inside ahead of the men. Riveria, you and Finn organize a detailed report and send it to the guild. I'm sure Aranos will be very interested. All right, by the way, I haven't seen Gareth, and Bite, Raoul, and the others too. That had been bothering Riveria for a while. Since not all team members were present, she had assumed Finn left them at the main camp to stand guard, but since they still hadn't shown up, that meant they must have gone to take care of something else. Gareth and the others, we found a few smuggling routes connected to the underground waterways nearby, so they went to destroy them. Smuggling routes, huh? Riveria nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fran was being dragged by Loki and pushed by Eyes into the divine chamber, looking like a duck forced onto the rack. The purpose of the divine chamber was, of course, only one, to update the status. Come to think of it, once the expedition ends, Fran can finally level up. He's already at the limit. It's been over a month, I can't wait anymore. You can't be the real Loki, what's with that weird tone? All right, no more jokes. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Then, under Eyes' golden gaze, Fran twitched at the corner of his mouth, took off his shirt, and sat down properly. Loki pricked her finger and skillfully drew a bloodline on Fran's back. Then all his stats appeared. Suddenly opening her divine eyes, Loki's laughter, ha, echoed through every corner of Twilight Manor. Fran LV6. Fran LV6. LV6. Yale. The echoes of celebration resounded through the rooms, halls, and courtyard. The girls who were about to take a bath all stopped what they were doing, their eyes lighting up with surprise and delight. Alicia, holding her clothes in front of her, looked around in astonishment. Lefia clenched her necktie tightly, her delicate face full of embarrassment. Thyone smacked her lips, and Tiona raised her arms in triumph. Finn and Riveria exchanged glances, eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Each member reacted differently, but they all shared one thing: genuine happiness and pride. The low-key familia, had just gained its 8th level 6 adventurer. Inside the divine chamber, Loki was dancing wildly, completely forgetting about Fran's status still floating midair. Eyes folded her arms, her usually expressionless face now showing joy, her beautiful eyes reflecting only Fran's calm smile. Congratulations, you finally reached level 6 too. It only took you 2 years to catch up with us. Meeting the girl's eyes, Fran blinked. Thank you, every time I level up it feels surreal, but this time, I truly stand at the peak of Orario. Loki, you haven't finished updating Fran's status yet. Towards Loki, Ai's tenderness vanished, replaced by cold, serious reprimand. Sorry, I just got a little excited, hahaha. The 8th level 6, the 8th one. This time, my Loki familia really deserves the title of the strongest. Sitting cross-legged, Loki finished updating Fran's status and copied it down. As usual, it was written in hieroglyphs. Apparently, only Reveria and Eyes received that privilege besides Fran. Name, Fran Argon. Title, Weaver of Night. Level, LV, 5 right arrow LV 6. Stats, Strength, SSS 1999 right arrow I0, Endurance, SSS 1999 I0 Dexterity, SSS 1999 right arrow I0 Agility, SSS 1999 right arrow I0 Magic, SSS 1999 right arrow I0. Development abilities. Mystery F, Smithing E, Mage D, Healing E, Escape F, Abnormal Resistance E, Spearman G, Shatter G, Recovery I, Harmony I. T/N. Here, it was updated from Magic Conduit to Magecraft, but I think the correct one is Mage DA. Magic, Surtur. Enchantment Magic, Destruction Attribute. Chant Face Your End, Ragnarok. Skills. Reader. Greatly strengthens mental power. Doubled effect at night. Immune to mental pollution. Scholar. Can select 2 development abilities per level up. Can learn magic without magic slot restrictions. Greatly enhances the power of magic swords and magic tools. Doubles magic power, range and scope. Infinite super magic. Strengthens mind through accumulated knowledge. Strengthens magic through accumulated knowledge. Synchronizes magic power to amplify all attributes. Current accumulation, 23.1%. Magic Dominator. Instant casting. Superior attribute enhancement. Superior magic enhancement. Consumes large amounts of mind, mana, and stamina. Thinker. Enters full concentration under adversity. Automatically exits focus after adversity ends. Special techniques. Flame of Surtur Surtology. The data on the status sheet was clear at a glance. First, Fran successfully leveled up from LV 5 to LV 6. As usual, all attributes were reset to 0, converting into his foundation and restarting from the beginning. Next, his development abilities improved: Mystery, Mage, Healing, Abnormal Resistance, Escape, Spearman, and Shatter each rose by 1 rank. The most impressive improvement was Magic Conduit, which reached a realm unheard of. To think even the city's top mages, Mage, was only rank E yet in just 2 short years, Fran had surpassed Reveria. Once he digests this level up, he might even contend for the title of the strongest mage in Orario. Of course, with his modest nature, he wouldn't seek it out himself, but as the saying goes, gold will shine wherever it is. Even if he doesn't fight for recognition, others will acknowledge it. In addition to the level increase, the passive effect of his scholar skill activated again, granting him 2 new development abilities: Harmony and Recovery. Recovery needed no explanation. It was one Fran had wanted since LV 4, but at that time, since he was offered the rare escape ability available only at LV 4, she had chosen that instead. Chapter 258. New Developmental Abilities and Skills tilde. Recovery needed no explanation. It was one Fran had wanted since LV 4, but at that time, since he was offered the rare escape ability available only at LV 4, she had chosen that instead. Harmony. This ability needs no further explanation. It was the 3rd subprofession development path chosen by Fran. With blacksmithing and mystery already reaching considerable heights, without major opportunities or long periods of accumulation, it was difficult for him to make any further progress. Without significant progress, naturally, he could no longer gain new knowledge, something extremely disadvantageous for Fran. As someone who could convert unknown knowledge into ability points after reaching LV6, if he wanted to keep leveling up at the same pace, he needed to open up another professional path. Thus, pharmacist entered his sights. Harmony not only enhanced potion mixing abilities, but also boosted the effects of certain tools and magical items. For instance, the material he collected from the northern volcano range, volcanic flour, required harmonization during refinement. His level, attributes, and developmental abilities had all improved to varying degrees, yet the only magic recorded on his status panel was still the lonely Surtur. However, Fran didn't care about magic. He shifted his gaze toward the skills column. The originally 4 skills list now had one more. Thinker. Enter a state of full concentration in adversity. Automatically exit concentration when adversity ends. The skill name still carried Fran's distinct personal style. And the effect was just as direct, no fancy embellishment, simple and straightforward. When in adversity, he would enter a focus state. When out of it, the state would automatically end. Although, like Magic Dominator, it could only activate under specific conditions, the difference was that Thinker was passive. Moreover, the judgment of what counted as adversity was rather subtle. Someone lost in contemplation, with countless thoughts swirling in their mind. Ha, another life-saving skill. Loki smiled and patted him on the shoulder. In normal situations, you're already strong enough, so a skill like this is perfect for you. Fran understood as well, even without invoking his terrifying magic. His extraordinary attributes alone were enough to make people of the same level shy away from fighting him. In one-on-one combat, Fran was invincible. That much was already recognized within the Familia. But battles were never pure duels. They involved countless strategies and schemes. Before the word victory, any conspiracy was only meaningful if it led to success. Well then, Loki, we'll be heading out first. Damn brat, stealing eyes away from me. Why don't you stay out a few more days instead of coming back so soon? Scratching his head awkwardly, Fran quickly pulled eyes away. He didn't want to get drowned in Loki's endless complaints. The two walked side by side onto the sky corridor. One leaned against the railing, gazing at the gradually awakening city of Orario, while the other stood quietly beside him, her golden hair gleaming softly. Knowing that Eyes wasn't good at conversation or expressing emotion, Fran took the initiative to start talking. So, how have you been lately? Anything fun happen? Lately? Eyes tilted her head cutely, her eyes blinking as if she were trying hard to recall. Well, I heard the Apollo Familia has been pretty active recently, kind of noisy. Apollo Familia, that damn pervert's at it again. Well, that was typical. With the god's tendency to fall in love with anyone he met, it was no surprise he'd stir up trouble again, especially now that another adventurer had reached LV2 in just over a month. Back when Fran rose to prominence, Apollo had also tried to provoke them, but Loki had crushed him thoroughly, even breaking his family jewels. Twice, in fact. Compared to Fran, Bel Cranel wasn't nearly as lucky. After all, the Hestia Familia was still weak, and their goddess wasn't particularly assertive. They couldn't stand toe-to-toe with Apollo's faction. But that was the key. The Loki Familia was one of Orario's top-tier groups, while the Hestia Familia currently had only Bel Cranel as its sole member, right? Well, there's a saying from the Far East, when the cart reaches the mountain, there'll be a road. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will find a path by itself. Let's just wait and see. He said it casually to Eyes, but inwardly he was grumbling. With Freya backing Bel from behind, if Apollo dares to mess around, he'll basically be picking a fight with the entire city. Thinking of that beautiful goddess residing atop the alabaster tower, Fran shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, he was a transmigrator. His jumbled mass of worldly knowledge made his soul appear ordinary enough. When talking with someone one likes, that sense of ease can make a person lose all track of time. Enjoying the long-missed feeling of relaxation, Fran and Eyes ended up chatting for 2 hours without noticing. Their eyes were only on each other, oblivious even to the familia members passing by and glancing curiously at them. No doubt, their closeness would soon spread throughout the familia like wildfire. "Hey now, you young folks, could you spare a thought for us old-timers? I just got home from work, and the first thing I see is you two flirting here." That bold voice came from one end of the corridor. Within the familia, the only one who could speak to them like that was none other than the dwarf, Gareth. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt, both turning curiously toward the old man trudging over with his axe. "You just got back. HMPH, a bunch of youngsters made me run errands for them, no respect for their elders." Under his glare, Fran immediately felt guilty. He hadn't forgotten. The errand Gareth just returned from was originally his responsibility, one he'd quietly dodged. With his capabilities, the task should have fallen to him, not the old dwarf. "Hess, don't be mad, old man. Anger's bad for your health. Tell you what, I've still got a bottle of genuine Soma divine wine in my workshop. I'll gift it to you. Let's call it even, yeah." For dwarves, 2 things mattered most in life. First ore. Second, alcohol. Especially for old Gareth. He might seem calm and stoic most of the time, but the man hid his love for drink well. "Huh, at least you know your place, kid." Stroking his thick beard, Gareth laughed heartily as he walked away. Watching Fran bowing obsequiously and Gareth laughing boisterously, Eyes tilted her head again, her eyes full of question marks as she stared at the man, completely puzzled. Chapter 259, The Enemy's Actual Purpose. Watching Fran bowing obsequiously and Gareth laughing boisterously, Eyes tilted her head again, her eyes full of question marks as she stared at the man, completely puzzled. Don't ask about that. Eyes, in the village I came from, this is called respecting the elderly and caring for the young, never forgetting guests and travelers. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young, never forgetting guests and travelers. Eyes murmured the phrase, finding it awkward and strange to pronounce. But for some reason, an indescribable feeling told her it wasn't something harmful to her. And since it was something Fran had taught her, her complete trust in him made the girl nod solemnly. After this brief interlude, the two chatted for a bit longer, then parted ways. Eyes, who had just returned, needed to take a shower and get a good night's sleep to relieve her exhaustion. Returning to his own room, Fran picked up the pile of equipment and weapons in the corner and went straight into the workshop. An increase in level represented a full enhancement of combat power. During this period of battles, he had accumulated quite a lot of experience and inspiration, and taking advantage of this chance to level up, he planned to further refine his craft. Inside the magical workshop, all 4 walls were sealed, with only a single entrance and exit, a place completely isolated from the outside world. What he didn't know was that the incident involving the low-key familia in the harbor town of Melon had caused quite a stir among the upper ranks of the guild. After a brief discussion, they immediately issued a public announcement. The announcement stated, "The cause of the battle and violent conflict between the harbor town of Melon and the Loki familia was the Kali familia." There was no mention of the Ishtar familia, pushing all the blame entirely onto the Kali familia. Ultimately, the guild's upper management decided to take internal disciplinary action against certain responsible divisions and branches. As for the newly sighted violas, which many people had witnessed, they explained it away as a coincidence. It just happened to appear and rampage at that time. However, the common folk who had experienced the monster Furia grew suspicious. From Fran's battle with the violas in the underground sewers, where his magic almost broke through the ground causing tremors, to Eyes, the twin sisters, Lefia, and others fighting the same monster in Daedalus Street. Everything seemed interconnected by invisible threads. The more intelligent familia gods had already gathered in taverns to discuss the matter. Especially those familias that had been caught up in the vortex. Hermes' familia, residence. Inside Hermes' office, things appeared a little messy. From the slightly yellowed old map of the continent to the creaky wooden floorboards, everything was filled with a sense of age. The solid wood desk, worn by time, had one corner stacked with books recording the customs and stories of the continent. A quill rested in an ink bottle, tiny ink spots dotting the parchment. But the handsome god had no mood to care about such trivialities. Holding the newly issued guild announcement in both hands, his brows furrowed deeply. The violas appeared in Melon by coincidence. What do you think, Esfitilda? The short-haired girl with water-blue hair calmly adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses, her intelligent eyes seeming to pierce through the truth as she replied steadily. I think there are some inconvenient truths the public mustn't know. Revealing them would be unfavorable to Orario, so the guild likely handled it this way for stability. However, it's also possible someone interfered, tampered with the situation. Hermes's fingers rhythmically tapped the desk as he leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, squinting toward the window. Hiding part of the truth, huh? Then, besides the Ishtar familia we know about from the intelligence reports, could there be other major familias in Orario involved? Don't tell me it's Loki up to her tricks again. The image of a certain old friend flashed through his mind, and Hermes gave a bitter smile. In truth, his guesses were almost entirely correct, nearly at the truth. Even within the Loki familia, not even the executives knew that after helping Fran achieve sublimation, Loki had gone alone to the guild headquarters' underground prayer chamber to personally speak with Oranos. The subsequent chain of events was born from that encounter. The truth behind the Viola's incident involved the god Njord. The guild wanted to punish Njord, but they couldn't ignore the other culprit, and that's where things got complicated. Since the Njord familia wasn't an exploration-type familia, where did they get such a large amount of magic stones to produce the powdered magic stone dust used to control the Violas? That, of course, led to the local branch of the Adventurers Guild. The harbor town of Melon was actually under dual control, half managed by the guild's branch. Fishing, aside from import and export, was the town's lifeline industry. Ever since they began using powdered magic stones, the death rate among fishermen during expeditions had dropped dramatically, causing the fishing industry to flourish year after year. The sea's common safety were thanks to this magic stone powder. But if the supply were cut off, the consequences would be obvious. It would endanger not only profits, but also the sailors' lives. Thus, Njord Familia and the guild branch's executives struck a deal. You guarantee the prosperity of the fishing industry and sailors' safety, and I secretly profit from smuggling. This partnership had lasted for many years. Now that the matter had been exposed, those involved included Njord, a commerce-oriented god comparable to Demeter, and, of course, the guild's local management. Whether it was the Violas, the god Njord, or the complicity of the guild officials and current town mayor. And most damning of all, guild officials had taken the chance to profit from smuggling, an absolute taboo for the guild. If the full truth were made public, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Setting aside Orario itself, the harbor town of Melon would be utterly destroyed, its foundations wiped out overnight, and other hidden forces would certainly exploit the chaos, turning against Orario en masse. T/N, right, if you expose the guild's dirty secrets, the town will be wiped out overnight. Ha 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 ha. Such an outcome would bring countless accusations upon the guild, destabilizing the city's very operations, something neither the guild nor Loki wished to see. Thus, after negotiation, they decided to pin all the blame on the outsider Kali Familia, thereby minimizing the fallout. Through Loki and Orano's mediation, this conclusion satisfied both sides. Although both Loki's care for her friend and the guild's desire to contain the damage led to a mutually acceptable result, one unavoidable issue remained before them. What exactly was the enemy's purpose in orchestrating all of this? Chapter 260, All Forces Begin to Move tilde. What exactly was the enemy's purpose in orchestrating all of this? In the main hall of the Twilight Manor, the headquarters of the Loki Familia, Loki, Finn, Reveria, and Gareth were gathered, some sitting, some standing, some leaning against the wall, each in their own posture as they discussed the matter at hand. Finn licked his thumb, his emerald eyes gleaming with wisdom. Loki, if we continue to analyze this from our side and the guild's perspective, What do you think will happen if we dig deeper into this matter? Taking a sip of her honey wine, Loki gazed out the window through her glass, her red divine eyes shimmering. The chaos in Melon, the division of power, and the operational patterns of the guild, the enemy has already figured all of it out. Finn gave a meaningful smile. The guild's weaknesses have been carefully unraveled by someone in the shadows, and this incident was used to expose them. It seems that through this, the other side is trying to send a message to the guild. Riveria lifted her head slightly, her brows furrowed. They're warning the guild's upper ranks that our fates are intertwined. It's as if they're saying, you can investigate us as you like, but in the end, both sides will perish together. Is that what you mean? With a bang, Gareth smacked the armrest. How arrogant, are they trying to provoke the guild? I don't know if it's provocation, Finn replied, but one thing's clear, the enemy struck right at the guild's soft spot. Even if we wanted to help, there's nothing we could do. Hech, let the guild deal with that mess, Loki said lazily. We're not the ones managing Orario. Our only goal is to kill those annoying bastards, that's enough. Hearing Loki say this, Finn and the others fell silent. By the way, Loki continued, why hasn't the guild done anything about the Ishtar Familia's secret activities? Loki clicked her tongue disdainfully. What else could they do? Once bitten, twice shy. They got burned last time, so now they're afraid of being bitten back. Don't underestimate Ishtar just because she's a bitch, she's got plenty of tricks up her sleeve. What vulgar words? Finn and the others exchanged bitter smiles. Thinking back, our understanding of the relationship between the Ishtar Familia and those violas might have been completely wrong. What do you mean? You're saying those violas weren't brought in through connections between the Ishtar Familia and the underground? There's another possibility. Those violas are the result of Ishtar Familia's and the underground's own creation. They used an even greater chaos to conceal their actions. Using greater chaos to hide chaos, the same method as the monsterphilia. So, the mastermind behind all this is the same person. There was no need to think further. The one who plotted this incident was Ishtar Familia's collaborator, Neo. Still, I have a feeling that using the violas to delay us isn't their only goal. I don't know what else they're planning, but my thumb tells me I'm not wrong. What's their real objective? What is that woman Ishtar trying to do? While the higher-ups of the Loki Familia were analyzing the hidden meanings and motives behind the incident, the very person they were discussing, the goddess Ishtar, wore a seductive smile, strolling leisurely through her domain as if nothing had happened. Behind her followed a male, a loyal servant of the goddess of beauty, or rather, her male pet. That useless collie, wasting such a good opportunity, and the Loki Familia, how annoying. As they walked, they twisted and turned through the deserted alleys of the pleasure district in the southern area, eventually reaching the southeastern quarter. After confirming their direction, the two figures disappeared again. If Finn were here, he would recognize that the path's end led directly to the entrance of Daedalus Street's underground waterways. Meanwhile, in the southwestern district of Orario, in the towering castle of the Folkvanger, at the topmost chamber, the goddess of beauty Freya held the guild's report in one hand. Her lips curved into an alluring smile, and her amethyst eyes sparkled with curiosity and amusement. So, Ishtar is up to her tricks again in secret, targeting Loki? I don't quite think so. What do you think, Otter? Her loyal servant stood beside the door, bowing respectfully. Lady Freya, I believe. The Loki Familia merely stumbled upon Ishtar Familia's scheme, which caused the conflict. My conclusion is that Ishtar Familia's real target is not the Loki Familia, but rather us, isn't it? Every movement of the goddess radiated elegance and grace. She placed her feet softly on the floor and rose, walking to the window to gaze dreamily at the night sky. I can overlook Ishtar's little games in the dark, but if she gets too naughty, that won't do. Otter's towering figure, over 2 meters tall, stood silently in the corner, eyes lowered, faithfully performing his duty. Unless the goddess addressed him, he became as invisible as air, but when she needed him, he would even offer his life without hesitation. Otter, have Alan investigate whether there's been anything unusual in the pleasure district lately. Make sure he keeps a close watch. Yes, Lady Freya, I shall see to it immediately. Hee, Alan. I bet he'll grumble the moment he hears about this assignment. Recalling the gray-haired cat known as the chariot of the goddess, Freya covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The incident in Melon had sent ripples throughout the great labyrinth city of Orario. Whether it was Loki, the guild, or Hermes, anyone caught in this vortex could sense the coming storm. The underground powers, long hidden in the shadows, were beginning to stir once more. From the new species on the 50th floor to the violas at the Monsterphilia, the monster invasion on the 18th floor's Riviera, the corrupted spirits clone on the 59th floor, and the street battles in the harbor town, piece by piece, the intelligence connected into a single clear line, finally surfacing. Ishtar Familia and Kali Familia. The unknown Neo. The remnants of the Evelus. The clone of the corrupted spirit. A colossal force hidden in the darkness was now beginning to stir. And on the chessboard that would decide the fate of this great labyrinth city, the first to make a move, driven by jealousy and desire, was none other than the goddess of the Ishtar Familia, Ishtar herself. Chapter 261, Who Doesn't Want a Few Trump Cards? And on the chessboard that would decide the fate of this great labyrinth city, the first to make a move, driven by jealousy and desire, was none other than the goddess of the Ishtar Familia, Ishtar herself. In the dim, damp, and utterly lightless passageway filled with the stench of decay, the male attendant faithfully held up a portable magic stone lamp for the only goddess he adored. The goddess's long purple hair swayed behind her with each step. Taking a drag from her smoking pipe, Ishtar exhaled a smoke ring with clear displeasure. I thought they might be of some use, but in the end, she was easily taken care of by Loki's Familia. However, as if remembering what she was about to see, she suddenly smiled, her steps becoming lighter. Before long, a light appeared ahead, the end of the passage. It was a massive room resembling a dungeon, its length, width, and height enough to form a grand underground hall. Since that one was so useless, I'll just use this one next. Within the vast chamber, built of neatly stacked stone blocks, stood a number of hooded figures. Hearing the goddess's words, they nodded slightly and led Ishtar to a terrace-like structure overlooking the space below. In this vast area, there was only one object that could truly be called a thing. It was restrained in the center of the room by specially made steel chains, sleeping deeply. Admiring its form, Ishtar's bewitching smile grew ever more dangerous. In stark contrast to her reaction, her attendant began to tremble the moment he saw the creature. Glancing at the terrifying being, then at the goddess, he stammered, his voice shaking. This is the bull of heaven, right, Lady Ishtar?" The goddess narrowed her amethyst-like eyes, her crimson lips curling, not in denial nor affirmation. Before the two of them lay a gigantic bull monster. It was truly a massive creature, over 5 meters tall and more than 8 meters long. Even curled up in restraint, it was a colossal beast. From above, one could see its head adorned with twisted, magnificent, and immensely dangerous horns. Horns that could only be described as calamitous. Its strong, muscular body radiated power. Even from a distance, the oppressive aura it emitted was terrifying. Strong, unbelievably strong. Even the level 4 attendant was trembling just facing it. And that wasn't all. On the bull's head stood something, an entity. It wore a seductive yet twisted smile as it continuously crunch, devoured heaps of purple magic stones. Shu, as if sensing the gaze upon it, her grotesque eyeball twitched and turned toward them. A chilling terror swept through the man, as though he had been stared at by something unimaginably dreadful. The attendant shuddered violently. Haha, excellent. With this trump card, neither that nuisance Loki nor that hateful woman will stand in my way. They'll all fall before me. I am the strongest and most beautiful goddess in Orario. A day and a night passed peacefully. Whatever was happening outside had nothing to do with Fran, who was completely immersed in the world of blacksmithing. Clang, clang, clang. The repeated hammer strikes on the staff restored its dulled, worn surface to a gleaming brilliance. After sharpening the tip, Fran began replacing the old magic stone core. Unlike the prefabricated ones he used before, this new large spherical magic stone was his own creation. T/N, can a magic stone be created? The materials came from beyond the city, from the northern volcanic regions, volcano flowers, mixed with special deep-layer minerals called mystic crystals. The new craftsmanship, fused with the staff, greatly enhanced its magical endurance and power output. Turning the renewed scholar's argon in his hands, he muttered softly, "The magic output is now adjusted to my limit. My overall combat power has risen significantly. Now I just need to adapt to this strength." The new magic certology had first appeared when Fran reached level 5. At level 6, it finally displayed its true form. Its essence, destruction itself, had nearly blown apart the garden during his first test. After that experience, he dared not use it casually again, especially for fear of devastating his surroundings. Not only his main weapon, but also his sub-weapon, short sword number 6, had been reforged and strengthened to match his current abilities. With both weapons reforged, his armor naturally wasn't neglected either. From the black Goliath hide dropped when he defeated the black Goliath, Fran had crafted a full set of midnight favi after several upgrades. He still had plenty of material left. This time, the armor optimization again used that material, but with a twist. He engraved numerous new runes inside the armor, using mithril as fuel, granting mysterious powers to enhance its performance. The most significant improvement was in magical resistance. The black Goliath hide had exceptional resistance to physical and special attacks, but almost none against magic or curses. That was its only weakness. Now, armed with new knowledge, Fran had improved the design to make up for those weaknesses. Not bad. This set of equipment is my greatest masterpiece yet. Scholar's Argon IV, 4th generation staff. Short sword number 6, 6th generation. Midnight Favi, 5th generation armor. Together with various magical tools stored in his satchel, Fran's combat power had reached terrifying levels. After reviewing his own power, Fran grinned slyly. "The news about my level up will spread soon enough, but my true strength can stay hidden. Heck." With a playful smile, Fran opened the long-sealed wooden door and returned to his room. He pushed open the door, walking down the corridor, inhaling the flower-scented fresh air, and stretched lazily. But before he could enjoy the moment, a sudden small hand interrupted him. "Yo, good morning, Fran." "I mean seriously, Tiona, how do you walk without making a sound? You're like a ghost. You nearly scared me to death." "Hee, guess who's here?" Rubbing his sore shoulder, Fran turned around. In the morning sunlight, dazzling golden hair reflected in his eyes, and in an instant, his mood shifted completely. Chapter 262, You White-Faced but Black-Hearted God Tilda. In the morning sunlight, dazzling golden hair reflected in his eyes, and in an instant, his mood shifted completely. No matter when, no matter what mood he was in, as long as eyes appeared before him, Fran could instinctively calm down. That reminded him of a saying. A lover is someone whose image fills you with strength whenever you're about to give up. Hey, I'm standing like a big magic stone lamp right here. Can't you two see where you are before flirting like that? Just as the two were gazing affectionately at each other, nearly leaning close enough to touch, Tiona, the magic stone lamp, interrupted them. Realizing what she had just done, Ai's face instantly flushed red, and she turned her head away in embarrassment. Fran, on the other hand, was already used to it, though a faint trace of regret showed on his face. "Right, who's that?" Ai's sudden appearance had made Fran temporarily forget about the man standing nearby with Loki. And then Tiona interrupted again. "Oh, him, oh right, I forgot, you actually haven't met this god before." This god possessed a level of handsomeness comparable to Hermes's. No, perhaps it was better to say. If Hermes embodied the charming pretty boy type, then the man before them, with his perfectly proportioned physique, sharply defined muscles, and bronzed skin, was the kind of strikingly masculine, ruggedly handsome god. This is the main god of the Njord familia, the god Njord. Recovering her composure, Eyes tucked a few stray golden hairs behind her ear and softly introduced him. "So it really is him." "Huh, you've met the god Njord before?" Tiona had thought Fran didn't know him, so his response came as a surprise. Fran raised an eyebrow at Tiona. "He's on good terms with Loki, and he came looking for her at this time, plus that slightly helpless look on his face. Putting it all together, he must be the god Njord from Melon, right? Just as he said that, Loki happened to notice the three of them in the corridor. Yo, I stand tilde Tiona-chan tilde Fran tilde. Heh, it's rare to see you up so early, Loki. As the three walked over together, Fran was the first to joke. It's not like I wanted to. The familia's so broke we can't even afford booze anymore. So that was it, she hadn't drunk herself into a stupor last night, hence she woke up early. Hey tilde Fran, the familia only needs a bit more money to pay off our debt. So maybe. Seeing Loki cling to his arm coquettishly, Fran's expression twisted. Let go, I said let go. Fine, I'll agree. I still have a few magic swords left, sell them if you must, all right? Now let me go. Really? Really? Yay, finally I can buy more booze. Watching Loki joke around with her subordinates, the god Njord could only smile bitterly, thinking of his own familia. Loki, you haven't introduced me yet. It was a polite reminder to the goddess, also revealing Njord's mild temperament. Oh right, I got too excited and almost forgot. You already know Eyes and Tiona, but as for this one, you must have heard his name. Njord smiled slightly, looking at Fran with admiration. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the legendary adventurer who rose to first class within just 2 short years. Night Weaver, Fran Argon. Lord Njord, please don't praise me like that, you'll make me sound too good. Legendary? I'm just a newcomer, really. Maybe I level up a little faster than others, but I still have a long way to go to match the veterans. There's a lot I still need to learn. Eyes, Tiona, and Loki all gave him strange looks, silently thinking the same thing. A little faster, yeah right. If Tiona knew the term humblebrag, she'd definitely say, this guy is the king of humblebrags. Right. Sure enough, Njord had no idea how to continue the conversation after that. Thankfully, Loki stepped in to change the topic. By the way, how's that situation on your end? At that, Njord's handsome face drooped. Don't even mention it. Ever since we stopped using magic stone powder, the sea's gone back to its old self. Monster attacks are way more frequent now, and sailing's become a lot more dangerous. It's been 3 weeks of chaos already. Loki, however, didn't seem bothered. Your kids could use the training anyway. The monsters in the sea aren't on the same level as dungeon monsters. Even ordinary sailors can handle them with the right skills, let alone your blessed adventurers. I suppose that's the only way. Right, that shorty Kali is still at your harbor hall, right? Yeah, I've got her tied up at headquarters. Why? Hess, perfect. Things were hectic before, and I still have plenty of questions for her. I'll come with you. Fran, Eyes, Tiona, you three come along too. The 5 of them followed the god Njord to the seafood market area, where they met the sailors selling their catch, then headed further toward the port. At the northeastern edge of the harbor district, backed by forest and facing the sea, stood a multi-story building shaped like a ship's anchor. Naturally, this uniquely designed structure was the Njord Familia's base, the harbor hall. Before they even got close, they could already hear someone yelling for mercy. You bastard Njord! Even if I lost this time, I demand special treatment as a prisoner. Let me go already, you white-faced but black-hearted god. Njord's face darkened instantly as he hurriedly pushed open the main doors. Watch your mouth, you. You should be grateful the guild didn't ship you straight back to the heavens. Don't go accusing me of mistreating prisoners. Nearby, Loki smirked darkly. Haha, well, didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Better start talking about everything you know regarding the conspiracy. Maybe I'll even put in a good word for you. HMPH, fine. Loki blinked, stunned that Kali had agreed so readily. As for why Kali was here, well, that went back to what happened after the sea incident. Before they left, Loki had Fran heal the badly injured Bach and Arcana, then asked Njord, who was handling the aftermath, to toss them onto a ship, while asking Kali to stay back as per the instructions from the guild, Auranos. Chapter 263, Smuggling Through the Underground Tilde. While asking Kali to stay back, as per the instructions from the guild, Auranos. Looking at the goddess Kali, sitting on the chair with an unhappy face, Fran's expression was a bit strange. As far as she knew, Amazonas had a fatal problem, especially in that closed-off country of warriors, where most of the population were women. Amazonas women, once defeated by a man stronger than themselves, would instantly fall in love with that man. Thinking about it that way, didn't the male reinforcements that arrived later fight against members of the Kali Familia? Even more terrifying, Finn was the one he personally sent onto the warship. Thinking of this, Fran's gaze began to drift away. He definitely didn't want to take the blame for this. Sure enough, Kali was muttering under her breath. "It's over, all over. My familia is finished. Argana has become a cripple, and those girls too." As if she had seen something unbelievable, her words came out muffled. Is that what a girl in love looks like? Or are Amazonas women simply not normal creatures at all? Even Argana is now obsessed with men, and since her sister doesn't want to fight, Bach has lost her fighting spirit too. After finally making out what the other side was mumbling about, everyone exchanged awkward glances. Especially Eyes. She tilted her cute little head and stared at Fran, as if asking, "What does she mean? Why can't I understand any of this?" Fran sighed inwardly. He felt that explaining this to Eyes would probably be harder than fighting 10 opponents at once. "All right, enough nonsense. Tell me why you came to Melon. Were you invited by that woman Ishtar? How did she contact you? And what do you know about the Viola's incident?" "Hey, you're asking too many questions at once. That's making things difficult for me. Just talk, don't forget where you are now." Kali pouted unhappily, but she had no choice. As a person staying here without her familia, she could only submit. "The reason I came to Melon is naturally my own. Forming an alliance with that idiot Ishtar was just a side thing." Loki folded her arms, looking full of suspicion. "Really? Really? Hattie? What's with that face? You don't believe me? Do you think I should?" Seeing she couldn't get anything more out of her, Loki decided to stop pressing the issue and instead moved on to another question. "The Violas, I don't know anything about that." "Is that so?" Recalling Finn's speculation, Loki basically had an idea in her heart. As expected, that means the Ishtar familia really has ties to the Evelys. What had been a guess was now confirmed, putting Loki in a bad mood. After all, the Ishtar familia had significant influence in all of Orario. A major faction like that siding with the Evelys wasn't good news for either the other familias or the guild. Though I think that woman is involved with them, it's only at the level of business, covering for them. From what I know, Ishtar acted as a middleman, arranging smuggling operations through that sea cave. Loki narrowed her eyes. She caught something unusual in Kali's words. "Smuggling goods." At this moment, Njord spoke up. "Well, I know about that. I met the mysterious people in the underground waterways. They handed me those magic stone powders. They were transporting the Violas and smuggled goods through there. That's how all this began." The conversation among the three gods was fully heard by Fran. By now, he had mostly pieced together the whole story. "So, Lord Njord, Goddess Ishtar was the ringleader, right, huh?" "You brat, you sure have a sharp tongue," Fran shrugged indifferently. "But that's the truth. Now that the smuggling operation's been exposed, the enemy will definitely take countermeasures. It's just hard to say what they'll be." Loki had thought of that too, so she decided to keep it in mind. "What exactly were they smuggling?" "I didn't open the crates, but judging from the sound and weight, I could guess a bit. From what I know, there was gold, liquor, oh, right? Some of the boxes would shake on their own, like something alive was inside. Judging from that, the other side is desperate for money. They must need funds badly." Money? Tiona and Eyes, who didn't really understand the concept of money, looked confused. Only Fran understood. If they needed money, then among the Evelys, there was only one thing that required massive funding: the artificial dungeon, Gnosis. That meant the true identity of the mysterious person who handed the magic stone powder to Njord in the sewers was clear: Barca Perdix, a direct descendant of Daedalus. Fran's expression hardened. He thought he understood things clearly, but he hadn't expected that the enemy's secret web was this vast and deeply hidden. T/N, bro, you know the plot, what more needs to be understood? As for those moving crates, he already knew what they were, but that wasn't the main issue for now. The priority now was to follow the clues and uncover the enemy's tail. This trip turned out to be pretty fruitful. I didn't expect to gain this much. I wasn't even that hopeful to begin with. The four had already returned to Orario, walking down South Main Street toward their home base. The bustling streets and lively crowds formed a vivid scene, and walking among them helped Fran regain a sense of everyday ease. So, what now, Loki? We've cut off their smuggling routes. They'll definitely come after us, right? I can't believe those people can run their plans without money. From what was said, the enemy had been smuggling for a long time just to raise funds. No matter if it was Neo or the remnants of the Evelis, they all needed money to move their plans forward. Well, when the cart reaches the mountain, there'll be a road. When the boat reaches the bridge, it'll naturally straighten. The world always finds a way, doesn't it? Isn't that something Fran always says? Loki, you've started quoting him too. Tiona looked at her unreliable goddess, as if she'd discovered a new continent. Well, even if the phrase sounds a bit weird, it's actually quite wise, so I borrowed it. As they chatted, they passed by a row of shop windows along the street. Fran, what do you think of this? Inside a clothing shop, Eyes was wearing a pleated skirt and a small blazer, like a school uniform, with white stockings and white shoes. The outfit made Fran's eyes light up, and he nodded enthusiastically. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It suits you perfectly. Chapter 264, Another Den at Tilda. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It suits you perfectly. Aside from the trading district, the Southwest District was a place Fran was quite familiar with, and the tavern he frequented most often was also located there. Speaking of that tavern, it was actually the very first one Fran had visited upon arriving in Orario. The Flame Bee Pavilion, it, too, was located in the 5th sector of the Southwest District. Even among the many bustling taverns in that area, this one was the most famous. Of course, it wasn't just because their signature honey mead was delicious. It was also because high-level adventurers like Fran and Welf often visited. As the saying goes, those close to vermilion become red, those close to ink become black. With so many top adventurers frequenting it, the clientele of the Flame Bee Pavilion naturally became more refined. If you weren't at least level 2, you'd almost feel embarrassed to even sit down there. Gazing absent-mindedly out the window, the sign of the Crimson Bee flashed by, Fran's eyes softened knowingly. As for the remaining landmarks, such as Hero's Bridge, they all added a sense of history and grandeur to the center of this world. All right, we're here. The carriage came to a steady stop in front of a vast plaza. Fran was the first to step down, then extended his hand to help Eyes alight. Her soft, delicate hand, its warmth could be felt even through the lace gloves, gave Fran a peculiar feeling, making him instinctively want to squeeze it. Fran Tilda, Eyes' cheeks turned red, and she pouted in shy protest. These past few days, every night, the girl would sit curled up on bed, hugging her knees, gazing at the starry sky as memories of him came flooding back. Why did she always become so coquettish around Fran? Later, she understood. Her heart had completely opened up to that man. Or perhaps, the self she usually showed others was a facade, and only before him could she truly relax and be herself. Hey, you two. Am I a goddess invisible here? And you, Fran, don't think I don't notice you flirting with my eye stan. With that, Loki yanked Eyes by the arm and started dragging her away in a crab-like walk. Fran froze mid-gesture and exchanged a helpless smile with the turning Eyes. This goddess really hadn't changed one bit. Compared to Loki Familia's Twilight Manor, Apollo's Sun Manor was far more ostentatious in design. A square-shaped mansion, surrounded by wide lawns, it displayed the god's unique sense of gaudy taste everywhere. Walking along the neatly paved stone path, they saw that every statue lining it depicted one person, Apollo himself. Yes, with all sorts of expressions and poses, everyone's faces darkened instantly. I say, Loki, was Apollo's taste always this bad, even up in the heavens? This is too much. Loki smirked mischievously. That guy's a narcissist, an egomaniac, and a damn pervert. Disgusting. Oh, and he swings both ways, by the way. As far as I know, the number of goddesses he's confessed to is at least 8 or 10,000. Not one of them accepted him, of course. Oh yeah, he even tried to chase that shorty Hestia and Artemis too. Now that was an image Fran didn't need. Was it because the lower world described these deities as too perfect that the reality felt so jarringly different? How painfully realistic. Welcome to the divine banquet hosted by Lord Apollo. Lady Loki, Miss Wallenstein, Mr. Argon, this way, please. Glancing briefly at the butler who greeted them, the three followed him to the grand banquet hall on the second floor. Their timing was perfect. The lavish hall, with its rich red carpet and marble floors, was already bustling with elegantly dressed guests. Yet the moment Loki's group entered, the noisy chatter suddenly fell silent for an instant, then resumed as if nothing had happened. Hey, isn't that the goddess of regret herself? Damn it, can you not say that next to me? Didn't learn your lesson, huh? I still remember what happened to Apollo after he crossed her. Nope, I'm out. People who had been chatting just moments ago instantly found excuses to scatter. Especially when Loki's sinister gaze swept across them, several men visibly shuddered. Fran, who had kept a straight face, couldn't hold back a laugh at the title. When Loki glanced his way, he quickly covered his mouth. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it felt like danger was radiating off her. HMPH, those loudmouths. I've got every single one of their names in my little notebook. When I've got time, I'll make sure to pay them all back one by one. Fran and Eyes exchanged a look. Somehow, it felt like Loki's personality was heading in a concerning direction. Yo, Loki, over here. Only a few gods dared to call out to Loki so openly in a social setting like this. Hermes was one of them. Following the voice, they saw the charming, smooth-talking god, infamous among the divine crowd as a pretty boy, holding a glass of red wine and waving them over. Beside him stood a young woman, naturally Isfi, captain of the Hermes Familia. Long time no see, Loki. What have you been up to lately? The little group around Hermes included several other deities, notably the goddess Hephaestus. Heffy tilde things haven't been going well for me at all, wada. Fran, seriously, Loki, could you not embarrass yourself for once? Lady Hephaestus, Lord Myach, Lord Tgthegood, Lord Hermes, it's been a while. Yo, Fran, you rascal. Ha, feels like it hasn't been that long, but in the blink of an eye, you've already grown this much. Tgthegood laughed heartily, clapping Fran on the shoulder. But with that single pat, the god instantly noticed something. He squeezed Fran's shoulder again, his eyes widening in surprise. No way, kid, don't tell me you're level 6 now. Level 6? That hadn't been made public yet. In fact, because of how busy things had been these past few days, Loki hadn't even had the chance to report it to the guild. So everyone's shock was understandable. Facing the gods' questioning gazes, Fran showed no hesitation. He simply nodded, openly confirming Tgthegood's guess. Chapter 265, Estria Familia Tilda. Facing the gods' questioning gazes, Fran showed no hesitation. He simply nodded, openly confirming Tgthegood's guess. Yes, Lord Tgthegood, actually more than a month ago, when I returned from the expedition, my great achievement was already ready to be upgraded. It's just that my ability values hadn't reached their limit yet, so I only underwent sublimation a few days ago. Hiss. Tgthegood, Myach, and Hermes all gasped at the same time, feeling their scalps go numb. The Loki Familia was already absurdly strong. The 7 level 6s of the first echelon alone made it hard for others to breathe. And now, good grief, it wasn't over yet. That monster known as unrivaled among equals, Fran Argon, had quietly become a level 6 as well. No wonder everyone's hearts were pounding with shock. Especially those dumb gods who had once picked fights with Loki or mocked her. Holy crap, level 6. Damn, that's cheating. That's blatant cheating. He was just level 5 a few months ago, and now he's level 6. Get out of here. Level 6 and level 5 aren't even in the same league. The nearby god of wine and feasting nodded gravely in agreement. That's right, level 6, that's level 6, just a level below the king. Good grief, I can't even. The more you think about it, the scarier it gets. Just how many level 6 kids does the low-key familia have? Damn it, are they gonna leave us any chance at survival? The Braver, the Nine Hell, the Elgarm, the Sword Princess, and now the freaking Night Weaver. Cheating, Loki's totally cheating. Ha, Loki cheating. The real cheater is that one, isn't it? Who? Whoa, hey, if you wanna die, don't drag me with you. I've got no desire to return to that hopeless bastard. The news that Fron Argon had become level 6 spread through the banquet hall like a hurricane in the blink of an eye. The gods all looked at Loki, who was currently whining and begging the goddess Hephaestus for money, with complicated expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why can't I have that kind of luck? Right, then again, I'm running a commerce familia, so I don't have as much pressure as you exploration types, hahaha. Forget it, come on, let's drink. Meanwhile, Fron and the others were chatting near the edge of the hall by the open-air balcony. So Fron, what do you think of my child Mikoto? Take Mikazuchi proudly showed off his brave child. After all, Mikoto had only just reached level 2 recently, and he was still riding that high. Congratulations on reaching level 2, Mikoto. Thank you. Faced with Fron's naturally warm smile, the straightforward girl bowed stiffly in return. Of course, Miss Naza's dress tonight is truly beautiful as well. Now that's emotional intelligence. Naza's gown was quite special. Her entire right arm was wrapped in a fitted sleeve, contrasting sharply with the bare left shoulder of her vest-style dress. Clearly, the god Mayach was a thoughtful one. He had specially designed the gown to conceal Naza's prosthetic arm. Yes, Naza had lost her right arm in a dungeon expedition, and ever since, she had developed a deep psychological trauma toward monsters, forcing her to retire as an adventurer. As the saying goes, fate is unpredictable. After changing careers to become a pharmacist, Naza's talent in potion-making and alchemy was extraordinary. Calling her a genius would not be an exaggeration. Thus, the Blue Apothecary was born. Thank you for the compliment, but we can't compare to your lady companion. Among everyone in this hall, she's the brightest star tonight. Naza winked playfully at Fron, her teasing gaze darting between him and Eyes, who was clinging to his arm in her gown, face blushing scarlet. The meaning was all too obvious, the teasing was merciless. Suddenly, Fron felt his other arm tight. Noticing the surprised, curious, and knowing looks from those around, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Even through the expensive, distinctive perfume, he easily recognized the scent of the one now holding onto his other arm. Princess Isfi Alandromeda. Glancing at Loki, who was still pestering Hephaestus for money, Fron and Eyes could barely look at each other. Better to just turn away and avoid the embarrassment. Isfi, you look beautiful tonight too. Thank you. Hermes. Unaware of her god's expression, Isfi smiled gracefully, her poise perfectly composed. I'd only just returned from the Great Tree Sea a few days ago, and already I'm hearing more about your low-key familia's exploits. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Isfi leaned closer, subtly cornering Fron between herself and Eyes. You mean the incident at the harbor town, right? Well, that was kind of a misunderstanding. Since Isfi wasn't exactly an outsider, and it wasn't a secret anyway, Fron briefly recounted what had happened. When he finished, the girl looked slightly astonished. I didn't expect warriors from outside Orario who reached level 6. In my kingdom, there are not even level 4s. The Sea Kingdom, huh? If I recall, you're a princess of its royal family, right? What's your country like? At the mention of her homeland, Isfi tugged awkwardly at her tight dress and sighed. My country is just a small island nation, constantly under attack from sea monsters. But, thanks to the efforts of the Poseidon Familia and other ocean-type familias, things have improved in recent years. The Poseidon Familia? Oh, right. I remember Dionysus mentioning that the town of Melon was supported by those marine exploration familias over a decade ago. After the Leviathan was defeated, they left the town to embark on new voyages. Thinking about it, Fron couldn't help but sigh. After the total collapse of the Zeus and Hera familias, Orario had truly declined. Thankfully, the three great familias, Loki, Freya, and Ganesha, had held the line through that dark period, or else Orario might not even exist today. Where there is conflict, there is sacrifice. And among the noble deities of justice, the Astrea Familia was the one that fell. Once equal in fame to the other three, the Astrea Familia's brilliance had drawn the attention of the Evelus faction. Targeted and trapped, they were ultimately wiped out on the 30th floor. Look over there. As the small group chatted idly, someone's gaze caught a new pair entering the banquet hall. Chapter 266, The Bastard Apollo Makes a Shining Appearance. As the small group chatted idly, someone's gaze caught a new pair entering the banquet hall. At this moment, Isfi pushed up her silver glasses and signaled to Fran and Eyes with her eyes. Following her gaze, two figures came into view. Fran, that child. I remember he's from your hometown. His name was, I can't recall. Eyes lightly tapped her lips with her finger, her expression blank. Bel Cranel. Isfi nodded slightly. Lately, this child has been quite the sensation in Orario. Your record for reaching level 2, the fastest, was broken by him by a full 10 days. He's become quite the hot topic among the gods. As she spoke, Isfi hid her eyes behind her lenses, making it hard to read her thoughts. Her double-edged words, combined with the current setting, were enough that even Eyes understood. You mean, this banquet of the gods is just a facade and the real purpose is that boy? The princess glanced at Eyes approvingly and nodded lightly. When Fran suddenly rose to fame back then, the god Apollo also tried some underhanded tricks behind the scenes, but your god blocked them all. I heard the outcome wasn't too pretty for him. Unlike Fran, this boy's familia is too weak. So far, he's their only member. That means Lady Hestia has almost no influence. If, and I mean if, Lord Apollo finds some excuse to stir up trouble at this Denatus, then the Hestia familia will be in danger. Fran looked at Isfi in surprise. He never expected her to have guessed the situation so accurately, almost exactly right. Should he say that the Hermes familia really lives up to its title as Orario's top information brokers, to deduce so much from just a few clues from the past few days? Unlike Eyes, who was a pure adventurer, Isfi excelled in strategy and intelligence. The two girls were entirely different types. Yo Belle, yo Hestia. The one coming up to greet them warmly was Hermes again. You pretty boy. Hey Hestia, saying stuff like that really hurts. Orario is all about warmth and love, you know. HMPH. Haha, shorty, you've leveled up, huh? You actually managed to afford a dress. Loki stood with her hands on her hips, bending slightly as her mischievous eyes squinted at Hestia. The surrounding gods watched with amusement, each holding a glass of wine, waiting for the show. So, who's gonna win this round, Loki or the shorty? I bet on Loki last time, so this time I'll go with the little one. The watching familia members, having never seen such a scene before, looked at one another, not knowing where to put their hands, completely at a loss amid the market-like chaos. Finally, Fran couldn't stand it anymore. With a sigh, he rubbed his forehead and walked over. Well then, excuse me for a bit. Without hesitation, he hoisted Loki onto his shoulder, gave a small apologetic bow, and left with a blank expression. Similarly, on the other side, Belle Cranel pulled away the little goddess. Big brother Fran. Cranel, we'll talk later. Fran turned his head slightly, smiled faintly, and left with his company. Damn you, Fran, how dare you not help me? Put me down, I'm going to fight that shorty to the end. Give it a rest, you two are evenly matched anyway. One's a brat, the other's a shorty, what's there to fight about? What do you mean, brat? You'd better forget that nickname right now. Even as Fran carried Loki on his shoulder, she struggled wildly. Then, Fran suddenly let go, dropping her neatly onto the floor. Plop, sitting on the ground in embarrassment, Loki was stunned. Look, the main guest has arrived. Just as Loki was about to jump up and throttle Fran, everyone's gazes turned in the same direction, and the lights in the banquet hall dimmed. Eyes and Isfi, wearing high heels, gracefully walked to his side and whispered softly. That's the god Apollo. Look at his familia, his followers' eyes are fixed straight on Belle Cranel. Fran looked at the young man with a ponytail and showed a faintly amused smile. The sun's favored child, Hyacinthos Cleo, level 3, captain of the Apollo Familia, huh? I actually dealt with him once before. Recalling what happened a year and a half ago, back when he was still level 2 and exploring the dungeon alone, Fran chuckled. What happened between you two? Eyes tilted slightly, her heel lifting slightly as she leaned closer to whisper in Fran's ear. The girl's scent, mixed with expensive perfume, drifted to Fran's nose, making his heart tremble. If this weren't a public place, he might have scooped her up and run off. Well, there's a bit of bad blood, not that I hold a grudge, but he does. Then, in a low voice, the young man began explaining to the two ladies. Back when Fran had just reached level 2, he was training alone in the dungeon to quickly adapt to his enhanced stats. At that time, the Apollo Familia, led by Hyacinthos Cleo, had suffered heavy injuries, more than half their members were down, and they were being chased by a horde of monsters. They happened to run right into Fran. What happened next is obvious. Most adventurers would choose to divert danger onto others, and as captain of the Apollo Familia, Hyacinthus was no exception. But, as Fran's body erupted in black flames and crimson lightning before their eyes, wiping out the entire horde in mere seconds, they never dared to look him in the eye again. And because of that brief hesitation, several Apollo Familia members died. Under such circumstances, with how complicated human nature is, it's impossible not to hold a grudge, especially for the morally dubious Apollo Familia. After hearing the story, Isfi and Eyes reacted very differently. Isfi's eyes gleamed with disdain, while Eyes remained expressionless. Both were seasoned adventurers, having explored the dungeon since they were young, especially Isfi, only 2 years younger than Fran. Given the nature of their familias, they had also seen far more of the darker side of the world. Human nature, the flaws of adventurers, they both understood all too well. Things like that, you see them in the dungeon all the time. It happens every day. The weak blame others for their lack of strength, and it just turns into endless resentment between familias. Chapter 267, Goddess of Beauty, Freya Tilda. Things like that, you see them in the dungeon all the time. It happens every day. The weak blame others for their lack of strength, and it just turns into endless resentment between familias. This is also why, during dungeon exploration, the unspoken rule is to keep a certain distance from each other when subjugating monsters. It helps avoid a lot of problems, especially ones like this. While the three of them were chatting, Apollo had already started picking a fight with Hestia. When the Palom member of the Apollo Familia, Lewin, appeared on stage leaning on a crutch, his whole body wrapped in bandages, performing with exaggerated humor, Fran immediately spat out his red wine. Cough, cough, sorry, Lord Tgthegood, Lord Mayach, I couldn't hold it in. Tgthegood and Mayach helplessly took tissues from Makoto and Naza, sighing softly. Hestia's in trouble this time. Apollo's dug a hole for her to fall into. I wonder how she'll handle it. Sure enough, Apollo demanded that Hestia hand over Belcranal, claiming one of his own had been injured, and if she refused, he would invoke a war game. Glancing at the farcical scene Apollo himself had staged, Fran narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd. Soon, amidst a ring of male gods, he spotted the center of attention, the elegant and enchanting goddess. That poise, that aura, that bewitching beauty. No matter who it was, even a god, just one look at her would be enough to be captivated by her beauty. It wasn't divine power, it was pure charm. But Fran was an exception. Reader, immune to mental pollution. From Fran's perspective, charm counted as mental pollution. Therefore, charm simply didn't work on him. As a result, he was immune to that intoxicating allure. His openly curious gaze was immediately noticed by the seductive goddess smiling sweetly while keeping her eyes fixed on Apollo. In that instant, their eyes met. Neither knew what the other was thinking. Fran, as expected of Freya, those amethyst-like eyes seemed to pierce through one's soul. That feeling of being completely seen through. I wonder how Belcranal handles being spied on by her all the time. Freya, a child from Loki Familia? Fran Argon, was it? His soul is still ordinary, no brilliance, even murkier than most. For such a soul to have reached this level, how interesting. Lady Freya. Sensing the goddess's shifting mood, Otter, her bodyguard and escort, bowed slightly, puzzled. "It's nothing, Otter, but when this farce is over, wait a little. I've taken an interest in a certain boy." Then in her heart she added, "Though, this isn't our first meeting." Such was a god. When it came to reading hearts, how could mortals ever hope to outmatch these ancient, calculating beings? Unless, of course, they were the kind, straightforward gods like Apollo, Hestia, Myach, or Tgthegood. Hee, that little runt's in big trouble now. Watching Hestia drag Belcranal away, in a hurry, Loki laughed gleefully. "Fran, what do you think?" "You want my opinion? Not much to say. Even if open conflict between familias is technically forbidden in Orario, if Apollo Familia really wanted to do it, they could. The guild's punishments aren't that harsh. As long as they don't destroy the city, the guild just turns a blind eye." No sooner had he said this than Myach frowned worriedly. "You mean Apollo might send his followers to attack Hestia's group, forcing them to accept a war game?" "Lord Myach, it's been a while." "Ah, it has, Fran, from the sound of it. Apollo really might do something that reckless." Loki sipped her red wine, eyes narrowing as she smirked coldly. "Might? Heh, knowing his history and personality, he definitely will. After all, Hestia's Familia only has one member. Apollo only bullies those weaker than himself." If anyone else had said that, the gods might have laughed it off, but coming from Loki, and remembering her hitting Apollo's family jewels, Myach, Tgthegood, and even Hermes all instinctively crossed their legs and shivered. Terrifying, one kick from Loki's high heels might send you straight back to the heavens. Seeing their reactions, even Fran couldn't help but chuckle. Loki's reputation as a great demon king among the gods was well-deserved. No wonder no one dared provoke her. "Eyes, Svi, I'll be going over there for a bit. There's something I need to do." After saying this, Fran picked up a glass of wine from a passing waiter's tray and casually made his way toward the smiling goddess standing in the corner. Where the goddess stood was the true center of the banquet, all attention gathered around her. Then, seeing Fran actually walking toward Freya, Loki, the gods and the girls all froze in shock, mouths agape. Hey, Loki, aren't you going to stop him? If that kid so much as looks at Freya, it's all over." Realizing what was happening, Loki's expression changed instantly. She shot forward like a wild beast unleashed. Not only her, even eyes moved faster. Just as Fran stood before the goddess Freya, they both lunged forward. Well, you're quite the lady killer, aren't you?" As the very embodiment of temptation, Freya instantly saw through the girl's flustered thoughts, no effort required. But that wasn't what interested her most right now. She was far more curious about something else. Her ever-present aura of allure didn't seem to work on this young man. Studying Fran with great interest, the goddess let out a sultry, amused laugh. That seductive voice, most men would be utterly entranced just hearing it. "Fran, close your eyes right now. If that woman so much as looks at you, you're done for." Loki leapt onto his back, ignoring her formal dress, desperately covering his eyes. "It's uncomfortable." Fran pried off Loki's hands and arms, noticing the amused looks from the crowd, and sighed helplessly. Loki, don't you trust me at all? How could I possibly be charmed by her?" Chapter 268, Conflict Between Familias. Loki, don't you trust me at all? How could I possibly be charmed by her?" Loki stood back up on the ground, a face full of confusion, then as if remembering something suddenly looked enlightened. Then she smiled warmly at Freya. He, Freya, your charm doesn't work on our child, Tilda." The goddess lightly tapped her red lips with her fingertips. Every movement exuded an alluring charm. "Oh, Tilda, is that so? That's really wonderful. Tilda, that makes me even more interested in your child, Tilda. To you, lecherous flower, you're so shocking." Facing Freya, Loki couldn't be careless. Seeing the other's almost blatant curiosity instantly put her on guard. Watching the conflict that arose between Loki and Freya because of him, Fran let out a bitter smile and hurriedly pulled Loki by the back to push her away. After a string of assurances that there would be no problems, he finally returned with an apologetic look. There were quite a few gods here who watched Fran and Freya interact with interest. After all, that goddess, let alone the mortals of the lower realms, even gods like them kept their distance. Freya was simply too famous in the heavens. How many male gods had fallen under her skirt? Too many to count. So they were all very curious how Fran would behave. Unfortunately for them, someone disappointed the gods greatly. Even within a 1-meter radius of the goddess, he showed no reaction, let alone being charmed. Hey, that child is immune to Freya's beauty. Heh, so what? Don't you even see who that is? Night Weaver, Fran Argon, he's so special, it would be strange if he were charmed, right? And do you think he lacks companions? Look, the Sword Maiden and the Perseus are at his side, tusk, Hermes must be bleeding inside. Indeed, it wasn't surprising. When their leader was kidnapped, Hermes' eyes turned green, but he had no real way to do anything. In the Familia, Isfi was the strong-willed one whose word was law. Hello, Lady Freya, this is our first meeting, right, Tilda? At these words, the goddess maintained her elegance, smiling with an unchanged expression. The name of the Night Weaver is famous even to me. I'm truly envious of Loki's good fortune. Loki's good fortune? Your insight is about even with her, I'd say 50-50. Muttering that in his heart, Fran showed no change on the surface, smiling faintly and speaking softly. As far as I know, you seem quite fond of that person. Is it really all right to just watch Lord Apollo reach out like that? Their eyes met, and the originally harmonious atmosphere instantly froze. The goddess narrowed her eyes slightly. Though the change in expression lasted only a blink, Fran still caught it. Even if the other was a deity, he did not fall behind in aura. Instead, he matched her evenly. He had the qualifications for this. They faced off for a few seconds. Seeing the goddess say nothing, Fran understood her meaning, silently supporting Belcranel, and then, was this whole farce an exercise for a hero? Shaking his head with a smile, Fran decided to stir the pot to the end. Since you already have plans, I won't disturb you. With that he bowed slightly, then left. Pretending to walk out a few steps, he paused slightly, muttered something inaudible, and then returned to Loki's side. Watching the three of them leave, Freya's thoughts spun rapidly. Hey, the goddess' lips curved, she smiled happily. Things are looking more and more interesting. I thought it would be very dull until he grew up, but the lower realm is so wondrous, full of the unknown, truly delightful. Ada, let's go. Yes. She glanced back slightly at Fran, who was chatting and laughing with the two girls, and the goddess left with a meaningful smile. As if sensing something, Fran watched Freya and Ada leave the banquet hall, and he too smiled maliciously. What you said is true. That means that person really is targeting Belcranel. Isfi poked Fran's arm with her finger, lifting her small face with an expression of curiosity. As for eyes, she wasn't curious at all. No, in fact, she wasn't interested in anyone besides Fran. Fran sneered, not answering Isfi's question directly, but the playful, spectator-like expression on his face revealed his gloating in his heart. The Ishtar Familia secretly targeting them, how bold. That petty-minded Fran remembered it all too well. You, Ishtar, wanted to compete with Freya for dominance, plotting all kinds of schemes secretly. Now I'll poke at you and let you taste what it's like to have someone else do your dirty work for you. Using Belcranel as bait to drag Freya's Familia in too, that would keep the Ishtar Familia busy and stop them from watching Loki. With one less rival, Fran could focus solely on dealing with the dark faction. Only a few people knew what happened at the banquet. Even Loki didn't know about the conversation between Fran and Freya. Likewise, Isfi and Loki were taciturn and kept their mouths shut. Out of trust for their members, Hermes and Loki certainly didn't ask questions, though many were suspicious. After all, who was Fran? Would he casually go find Freya for a chat? Take Hermes, when he returned to the base that night, he had already started imagining scenarios. After all, he knew too much. The next day, Fran's wish to sleep in was interrupted by bursts of chaos and explosions. Who is it making trouble so early in the morning? What time is it anyway? Throwing off the covers in just his shorts, Fran yanked open the curtains and immediately began cursing in a rough voice. Who doesn't have a morning temper? Especially Fran, who had been exhausted after upgrading equipment, finally getting to sleep in, only for the plan to be ruined again. Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll smash your heads to pieces. With a thud, The southern window was pushed open from the inside, and the Amazonas sisters glared and cursed grimly. Fran, you were woken up too. Ah, by the way, isn't this disturbing the peace of the city? The guards and the guild administration just watch and do nothing. They must be secretly giving some benefits to the guild's head. Thyone was right. By this time, the guild had long since become chaotic, especially the guild head's office. The usually peaceful Ina was slapping the table and arguing with Royman. Just expressing my opinions, Tilda.